Chapter 85. Threats, Speculations, and Collaboration in the Hall. Bai Choufei closed his eyes to meditate, awaiting the arrival of Nalan Rongyan from the Tiancetang. His mind began to wander, recalling information about Nalan Rongyan. She was the adopted daughter of the former Tiancetang leader, Nalan Guyun. After Nalan Guyun's demise, lacking any offspring, Nalan Rongyan ascended to the position of leader. She was renowned for her exceptional talents and strategic acumen, managing to preserve the status of Tiancetang amid assaults from the other two factions. Regarding her martial prowess, it was speculated that she might be at the Spirit Refinement stage. However, due to her reclusive nature, she had never revealed her skills, leaving such assumptions largely conjectural. With scant information available, it seemed impractical to make definitive judgments about Nalan Rongyan based solely on what was known. As Bai Choufei pondered, Nalan Rongyan, clad in a blue gown, entered the hall, her gaze fixating on him. Dressed in white, he exuded an air of elegance and aloofness. A slight frown crossed her beautiful visage. Upon seeing Nalan Rongyan's entrance, Bai Choufei's eyes flickered, and he rose, performing a slight bow. "Greetings, Leader Nalan." "Young Master Bai, please take a seat." Nalan Rongyan gestured for him to sit, while she settled across from him. "May I inquire the purpose of your visit to Tiancetang?" Nalan Rongyan refrained from mentioning the Jinfeng Shiyu building, opting instead to address him as Young Master Bai. "Leader Nalan, I come on behalf of Jinfeng Shiyu building, seeking a collaboration with Tiancetang," Bai Choufei declared. "It is rumored that Jinfeng Shiyu building has secured a partnership with Commander Yin of the Bizenfu. Thus obtaining a quota for a county force should not necessitate our cooperation." Nalan Rongyan responded, her comprehension of Bai Choufei's intentions evident. "Leader Nalan, this represents a mutually beneficial opportunity. We at Jinfeng Shiyu building do not wish to be encumbered by constraints. If it were merely about the quota, we could secure it independently. However, once we obtain the quota, our first action would be against Tiancetang," Bai Choufei asserted. Nalan Rongyan's expression stiffened at his words. She had not anticipated such a direct threat. A chill flickered in her beautiful eyes. "Are you issuing a threat, Young Master Bai? You may perceive it as such. Your current suppression leaves you vulnerable. Although the reason for your continued existence remains unclear, the market in Lingnan Prefecture is limited. Our entry into the prefecture is not merely to establish a branch for scenic admiration," Bai Choufei replied, fixing his gaze upon her. "Sometimes, threats are the only means to expedite progress. While Tiancetang may currently withstand the pressures from the other two factions, with the addition of Jinfeng Shiyu building, it shall not be as effortless. Leader Nalan, I shall not linger here. I grant you one day to deliberate. I will return tomorrow. Should we not reach an agreement, we shall be adversaries," Bai Choufei declared, rising and turning to exit the hall. Watching him depart, Nalan Rongyan's face betrayed her anger. "Miss, Bai Choufei has made his intentions quite clear. What shall we do?" inquired Chi Bo, his voice grave beside her. "The Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower exhibits an overwhelming dominance. Should one choose to ally with them, they may ultimately find themselves gradually consumed. However, judging by Bai Choufei's actions, it is evident that there are formidable forces at play behind them." Nalan Rongyan stifled her rising anger and spoke in a low tone. "If that is the case, it would indeed be detrimental to us." Chi Bo, with a troubled expression, added, "Did they not seek cooperation? Perhaps we could leverage them to exact vengeance for my adoptive father. When he returns tomorrow, I shall inform him that we may collaborate, but it requires sincerity. He must bring the head of the third elder of the Hefeng Hall." Nalan Rongyan stated coldly. Currently, the Tiance Hall finds itself in a precarious situation. Its continued existence is primarily due to the interest others have in her. The Hefeng Hall and the Bai Yun Pavilion have not completely subdued them. If an alliance with Bai Choufei could resolve her immediate troubles, she would certainly exploit that opportunity. With this thought, the frost on Nalan Rongyan's face melted away, revealing a hint of a smile. Chi Bo, understanding the young lady's intentions, refrained from voicing any objections. Then Chi Bo seemed to recall something. "I just received news today that the elder from the Qin family and the Blood Banner sect, en route to Qingsheng, was slain midway. Judging by the traces of the attack, it appears to be the same individual responsible for the death of Yang Mukin from the Yang family. Analysis of the circumstances suggests this person possesses strength at the mid-stage of soul refinement." Chi Bo spoke solemnly. "It seems the chaos in Qingsheng will extend to the prefecture. The Qin family, the Yang family, the Blood Banner sect, the Northern Pacification Division, the Cold Moon sect, and the shadowy figure behind it. Trouble is brewing in Lingnan Prefecture." Send someone to investigate the identity of this enigmatic assailant, Nalan Rongyan commanded. As she spoke, her expression suddenly shifted. The image of Bai Choufei appeared in her mind. Do you think these individuals could have been killed by someone from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower shadows, or perhaps by Bai Choufei himself? Nalan Rongyan spoke gravely. Upon hearing her words, Chi Bo's expression changed dramatically. Miss, are you suggesting? That seems rather implausible. Chi Bo expressed his skepticism. Why is it implausible? Bai Choufei hails from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. Previously, the tower was merely a minor intelligence faction in Qingcheng, somewhat known but hardly recognized in the prefecture. Yet now, with formidable figures like Bai Tianyu and Bai Choufei, the landscape has shifted. Bai Tianyu effortlessly dispatched Xue Minghuai from the Cold Moon sect, a general under the infamous Lu Shenzing, one of the four law kings. The fact that Bai Tianyu could eliminate such a character with a single strike indicates his disregard for Lu Shenzing. If Lu Shenzing is dismissed, then the Yang and Qin families, along with the Blood Banner sect, are of no concern either. The audacity to act in such a manner can only stem from two reasons. Either he possesses extraordinary strength, or he is backed by significant power. Bai Choufei's previous absence could be attributed to his own prowess. However, his emergence now signifies the presence of substantial forces behind him. Given the current situation, it appears that the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower intends to infiltrate the prefecture. As turmoil ensues, they will find their opportunity to thrive. The more Nalan Rongyan pondered, the faster her thoughts raced, as if she had grasped something elusive. Yet, her expression soon turned grave. If her conjectures held any truth, then Bai Choufei's threat was indeed real, and it was a menace that could strike at any moment. Perhaps this was the very reason for his personal visit, instilling fear within her. Nalan Rongyan resolved, later, please arrange a meeting with Bai Choufei and convey my agreement to his proposal regarding the collaboration between Tiancetang and Jin Fengshiulu. Having concluded her analysis and recognizing her inability to refuse, she decided to accept the partnership outright. Understood. Chi Bo nodded in affirmation, having also come to a similar realization. Collaborating with Jin Fengshiulu might indeed be the only viable solution, which would alleviate the pressure on Mississippi Chapter 86, the convergence of three families. Suspicions arise at the Mountain River sect. Within a small courtyard, Su Qin diligently practiced the fifth level of the sect's martial arts, which he had recently acquired. This fifth level differed significantly from the fourth, not only vastly expanding his innate energy, but also refining the quality of his previously cultivated true energy, marking it as the fundamental cornerstone of the Mountain River technique. He consumed some innate elixirs to accelerate his cultivation speed. Indeed, the adage wealth brings martial prowess holds true. Without financial resources, enhancing one's skills is a slow endeavor. Based on his current progress, upon completing the fifth level, he would reach the pinnacle of innate cultivation or perhaps even step into the early stages of divine refinement. At that point, he could exchange for the sixth level of the Mountain River technique, which, as it appeared, would delve into the realm of the mind and spirit. After some time spent in cultivation, Su Chun mused within himself. He then produced a tome titled Heavenly Demon Zen Seal, an earlier acquired martial art. Upon inspection, it revealed itself to be a hand sign-based attack technique comprising three moves: the Heavenly Demon Vajra Mantra, the Heavenly Demon Tathagata Heart Mantra, and the final move, the Heavenly Demon Descends. The power of these three techniques was undoubtedly remarkable, yet mastering them would not be a simple task. After all, when Su Chan first laid eyes upon them, he had not grasped the intricacies of the cultivation method. It seems my martial arts talent is not as formidable as I had hoped, he sighed. He subsequently retrieved the martial arts techniques obtained from Blood Banner sect and the third elder of the Qin family. With these teachings, he could adeptly navigate through murky waters, concocting schemes and framing others. As for the Frosty Fist, it too required practice. To gain further advantages within the Mountain River sect, he needed to demonstrate some degree of talent. From his previous encounters with the Frosty Fist and the Nether Blood Palm, it was evident that engaging with advanced martial arts could yield rewards. After all, having encountered 2 incomplete advanced techniques, he had received 4 white lottery cards. Thus, securing a higher position within the Mountain River sect might open doors to even more elite martial arts. He extracted the manual for the Frosty Fist. This technique primarily focuses on accumulating frost energy. The greater the accumulation, the more potent the strikes. With his Ice Qilin arm, he possessed a natural advantage in this regard, enabling him to gather even more frost energy in his left arm. Training in the Frosty Fist was markedly more comprehensible than the Heavenly Demon Zen Seal, and he quickly found himself in a state of initiation. Within the dantian, the cold energy flowed, resonating with the left hand. He continuously condensed this chill within it, effectively depleting the cold energy in his dantian, rendering it imperceptible to others during their scrutiny. The practice of the Heavenly Frost Fist advanced rapidly. As he cultivated, a wave of coldness enveloped him, causing the temperature of the small courtyard to drop. At that moment, within the Tianxue courtyard, Kaiwei approached Morong Qingshan. "Miss, I have delved into the information regarding Suchun, and it is rather astonishing." Kaiwei spoke. "Do tell," Morong Qingshan inquired. Suchun was previously the son of the master of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion in Qingqing. After his father's demise, he entrusted the pavilion to the current master, Bai Tianyu, seeking his assistance in annihilating the Lei family. Previously, Suchun had entered the Shanha sect as an inner disciple by spending money. Yet he did not exhibit any remarkable prowess, consistently displaying merely postnatal strength. However, upon returning to Qingqing, he demonstrated no significant prowess, only to return having attained innate strength. He must have been concealing his abilities all along, and now, with his father's death, he seems intent on amplifying his power. Kaiwei articulated. "Is that so? Quite intriguing." His ability to engage in transactions with Bai Tianyu suggests a certain connection. Bai Tianyu's Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion has been gaining considerable renown recently. They may soon arrive at the county government. Nevertheless, this does not concern us. We need not pay him any heed. If he possesses exceptional talent, we shall grant him what is due, Morong Qingshan replied. "Understood." Kaiwei nodded in affirmation. "That will be all. You may leave," Morong Qingshan gestured. "Since you are willing to showcase your talents, let me witness your capabilities. In the Shanha sect, there are too few gifted individuals among the younger generation." She sighed after Kaiwei departed. At the county government, in the Qin family hall, 2 lifeless bodies lay within. These were Qin Shun and Wu Ming, slain by Bai Choufei. 3 men stood solemnly in the room, all of them middle-aged. They were Yang Mao, the head of the Yang family, Qin Lin, the head of the Qin family, and Shui Tianhe, the deputy master of the Blood Flag sect. It appears this was the work of a singular individual, a master of finger techniques. The one who attacked those young men was indeed a lone assailant. Yang Mao, the head of the Yang family, remarked, appearing to be around 40. Clad in a blue robe, his hands exhibiting a dark red hue, indicating exceptional martial prowess. One person was capable of eliminating both Qin Shun and Wu Ming. "Their strength is extraordinary," Qin Lin stated, his physique slender, with eyes sharp as an eagle's, emanating a terrifying aura of vengeance. Having already lost 2 sons, he now mourned the loss of an elder at the refining soul stage. The Qin family suffered grievously, leaving him no choice but to seek retribution. However, the ease with which the opponent dispatched Qin Shun and Wu Ming instilled fear within him. Indeed, judging from the signs of struggle and the expressions of the two, it appears that the assailant first eliminated Qin Shun before engaging Wu Ming. Another man, garbed in the Blood Flag sect's attire, chimed in, his demeanor foreboding, his tone frigid. "He is Shui Tianhe, the deputy leader of the Blood Flag sect. Could it be that their assault on my son was merely a ploy to draw out Qin Shun and Wu Ming?" Yang Mao remarked, his brow furrowed in thought. There may indeed be such an intention. The adversary first eliminated Qin Hao, whose strength appears to be rather modest, and then targeted Tian Han, a master who has honed his blade for 20 years. Such a feat is not to be taken lightly. The third victim, Mu Chun, was a formidable finger technique expert. Based on the information at hand, it seems the opponent comprises at least 3 individuals. Indicating this is not a mere act of vengeance, but rather a calculated endeavor driven by ulterior motives. They are likely targeting our 3 families. Deputy Leader Shui Tianhe spoke in a grave tone. Upon hearing this, Yang Mao and Qin Lin exchanged serious glances. Indeed, an analysis suggests that their intentions may be directed towards the 3 of us. "What force do you suppose it could be?" the Cold Moon sect, Qin Lin inquired solemnly. "That seems unlikely. The Cold Moon sect is currently occupied with dealing with Yenyu of the Northern Pacification Office, and they have no reason to strike at us. We have no vested interests with them." Yang Mao, the head of the Yang family, responded. "I suspect there may be individuals attempting to exploit the chaos created by the Cold Moon sect, seeking to disturb Lingnan Prefecture and benefit from the ensuing turmoil." Yang Mao continued, "Head of the Yang family, are you implying that you have someone in mind?" Shui Tianhe regarded Yang Mao intently. Indeed, I have my suspicions regarding Bai Tianyu of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Yang Mao revealed the name. Please elaborate on your reasoning. Shui Tianhe urged. The third elder of the Mu family from the Zitan Palace previously sought an alliance with our Yang family through Cheng Yang of Qingcheng to seize the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Thus, I conducted an investigation into Bai Tianyu, and he emanates a formidable aura of authority, which is not characteristic of mere ascetic practitioners. I suspect he is backed by a powerful force. Yang Mao declared with conviction. Certain traits in an individual are cultivated within specific environments. Chapter 87. Scheming against Bai Choufei. Confrontation. It appears you harbored suspicions about Bai Tianyu all along. No wonder you refrained from sending anyone with them to Qingcheng. Qin Lin remarked, looking at Yang Mao seriously. Indeed, as Yang Mao stated, while the aura of a dedicated martial artist may be strong, it would never convey the dignity of an authority figure. Bai Tianyu, the invincible blade, presides over the Divine Blade Hall, which dominates the martial world and wields greater influence than the Golden Money Gang of the past. As the leader of such a faction, Bai Tianyu naturally possesses the gravitas of a superior. If that is the case, it becomes quite alarming. Bai Tianyu wields a formidable blade, and now a finger technique master has emerged. This indicates that the force behind Bai Tianyu is indeed formidable. Deputy Leader Shui Tianhe spoke gravely. Our three families must unite to confront Bai Tianyu. I have received word that the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion intends to pursue a route under the left Minister of Governance, aiming to enter the prefectural government. We can exploit this situation. Yang Mao proposed. They wish to gain entry to the prefectural government. Are you suggesting we sever their line of access? Upon hearing Yang Mao's words, Qin Lin responded. No, I have received word that someone from the Jin Fengshiyu Tower is already in the county office. As long as the left minister agrees, that individual will meet him, and at that moment, we can surround and eliminate him. Yang Mao's voice was chilling. Is there any knowledge of who this person might be? Shui Tianhe inquired upon hearing this. At present, I have no information. I have been dispatching people to investigate. Yet there is not a single clue, Yang Mao replied, shaking his head. After learning of Qin Shun and the others' demise, he immediately contacted Cheng Yang from Qingcheng. But Cheng Yang provided no leads. This information came from his trusted steward, who had connections with Cheng Yang. Should we enlist the assistance of the left minister to bait that individual out? Suggested Shui Tianhe, the deputy leader of the Blood Flag sect. It would be challenging. If the opposing faction is formidable, that old fox, the left minister, might very well attempt to win them over. We can only bide our time, Qin Lin responded solemnly. If that is the case, our three families' reputations in Lingnan County will suffer significantly, and many will be amused at our plight. Perhaps some may even conspire against us. While our Blood Flag sect is not based in the county city, and thus not overly concerned, your families, the Qin and Yang, are in peril, Shui Tianhe remarked. Upon hearing Shui Tianhe's words, Yang Mao and Qin Lin's expressions changed immediately. Shui Tianhe was indeed correct. The Blood Flag sect, though a faction of the county, did not have its roots there. The Yang and Qin families were not in the same position, as their foundations lay firmly within the county city. I do have a plan. Yang Mao interjected at that moment. Brother Yang, do enlighten us. The two men turned their gaze toward Yang Mao. We can find someone to impersonate the left minister and send word to Cheng Yang, instructing the Jin Fengshiyu Tower's representative to meet the left minister at Wangjiang Pavilion. We can set a trap there and ambush them, Yang Mao proposed. However, this may offend the left minister. If he discovers our scheme, we could find ourselves in trouble, Qin Lin cautioned. If we eliminate the relevant parties, who would know? Without evidence, he would be powerless against us. Perhaps we could even sway him to our side. After all, he was the one who called for the meeting. A glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Yang Mao's eyes. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Brother Yang, you shall make the arrangements, and we will assist you. Qin Lin agreed. Excellent. I shall return to make the necessary preparations. Please await my news. Yang Mao replied with a respectful gesture before departing. After Yang Mao left, Qin Lin gestured for the bodies in the hall to be removed, then sat down with Shui Tianhe. If we take this course of action, it may provoke a backlash from Bai Tianyu's forces, Qin Lin remarked solemnly. Brother Qin, we must not hesitate at this juncture. The opposing faction has already made their move against us. Even if we do not retaliate, they will strike again. As the saying goes, the first to strike has the advantage. We need to turn the tables and take the initiative. However, I must consult with the sect leader regarding this matter. I shall not linger here any longer. Shui Tianhe concluded, rising to depart. In the hall, Qin Lin's expression remained grave. Meanwhile, in another location, within the inn, Bai Choufei, engrossed in his cultivation, heard a knock at the door. He retracted his aura and rose to his feet. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a cloaked figure. "Young Master Bai, it is I, the old steward. My young lady requests a word with you. You've made your decision so swiftly." Bai Choufei recognized the voice as belonging to the steward of the Tiancetang hall, his eyes widening in surprise. Regardless of the circumstances, a decision must be made. And it is better to act promptly. "Young Master Bai, please follow me." The steward, Chibo, gestured with his hand. Bai Choufei closed the door and followed him out of the inn. Outside, a carriage awaited. Bai Choufei boarded, and the elder steward drove the carriage forward. In a short while, they arrived at the outskirts of a serene bamboo grove. "Young Master Bai, our young lady awaits you in the bamboo cottage inside," Chibo declared as he halted the carriage. "I had not anticipated such a bamboo grove within this county," Bai Choufei remarked. Stepping down from the carriage and gazing at the verdant bamboo before him, he then ventured into the grove. Before long, a bamboo cottage came into view, where Nalan Rongyan, clad in a blue attire, sat within. "Please, young Master Bai," she invited, motioning for him to take a seat opposite her, and she poured him a cup of tea. "This is Longting tea, brought back by my father from Jiangnan. Please enjoy," Nalan Rongyan said graciously. Bai Choufei glanced at the tea but did not lift it. Instead, he spoke. "At such a late hour, you must have more than just tea to discuss. Indeed, it is not merely tea I seek to share. I wish to confirm a matter with you, young Master Bai. Did you indeed orchestrate the demise of Qin Shun from the Qin family and Wu Ming from the Bloodbanner sect?" Nalan Rongyan inquired, her gaze fixed on him. "Yes, they perished by my hand," Bai Choufei replied, his expression unperturbed as he raised the teacup and took a gentle sip. He had never intended to conceal the act of killing these two. Noticing Bai Choufei's calm demeanor, Nalan Rongyan's eyes narrowed slightly. She had anticipated leveraging this matter to gain an advantage, yet he seemed entirely unfazed, which took her by surprise. "I wonder, esteemed leader of Nalan, what are your thoughts on my proposal today?" "I accept your proposal. However, I must inform you of a complication I am facing. Collaborating with me may embroil you in this trouble. The Tiancetang Hall has managed to endure thus far primarily because young Master Li Mukin of the Li family has taken an interest in me. The Feng Hall and the Biyun Pavilion have refrained from extinguishing the Tiancetang Hall out of respect for him. If you choose to ally with me, it is likely that Li Mukin will turn against you. Furthermore, the death of my adoptive father was orchestrated by those from the Feng Hall," Nalan Rongyan explained. "That is of no concern," Bai Choufei replied, setting down his teacup and uttering simply, "No worries." Upon hearing Bai Choufei's words, Nalan Rongyan's eyes sparkled with delight. She raised her cup and proclaimed, "To a successful collaboration." Chapter 88. The Battle of Law King versus Bai Tianyu. A moment later, Bai Choufei departed, choosing not to leave by carriage, but rather on foot. Soon after, Chibo appeared within the bamboo cottage. Did the young lady succeed in her negotiations? "The matter has been settled, and it is indeed true that Qin Shun and Wu Ming were killed by Bai Choufei," Nalan Rongyan stated solemnly. "Is that so? In that case, they have offended the Yang family, the Qin family, the Blood Flag sect, and, not to mention, the Wind and Harmony Hall, which stands opposed to us. This means we will have to confront the four powerful factions of the county office." Chibo previously held on to some hope, but he never anticipated that it was truly Bai Choufei who committed the murders. There is also the possibility of facing the Li family and the Biyun Pavilion. Nalan Rongyan spoke to Chibo, who visibly changed his expression, realizing that the situation was not as he had imagined. "Chibo, there is no need for concern. Bai Choufei has remained remarkably calm, and I perceive no fluctuations in his emotional state," Nalan Rongyan remarked. "One can only hope. When will the young lady announce the collaboration between the Tiancetang Hall and the Jinfeng Shiyu building?" Chibo inquired. "I still need a day or two to arrange things. The announcement will be made in 3 days," Nalan Rongyan replied as she rose to her feet. At this moment, within a secret chamber of a manor outside Qingqing, Zihan Yue gazed at the map in her hands, a smile illuminating her face. "Young lady, the map has finally been completed. We should be able to return to the sect now," Xiaolon said from the side. Zihan Yue slowly rolled up the map and placed it into a prepared bamboo tube. Addressing Xiaolon, "Make another copy of the map and send it back to the sect. The original will remain with us." "Yes, I will take care of it at once," Xiaolon responded, taking the bamboo tube and departing the chamber. What is the current situation with the King of Slaughter? Zihan subsequently asked the man in black beside her. The news relayed indicates that the King of Slaughter has already shaken off the people from the esoteric sect in the Northern Pacification Office and is nearing Qingcheng. The man in black replied, returning to Qingcheng, is the King of Slaughter planning to take action against Bai Tianyu? Upon hearing this, Zihan brows slightly furrowed. Holy Maiden, are you worried? Bai Tianyu possesses considerable strength, yet he is certainly no match for the King of Slaughter. The man in black asserted. Bai Tianyu may not be the King of Slaughter's opponent, but he likely has others backing him. If the King of Slaughter were to kill Bai Tianyu, those behind him would undoubtedly reveal themselves. We have not yet departed Lingnan County. The presence of additional enemies only heightens our peril, Zihan declared. However, we cannot thwart the actions of the King of Slaughter. The man in black replied. In that case, once Xiaolan returns, we shall depart. Zihan spoke with a grave tone, wishing to avoid any unforeseen developments and thus desiring a swift exit. In Qingcheng, at the Jinfeng Shiyu building, Cheng Yang, clad in casual attire, was within the establishment. Master Bai, news has arrived from the county office. The left minister wishes to meet with the representative from your esteemed building. Tomorrow at noon, the meeting will take place at Wangyue Pavilion in the county office, Cheng Yang announced. He had not anticipated that the message would reach the left minister so quickly, resulting in an immediate request for a meeting with the people from Jinfeng Shiyu building. The timing has been confirmed so swiftly? Bai Tianyu's brow slightly furrowed. It appears the left minister is particularly concerned about this matter, which is certainly a positive development, Cheng Yang remarked. Then I shall notify the county office. Bai Tianyu nodded. Very well. I shall await good news from Master Bai. Cheng Yang sipped his tea and rose to take his leave. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. Bai Tianyu, within the building, adopted a piercing gaze as he appeared at the railing of the pavilion, his eyes fixed on the street below. The darkened street lay in complete silence. Yet an invisible aura of lethal intent permeated the air. Bai Tianyu raised his hand, grasping the long knife that hung on the wall, and leaped down to the street before the Jinfeng Shiyu building, his demeanor grave. Cheng Yang and Ling Tianhe approached the railing to peer down at the street. Ling Tianhe, the weakest among them, felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation in the charged atmosphere, his eyes instinctively turning to Cheng Yang. At that moment, Cheng Yang's expression was equally somber. The mere release of pressure from the approaching figure signified immense strength, prompting him to ponder the identity of the individual. Just then, an elderly man slowly stepped out onto the street. It was him. Upon recognizing the old man, Cheng Yang's gaze sharpened. The individual was none other than the Grandmaster of the Cold Moon sect, Lu Tianxing, who was currently being pursued by the secret sect and the Northern Patrol. Lu Tianxing of the Cold Moon sect. Ling Tianhe also recognized the figure, his demeanor tightening with anxiety. As one of the 4 Grandmasters of the Cold Moon sect, Lu Tianxing had been the subject of his recent investigations. He had provided information to the Northern Patrol, yet he never anticipated that Lu Tianxing would return to Qingcheng at this time. Bai Tianyu, wielding the long knife, stood resolutely on the street and declared, Lu Tianxing of the Cold Moon sect, I have awaited your arrival for a long time. As he spoke, an invisible force surged from Bai Tianyu, stirring the surrounding air. A silent, murderous aura spread across the street. A fierce battle intent ignited in his eyes. You think you can contend with me? Lu Tianxing's eyes narrowed as he coldly replied. In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards Bai Tianyu with astonishing speed. The atmosphere Bai Tianyu had just cultivated was shattered. Yet, Bai Tianyu was no slouch. Without hesitation, he swung his long knife, unleashing a blade of energy that shot forth, cleaving toward Lu Tianxing's figure. The blade's edge was sharp and swift, tearing deep gashes into the ground, a testament to its lethality. However, it wasn't merely the sharpness that was alarming. The speed of the strike was equally formidable. Lu Tianxing's eyes hardened as he unleashed a powerful punch. With a thunderous boom, a torrent of force erupted from his fist, crashing against Bai Tianyu's blade of energy like a tempest, shattering it before continuing its relentless advance toward Bai Tianyu. Seeing Lu Tianxing charging at him, Bai Tianyu raised his hand once more, delivering another strike. This time, the knife energy descended with the might of 1,000 rivers, enveloping the ground and Lu Tianxing in its formidable embrace. A resounding crash echoed through the air. The earth trembled, and dust swirled through the air. A figure soared from the haze, eyes glinting with a cold light, while robes billowed in the gusts. It was Lu Tianxing, who, upon his emergence, wore a sneer that spoke of disdain. Dark energy surged from within him like an unrelenting tide, and he extended his hand. Sky Demon Forest Palm. With a forceful strike, the palm energy surged forth like a crashing wave, hurtling directly toward Bai Tianyu. In response, Bai Tianyu drew his blade once more, the two forces colliding with a resounding impact. A visible shockwave erupted at the point of their clash. However, the blade's energy was soon shattered. Lu Tianxing's hand shot forward rapidly, prompting Bai Tianyu to retreat swiftly, narrowly avoiding the strike. I didn't expect you to possess some strength, but your power remains at the mid-stage of the soul refinement realm. How could you possibly contend with me? Lu Tianxing's gaze was piercing as he regarded Bai Tianyu, an aura of murderous intent enveloping him. Though he spoke dismissively, he held his opponent in considerable esteem. Chapter 89. The Bodhisattva of Secret Buddhism. The monk without self in a secret chamber, a black-clad man, gripping a sword, approached Zahanyu and reported, "The king of law has engaged Bai Tianyu." Upon hearing this news, Zahanyu's expression hardened. "Tell Xiaolan to expedite her actions. I must assess the situation." She rose to her feet, but after taking only a few steps, she halted abruptly. Speaking in a grave tone, "We may be under surveillance." The black-clad man beside her looked momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend her words. "We know that the king of law will strike at Bai Tianyu upon his return to Qingqing. Surely, the Northern Pacification Office and the sect of Secret Buddhism are aware of this as well. Perhaps they are deliberately tracking the king of law and are waiting for him here, and they might have already discovered our presence." Zahanyu analyzed thoughtfully. Upon hearing this, the sword-bearing man's expression darkened. "Saintus, allow me to investigate. You should prepare to exit via the secret passage." Zahanyu nodded as she watched him depart from the chamber. Within the manor, the sword-bearing man surveyed his surroundings, and suddenly, his demeanor shifted. He halted and spoke somberly. "Who goes there?" As his words fell, a figure clad in white swiftly entered the manor. The newcomer wore a white monk's robe and appeared quite youthful. However, upon seeing this individual, the black-clad man's expression changed dramatically. "The Bodhisattva without self of Qinglong Temple." Shock resonated in the voice of the sword-bearing man. "I did not expect Master Han to recognize this humble monk. You must be aware of my intentions. I implore the Saintus to come forth for a discussion." The young monk announced. "To see the Saintus, you must first pass through me. I am eager to witness the strength of the Bodhisattva without self, one of the three great disciples of Qinglong Temple." The black-clad man tightened his grip on his sword, an overwhelming sword intent emanating from him, laced with a palpable aura of killing intent, locking onto the monk before him. As the killing intent honed in on him, the monk's pupils constricted slightly. He could sense that the opponent had locked onto all his potential escape routes, the sword energy poised to strike at his vital points, ready to unleash at any moment. Swish! In an instant, the sword-bearing man's eyes flashed with brilliance, and then he moved, launching an attack against the monk known as Wu. His sword transformed into a radiant beam, enveloping the monk in a dazzling display of light, illuminating the estate amid the night. The monk, Wu, shifted his stance, raising his palm, from which a golden radiance emerged. As his hand met the sword light, a resounding clash echoed, reminiscent of metal striking metal. Following this, the sword light intensified, falling upon Wu like a torrential downpour. Wu moved like a shadow within this storm of sword light, his palm occasionally colliding with the beams, producing a symphony of ringing sounds amidst the deluge of blades. For a moment, the two were locked in a stalemate. Suddenly, the sword-wielding man retracted his previously dense sword energy, unleashing a chilling wave of sword intent that struck forth like a venomous serpent. "Vajra Prajna!" Wu shouted as a golden barrier manifested before him. The blade met the barrier with a forceful collision, causing cracks to appear, yet Wu had already retreated several steps, evading the sword's reach. "Vajra roar!" he bellowed, and a thunderous sound wave surged toward the sword-bearing man, creating a powerful blast of air that momentarily halted his advance. Seizing the opportunity, Wu executed the great Prajna palm, directing a forceful strike at the man. A tremendous wave of energy erupted from his palm, pressing against the surrounding air, rendering it suffocating. The sword-bearing man's gaze sharpened as he realized that this palm strike would seal his retreat. He understood that if he retreated now, a relentless barrage of follow-up strikes would descend upon him like a torrential storm. With a steely resolve, he chose not to evade, raising his hands to grip his sword, channeling all his inner strength into it. He then leaped forward, slicing through the air with a sword strike that transformed into a formidable beam aimed directly at Wu Wu's palm. With a thunderous impact, their forces collided, propelling both combatants backward. Regaining his footing, the sword-bearing man prepared to flee in another direction. However, just as he moved, a middle-aged monk clad in a brown robe appeared behind him. The monk's bronze skin radiated a fierce wave of power. Vajrasil. With a powerful push against the ground, the monk propelled himself toward the sword-bearing man like an arrow, striking with such swiftness and might that the air crackled with the sound of their clash. The sword-bearing man's expression hardened, and he immediately swung his sword in defense. With a resounding crash, the sword energy met the monk's palm strike, forcing the sword-bearing man to stagger back several steps. Qinglong Temple, Vajra Courtyard's commandment. The sword-bearing man exclaimed, his heart racing upon recognizing the newcomer. Hand him over to me. You pursue the Zihanyu, the middle-aged monk instructed. The monk without me cast a glance at the sword-bearing man before moving towards the individual who had just exited the secret chamber. However, the sword-bearing man would not allow them to depart. A surge of sword energy filled the air. With a leap, he unleashed a strike. The resulting sword chi transforming into a torrential rain of blades that enveloped the two. The monk without me was also assailed by the sword energy and could only turn back to defend against it. Seeking death, after blocking the attack, the middle-aged monk let out a fierce roar, a golden radiance enveloping him, as he charged towards the sword-bearing man like an indomitable diamond. The sword energy was dispersed by his onslaught, and he materialized before the sword-bearing man, both hands raised as if to support the heavens, and brought them crashing down upon the opponent. This is bad. The sword-bearing man sensed the immense force of the strike. He attempted to evade the blow, but the monk showed no signs of granting him reprieve. He was left with no choice but to withstand the attack. With a twist of his sword, he met the monk's fist with his blade. Boom! The ground beneath them shattered, the force of the collision sending tremors through his arm, which felt as if it might fracture. Crack! The bones of the sword-wielding arm splintered. Seeing this, the sword-bearing man retreated, switching the sword to his left hand. In an instant, he thrust the blade towards the opponent's throat like a flash of lightning, penetrating the incomplete shield of defense. At that moment, the middle-aged monk's expression shifted dramatically as he sought to block the strike. However, the speed of the sword energy was overwhelming, leaving him with the sensation of being unable to keep up. Just then, the monk Wu Wei, poised to step into the room, raised his palm, creating a force that pulled the middle-aged monk's body away, narrowly avoiding the strike. Yet, the sword-bearing man showed no signs of hesitation after his attack, continuing forward. The monk without me, with a swift motion, leaped out, his palm imbued with a powerful aura as he reached for the long sword. Meanwhile, the middle-aged monk, having evaded the blow, erupted with formidable energy, flipping his hands to summon a deep rumbling akin to thunder. Vajra thunder. After the monk without me blocked the strike, he unleashed a palm strike directly to the opponent's chest. Bang! The sword-bearing man was sent flying. Uffed! He spat a mouthful of blood. Chapter 90. The savage abyss of the three blades. The monk without me pushed open the door, his gaze scanning the surroundings in search of the switch to the secret chamber. After a while, the door to the secret chamber opened, but the figure of Zihanyu was already absent. After a brief search, he darted out of the chamber and into the courtyard. At that moment, the sword-bearing man had already succumbed to death, having severed his own life source after sustaining injuries. He had no desire to be captured by disciples of the Buddha and imprisoned within the demon tower. Where is the Buddha's child, that Zihanyu? The middle-aged monk inquired. She has escaped. It seems she had foreseen this and used others to block us. The saintess of the Cold Moon sect is indeed extraordinary. The monk without me replied. Should we not pursue the passage behind the secret chamber? The middle-aged monk asked, unable to contain his curiosity. In the underground chamber, 3 passageways lay concealed, their traces meticulously erased, making the search for her exceedingly arduous. Let us observe the battle between Lushenzing and Bai Tianyu, spoke the monk Wu Wei. With that, the 2 figures vanished within the manor. After a considerable time, a dark silhouette emerged within the estate, casting a glance at the lifeless body of the swordsman on the ground. With a sigh, the figure raised a hand, seizing the corpse. Stepping outside the manor, a swift motion from the hand created a pit in the earth, into which the body and sword were placed before swiftly departing. She, too, yearned to witness the clash between Lushenzing and Bai Tianyu. Meanwhile, outside the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower, Bai Tianyu and Lu Shenzing stood facing each other, following their initial exchange. Despite several encounters, Lu Shenzing failed to subdue Bai Tianyu, yet he had significantly drained Bai Tianyu's energy. If this battle continued, it was inevitable that Bai Tianyu would ultimately succumb. In the shadows, an elderly man and a monk clad in gray robes conversed. The elder was Pei Xiangxiu, the steward of Yanyu from the Northern Pacification Office, while the monk, adorned with a string of prayer beads that glimmered oddly in the moonlight, stood beside him. Indeed, Bai Tianyu's prowess is nearly on par with Lu Shenzing. Should we intervene? Inquired the old monk. There's no need. Bai Tianyu's origins are also remarkable. His aura reveals the mark of one who has long dwelled in a position of power. He is not as simple as we might assume. I am eager to see what transpires should he be vanquished by Lu Shenzing. Though he appears to be at a disadvantage, he still poses a threat. A mutual destruction would benefit us most, Pei Xiangxiu replied, his gaze fixed upon Bai Tianyu, eager to discern the latter's remaining tactics. With a resounding crash, the two combatants separated. Your energy is nearly depleted. Today, you shall meet your demise. Lu Shenzing laughed heartily. Should I perish, you may find escape impossible as well. There are eyes watching you, Bai Tianyu retorted coldly. I am aware of them. I dared to come precisely because I possess means of retreat, Lu Shenzing asserted. During their confrontation, he had sensed the presence of the two observers. Is that so? Then I shall take my chances and see if you can withstand these 3 strikes. The aura surrounding Bai Tianyu began to shift. Grasping his sword, a formidable energy manifested behind him, forming sinister shadows that exuded a chilling aura. With a fierce glint in his eyes akin to a demon from the depths of hell. What a formidable sword intent. Lu Shenzing's gaze sharpened. 3 strikes of Abhidharma. He was astonished that Bai Tianyu would employ such a technique. From the shadows, a figure scrutinized Bai Tianyu's rising energy, eyes narrowed in intrigue. Is that all you can muster for the first strike? The figure watched intently, astonished. Pei Xiangxiu and the old monk exchanged glances, both expressing surprise. 3 strikes of Abhidharma. Bai Tianyu possesses such a technique. The abyssal 3 blades technique is ruthless, primarily aimed at taking lives. Its fierce blade energy is formidable. Rarely can anyone withstand it. Moreover, Bai Tianyu himself is a master of the blade, and the power unleashed by his execution of the abyssal 3 blades is undeniably extraordinary. Lu Tianxing has encountered a formidable adversary. A smile appeared on Pei Xiangxiu's face. At that moment, 2 figures materialized beside them. The two, with grave expressions, watched the fierce battle unfolding on the street, their hearts racing. No gains, Pei Xiangxiu remarked. One has perished, and Zihanyu has fled. She must have already escaped. The monk Wu spoke solemnly. After speaking, his gaze remained fixated on Bai Tianyu in the street, particularly drawn to the overwhelming blade energy of his strike. At this moment, Bai Tianyu's aura surged, and the malevolent blade energy condensed and erupted, causing the already dim sky to darken further, as a chilling, merciless intent permeated the street. Opposite him, Lu Tianxing felt a shiver run through him as he sensed the icy aura surrounding him, locking onto his very essence. Should this blade descend, it would be utterly devastating. Lu Tianxing let out a low growl, and a frigid demonic energy enveloped him, his long hair billowing as his chi surged. In an instant, Bai Tianyu unleashed his blade. Lu Tianxing perceived a blinding flash before him, accompanied by a terrifying killing intent rushing towards him. It was swift, far too swift. In that moment, it seemed as though Lu Tianxing could not even muster the speed to raise his fist. He could only roar, and his internal energy surged forth in an attempt to counter the oncoming blade light. The clash of chi erupted as their energies collided, but Bai Tianyu's blade continued its relentless advance. At that moment, Lu Tianxing managed to catch up, raising his fist to strike. The collision sent Lu Tianxing staggering back several steps, his palm mangled and bloodied. His hand trembled as his gaze turned towards Bai Tianyu, only to find Bai Tianyu's aura escalating once more, preparing to unleash a second strike. His pupils constricted in response. In the shadows, the observing figure cloaked in black revealed a look of horror. How could he possess a second strike? The thought was unfathomable. How? The celestial demon's cold moon fist. Boom. Rather than retreat, Lu Tianxing charged forward, his silhouette a blur, the overwhelming chill of his energy crashing towards Bai Tianyu. At that moment, Bai Tianyu executed his second strike, which collided fiercely with Lu Tianxing's fist. The impact forced Lu Tianxing to his knees, and the tremendous force sent him sprawling. Dragging his knees across the ground, and leaving behind 2 long trails of blood. His striking hand was left in tatters, revealing fragments of bone, blood spilling profusely. A fresh gash appeared on his arm, twisting his face into a mask of agony. "Receive my 3rd blade." At this moment, Bai Tianyu's gaze turned icy as he regarded Lu Tianxing, intent on seizing the opportunity to eliminate him. Boom! The 3rd blade was unleashed. Aya! As the formidable Lu Shenzing was repelled, he let out a low growl, his aura of malevolence soaring into the heavens. His eyes, icy and resolute, focused on the ground beneath him. With a surge of strength, he propelled himself skyward, aiming a powerful strike at the 3rd blade that descended upon him. In Chapter 91, titled The Unrivaled Sect Master, Dugu Wudi, the 3rd blade unleashed a ferocious wave of energy, akin to a tempestuous tide, enveloping the very fabric of the realm. The overwhelming force of the blade cast a shadow of peril over the onlookers, instilling a palpable sense of dread. Lu Shenzing, positioned directly in the path of the strike, acutely sensed the impending danger. His palm collided with the blade's energy, only for it to shatter his defenses, allowing the blade's brilliance to continue its relentless advance. Following the blow, Bai Tianyu appeared to have expended all his strength, propping himself against the ground with his weapon to steady his form. Yet Lu Shenzing was once more sent hurtling away, crashing into the earth and leaving a profound mark in his wake. A grievous wound gaped at his chest, flesh torn and bone exposed, with crimson blood gushing uncontrollably from the gaping injury. With a cough, he expelled a mouthful of blood. In the shadows, a figure clad in black observed this scene before turning to depart. Given the severity of his injuries, escape would prove exceedingly difficult. Coughing up blood, Lu Shenzing managed to rise once more, his gaze fixed on the knife-wielding Bai Tianyu, his eyes brimming with resentment. He had never anticipated defeat at the hands of his adversary, nor had he envisioned such a fate. Despite the pain coursing through him, he glared fiercely at Bai Tianyu, declaring, "You are devoid of strength. If I approach you now, I can easily end your life. Is that so? Yet I beg to differ. I believe you lack the capability to kill me." Bai Tianyu replied with an air of calmness. "Are you implying the figures lurking in the shadows? They must be waiting for the moment I vanquish you before they strike." Lu Shenzing retorted coldly. "Them? I never mentioned them. Do you comprehend where you are? This is Qingcheng, a domain under the jurisdiction of my Jinfeng Shiyu building. Kill." At that moment, Ling Tianhe descended from the tower, issuing a low command. From the shops lining the streets, doors were shattered as dozens of figures emerged, brandishing their blades. Upon spotting Lu Shenzing, they hesitated not a moment and charged towards him. Witnessing this unfolding chaos, Lu Shenzing's expression shifted dramatically. In his moment of shock, a man suddenly rolled from the ground, his blade aimed at Lu Shenzing's feet with blinding speed. Reacting swiftly, Lu Shenzing shifted his feet. His fist coiled tightly as he aimed a punch at the man's head. However, the intensity of his movement tugged at his chest wound, causing a surge of pain that slowed his strike. At that instant, another knife-wielding assailant slashed towards his arm. With a thunderous clash, Lu Shenzing's energy surged through his arm, deflecting the blow. Yet the rolling assailant swiftly maneuvered, directing his blade towards Lu Shenzing's midsection with remarkable speed. In a flash, the blade glimmered, and Lu Shenzing emitted a cry of anguish. As he screamed, the other attackers converged upon him, their long knives raining down upon his body. Though remnants of his energy parried much of the onslaught, several deep cuts marred his flesh. The searing pain elicited a roar from him. However, the ground assault was relentless. With a single strike, the attacker did not relent but continued to advance toward the previous position of his foe. Surrounded by assaults, his energy had waned, and the blade's gleam shattered his remaining vigor, landing once more between his sides. The excruciating pain caused his body to crash to the ground, emitting a mournful cry. Yet, this lamentation garnered no sympathy, as he was soon met with the onslaught of dozens of long blades, which swiftly extinguished his breath. Observing this scene, the faces of the onlookers transformed dramatically. They could scarcely believe that the first-generation Law King of the Cold Moon sect had been brutally slain by mere low-level warriors. Such a fate for a once great master was unimaginable. Pei Xiangshu exchanged a glance with the old monk, sighing deeply as they descended into the street. They gazed at the mangled remains of Lu Shenzing, reduced to mere flesh and leaving only a head. Pei Xiangshu addressed Bai Tianyu, saying, "This Lu Shenzing is the Law King of the Cold Moon sect, a target we at the Northern Town Pacification Office have long pursued. We kindly request that you allow us to take his body back." Rest assured, the bounty for slaying Lishenzing will be delivered to you by tomorrow. And who might you be? Bai Tianyu inquired, disregarding the mention of the bounty and seeking the old man's name. I am Pei Xiangxiu, a counselor of the Northern Town Pacification Office, the elder replied, introducing himself. Very well, you may take the body, but ensure the bounty is delivered promptly. Bai Tianyu replied. Regarding Pei Xiangxiu, it was clear that the elder had waited for the opportune moment, hoping that Lishenzing would eliminate Bai Tianyu before they could act against him. However, they had underestimated his strength. Casting a glance at the bloodied remains of Lishenzing, Bai Tianyu commanded, take him away. At that moment, Ling Tianhe assisted Bai Tianyu as they returned to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Pei Xiangxiu observed Bai Tianyu's retreating figure, contemplated for a moment, then turned to leave with Lishenzing's head in tow. The following day, Su Chun rose from his bed, preparing to ascend to the main peak to elevate his rank to that of an inner disciple. Once he achieved this status, he would gain entry to the scripture repository to select 2 cultivation techniques. However, his primary motivation for visiting the repository was not merely for techniques, but to trigger rewards. Currently, he possessed 4 white lottery cards. He had drawn from these white cards numerous times, primarily acquiring basic elixirs, to obtain something exceptional. He would need a stroke of luck. The blue lottery card had, on its first use, drawn forth Bai Choufei. Perhaps on his second attempt, he might procure something equally extraordinary. Departing from his small courtyard, he made his way toward the main peak. The main peak was situated some distance from the Tianluo Peak. At the disciple hall of the main peak, the venue for the first-tier disciple assessment was stark and quiet. Although Su Chun had just reached the 5th level of the Mountain River Art, his internal energy had attained the late stage of the innate realm. By demonstrating this level of power, Su Chun could secure his place as an inner disciple. Inside the disciple hall, there was a palpable stillness, guarded by 2 individuals, an elder and a young man of similar age to Su Chun. The 2 were engaged in a game of chess. As Su Chun entered, neither the elderly man nor the young man cast a glance in his direction. On the table lay a blue crystal sphere. By infusing it with one's internal energy until it reached 1/3 of its capacity, one could ascend to the rank of a first-tier inner disciple. A hoary voice echoed in Su Chen's ears. He glanced at the 2 engaged in their game, but chose not to interrupt, instead making his way toward the blue crystal. After all, his knowledge of the game was limited, and he preferred to avoid any pretensions. Upon reaching the crystal sphere, he placed his palm upon it. A surge of energy flowed from his hand into the blue orb. Instantly, the sphere shimmered with light, pulsating several times before half of it was enveloped in a layer of power. Almost reaching the late stage of innate energy, he thought to himself, I should record this in the ledger and retrieve my first-tier inner disciple token from the nearby box. The old man's voice resounded once more in his ears. By becoming a first-tier inner disciple of the Shanhua sect, you temporarily secure your footing within the sect and are rewarded with 2 white lottery cards, granting you access to the character card of the invincible figure, Dugu Wudi. The character card of Dugu Wudi, the chief antagonist from the Heavenly Silkworm transformation. Su Chen recalled the information about Dugu Wudi. Name, Dugu Wudi, leader of the invincible sect in Heavenly Silkworm transformation, peak of the refining essence realm. Poised to break through to the realm of divine essence unity, practicing the techniques of Annihilation Demon Technique and Heavenly Demon Disintegration Method. Upon seeing this information, Su Chun felt a surge of excitement. The peak of the refining essence realm, on the brink of a breakthrough to divine essence unity. This power came as a timely boon for him. Do not linger in excitement. Hasten to register. The old man's voice urged him. Su Chun promptly inscribed his name and retrieved the first-tier inner disciple token from the box, proceeding toward the elderly man. Name, Su Chun, the Chen of Star. The old man reached out, grasping the token from Su Chen's hand. After a few swift motions, he returned the token to Su Chun, who, upon receiving it, noticed his name engraved upon it, a smile creeping onto his face. You may proceed to the scripture repository to select 2 manuals. After expressing his gratitude to the elder, Su Chun hurried towards the scripture repository. The landscape of Lingnan Prefecture was far more intricate than he had anticipated. Though the emergence of Dugu Wudi was a boon, it did not guarantee safety. Thus he resolved to thoroughly explore the repository. Soon, Su Chun arrived at the scripture repository, presenting his first-tier inner disciple token. He was greeted by a disciple on guard. Greetings, junior brother. In the repository, you may choose 2 manuals from the 1st and 2nd floors, with a time limit of 1 hour. Once selected, register them with me, and you will have 1 month to practice the chosen technique. Alternatively, you may select one manual now and return for another in 2 months. The disciple overseeing the repository stated. Understood. Su Chen nodded, entering the building. With only 1 hour at his disposal, he knew he must make the most of every moment. Subsequently, he perused a tome titled Tai E5 Elements Fist, but felt no reaction and set it aside. Upon reaching the 10th volume, he was met with a text named Rizhao Heart Sutra. A message appeared, discovered a unique body-refining martial art, rewarded with 3 white lottery cards. 3 white lottery cards. Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. When he discovered the Heavenly Frost Fist, he only received 2 cards. Could it be that the Rizhao Heart Sutra surpassed the Heavenly Frost Fist in strength? He opened it immediately. The body is like a furnace, capable of encompassing all things. The sun is the essence of heaven and earth, merging within the body, surpassing all creations. This was a technique for absorbing solar energy into one's being. The creator of this method had a remarkably audacious vision. However, on the first page, a cautionary note read, "Practicing this technique requires an exceptionally resilient physique. Otherwise, excessive yang energy may lead to explosive demise." The creator perished by this very method. He had essentially trained himself to death. Su Chen shook his head at this revelation. Yet, his formidable physique might allow him to cultivate this technique. Intrigued, he temporarily set the Rizhao Heart Sutra aside and continued his search, but found nothing on the first floor. With no discoveries there, he proceeded to the 2nd level. Upon entering, his gaze sharpened. The walls of the 2nd floor were adorned with various paintings. One particular image depicted a lone figure wielding a blade. As he focused intently on the painting, a vague silhouette emerged in his mind, one that struck with a single blow, causing the heavens to darken and rivers to split. It exuded an overwhelming dominance. Discovered the ultimate sword technique, Heaven and Earth 1/, rewarded with 3 white lottery cards, and Heaven and Earth 1/ cultivation experience imparted. Su Chen was astonished to receive not only lottery cards, but also the cultivation experience of the Heaven and Earth 1/. He immediately began to absorb the experience. Instantly, visions of himself diligently practicing the sword technique filled his mind, repetitively executing a single strike. Though seemingly mundane, the power of that strike steadily increased over time. Staring at the painting for too long can be quite exhausting. One risks mental fatigue, which can hinder recovery and potentially lead to lasting trauma. A man clad in a blue robe remarked beside him, bearing the insignia of a first-class inner disciple of the Mountain River sect. Su Chen was brought back to reality by his words. "I am Su Chen, grateful for your warning. May I ask your name?" "From Tian Luo Peak. I am Lu Qingyuan of the Tiancetang Academy. And you, Su disciple, where do you hail from?" "I too am from Tian Luo Peak. Assigned to the Tianxue Academy by the Internal Affairs Hall." Su Chen replied, "The Tianxue Academy. It seems you have not provided the Internal Affairs Hall with sufficient offerings. Hence your placement there," Lu Qingyuan said softly. "Indeed, I must seek more texts. I shall proceed to select my manuals now. Time is but 2 hours." Su Chen felt the urgency to uncover more treasures. "Very well," Lu Qingyuan nodded. Su Chen began his search, row by row. Observing Su Chen's determination, Lu Qingyuan watched closely. Lu Qingyuan wished to offer some advice, yet considering their differing paths of cultivation, he refrained from doing so. Discovering the Buddhist methods, particularly the Demo visualization technique, he was awarded 3 white lottery tickets. Unlike previous occasions, there were no additional rewards this time. Su Chen set aside the Buddhist techniques and continued his search. Subsequently, he triggered 3 more instances, acquiring 8 additional white lottery tickets, but no further rewards materialized. His gaze involuntarily drifted towards the 3rd floor corridor, contemplating the possibility of reaping some benefits if he could ascend. However, lacking the requisite level, he could not proceed. He resolved to return at a later time and opted for the 1st floor, directly selecting the Rizhao Heart Sutra, which would complement his physical cultivation techniques, enhancing his corporeal strength. After a disciple assisted Su Chen in registering, he began to document this scripture. Perhaps due to the merging of 2 souls, Su Chen felt his memory had significantly improved. Before long, he had transcribed the entire Rizhao Heart Sutra. He then returned to his small courtyard. Upon Su Chen's return, a servant disciple awaited him at the entrance. "Brother Su, someone has come from the mountain with a letter." The servant handed the letter to Su Chen, who opened it to find an invitation to the 3rd floor of the Tianxiang Pavilion. specifically the Shangyun Hall. Bai Choufei seeks me. It seems there are matters to discuss. After a brief glance at the letter, he tidied himself up and made his way down the mountain. Tiancetang Pavilion is one of the 3 major taverns in the county town. Inside a room, Bai Choufei stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing out at the street beyond the window. A series of knocks resounded on the door. Bai Choufei closed the window and turned to open the door, revealing a figure clad in black, wearing a conical hat, none other than Su Chun, who had emerged from the Shauna sect. I have seen the master. Bai Choufei greeted Su Chun with respect. What brings you here? Su Chun inquired. Master, the Tiancetang Hall will announce a collaboration with my Jin Feng Shiyu building in 2 days. Additionally, a letter has arrived from Qingqing stating that Lu Tianqing has perished, and the left minister of the county wishes to meet with me at the Wanhua Pavilion. While speaking, Bai Choufei handed a letter to Su Chun. Lu Tianqing is dead? Su Chun pondered, his mind swirling with questions. Upon opening the letter and reading its contents, a look of astonishment crossed his face. He had not anticipated that the king of the Cold Moon sect, Lu Tianqing, had met his end at the hands of another. How ironic. Chapter 93. Unity of Man and Sword featuring Lu Shang's sword and the undying dragon, Long Huishan. Lu Tianqing had indeed fallen, slain by the assassins dispatched by Jin Feng Shiyu building. It was likely that the Cold Moon sect would be stirred by this news, creating a significant uproar. However, since the event had transpired, Su Chun chose not to dwell on it. He would face whatever challenges arose. The Tiancetang Hall's Nalan Rongyan had agreed to collaborate, and they were likely facing considerable troubles themselves. Su Chun remarked, Nalan Rongyan has caught the attention of Li Mu Chun, the eldest son of the Li family. Moreover, the former head of the Tiancetang Hall likely fell victim to the hands of the Feng Hall. The Li family, the foremost clan in Lingnan County, with Li Mu Chun as their eldest son, is also the chief disciple of the Linghua Sword sect. Upon hearing this, Su Chun recalled some information about Li Mu Chun. This indeed poses a significant dilemma. Su Chun murmured softly. Have you made arrangements with the left minister of revenue? Su Chun inquired. It was agreed that we would meet at the Moonlit Pavilion at noon today. However, I have waited outside the left minister's residence all morning, and he has yet to make an appearance. Consequently, I did not proceed to the Moonlit Pavilion, Bai Choufei explained. It seems someone is plotting against you. Do you have any idea who it might be? I am currently investigating. However, once we collaborate with the Heavenly Strategy Hall, I must re-emerge. The officials in the prefecture will surely deduce that the matters concerning Qingsheng are linked to my Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. I fear they may take action against us, Bai Choufei remarked. Regardless of the circumstances, there will be those who will act against us. We shall confront them as they come, Su Chun replied coldly. Bai Choufei's emergence indeed signified many things. If the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion possesses clandestine power, then the events in Qingsheng are inextricably connected. They will undoubtedly target the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Contemplating this, Su Chun recalled the 20 white lottery cards he had recently acquired and decided to exchange 2 for blue lottery cards. The last time he used a blue lottery card, he had drawn Bai Choufei. If the blue lottery cards could yield characters, their strength would at least match that of Bai Choufei. He promptly drew the 2 blue lottery cards. The host has obtained the character experience card, Sword and Man United, Yagyu Ikamanji, valid for 1 day. And the character, Undying Divine Dragon, Long Huishan. Remarkable. Su Chun felt an exhilarating stroke of fortune today. Although the Yagyu Ikamanji was merely a character experience card, the prowess of the Undying Divine Dragon, Long Huishan, should be extraordinary. Yagyu Ikamanji, a master swordsman renowned for his ruthless sword techniques, had challenged the entire martial arts community of the Central Plains, showcasing formidable strength. The Undying Divine Dragon, Long Huishan, was among the illustrious figures in the ranks of the 4 great captains. He immediately began to investigate. Indeed, the introductions of both individuals filled Su Chun with delight. Approaching the pinnacle of the soul unification realm, the appearance of 3 such experts would certainly instill trepidation among the forces in Lingnan Prefecture. Let us see how they dare to underestimate us, Su Chun declared solemnly. The sudden emergence of 3 individuals, all nearing the soul unification realm, could certainly astound the adversaries regarding the might of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Sometimes, the unknown can be far more terrifying. Rest assured, I have made all necessary arrangements. Inform Nalan Rongyan of the Heavenly Strategy Hall that everything will be resolved, Su Chun instructed Bai Choufei. Master, do we truly have such experts on our side? Bai Choufei asked. 3 who are close to achieving soul unification, Su Chen replied. Then I shall make the necessary preparations. After this, all forces in Lingnan Prefecture will be made aware of the strength of our Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Bai Choufei's eyes sparkled with determination. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion in Lingnan Prefecture was entrusted to Bai Choufei. If they could vanquish the incoming adversaries, it would significantly bolster their standing among the local powers. I shall proceed to make the arrangements. With newfound confidence, the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion must adopt a more prominent presence in Lingnan Prefecture. After conversing for a while, Su Chen left the tavern. Bai Choufei ventured to the Tian's Hall, intending to confer with Nalan Rongyan regarding the construction of a building. Meanwhile, in another location, at the Northern Pacification Office of Lingnan Prefecture, Yin Yu scrutinized the report delivered by Pei Xiangxiu, his expression growing grave. Had something befallen his father? Noticing the change in Yin Yu's demeanor, Yin Duanshui inquired, "What is it?" Yin Yu handed the letter to Yin Duanshui, who, upon reading its contents, felt his pupils constrict and astonishment etched upon his face. Lu Tianqing has been slain, he exclaimed, hardly able to believe his own eyes. One of the 4 kings of the Cold Moon sect, Lu Tianqing, had met his end at the hands of an assassin from the Jinfeng Shiyu building. This revelation was indeed startling. Indeed, Lu Tianqing's demise was rather humiliating. However, it underscores the formidable nature of Bai Tianyu, who must possess substantial backing, for otherwise, he would not have dared to eliminate Lu Tianqing. The Jinfeng Shiyu building warrants our attention, Yin Yu stated solemnly. Father, I have been investigating the cause of third brother's death and suspect it may be linked to the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Yin Duanshui replied. On what grounds? Yin Yu queried, directing his gaze toward Yin Duanshui. The Jinfeng Shiyu building stands to gain the most from the situation in Qingqing. It seems improbable that their demise is unrelated to the Jinfeng Shiyu building, Yin Duanshui asserted. Yet, the Jinfeng Shiyu building lacks a motive to eliminate them. Yin Yu countered. Indeed, which is why I am conducting further inquiries. Yin Duanshui replied. Are there no other leads? Yin Yu asked, his tone grave. Another suspect is Su Chun from the Jinfeng Shiyu building. However, his strength is rather lacking, and he has already returned to the Shanhua Gate, Yin Duanshui explained. Su Chun, the son of the former master of the Jinfeng Shiyu building? Yin Yu mused. Yes, reports from Qingqing indicate that he, in his capacity as the master of the Jinfeng Shiyu building, solicited by Tianyu to eradicate the Lei family. Yet, merely holding the position of the master of the Jinfeng Shiyu building is insufficient to confront the forces of our prefecture, which is why I have refrained from taking action against him, Yin Duanshui remarked, his brow furrowed. When Pei Lao returns, let him assist you in the investigation, Yin Yu suggested. At that moment, a piece of news began to circulate throughout Lingnan Prefecture. Bai Tianyu had fiercely battled Lu Tianqing, one of the 4 kings of the Cold Moon sect, severely wounding him before dispatching an assassin to slay Lu Tianqing. This news spread rapidly, perhaps fueled by those with ulterior motives, quickly reaching every corner of the prefectural city. In the Yang family, along with Qin Lin, the head of the Qin family, and Shui Tianhe, the deputy leader of the Blood Flag sect, the 3 convened, their expressions grave. Has the other party detected something? Qin Lin spoke in a low tone. It's difficult to ascertain. Perhaps it relates to Bai Tianyu's confrontation with Lu Tianqing. Yang Mao remarked. I never anticipated Bai Tianyu would possess such strength. To confront Lu Tianqing directly and have Lu Tianqing meet his end in Qingcheng is indeed tragic. This could prove advantageous for us. With Lu Tianqing dying in such a humiliating manner in Qingcheng, how could the Cold Moon sect refrain from retaliating against Bai Tianyu? Yang Mao concluded. This can undoubtedly allow them to take the lead against the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, probing into its depths. Yang Mao continued. Chapter 94. Collaborating to create chaos. Zihanyue, Nalan Rongyan. Upon hearing Yang Mao's words, the other 2 fell into contemplation. Are you suggesting that we remain passive and observe the developments? After a moment of reflection, Shui Tianhe inquired. Not merely to watch, but to act when an opportunity arises, Yang Mao replied. At that moment, a servant entered, carrying an invitation. Master, this invitation has been sent from the Tiancetang. The servant handed the invitation to Yang Mao. Tiancetang? They are sending me an invitation. Could it be that Nalan Rongyan is to wed Li Mukin? Yang Mao mused, opening the invitation with some confusion. His expression soon darkened. Noticing the change in Yang Mao's demeanor, Qin Lin and Shui Tianhe exchanged puzzled glances. You should have received a similar invitation. Yang Mao handed the invitation to Qin Lin. Both Qin Lin and Shui Tianhe's expressions shifted as they glanced at the contents of the invitation. No wonder Bai Choufei did not come. It seems they have taken control of Tiancetang. However, isn't Nalan Rongyan under Li Muqin's protection? How could she collaborate with the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion? Qin Lin spoke gravely. Li Muqin not only desires to possess her, but also aims to seize Tiancetang. How could Nalan Rongyan allow this? Yang Mao posited. It is likely that she seeks to detach herself from Li Muqin by leveraging the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, and has probably reached some form of agreement with them. In that case, the formation of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion in 2 days will surely be quite eventful. The Bai Choufei mentioned in this invitation must be the representative of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion in the county. Shui Tianhe's eyes sparkled with intensity. Is there any doubt? We shall present them with a grand gift. The collaboration between the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion and Tiancetang signifies that they are no longer aligned with the left minister. Our actions will go unchallenged. Perhaps we shall not be the only ones taking action. I will reach out to Heifeng Tang and Bai Yunxian. The partnership between the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion and Tiancetang poses the greatest threat to them. They will have no choice but to unite to avoid being consumed. By the way, based on prior circumstances, we deduced that the deaths of Qin Hao and Tian Han were at the hands of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Do you think Yin San Shao might also have been slain by them? Regardless of whether he was or not, we must direct the blame towards them. It is rumored that Yin Duanshui is investigating this matter. I will meet with him. Qin Lin spoke solemnly. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with malice. With such a formation, how could the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion establish a foothold in Lingnan County? Tiancetang, within a pavilion. Chibo stood before Nalan Rongyan, his expression grim. Miss, the invitations have been dispatched. I have received intelligence indicating that the Yang family, Qin family, and Blood Flag sect are preparing to ally with Heifeng Tang and Bai Yunxian to take action together. Furthermore, they intend to implicate the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion in Yin Shu's death, seeking to incite the Northern Pacification Bureau to act against them. As Kyber spoke, beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. The alliance of so many formidable forces was indeed daunting. Upon hearing this, Nalan Rongyan's expression grew grave. Transmit this information to Bai Choufei and see what his thoughts are, she instructed. Any one of these factions possesses the capability to suppress the current Tiansu Hall. Thus it falls upon Bai Choufei and his allies to resolve this matter. She firmly believed that Jin Feng Shiyu Lu would regard this situation with the utmost seriousness. Should the establishment of Jin Feng Shiyu Lu fail this time, the prospect of reopening would become exceedingly difficult. Kyber nodded and turned to leave. After the elder departed, Nalan Rongyan slowly rose, her gaze drifting toward the exterior of the building. Kyber had inadvertently revealed a crucial detail, the death of Lu Tianxing, one of the 4 law kings of the Cold Moon sect, at the hands of others in Qingcheng, a matter of profound disgrace. The Cold Moon sect would undoubtedly take action. Bai Choufei, I am eager to witness how you will confront such a multitude of forces. If you manage to endure, Jin Feng Shiyu Lu will ascend to become one of the preeminent powers in Lingnan County. However, should you falter, not only will your faction vanish, but Tiansu Hall will follow suit. The stakes are alarmingly high, Nalan Rongyan murmured softly. Before long, Kyber returned, accompanied by a figure cloaked in black, their face concealed. Upon seeing this person, Nalan Rongyan's expression sharpened. Fu Bo, evacuate all individuals surrounding the building. She commanded. Understood. Kyber replied, bowing slightly before departing. After his exit, Nalan Rongyan closed all the windows. Inside, the cloaked individual removed their black robe, revealing the visage of Zi Hanyue. You appear quite travel-worn. Have you journeyed overnight from Qingcheng? Nalan Rongyan remarked. Indeed, I have come directly from Qingcheng. Zi Hanyue confirmed. It is ill-advised for you to be here. My location has drawn attention. Nalan Rongyan cautioned. No matter, I trust in my ability to leave unscathed. If you lack such capability, you would not be Nalan Rongyan. Zi Hanyue replied, gazing intently at her. Are you here merely to pay me compliments? I wish to know why you have allied with Jin Feng Shiyu Lu, Nalan Rongyan inquired. There was no choice. I too wish to take a gamble. Surely, the Cold Moon sect will not dispatch any high-ranking experts, she probed further. I can assure you, the first of the 4 Law Kings is coming. He was originally intended for Qingcheng, but with your news emerging, I am certain he will come here instead. Zi Hanyue disclosed. The first Law King. Does he not fear an ambush from the Northern Pacification Division? Nalan Rongyan questioned. Lu Tianxing's head lies with the Northern Pacification Division. If they wish to avoid escalating tensions, they will refrain from taking action. Moreover, the Northern Pacification Division may also target Jin Fengshiyu Lu. Are you certain you wish to stake everything on this gamble? You have never been one to act impulsively, Zi Hanyue observed, scrutinizing Nalan Rongyan. With no options left, Li Mukin not only desires to possess me, but also seeks to acquire the Celestial Strategy Hall. While the Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Pavilion merely aims for the Celestial Strategy Hall, they have no interest in my person. Moreover, even if Li Mukin were to gain both me and the Celestial Strategy Hall, he would not seek vengeance on my behalf. However, Bai Choufei has expressed his willingness to assist in my quest for retribution. Furthermore, do you truly believe that the Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Pavilion has not considered these factors? Their decision to open their establishment at this juncture must surely be accompanied by careful preparation, Nalan Rongyan remarked. It seems she is well informed about the Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Pavilion. Thus, I have come to the right place, as I yearn to learn more about their circumstances. Upon hearing this, Zi Hanyue spoke up, for this was also the purpose of her visit. As for my knowledge, I am not well versed in the affairs of the Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Pavilion. I have only met Bai Choufei twice. If you wish to investigate, you may seek him out. However, I advise you to bring at least one mid-stage spirit refinement expert with you. Otherwise, you may find yourself in grave danger, Nalan Rongyan cautioned. Chapter 95. The Armory of Tiancetang Academy, True Martial Might of the Mountains and Rivers. Upon hearing Nalan Rongyan's words, Zi Hanyue's expression sharpened. Is Bai Choufei truly so bloodthirsty? Indeed, he possesses a fierce killing intent, and he is known for his ruthless strikes. Should you approach him, it is likely he may turn his hand against you, Nalan Rongyan warned. What of Bai Choufei's prowess? Zi Hanyue was keenly interested in this aspect. I cannot ascertain the specifics of his strength, but I do know that Qin Shun of the Qin family and Wu Ming of the Blood Banner sect both met their demise at his hands. Nalan Rongyan replied solemnly. Bai Choufei is the master of that path? Upon hearing this, surprise flickered across Zi Hanyue's face. Qin Shun and Wu Ming were slain en route to Qingqing. Many have speculated as to the identity of their assailant. Who would have thought it was a member of the Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Pavilion? However, this seems somewhat contrary to their interests, does it not? Zi Hanyue pondered, unable to grasp why Bai Choufei would wish to eliminate Qin Han and his companions. Although the Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Pavilion may be formidable, it seems unnecessary to provoke the various powers of the prefecture. I am uncertain of the specifics. Perhaps it was merely to elevate the reputation of the Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Pavilion, Nalan Rongyan suggested. Reputation? That seems implausible. Zi Hanyue shook her head in disbelief. In this world, strength naturally leads to fame. There is no need to slay members of the Qin family or the Blood Banner sect. Then it must be that the multitude of forces within the prefecture prompted the Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Pavilion to seek a share of the power, necessitating the removal of certain factions, Nalan Rongyan posited. Upon hearing her words, Zi Hanyue remained silent. Their conjectures were merely speculation. The truth would reveal itself in time. Can you arrange for me to meet Bai Choufei? Zi Hanyue gazed at Nalan Rongyan. That is truly unfeasible. I genuinely fear for your safety should he act against you, for I lack the means to rescue you. Nalan Rongyan's expression was resolute. It is permissible to divulge some information to Zi Hanyue, as these matters will inevitably come to light. However, facilitating a meeting with Bai Choufei appears to be too perilous. If you cannot accompany me, then please assist in scheduling an appointment with Bai Choufei to ascertain whether he is willing to meet with me, Zi Hanyue requested. I can assist you with that. This time, Nalan Rongyan did not refuse. The two engaged in a brief conversation before Zi Hanyue departed through the secret passage of the estate. The Tiance Hall is currently under much scrutiny. Had Zi Hanyue exited through the main entrance, she would undoubtedly have drawn intense attention. Meanwhile, Su Chun took his leave from Bai Choufei, while Duga Wudi and Lung Huishan remained with him. The news of Bai Choufei opening the Jin Fengshiyu Tower in the county has already spread, and it is certain that many will direct their gaze toward him. This could lead to potential probing. However, with Duga Wudi and Lung Huishan by his side, the chances of unforeseen circumstances were mitigated. In a concealed corner, Su Chun changed back into his own attire and made his way toward the Shanhua Gate. On his way back, Su Chun contemplated the necessity of acquiring a sword. Lu Xingyijian is a master swordsman, and having obtained the experience card for Lu Xingyijian, he realized that he could not proceed without a sword, and it must be of good quality. Speaking of swords, his thoughts turned to the Li family. The Li family of Lingnan County is said to possess countless swords, and there are rumors of a sword concealment peak hidden in the mountains behind their estate. The Li family is renowned as the foremost clan in Lingnan, not only for their skill in sword forging, but also for the exceptional swordsmanship inherent in their lineage. Otherwise, Li Mukin would not have become the esteemed disciple of the Lingyue sword sect. It seemed somewhat late to visit the Li family for a sword now. Su Chen shook his head. If only he had a reinforcement card. With it, he could purchase an ordinary long sword and enhance it to obtain a remarkable weapon. Unable to devise a better plan, he decided to return to the Shanhua Gate, preparing to revisit the main peak's scripture pavilion the following day to utilize his second opportunity to select a technique, hoping to uncover additional skills and reap some benefits. On his way back to his small courtyard, Su Chun encountered Qi Linger from the Tiancetang courtyard. Upon seeing Su Chun, her eyes lit up, and she approached him, saying, "I have a task for you. Would you be willing to take it on?" Su Chun had no desire to undertake any task and was about to decline. However, before he could shake his head, Qi Linger continued, "The armory of the Tiancetang courtyard requires someone to manage it. Since you enjoy studying martial arts manuals, how about you take on this responsibility? I entrusted this task to you because I find you suitable for it." Surprised by such a fortunate opportunity, Su Chen paused, realizing that while he had only one chance to visit the scripture pavilion at the main hall, overseeing the armory would grant him access to its martial arts literature. He would surely trigger some manuals and earn rewards. "Are you unwilling?" Qi Linger inquired, noticing his hesitation. "Of course, I am willing," Su Chen quickly replied, eager not to miss this opportunity. "Excellent. Here is the key to the armory. You may start tomorrow, and visiting every few days is acceptable, but do try to go at the beginning of the month." Qi Linger handed him a key from her pocket. "We each have a key, should you be unavailable. I will assist with any matters that arise in your absence." With that, Qi Linger waved goodbye and departed. Holding the key, Su Chen did not pause and directly headed towards the armory. After Su Chen departed, Qiu Linger returned, gazing at his receding figure, murmuring, "The young lady has placed a supreme martial art within the armory. I wonder if you will succeed in mastering it." In truth, Qiu Linger felt a tinge of doubt, as she could not discern any extraordinary martial talent in Su Chen. Meanwhile, Su Chen, with the key in hand, returned to Tiancetang courtyard, making his way straight to the armory. Upon entering, he began his investigation. However, at the spot where he had discovered the Tian Shuang fist the day before, there lay an additional set of martial arts. Su Chen picked up the manual, his gaze sharpening. The technique was named Shan He Zhen Wu Jin. Upon opening it, he found only the first 3 tiers. Discovered the supreme martial art of Shan He sect, the first 3 tiers of Shan He Zhen Wu Jin. Reward, 2 white lottery cards. At the revelation of this information, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. This martial art had certainly not been present yesterday. It had appeared there today, and Qiu Linger had entrusted him with the management of the armory. Clearly, this manual was intended specifically for him. After committing the first 3 tiers to memory, he returned the tome to the shelf. 2 hours later, Su Chen emerged from the armory, having acquired 4 additional white lottery cards, bringing his total to 6. In high spirits, he returned to his small courtyard and entered his dwelling to commence his training. This time, he focused on the King Kong mixed origin technique and the King Kong demon splitting body. The enhancement of his external skills and physical body was progressing at an accelerated pace. He swallowed a Qi blood pill, allowing it to merge within him, and continued to execute the King Kong mixed origin technique. The internal energy coursed through him, quickening the flow of his blood, which surged forth like a molten tide. This torrent of Qi and blood was as scorching as magma, subtly raising the temperature in his small room. The path of cultivation must not be interrupted. He continued to consume pills to bolster his physical form and blood vitality. With the continuous refinement and ingestion of the pills, Su Chen's power steadily ascended. Based on this Qi blood strength and physical prowess, a martial artist at the early stage of the spirit refinement realm could not breach his defenses. After a time, Su Chen exhaled gently. The cultivation of physical techniques was indeed progressing more swiftly. However, the Qi blood pills he had purchased earlier were nearly depleted, and he would need to procure more soon. Cultivation was exceedingly draining on resources. Glancing at the meager supply of Qi blood pills in his storage ring, he could not help but sigh. Subsequently, he focused his mind on the 6 white lottery cards. With the immediate threat of lacking skilled practitioners alleviated, he decided to draw from the 6 cards. With a thought, the 6 white lottery card numbers vanished. Acquired 1 basic enhancement card. 100 bottles of intermediate chi blood pills, 30 bottles. 30 bottles of intermediate chi energy pills, 30 bottles. 1 martial arts infusion card, 30,000 taels of silver. An innate internal energy for 5 years. He directly integrated the 5 years of innate internal energy into his body, and a tremendous surge of energy manifested within his dantian. The currents of energy surged within him like a tidal wave. The force was as fierce as the tide, yet it did not harm Su Chen's meridians, as if it were a natural manifestation within him. Though the energy appeared tempestuous, it possessed a gentle elegance. Once the energy fully integrated into his being, a flicker of consciousness stirred within him, as if he had touched a certain shackle. Boom! That shackle was released, and his awareness seemed to expand, allowing him to sense the flow of energy around him. Refining the spirit, also known as perception, enables one to attune to the energies of heaven and earth. Prior to this refinement, one relied on medicinal pills and the innate energy produced within. However, post-refinement, one could sense the energies of the universe, thus absorbing their power to aid in personal cultivation. In truth, the white lottery card may correspond more closely to my current cultivation status. Su Chen took a moment to calm his excited heart and recalled the technique of the mountain river true martial arts. Judging by the circumstances surrounding its emergence, it should have been released by Murong Qingqian of the Heavenly Snow Academy. If he wished to continue reaping benefits from the mountain river sect steadily, he needed to make a display of his capabilities. Thus, he aimed to successfully cultivate the first layer of the mountain river true martial arts, perhaps using this as an excuse to break through to the refining spirit realm in such a short time. The first layer of the mountain river true martial arts requires the condensation of true martial energy, which is the Xuanwu. Once the Xuanwu is fully condensed, the first layer will be complete. As Su Chen practiced the mountain river true martial arts, he suddenly noticed all the energy within him flowing toward his dantian, as if feeding off the mountain river's energy. Surprised by this phenomenon, Su Chen felt a jolt. The most renowned technique of the mountain river sect is the mountain river skill. Yet the energy cultivated from this skill serves as nourishment for the mountain river true martial arts. How could this not astonish Su Chen? Outside the small courtyard, a figure observed intently, sensing a fluctuation in energy. Upon returning to train, perhaps the young lady did not misjudge you after all. The figure was Kai Wei, a companion of Murong Qingqian. Suddenly, her expression changed, for deep within Su Chen's courtyard, a low, resonant growl emerged. How could he have condensed the true martial energy and completed the first layer so swiftly? This matter must be reported to the young lady immediately. With a flash, Kai Wei departed quickly. Meanwhile, Su Chen sensed the transformation within his dantian. At that moment, a vague shadow appeared within, resembling the Xuanwu. Although the shadow had been successfully cultivated, all the mountain river energy within him had been consumed. He needed to ingest a few innate pills to restore his energy. Thankfully, he had previously drawn some innate pills. Otherwise, it would take considerable time for him to recover. Su Chen shook his head. This should suffice to deal with Murong Qingqian and provide him with an excuse to step into the refining spirit realm. In the mountain river sect, entering the refining spirit realm would allow one to become an elder disciple. However, Su Chen had little interest in being an ordinary elder disciple of the mountain river sect. After all, the figures he had summoned were far superior to these elders, who were unworthy of comparison. Certainly, if it involves the esteemed elders of the mountain river sect or the vice sect leader, Su Chen would certainly be inclined. Such an association would elevate his standing within the sect, thereby increasing his opportunities for advantage. Meanwhile, Kai Wei returned to the Tianxue courtyard. Miss, Su Chen has successfully cultivated the first layer of the mountain river true martial art. Upon hearing this, the previously composed Murong Qingqian displayed a slight reaction. It appears he has mastered the mountain river techniques more adeptly than we anticipated. With the completion of the first layer, the subsequent layers will pose little challenge for him. In due time, I shall present him with the fourth layer. Should he accomplish the fourth layer, I may seek an audience with my master to request that Su Chen be accepted as a disciple. Miss, you hold him in such high regard. Do not underestimate him. The news from Qingqing indicates that members of the Qin, Yang, and Yin families have perished there. He is likely a key participant in this affair and has survived. which is no trivial feat, Mu Rong Qingshan articulated. Unbeknownst to her, it was Su Qin's formidable strength that had resolved these matters. By the way, news has arrived from the capital indicating that the Lingue Sword sect has obtained clues regarding the Golden Plum Vase. Please investigate this matter further, Mu Rong spoke softly. The Golden Plum Vase. Kai Wei's face displayed astonishment. Miss, how could the Lingue Sword sect have knowledge of such a treasure? Could there have been a mistake made by those in the capital? It is unlikely. The vice leader of the Lingue Sword sect, Li Luoxue, is currently in the residence of Minister Kai in the capital. It is rumored that the minister himself is in attendance. Without a significant matter, how would Li Luoxue merit such an audience? Mu Rong Qingshan stated. Understood. I shall proceed with the investigation immediately. Kai Wei responded with a courteous bow before departing. The emergence of the Golden Plum Vase in the already tumultuous Lingnan prefecture is likely to incite even greater chaos, Mu Rong Qingshan sighed. At that moment, in the county town, a portrait and details of Bai Choufei were released, including his slaying of the bloodbanner sects Wu Ming and the Qin family's Qin Shun. Many within the county government had been closely monitoring Bai Choufei, as he was anticipated to be the one to inaugurate the Jin Feng Shiyu building. Yet he had not appeared. However, with such news now publicized, the reputation of both the Jin Feng Shiyu building and Bai Choufei soared within the Lingnan prefecture. Within the Tiansu Hall, Nalan Rongyan stood alongside Bai Choufei on a cool terrace, overlooking an artificial waterscape. Master Bai, are you not concerned that someone may come to eliminate you? Nalan Rongyan inquired. This information had been disseminated by Bai Choufei himself through the Tiansu Hall, leaving her puzzled about his intentions. If anyone seeks their demise, I would gladly assist them on their journey, Bai Choufei replied nonchalantly. Clearly, Master Bai has made ample preparations. I have a friend who wishes to meet you, Nalan Rongyan declared. Who might that be? The holy maiden of the Cold Moon sect, Zihanyue. Upon hearing her mention Zihanyue, a flicker of surprise crossed Bai Choufei's face. In our esteemed city of Qingcheng, the renowned Jinfeng Shiyu Tower has recently slain Lixingxing. She wishes to meet me. Does she not fear that I might take her life? Bai Choufei spoke. The specifics of the matter elude me. She merely expressed her desire to see you. However, I have gleaned that the foremost fog of the Hanyu sect is en route to Lingnan County, revealed Nalan Rongyan. The first Fawag of the Hanyu sect, Mo Wanjia, is coming to Lingnan County. Recently, Ling Tianhe has also been gathering intelligence regarding the Hanyu sect, which is how Bai Choufei learned of Mo Wanjia's identity. Chapter 97. The Plan of Yen Yu, the Skeleton Mountain Man. Mo Wanjia's prowess is said to be nearing the unity of divine spirit. Nalan Rongyan scrutinized Bai Choufei, hoping to discern any change in his expression. Yet, Bai Choufei remained unperturbed. Should he make a move, his demise would be inevitable. Therefore, there is no need to test me further. If that Zahanyu wishes to see me, I shall wait for her here. Bai Choufei turned to Nalan Rongyan and stated. Nalan Rongyan's words were, in truth, an attempt to probe the depths of Bai Choufei and Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. Bai Choufei despised such probing, thus issued a direct warning. At this moment, Nalan Rongyan's mind was in disarray, primarily due to Bai Choufei's assertion that should Mo Wanjia act, he would surely perish. What emboldened Mo Wanjia to venture alone into the vastness of Lingnan County was his unwavering confidence in his own strength. Yet, upon realizing the opponent's capabilities, Bai Choufei remained undaunted. After calming her thoughts, she said, I shall inform Zahanyu. Nalan Rongyan offered a slight bow before departing the courtyard, leaving Bai Choufei with a sense of curiosity about Zahanyu's intentions. Given the profound enmity between Jinfeng Shiyu Tower and the Hanyu sect, the prospect of a meeting with an adversary piqued his interest. Meanwhile, at the North Town Pacification Office, Yin Duanshui was listening to reports from his subordinates. His gaze fixed upon a portrait of Bai Choufei, his expression grave. It was indeed unexpected, yet not entirely surprising that Bai Choufei of Jinfeng Shiyu Tower was responsible for the deaths of Qin Shun and Wu Ming. This meant Bai Choufei was present in Qingxing at the time. Qin Shun and his companions had been investigating the cause of Qin Tianhan's death, indicating a connection between the black-clad assailant who killed Qin Tianhan and Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. Reports from within the valley suggested that this black-clad figure could very well be the one who murdered my third brother. Consequently, it appears that my brother met his end at the hands of Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. Contemplating this, a surge of energy coursed through his palm, shattering the portrait. You may leave now. Yin Duanshui waved his hand. The subordinate bowed and exited the room. Yin Duanshui then proceeded towards the main hall. Upon reaching the hall, he found Yin Yu conversing with Pei Xiang. Noticing Yin Duanshui's arrival, Yin Yu remarked, "It seems you also believe that the people of Jinfeng Shiyu Tower are responsible for your brother's death." Indeed, based on the current information, my brother's demise is undeniably linked to Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. Father has decreed that Jinfeng Shiyu Tower will open its doors the day after tomorrow. I shall lead a force to eradicate it, Yin Duanshui declared. Matters are not as simple as you presume. The source of this information remains uncertain. Acting recklessly may render us mere pawns in another's game. Contact the Yang family, the Qin family, and the Blood Flag sect. Are they not planning to open a building? It would be an opportune moment to present them with a splendid gift. Yin Yu spoke in a deep tone. My son, I understand. I shall arrange a meeting with them, Yin Duanshui replied. Very well, father. I shall attend to this matter promptly. Without further delay, he exited the hall. His eagerness in handling affairs is still evident. Engaging in esoteric practices will serve to temper his temperament. What is your opinion of the Jinfeng Shiyu building? After Yin Duanshui's departure, Yin Yu inquired of Pei Xiangxiu. The Jinfeng Shiyu building is quite formidable. Bai Tianyu's strength exceeds my expectations. The forces backing him must be extraordinary. However, I now find myself regretting that had I known of the connection between the third young master's demise and the Jinfeng Shiyu building, I should have struck when Bai Tianyu's energy was depleted. Pei Xiangxiu replied. Neither of us anticipated this. The power behind the Jinfeng Shiyu building is perplexing. From the current situation, it appears they intend to establish a foothold in Lingnan County. Yet, having offended so many factions, how can they secure their position? Yin Yu expressed his confusion. Perhaps they are sufficiently powerful. Their strength allows for such audacity, Pei Xiangxiu contemplated. Unable to conceive of any other explanation, Yin Yu's gaze sharpened at Pei Xiangxiu's words. Keep a close watch on Duanshui. Let the Yang family probe the situation. Additionally, we have received intelligence that the first law king of the Cold Moon sect, Mo Wanjia, is coming to the county. He may be here for the Jinfeng Shiyu building, or perhaps for the head of Lu Tianqing. Expedite the delivery of Lu Tianqing's head to the capital to secure my merits. Inform our people to refrain from focusing on Mo Wanjia and the Jinfeng Shiyu building. The grudge against those who dared to harm my son cannot go unpunished. What is the status of the White Bone Mountain Man's medication in the dungeon? Yin Yu turned and asked, his eyes glinting with a cold light. His consciousness has been controlled. Should he unleash his full strength, his combat prowess should rival that of Mo Wanjia. My lord, perhaps we can let him take action for a test, Pei Xiangxiu suggested. Very well. Let the White Bone Mountain Man deliver a grand gift to the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Yin Yu replied coldly. I shall make the arrangements immediately. Pei Xiangxiu bowed and exited the hall. Meanwhile, Su Chun of the Mountain River sect was unaware of the happenings in the county. He had been engrossed in his training for an entire day. At this moment, he held an ordinary longsword, preparing to enhance it and see to what degree he could strengthen this blade. The reason for choosing an ordinary longsword was primarily due to acquiring a basic enhancement card, which he intended to use directly on this sword. Enhancement target, ordinary longsword. As the enhancement card dissolved, the ordinary longsword was enveloped in a peculiar power. It seemed as if the blade was being reforged. After a few breaths, the strange energy dissipated, and the enhancement was complete. Su Chun inspected the strengthened ordinary longsword, which now radiated a chilling gleam, imparting an impression of sharpness. Of course, it still paled in comparison to his own rainfall blade. Nevertheless, this sword should suffice for his needs. As the time approached for the acquisition of the enhancement card, Su Chun contemplated that he would soon reach the level of mastery. He sheathed his longsword and stored it within his dimensional ring, resuming his cultivation. The following day, he would descend the mountain to see who might take action when the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion opened its doors. Su Chun felt a surge of excitement and anticipation. Eager to utilize the experience card for the Yagyu sword, to grasp the essence of the unity of man and sword, and to draw closer to the strength of those who have achieved the merger of spirit and soul. Suddenly, a knock resonated from outside his courtyard. Su Chun stepped out and opened the door, finding a messenger at the threshold. Senior Brother Su, a letter for you. The messenger handed him a missive. Curious about the identity of the sender, Su Chun opened the letter to discover it was from Lu Wumei, who had recently entered the Spirit Refinement realm and become the deputy master of the Changhen Palace in Lingnan Prefecture. She invited Su Chun to visit her at his convenience. Having entered the Spirit Refinement realm, perhaps I should also make a visit to the Changhen Palace and see if I can uncover something beneficial. The more opportunities, the better. Su Chen mused, resolving to find time to meet Lu Wumei. Chapter 98. Lu Wumei appears, clearing the path in the Chonghen Palace branch of Lingnan Prefecture. Lu Wumei reclined on a jade bed, adorned in palace attire that elegantly revealed her collarbone and shapely legs, an alluring sight. Nearby, her senior brother, Lu Wuhui, gazed at her with a hint of admiration in his eyes. Lu Wumei, our master has sent word instructing us to investigate the Lingue sword sect to ascertain the whereabouts of the golden plum vase. What are your thoughts on this matter? Lu Wumei inquired. This situation seems rather suspicious. Li Luoshui has gone to the capital to meet Kai Jing, supposedly to deliver the autumn mountain falling leaves painting. Yet now, the news circulating pertains to the golden plum vase. I cannot shake the feeling that something is amiss. Given the recent turmoil in Lingnan Prefecture, if this information spreads, the Lingue sword sect may find itself under siege. It appears someone is targeting them, Lu Wuhui remarked gravely. This does not concern us. We must focus on our own tasks. We have been instructed to investigate, and that is precisely what we shall do. Are you suggesting we defy our master's orders? Lu Wumei countered, her gaze fixed on Lu Wuhui. Junior sister, how could I ever defy our master's orders? I will arrange for individuals within the Lingue sword sect to conduct an inquiry. The day after tomorrow, the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion is set to open, and we have received an invitation. Would you accompany me? Lu Wuhui proposed. With so many rumors surrounding the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion and such a grand opening, do they have experts coming to oversee the event? Lu Wumei pondered, her brow furrowed. Information regarding the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion is scarce. Perhaps we should wait for Su Chen to arrive and inquire. He should have some insights, considering he transferred the position of the pavilion's master to Bai Tianyu. Lu Wuhui suggested. His knowledge is likely to be in line with ours, Lu Wumei acknowledged. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower is no longer the same as it once was in Qingqing. Bai Tianyu is merely a pawn pushed forth. In a couple of days, I shall accompany my senior brother to the opening of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower to uncover its true essence, remarked Lu Wumei. Senior brother, I shall not keep you here if there is nothing else. After saying this, Lu Wumei turned to Lu Wuhui, intentionally signaling for him to depart. Lu Wuhui glanced at Lu Wumei, a hint of nostalgia flickering in his eyes, and said, Junior sister, you should comprehend the senior brother's intentions. Our union would indeed be a commendable choice. Senior brother, you are not my type. Lu Wumei replied bluntly. Upon hearing her words, Lu Wuhui said nothing further and turned to leave the grand hall. Shortly after his departure, a shadow emerged slowly from the darkness. The newcomer was clad in a form-fitting black attire, accentuating her alluring figure, with a veil obscuring her face, revealing only her bright eyes. Silver arm guards adorned her arms, and she bore a longbow and quiver on her back, filled with arrows. Upon entering the chamber, she bowed respectfully to Lu Wumei. What brings you here? Lu Wumei inquired, her voice low and steady. This woman was a confidant of her master, sent personally to address a pressing matter. Word has reached from the higher-ups that Lu Wuhui may betray the Chonghen Palace. I have been dispatched to assist you in investigating this matter, and should it be confirmed, we must act decisively. The visitor spoke, her voice as melodious as a lark, yet laced with a chilling intent. Merciless indeed, as always, my master. I shall investigate this matter myself. You may return for now. Lu Wumei gestured dismissively. The higher-ups instructed me to assist you in this endeavor, the visitor replied, remaining steadfast. It seems the situation is already confirmed. Thus, you may stay for the time being. Lu Wumei contemplated for a moment before responding. Understood. With that, the veiled woman vanished from sight. Observing her disappearance, Lu Wumei furrowed her brow slightly. Her master, Nan Yan, the left guardian of Chonghen, the third most powerful figure in the palace, had personally sent someone, indicating that the situation had reached a definitive conclusion. Now, it was time for her to cleanse the ranks in order to take command of the Lingnan branch of the Chonghen Palace. Meanwhile, outside the Chonghen Palace, Su Chen produced the waist token Lu Wuhui had given him. I wish to see your Vice Palace Master Lu, Su Chen stated. The guards at the entrance, upon seeing the waist token, belonging to the Palace Master, initially intended to report to the Palace Master. However, upon learning that Su Chen sought the newly appointed Vice Palace Master, they asked no further questions and swiftly made their way to Lu Wumei's palace. After a while, the guard returned. Vice Palace Master Lu requests your presence. The guard led Su Chen to Lu Wumei's palace. Vice Palace Master Lu is inside. Please enter. The guard escorted Su Chun to the door before turning to leave. Su Chun pushed open the palace door. Inside, Lu Wumei reclined gracefully, exuding a captivating aura. Upon seeing Su Chun, she descended from her bed. Su Chun watched as Lu Wumei gracefully descended from the bed, his gaze subtly shifting. Lu Wumei appeared even more enchanting than when he last saw her in Qingqing, exuding the allure of a mature woman. It seems you received my message and came here without fear of danger, Lu Wumei remarked, her eyes fixed on Su Chun. I bear no enmity towards you, so what danger could there possibly be? Su Chun replied. With the Lu Sheng sword experience card in his possession, there were certainly places he would hesitate to venture, but the Changhen Palace was not among them. I have summoned you primarily to discuss your entry into the Changhen Palace, Lu Wumei stated. So, have you already made arrangements for me? Su Chun inquired. In truth, Su Chun was not overly concerned about the Changhen Palace itself. What mattered to him was the status of being a member. The branch of the Changhen Palace, like the Shanhua Gate, was among the 10 prominent powers of Lingnan Prefecture. Although its foundation was somewhat inferior to that of the Shanhua Gate, nonetheless, even if it was slightly less formidable, it would certainly possess a library, which would facilitate his ability to trigger certain rewards. Have you offended my third senior brother in some way? He has never regarded you favorably, Lu Wumei continued. I have fought for your position, but he has dismissed it. However, do not fret. In due course, my standing within the Changhen Palace will solidify, and I shall assist you in gaining entry. Many thanks, Lu Jia. Su Chun responded hastily. You don't seem particularly concerned, Lu Wumei observed. Sensing that Su Chun did not regard the matter with great urgency, it was not that he was indifferent, but rather that some matters could not be forced. You did not summon me merely to discuss this, did you? Su Chun asked, looking at Lu Wumei. Of course. My primary purpose in seeking you out is related to the Jinfeng Shiyu building, Lu Wumei replied. The Jinfeng Shiyu building is no longer my concern, and I am not well informed on the matter. Su Chun waved his hand dismissively. I am not inquiring about your affairs. I know you have previously traded with Bai Tianyu. This indicates you have met him, and I wish for you to introduce me to him, Lu Wumei said. Bai Tianyu is in Qingqing. And isn't it Bai Choufei who is responsible for this Lingnan prefecture? Why not contact him directly? Su Chun questioned, puzzled. Bai Choufei is regarded as arrogant and ruthless. It is best to avoid any dealings with him, Lu Wumei warned. If Bai Tianyu appears during the opening of the Jinfeng Shiyu building in the prefecture, I will certainly facilitate your introduction. Su Chun nodded in agreement. Chapter 99, Changhen Palace. Reaping rewards assisting Lu Wumei in connecting with Bai Tianyu was merely a matter of Su Chun's willingness. Why not take advantage of the opportunity? Moreover, the Changhen Palace was no ordinary establishment. A collaboration with the Jinfeng Shiyu building would undoubtedly benefit them. Presently, the Jinfeng Shiyu building focused solely on intelligence work, but it would inevitably seek to expand its operations. Typically, intelligence agencies could also engage in assassination business. Su Chun pondered whether to separate the assassination business from the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Perhaps a balance of light and shadow would be most fitting. Regarding the forces behind the Golden Wind and Fine Rain Pavilion, Su Chun has already decided to name it the Tianya Pavilion. Tianya, the edge of the sky. An existence that is beyond reach. The Golden Wind and Fine Rain Pavilion is not to be underestimated. It is crucial to maintain a certain connection with them, as it will prove beneficial in the future. What is your current strength? Lu Wumei then inquired. I have cultivated the true martial strength of mountains and rivers, and have entered the initial stage of spirit refinement, Su Chun replied. Speaking of the true martial strength of mountains and rivers, he primarily sought to learn about its origins from Lu Wumei. What? You have cultivated the true martial strength of mountains and rivers? Upon hearing Su Chun's words, Lu Wumei was momentarily taken aback, then her expression shifted to one of astonishment. Is there a problem? Su Chun asked, noticing her surprise. The true martial strength of mountains and rivers can only be practiced by the true disciples of the Mountain River sect. Have you become a true disciple? Lu Wumei spoke with a tone of astonishment, yet also understanding. It is entirely plausible for Su Chun to possess the strength befitting a true disciple of the Mountain River sect. True disciple. Su Chun's heart stirred. He had previously thought that Murong Qinchan wanted to accept him as a disciple, but he did not anticipate that the true martial strength of mountains and rivers could only be cultivated by true disciples. A true disciple is something Murong Qinchan cannot grant. What are Murong Qinchan's intentions? He pondered. By the way, you came with my senior brother's waist token. This is my waist token. Take it. With this token, You can come find me at any time. Although you cannot enter the Chang'an Palace for now, this waste token allows you to undertake tasks from the Chang'an Palace. We have numerous treasures and manuals in the Chang'an Palace, Lu Wumei stated. I am interested in some ancient manuals and fragments. I wonder if you could help me find some. Su Chen inquired. 4 fragmented manuals. There are those willing to trade, but complete manuals are typically kept under wraps. Fragmented manuals. These should not be practiced recklessly, as they can harm the body. Lu Wumei hastily replied. I am merely researching. I will not practice without assurance. Su Chen insisted. In that case, I do have a few fragmented manuals. Follow me. Lu Wumei led Su Chen towards a hidden chamber behind the palace. Meanwhile, in another location, within the Palace of Regretless, are you saying someone used my waste token to meet Deputy Palace Master Lu? Who is it? Lu Wuhui asked the person before him. I am not certain. They appeared quite young and should be familiar with Deputy Palace Master Lu, the individual replied. Very young. Today, my junior sister sent a letter to Su Chen of the Mountain River sect. It seems he has arrived. I see. You may leave now. Lu Wuhui gestured dismissively. The person bowed and withdrew from the grand hall. Junior sister, you seem to be quite close to this Su Chen. Do you have an interest in this lad? Lu Wuhui's eyes glinted with a hint of sharp, murderous intent as he spoke. He had previously overlooked Su Chen, but just a few days ago, he had argued with Lu Wumei regarding Su Chen's entry into the Chang'an Palace. Lu Wumei's excessive concern for Su Chen felt like a thorn in his heart. A thorn must be removed. After attending the opening of the Golden Wind and Fine Rain Pavilion, he would send someone to deal with him. Lu Wuhui murmured softly before stepping out of the palace. The news from the Chang'an Palace in the capital was somewhat troublesome. He needed to meet someone. At this moment, Su Chen was led into a secret chamber by Lu Wumei. These are all treasures belonging to my sister. Choose any one you desire, and I shall gift it to you, Lu Wumei said, pointing to a nearby chest. Su Chen, unpretentious, directly opened the chest, revealing 2 incomplete books, 2 intact volumes, several blueprints, and various treasures. His gaze fell upon a gem resembling a blue pearl, adorned with undulating azure ripples akin to waves. Grasping the gem, Su Chen sensed a rich aura of water, allowing him to distinctly perceive the fluctuations of water energy in the surrounding spiritual atmosphere. Discovered a common-grade water gem, rewarded with 2 white lottery cards. This, Su Chen's mind momentarily halted, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had not anticipated such a discovery. Realizing this, he suddenly felt his path was becoming somewhat constricted. Within the county, there existed a black market where one could find all manner of things. Of course, acts of violence and theft were commonplace. However, merely observing without purchasing could lead to silent fortunes. Do you fancy this gem? If so, it's yours, Lu Wumei remarked as she noticed Su Chen entranced by the gem. No need for that. It holds little value for me. Subsequently, Su Chen searched further, but found nothing of interest until his gaze settled on the 4 incomplete manuals. He picked up one titled 6 in Absolute Meridian. No response. Next, he examined 9 Nether Illuminating Scripture. Discovered an exceptional martial art, 9 Nether Illuminating Scripture, rewarded with 3 white lottery cards. Note: only cultivators of the 9 Nether physique may practice it. Is there a requirement for martial arts? This was the first time he encountered such a note upon triggering the system. Finally, his eyes fell upon the 2 incomplete manuals. One bore the single character Ming, while the other had 2 words, cultivating demons. He first opened the manual marked with Ming to investigate. The text was blurred and incomplete, somewhat chaotic. There was also an image of a half-figure meditating, with a pathway for internal energy circulation depicted, yet grasping this to comprehend the energy flow was nearly impossible. Discovered the incomplete manual, Biming Divine Skill, rewarded with 1 white lottery card. To think this manual corresponded to the Biming Divine Skill, its incompleteness was indeed regrettable. He then picked up the other manual, which was equally indecipherable. Discovered the remains of the Tianyan Cultivating Demon Technique, rewarded with 1 white lottery card. Once again, a reward. It seemed the degree of incompleteness of the manuals was indeed significant. Setting down the manual, he turned to Lu Wumei and remarked, "You collect such broken items. Yet the inscriptions are entirely illegible. True, the text is unclear, but there are individuals willing to pay handsomely to acquire them from me," Lu Wumei replied. "However, having perused so many, have you not found anything of interest?" Lu Wumei inquired, gazing at Su Chen. "I am merely intrigued by these items. Should you come across any treasures in the future, feel free to let me examine them. Just for a look. Su Chen softly responded. Here's a gift for you, which will undoubtedly aid your cultivation of the mountain river technique. Lu Wumei placed the azure water pearl, previously observed by Su Chen, into his hands. Mountain and river. Rivers and streams. The path of cultivation encompasses the essence of water, and this pearl shall indeed prove beneficial for his practice. I express my gratitude, Sister Lu. Su Chen tucked the pearl into his bosom with thanks. Chapter 100. The golden wind and drizzling rain pavilion does not yield to threats. There is no need for such formalities. By the way, it would be wise for you to avoid any contact with Lu Wuhui, Lu Wumei advised. She then approached a nearby jade box, retrieving it and presenting it before Su Chen. Within this box lies a precious 9-transformed blood ginseng from 2 years prior, which will assist you in refining your physical cultivation. As she spoke, she placed the jade box into Su Chen's hands. Upon opening the box, a vibrant red ginseng appeared before him, releasing a rich aura of blood energy into the air. Su Chen inhaled deeply, feeling a surge of potent vitality enter his body, causing his internal blood energy to gradually elevate. Remarkable, Su Chen silently praised. His gaze fell upon the ginseng, noting its 9 distinct segments. Perhaps this was the reason behind its name, the 9-transformed blood ginseng. Quickly, secure it. We must not allow the vitality to dissipate, Lu Wumei urged. Su Chen carefully stored the jade box, looking at Lu Wumei, and remarked, I have suddenly realized that I am rather suited to a life of indulgence. Lu Wumei, unfamiliar with the term, nonetheless grasped the implication of Su Chen's words. To indulge, one must possess the requisite capital. As she spoke, her collarbone shivered slightly, pale as jade, complemented by an alluring expression that stirred a sense of yearning within Su Chen. He promptly suppressed this impulse. Although his interactions with Lu Wumei had grown, they had yet to reach such a stage. With this, my physical form shall surely advance further. I must return to my cultivation, Su Chen proclaimed hastily. Very well. Lu Wumei nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell, Su Chen departed. Once Su Chen was gone, Lu Wumei murmured to herself, having attained the soul-refining realm and enhanced my cultivation of the Temptress Heart Sutra, why then has this emotional seed taken root within Su Chen? Could it be due to his act of rescuing me? Lu Wumei pondered, somewhat perplexed. Yet, this feeling is quite pleasant. However, should my third senior brother discover this, he might act against Su Chen. It seems I must investigate my third senior brother promptly. Meanwhile, after leaving the Changhan Palace, Su Chen made his way to the Yaxiang, where he procured a modest, independent courtyard. The courtyard was simple, comprising a small yard accompanied by 2 rooms. He spent some money for the Yaxiang personnel to assist in furnishing the space with essentials. With the golden wind and drizzling rain pavilions opening just 2 days away, he had no intention of returning to the mountain river sect, choosing instead to cultivate here. Once everything was in order, dusk approached. Su Chen had a light meal outside before returning to the courtyard. He retrieved the jade box obtained from Lu Wumei and, without hesitation, opened it to grasp the 9-transformed blood ginseng, promptly consuming a segment. At once, a torrent of blood surged forth from his mouth, flooding into his body and rendering him crimson. Sensing the tumultuous blood energy within, Su Chen commenced the practice of the Vajra primordial technique, striving to refine the potent essence that had entered his form. The power of a single segment was limited. It was swiftly absorbed by him, and without hesitation, he consumed the remaining 8 segments in one gulp. Now, having cultivated the Vajra primordial technique to its second stage, he found great assistance in this blood ginseng. The formidable blood energy surged like a rampaging flood, guided by Su Chen, permeating his flesh and blood, tempering them, and generating greater vitality. The potent essence was continuously absorbed under the operation of the Vajra primordial technique, rapidly evolving through the second stage of cultivation. Su Chen realized that upon exhausting this 9-transformation blood ginseng, he would complete the second stage of his technique. His physical prowess already rivaled that of the mid-stage of divine refinement. Once the second stage was achieved, he would be capable of contending with the peak of divine refinement. Meanwhile, at the Celestial Strategy Hall, within the Grand Hall, Nalan Guyun and Bai Choufei were engaged in conversation. Clad in black, Zahanyu entered from outside. Greetings, young Master Bai, she said, offering a slight bow. I wonder what matters the Saintess wishes to discuss with you? I have heard that the first law king of your Cold Moon sect is en route to the county, poised to act when my golden wind and drizzle tower opens. Bai Choufei remarked, his presence exuding a sharp, imposing aura. Under this pressure, Zihanyu trembled slightly, yet managed to withstand the force emanating from Bai Choufei. Young Master Bai, I am here primarily to represent the Cold Moon sect in a transaction. A transaction? Bai Choufei raised an eyebrow, slightly perturbed to find Zihanyu seeking a deal. I wish to enlist your Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower's assistance in eliminating Yin Yu of the Northern Pacification Division. What? Kill Yin Yu? Are you out of your mind? Before Zihanyu could finish her sentence, Nalan Rongyan exclaimed in shock. Must you speak so loudly, as if to announce it to the world? Zihanyu shot a glance at Nalan Rongyan before turning her gaze back to Bai Choufei. The one tasked with eliminating Yin Yu should be your Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower. As you already bear enmity with him, if you do not act, he will surely turn against you. If your Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower discreetly assists us in his demise, then the feud between your tower and our Cold Moon sect shall be resolved. Zihanyu addressed Bai Choufei earnestly. I perceive this not as a transaction, but rather a threat. Bai Choufei's countenance darkened as he spoke. In the realm of martial affairs, to declare an end to grievances was far from simple. Furthermore, Bai Choufei sensed that the other party was not proposing a transaction, but issuing a menace. Young Master Bai, this is the sincerity of our Cold Moon sect. I believe your Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower would not wish to perpetually remain at odds with us, Zihanyu asserted, gazing at Bai Choufei. To threaten me in such a manner, do you not fear that I might strike you down with a single blow? Bai Choufei chose not to respond to the other party's words, but instead regarded them with a cold gaze. I trust that as the master of the Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Pavilion in Lingnan County, young Master Bai possesses the grace to tolerate a young lady. Moreover, I represent the Cold Moon sect merely to convey its intentions to young Master Bai, Zihanyu spoke. At this moment, she believed that the Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Pavilion would acquiesce to their proposal. Otherwise, the pavilion would have to contend with the Cold Moon sect's actions. Our Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Pavilion does not yield to threats. I spare you today. However, I hope you can evade my finger the next time we meet. Bai Choufei retorted with a cold snort, addressing Nalan Rongyan. We shall open the pavilion the day after tomorrow. We shall meet again. With that, he turned and departed, offering no further regard to Zihanyu. Observing Bai Choufei's retreating figure, Zihanyu furrowed her brow slightly and remarked to Nalan Rongyan. You did not inform him of my sect's first Law King's arrival. Upon hearing her friend's words, Nalan Rongyan displayed a hint of anger. Zihanyu, so you plotted this here. I did inform him about Mo Wanjia's arrival. However, it seems he is utterly indifferent to your Cold Moon sect's first Law King. When the pavilion opens, it will not be solely the Cold Moon sect that acts. I have heard that Yin Yu is preparing to employ the undead, Zihanyu declared. The undead? Nalan Rongyan's expression turned serious upon hearing this. You should advocate to Bai Choufei that cooperating with us would be most advantageous for them. With that, Zihanyu donned her cloak and turned to leave. Chapter 101. The Unmoving Demon God. Transforming flesh and bone. Watching Zihanyu depart, Nalan Rongyan's expression darkened. She had not anticipated that Zihanyu's meeting with Bai Choufei was aimed at confronting Yin Yu of the Northern Pacification Commission. Nor had she expected Zihanyu to threaten the Golden Wind and Gentle Rain Pavilion. However, given the current situation, it was evident that the pavilion would not succumb to intimidation. Thus, the first Law King of the Cold Moon sect, Mo Wanjia, would undoubtedly take action. This led her to recall Bai Choufei's earlier words. If the first Law King of the Cold Moon sect, Mo Wanjia, intervened, he would surely meet his demise. His tone had been resolute. Yet, moments ago, Zihanyu had mentioned that Yin Yu was preparing to utilize the undead. The undead. According to the intelligence gathered by their Heavenly Strategy Hall, after Yin Yu's arrival in Lingnan County, he had been secretly concocting elixirs to create the undead. It was rumored that one individual had been successfully transformed, Qiu Xinjia, who had roamed Lingnan County 30 years ago. Qiu Xinjia's prowess 30 years prior was indicative of his formidable strength. He practiced the transformation of all things, an exceedingly arcane technique, divided into 8 levels. The higher the cultivation level, the swifter the speed, and the greater the might of his strikes, which could stir the winds and summon thunder. It was said that upon reaching the 8th level of this technique, one could expend their lifespan to triple the power of their attacks. Had it not been for the strategic design of the Northern Pacification Commission as commander, who sealed part of Qiu Xinjia's powers, they might never have subdued him. Though Qiu Xinjia was captured, The previous commander of the northern garrison of Lingnan Prefecture was ruthlessly slain by Qiu Xinjie's formidable technique, the all-encompassing transformation. Should Qiu Xinjie be successfully refined, the consequences would be dire, as it allows for the reckless consumption of one's life force in utilizing the all-encompassing transformation. This matter requires informing Bai Choufei, Nalan Rongyan contemplated, realizing this was indeed the intent behind Zihanyu's words. Urging her to relay this information to Bai Choufei in hopes of compelling the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion to yield. Nalan Rongyan instructed her steward, Chibo, and then departed from the Tiancetang, although she did not endorse Zihanyu's approach. The current predicament suggested that collaboration with Zihanyu might be the most prudent course of action for the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion. Meanwhile, Suchen opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face. The 9 transformed blood ginseng had enabled him to complete the second stage of the Vajra primordial force, officially entering the third stage, the marrow refining stage. He suppressed the blood energy emanating from his body and alighted from his bed, preparing to sit in the courtyard. He recalled the 7 white lottery cards acquired from Lu Wumei that day. After a moment's consideration, he decided to use 2 of them immediately. Acquired the manual for the body transformation technique, and received 1 body technique fusion card. Upon examining the body transformation technique, he discovered it was a method to alter one's physical structure and appearance. The body technique fusion card allowed for the amalgamation of his current physical techniques. His primary practices were the Vajra primordial force and the Vajra demon shatter, one honing the body and the other unleashing tremendous power, thus complementing each other in essence. He pondered what the fusion would yield, using the body technique fusion card. The information regarding the 7th layer of the Vajra primordial force and the 2nd layer of the Vajra demon shatter appeared beneath the card. He placed both techniques into the fusion card. In the next moment, he felt a thunderous surge of power pulsating within his blood. A torrent of energy erupting from his body, resembling molten lava in its intensity. The momentum was grand and explosive. Within his mind, a new technique began to take shape, the immovable demon god technique. The fusion of the Vajra primordial force and the Vajra demon shatter resulted in the emergence of the immovable demon god technique. The details of this technique swiftly coalesced in Su Chen's consciousness. The immovable demon god technique consists of 6 layers. The first 3 layers focus on refining the flesh, blood, bones, and organs, while the 4th layer initiates a transformation, converting the blood and flesh into demon blood. Upon reaching the 6th layer and achieving the demon god form, one can utilize the consumption of demon blood to heal their injuries. Su Chen could hardly contain his excitement at the unexpected nature of the fuse technique. His gaze then shifted to the body transformation technique, which was exceedingly beneficial for him at present. Altering his appearance and form would allow him to avoid the risk of identity exposure. For instance, he could utilize the Lu Sheng Yijian experience card and seamlessly transform his appearance to align with his recollection of Lu Sheng Yijian. Upon re-entering the room, Su Chen commenced his practice of the transforming bone art, immersing himself entirely in the cultivation process. It was not until the following night that he emerged from the small dwelling. As he stepped outside, his visage appeared to undergo a rapid metamorphosis, swiftly transforming into that of a weathered old man, his physique contorting into a hunched form. If it were not for my physical body having reached the marrow refinement stage, altering my appearance would have proven quite challenging, Su Chen mused. At that moment, his countenance shifted once more, assuming the guise of a middle-aged man, his stature somewhat diminished. Subsequently, he donned a cloak and set off towards Bai Choufei's location. The next day marked the opening of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, and there were numerous matters he needed to clarify with Bai Choufei. Though it was night, the streets were still aglow with light, and within the alleyways, some individuals were engaged in merriment over drinks. The enticing aromas wafting through the air caused Su Chen's stomach to grumble audibly. He paused at a tavern, entering with the intent of dining before seeking out Bai Choufei. He ordered a selection of food and drink, removing his hat, for with his altered appearance, he need not concern himself with being recognized. Have you heard? Tomorrow marks the opening of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, boomed a burly man clad in a brown robe, holding a bowl of wine. Who hasn't he heard? Isn't the location simply the former site of the Tiancetang? Responded another patron. And it's bound to be lively. I've heard that the Blood Flag sect, the Yang clan, and the Qin clan will make their move against the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, interjected a third. While it was indeed expected for the Qin clan and Blood Flag sect to act, the involvement of the Yang clan perplexed some. The news of Qin Shun of the Qin clan and Wu Ming of the Blood Flag sect being slain by Bai Choufei had spread throughout the county. Yet many were unaware of the Yang clan's motivations. Didn't Tiancetang perish in Qingqing? It is rumored he met his end with a single finger piercing through his skull. He must have also fallen victim to Bai Choufei, another voice chimed in. If that's the case, tomorrow's confrontation will be quite the spectacle. I wonder if the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion can withstand it. I doubt it. I've heard that the foremost lawmaster of the Cold Moon sect, Mo Wanjia, has also arrived in the county and will strike against the pavilion tomorrow. The patrons' faces displayed astonishment upon hearing this revelation. They had not anticipated such a formidable figure as Mo Wanjia to already be in the county. Listening to their conversation, Su Chen's gaze sharpened. The news of Mo Wanjia's arrival should have been confidential. How could it have been leaked? He sensed that matters were more intricate than they appeared. After a light meal, he proceeded towards the former site of the Tiancetang. Chapter 102. The emergence of the foremost lawmaster Mo Wanjia the following day heralded the opening of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, where Bai Choufei was undoubtedly present. It is essential to note that the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion mentioned here is, in fact, the former site of the Tiancetang. The Tiancetang had been besieged by the Hefeng Hall and the Bai Yun Pavilion, relegating it to a mere refuge within the Nalan residence. The collaboration between the two parties primarily revolves around the ruins of the Tiancetang at the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Soon, Su Chen arrived at the Jinfeng Shiyu building, which was now ablaze with lights, guarded by disciples sent by Ling Tianhe from Qingqing. Currently, the Jinfeng Shiyu building had unified Qingqing, merging with various other factions, resulting in a significant increase in personnel. As Su Chen approached the entrance, the guards raised their hands to stop him. Su Chen produced a token engraved with the character for gold. Respectfully greeting you, my lord. The two guards immediately bowed in deference. This token had been prepared for Su Chen by Ling Tianhe, signifying his authority to command all within the Jinfeng Shiyu building. The token was all that mattered, not the individual wielding it. Naturally, such a token was secure in Su Chen's possession, as no one could seize it from his storage ring. Take me to see Bai Choufei, Su Chen commanded. One of the guards promptly escorted him inside. The Tiancetang was a tower-like structure with 8 stories. On the 8th floor, Nalan Rongyan and Qi Bo were present. "My master, how are the arrangements for tomorrow?" Nalan inquired. Her visit was primarily to ascertain the preparations at the Jinfeng Shiyu building, to gauge its strength. However, upon arrival, she found nothing of significance, hence her question. "There is no need for concern, Miss Nalan. Everything is in order. The building will open tomorrow without any issues," Bai Choufei assured her. Upon hearing his words, Nalan Rongyan understood that he would not divulge specific details. "Then I shall remain here tonight. I kindly ask for you to arrange a room for me, as well as for several experts from Tiancetang who will arrive early tomorrow." Being bound to the Jinfeng Shiyu building was her only option, and she had to support both it and Bai Choufei. Moreover, despite Bai Choufei's apparent aloofness, she sensed he was not impulsive. As they exited the room, a guard appeared at the entrance with Su Chen. Bai Choufei, upon seeing Su Chen wearing a straw hat, was taken aback and respectfully saluted, saying, "I greet you, my lord." He then addressed the guard beside him. "You take Miss Nalan to the guest quarters in the backyard." "Yes, master." The guard followed closely behind Nalan Rongyan. Being familiar with the premises, she quickly selected a suitable guest room. "What was the aura of that person just now?" Nalan asked Qi Bo, who was beside her. "He concealed his presence. I could not perceive anything," Qi Bo replied solemnly. Bai Choufei referred to that individual as my lord, indicating that he likely held considerable influence within the forces backing the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Could this person be Bai Choufei's hidden support? Nalan pondered. "Miss, though I could not assess his strength, I felt no sense of dread from him. He should not be an overwhelmingly powerful expert," Qi Bo stated. As a formidable practitioner, he sensed that a powerful martial artist, even when suppressing their aura, would exert some degree of pressure on others. For instance, when he faced Bai Choufei, an undercurrent of pressure was subtly present. Bai Choufei addressed the other party as Lord, implying that despite their lack of strength, their identity must be significant. "Now that we are on the same vessel, we can only choose to trust them," Nalan Rongyan remarked. "Miss, you should persuade Bai Choufei to collaborate with Zahanyu. In doing so, the demon Wanjie could step in to help suppress the undead," Qi Bo suggested. "There is no need to discuss this matter further. Zahanyu's intentions extend beyond merely resolving grievances. Once Jinfeng Shiyu takes action to eliminate Yin Yu of the Bizenfu, this incident will inevitably be exposed, and Jinfeng Shiyu Tower may find itself pursued by the Great Zhou dynasty. At that point, Jinfeng Shiyu Tower will have no choice but to continue its alliance with the Hanyu sect. Our Tiancetang Hall will then be absorbed by the Hanyu sect. My dear friend is certainly contemplating multiple gains from a single arrow, Nalan Rongyan stated. Elsewhere, within a pavilion, Su Chun had come to understand the reason behind the dissemination of the news regarding Demon Wanjia. It turned out to be a message released by Zahanyu. Unexpectedly, Zahanyu had not yet departed from the county. Had Ling Tianhe discovered the reasons for Zahanyu's long stay in Qingqing? Su Chun inquired. We have uncovered some clues. When Zahanyu first arrived in Qingqing, several surveying personnel vanished without a trace. The families of those individuals have either disappeared or passed away over the years. Ling Tianhe speculates that they might have been mapping the mountain ranges surrounding Qingqing, Bai Choufei replied. Zahanyu's initial appearance was indeed near the county. And considering their actions against Yin Yu of the Bizenfu, it seems they have already pinpointed the location of the secret place. This is a means to eliminate obstacles to accessing the secret, Su Chun murmured softly. The Bizenfu bears the responsibility of monitoring the martial forces. If the Hanyu sect wishes to discreetly remove items from the secret place, they cannot circumvent the Bizenfu. The Bizenfu has numerous spies, and any slight disturbance may attract their attention. This poses a significant risk. Should the leader of the Bizenfu in Lingnan be replaced, this threat would cease to exist. Their request for us to eliminate Yin Yu is aligned with this intention, clearly aiming to have Jinfeng Shiyu Tower join their ranks. Zahanyu's methods are indeed exceptional. Su Chun mused. All matters will be addressed after the opening of the tower. Arrange for a private chamber for me, Su Chun instructed Bai Choufei. The tower opens tomorrow, so I shall stay here tonight. Meanwhile, within a secluded estate in another county, Zahanyu stood in the hall alongside an elderly man clad in a black robe. Their demeanor respectful. The old man, gaunt and aged, bore sunken eyes reminiscent of a withered corpse, yet his gaze was exceptionally piercing. Your Highness, you have executed your task splendidly. The sect has received the map and has commenced calculations. It is estimated that it will not be long before the location of the secret place is discovered. The hunchbacked elder remarked. This is my duty, however, Master Law. Yin Yu still occupies the leadership position within the Bizenfu, which significantly impacts us. Zahanyu remarked, listening to Zahanyu. This elder must be the first Fawang of Hanyu sect, Mo Wanjia. Compared to Lushenzing, Zahanyu spoke of Mo Wanjia with considerable reverence. The elder's voice was low and hoarse. Has there been no response from the Jinfeng Shiyu building? Indeed. It appears they are not considering collaboration with us any longer, Zahanyu replied. As her words fell, a frost appeared on Mo Wanjia's face, and an astonishing oppressive force emanated from his hunched body, sweeping forth like a tempest. Since they are so ungrateful, I shall let them experience despair tomorrow, he declared, a murderous intent enveloping him. Little did he know, it would not be others who would perish tomorrow, but rather himself. Chapter 103, The Opening of the Building. A storm arises. The North Town Pacification Office secretly relayed a message indicating that when you strike against the Jinfeng Shiyu building, they will not intervene. However, they advised you to leave Lingnan Prefecture immediately after your action. Zahanyu stated. Humph, did they not prepare the living dead? Why must I lead the charge for them? Mo Wanjia scoffed. They likely wish for you to test the strength of the Jinfeng Shiyu building first, Zahanyu suggested. Testing? What use is that? If the opponent is strong, such reconnaissance will only lead to death. Yet, Bai Choufei, knowing I have summoned the living dead with Yan Yulian, still refuses to cooperate with us. He must have some hidden trump card. Tomorrow, let the Qin family, Yang family, and the Blood Flag sect take the lead, the elder stated solemnly. Though confident in his own strength, he recognized that the Jinfeng Shiyu building was formidable, and caution was warranted. He did not wish to end up like Lushenzing, who had met a tragic end, a joke among the Hanyu sect. The following day at the Jinfeng Shiyu building, it was festooned with decorations, preparing for its grand opening. The plaque of the Jinfeng Shiyu building was ready in the first floor hall, awaiting Bai Choufei's signal to be hung. Naturally, it would be Bai Choufei himself who would do the honors. Once hung, it would signify the successful opening of the establishment. Bai Choufei stood with his hands clasped behind him within the 8-story pavilion, aware that today would not be peaceful. He was eager to see who would arrive. Perhaps due to the impending battle, those who had received invitations earlier chose not to come to the Jinfeng Shiyu building, instead lurking in the shadows. Once the building withstood the assault, they would undoubtedly show themselves. Beside Bai Choufei, Nalan Rongyan spoke. None of our invited guests have arrived. It seems they have received some notice. That is of no consequence. The notification merely informed them. After today, they will re-evaluate the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Bai Choufei replied with a piercing gaze. Upon hearing Bai Choufei's words, Nalan Rongyan felt a stirring within her. The Yang family would be represented by their second elder, Yang Jie, their third strongest fighter, while the Qin family would send Qin Feng, second only to the clan leader, Qin Lin. The Blood Flag sect would be represented by their deputy leader, Shui Tianhe. Only Qi Bo among us can contend with Yang Jie from the Yang family. The other two from our side stand no chance of victory. Nalan Rongyan remarked. The identities of those three individuals are of little consequence. What truly matters are the living dead dispatched by Yen Yu, as well as the formidable first Fawag of the Cold Moon sect, Mo Wanjia. Bai Choufei began to speak. At that moment, within a pavilion by the street, Lu Wumei and Lu Wuhui stood atop the structure, gazing at the golden wind and drizzling rain pavilion. Their expressions were sharp, and despite the close proximity, they could see Bai Choufei standing confidently atop the pavilion. How young Bai Choufei is, Lu Wumei remarked solemnly. Youth begets arrogance. Had they attempted to discreetly open the pavilion, they might have succeeded, but now, achieving that goal appears much more challenging. Lu Wuhui replied gravely. Third senior brother, are you not optimistic about the golden wind and drizzling rain pavilion? Lu Wumei inquired. It is not a matter of optimism. Rather, the individuals involved are not to be underestimated. Just the presence of Mo Wanjia alone should be enough to give the golden wind and drizzling rain pavilion a headache. Not to mention the added threat of the living dead, Qiu Shinjue. You should be well aware of the terror posed by an unconscious Qiu Shinjue. Lu Wuhui shook his head. The golden wind and drizzling rain pavilion must be aware of these dangers. Their decision to proceed with the opening suggests they possess confidence. I hold great faith in the golden wind and drizzling rain pavilion, Lu Wumei asserted. Why don't we make a wager? I remember that in your treasury, you possess a golden elemental spirit orb. If I win, you shall gift it to me. If I lose, you may choose any item from my treasury. Choose any item? Sister, you truly have high hopes for the golden wind and drizzling rain pavilion. But what use would my golden spirit orb be to you? Lu Wuhui questioned. That, dear brother, is something you need not concern yourself with. Merely answer me. Do you dare to wager? Lu Wumei replied. Very well. Lu Wuhui nodded, his gaze drifting towards the outside of the pavilion. Across from them, within another pavilion, Yen Yu, the commander of the North Town Pacification Office, and Pei Xiangshu sat together. The meeting with the three families at Duanshui has concluded, Yen Yu stated. Indeed, Pei Xiangshu affirmed. Have any experts arrived at the golden wind and drizzling rain pavilion? Yen Yu inquired solemnly. Last night, a figure in black entered the golden wind and drizzling rain pavilion. Beyond that, we have not detected any other possible entrance. We have also failed to uncover any infiltrators. Aside from that black-clad individual, only Nalan Rongyan and her entourage have been noted. It is quite reckless of Nalan Rongyan to stake everything on the golden wind and drizzling rain pavilion without fully understanding its foundations. Especially when she has risked the century-old legacy of the Tiansu Hall. Yen Yu lamented. My lord, after this event, we will have the perfect excuse to seize the Tiansu Hall. Pei Xiangshu suggested. Attend to this matter afterward. Yen Yu nodded in agreement. In another location, the heads of the Yang and Qin families, Shui Tianhe of the Blood Flag sect, and Yin Duanshui gathered together. The opening of the golden wind and drizzling rain pavilion has gone uncelebrated by anyone. It marks a pioneering moment for our Lingnan County. The head of the Yang family remarked, staring at the pavilion before him. What significance does celebration hold? So long as the golden wind and drizzling rain pavilion withstands our actions today, there will certainly be others who come forth to engage with them. Shui Tianhe interjected, feeling a twinge of frustration. It was quite a significant risk for the leader of the Blood Flag sect to personally test the waters with the golden wind and drizzling rain pavilion. They have no opportunity to open the building. This time, I present to you the formidable Qiu Shinjie from the White Bone Mountain, transformed into a living dead. You shall witness his terrifying prowess. Yin Duanshui interjected, his face brimming with confidence, for he had witnessed Qiu Shinjie in action with his own eyes. Without consciousness, there is no pain. Moreover, he has been refined by secret elixirs, granting him remarkable vitality. I wonder when they will unveil the plaque. Yin Duanshui stood up and approached the edge of the pavilion, his gaze fixed upon the golden wind and drizzle tower. The golden wind and drizzle tower had slain his third brother, and he intended to raze it to the ground. Time passed slowly, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Within the 8th floor of the golden wind and drizzle tower, 3 figures suddenly pushed open the door. Leading the way was Su Chun, donning a wide-brimmed hat. Beneath the hat, his visage had transformed into that of a middle-aged man, with sharp features and piercing eyes that radiated a fierce light. A long sword sheathed at his waist. Behind him stood 2 robust men, the indomitable leader of the invincible sect, Duga Wudi, and the undying divine dragon, Lung Huishan. Compared to Su Chun, these 2 exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance, their presence far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. As Nalan Rongyan and Chi Bo stood behind Bai Choufei, they trembled upon the entrance of the 2 men, exchanging terrified glances. They had encountered the master and the 2 esteemed envoys before. Bai Choufei stepped forward. "Let the building be opened," Su Chen commanded. With Su Chen's words, Bai Choufei's figure flickered as he leaped down from the pavilion. Appearing before the golden wind and drizzle tower, he raised his hand, and 2 disciples emerged from within the tower, carrying a plaque before him. Bai Choufei grasped the plaque firmly in his right hand. "Today, our branch of the golden wind and drizzle tower in Lingnan shall officially open." His resonant voice echoed through the streets. No sooner had his words fallen than Bai Choufei soared into the air, brandishing the plaque of the golden wind and drizzle tower. At that moment, 3 figures approached. One of them wielded a blade, slicing through the air with a crescent-shaped arc directed at Bai Choufei. The assailant was Yang Jie from the Yang family, a master of the blade refinement realm. Accompanying him were 2 others. One summoned a whirlwind in his palm, aiming for Bai Choufei's head. That was Qin Feng from the Qin family. The third, Shui Tianhe, had blood-red energy manifesting in his palm, targeting Bai Choufei's heart. Boom! Just as the 3 launched their attack, a powerful surge of blade energy erupted from behind them. A figure materialized on the street, revealing itself to be Bai Tianyu, the master of the golden wind and drizzle tower. Bai Tianyu emerged, delivering a lethal strike. The blade energy surged forth like a mighty river, sweeping towards the 3 assailants. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they instantly turned to counter the oncoming blade energy. Boom! The clash of 4 forces reverberated, creating ripples akin to ocean waves. As the shock waves subsided, the 3 figures landed, their gazes fixated upon the appearing Bai Tianyu. Bai Tianyu. Upon the arrival of the individual, the expressions of the onlookers shifted subtly. Bai Tianyu and his companions had received word that after their battle with Lu Tianxing, they had sequestered themselves in deep meditation, remaining unseen. Yet today, they made an appearance at the county government. At that moment, Bai Choufei had already hung the plaque and descended to the ground, positioning himself closely behind Bai Tianyu. The atmosphere grew tense and palpable. The spectators rose to their feet in unison, astonished that Bai Tianyu had journeyed from Qingqing. "Perfect. This time we shall eliminate you as well. Shui, Brother Qin and I will handle Bai Tianyu. You focus on vanquishing Bai Choufei," spoke Yang Jie of the Yang family. Hearing this, Shui Tianhe nodded gravely and replied, "Unleash your full power. Do not hold back." With that, he surged forward, a dense crimson energy manifesting in his palm, launching a fierce strike toward Bai Choufei. The speed of his attack was astounding, and the force was formidable. In the face of Shui Tianhe's ferocious onslaught, Bai Choufei remained unmoving, extending a finger from which erupted a formidable force, meeting the incoming palm strike head-on. The collision produced a shockwave, causing Bai Choufei to stagger back a few steps, while Shui Tianhe only trembled slightly. Such an impressive technique, Shui Tianhe thought, raising his hand to reveal a mark in his palm. Although his internal energy surpassed that of his adversary, Bai Choufei's finger strength was formidable, penetrating his palm strike and impacting his hand. Bai Choufei spoke momentarily before swiftly advancing towards Shui Tianhe with a strike known as the shocking finger. This finger attack bore the weight of a mountain, causing Shui Tianhe's expression to darken. His internal blood energy surged, gathering in his palm, which he clenched into a fist, countering the oncoming finger strike. Boom! Shui Tianhe successfully blocked the attack, but at that moment, a gentle drizzle seemingly enveloped him, momentarily obscuring his vision. The shocking finger was born from Bai Choufei's enlightenment atop a great mountain, an amalgamation of the 24 solar terms. Divided into the 24 solar terms finger technique and 3 fingers striking the sky, not only did it convey the weight of mountains, but it also embodied the essence of the 20 solar terms. Amidst this drizzle, a sudden clap of thunder resonated, and then, a finger, crackling with thunderous energy, pierced through the rain, appearing before Shui Tianhe. He hurriedly attempted to defend himself, but as his palm met the opponent's strike, a sharp sound echoed. Bai Choufei's finger, as piercing as a finely honed spear, forcefully punctured Shui Tianhe's palm. The sharp energy erupted, directly penetrating his hand, and blood gushed forth. Furthermore, a surge of electrical power radiated from the wound, coursing through his arm. Enduring the excruciating pain, Shui Tianhe let out a low growl and stepped forward, clenching his other hand into a fist to strike at Bai Choufei. The frenzied blood energy shattered the surrounding drizzle. However, as his fist neared Bai Choufei, it struck nothing but an afterimage. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, he swiftly pushed off the ground, retreating rapidly. Clad in a flowing white robe, Bai Choufei transformed into a fleeting specter, immediately following with the rapid execution of the 24 solar terms finger techniques, leaving no opportunity for Shui Tianhe to react. At that moment, the observing Lu Wumei remarked, "Shi Xiang, it appears that Shui Tianhe stands no chance. Without assistance, he may very well perish under the opponent's formidable techniques. His skills are extraordinary. Had it not been for this technique, Shui Tianhe would not have faced defeat." The glimmer in Lu Wuhui's eyes reflected the gravity of the unfolding confrontation. They had discerned that Shui Tianhe succumbed to Bai Choufei's profound finger techniques. In a mere contest of strength, Bai Choufei might not have been Shui Tianhe's equal. In the world of martial arts, a defeat is a defeat, devoid of excuses, Lu Wumei asserted. As her words echoed, Bai Choufei's fingers suddenly pierced through Shui Tianhe's palm, landing deftly upon his forehead. The sharp force, akin to that which had previously penetrated his palm, now breached his skull. Shui Tianhe's offensive stance faltered, and his gaze registered shock. He had sensed an ominous premonition prior to the strike, and was taken aback that his fears materialized. His eyes darted towards the two locked in confrontation with Bai Tianyu. At that moment, as Shui Tianhe cast his gaze, Bai Tianyu, engaged with Qin Feng, suddenly exuded an overwhelming aura. His long blade surged forth like a tempest, and before anyone could react, it cleaved through Qin Feng's neck with the swiftness of lightning. Blood erupted from the wound. Yang Jie of the Yang family widened his eyes in disbelief, realizing that Bai Tianyu had not fought to his full potential in their earlier skirmish. After Bai Choufei dispatched Shui Tianhe, Bai Tianyu unleashed his fury, delivering a lethal blow to Qin Feng. However, amidst his astonishment, a fierce wave of blade energy enveloped him, causing his entire body to tremble. Instinctively, he gripped his long knife and retaliated. Yet, a blade swifter than his own appeared before him. With a swift cut, a gash appeared upon his forehead, and blood sprayed forth. He collapsed to the ground in defeat. In a matter of moments, the three assailants had been slain by Bai Choufei and Bai Tianyu. The choice of these two to strike was deliberate, as they were the masters of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion responsible for Qingqing and Lingnan County, necessitating a display of their might. Murder served as the most effective means to establish authority. Chapter 105, The Taniage, the 10 Directions Envoy, the Undying Divine Dragon versus the Living Dead. The street lay in utter silence. The spectators were fixated on Bai Choufei and Bai Tianyu. While Bai Choufei's prior exploits had been mere hearsay, they had not witnessed them firsthand. Bai Tianyu's slaying of the Hanyue sect's Lushanxing had only reached the ears of those in the county office through reports, with many having not witnessed the event firsthand. On the pavilion, Su Chun addressed the formidable Dugu Wudi beside him. "It's time to act." "Indeed," Dugu Wudi replied, stepping forward and leaping down from the pavilion. With a thunderous crash upon landing, a ferocious power erupted from within him. As one of the 10 Directions envoys of the Taniage, Dugu Wudi declared, "Those who harbor intentions against our Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, established by the Taniage, may reveal themselves now." The voice of the invincible Dugu reverberated through the air, reaching the ears of the onlookers. Dugu Wudi, one of the messengers of the 10 Directions. Many felt a jolt of surprise. Although they were aware of the power behind the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, the reality of its emergence left them astounded. Within the pavilion, the worry etched on Nalan Rongyan's face dissipated. The arrival of Su Chun and his companions alleviated her concerns. However, the identity of Bai Choufei's backing still left her unsettled. Upon hearing Dugu Wudi proclaim his title and the name of his faction, the final thread of anxiety within her eased. Her gaze instinctively turned towards Lung Huishan, since Bai Choufei referred to both of them as respected envoys. It implied that this individual was also one of the 10 Directions emissaries. As for Su Chun, who wore a conical hat, a sense of curiosity stirred within Nalan Rongyan. Duga Wudi, such an arrogant tone. Let me see if you possess the strength to match it. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, a figure emerged from one end of the street, a gaunt old man clad in a black robe. Though frail in appearance, he radiated an astounding aura that swept across the street, colliding with the formidable presence emanating from Duga Wudi, the first sorcerer of the Cold Moon sect, Mo Wanjia. Upon recognizing this figure, the spectators gasped, calling out the old man's name. Inside a certain pavilion, Yin Yu of the North Town Pacification Office fixed his gaze intently on Mo Wanjia. Sir, it seems that Mo Wanjia's strength has significantly increased. Pei Xiangshu remarked beside him. It feels as though he is on the verge of achieving the unity of spirit and form. I wonder if Duga Wudi from the Tianya Pavilion can contend with Mo Wanjia. Have Duanshui arrange for the living dead to take action. Yin Yu's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Yes. Pei Xiangshu turned and departed. At that moment, within the pavilion where Yin Duanshui and others were situated, the heads of the Qin and Yang families wore expressions of deep concern. Their gazes towards Bai Tianyu were filled with a hunger akin to that of a predator eyeing its prey. Young Master Yin, with Mo Wanjia taking action, you should also make your move. The head of the Qin family urged Yin Duanshui. Yin Duanshui narrowed his eyes slightly. The appearance of Duga Wudi and Mo Wanjia typically signaled the time for the living dead to act, yet he hesitated. Just then, a servant approached, whispering a few words in Yin Duanshui's ear. His expression sharpened as he gestured for the servant to leave and stepped to the forefront of the pavilion. His gaze fixed on Duga Wudi, who was confronting Mo Wanjia on the street. My esteemed father has given his consent to deploy the living dead. As he spoke, a sound escaped his lips, and subsequently, from beneath their feet in the pavilion, an elderly man with disheveled white hair and an extraordinarily robust frame emerged. This old man, though his eyes appeared vacant and his movements mechanical, exuded an overwhelmingly powerful aura. Boom! A tremendous force resonated along the street. Is that the notorious living dead, Qiuxinjia? Some spectators murmured as they beheld the advancing figure of the disheveled old man. Is this truly the living dead, Qiuxinjia? Many gazes turned towards Qiuxinjia, probing into his condition. However, an immense power erupted from Qiuxinjia, repelling their probing presence. Some individuals swayed, nearly losing their balance and falling to the ground. What a formidable aura! From the shadows, Zi Hanyue emerged, her eyes fixated intently on Qiuxinjia's figure. To be candid, their primary adversary remained Yin Yu of the Northern Jinfu Division. If Jinfeng Zailu allied with them this time, today would indeed be the moment to strike against Yin Yu. Boom! The sound of heavy footsteps reverberated through the streets. The dazed expressions of Bai Tianyu and Bai Choufei suddenly shifted as a fist was raised, crashing towards them. A torrent of energy surged forth like a tidal wave, intent on obliterating the two. Bang! A figure descended from the pavilion, delivering a punch aimed at Qiuxinjia's blow. The energy emanating from this newcomer's fist was equally formidable. As the two powers collided, a deep rumble resonated, sending visible shockwaves rippling from their fists. Nearby structures crumbled upon contact with these waves, and some spectators within the pavilion were hurled backward, blood spilling from their mouths. Who is this person? All eyes turned towards the battleground. Boom! In that instant, both figures stumbled back a few steps. When they regained their stance, the formidable figure of the immortal dragon, Long Huishan, appeared before the crowd, exuding an overwhelming aura akin to a mighty river, instilling a sense of profound strength. The spectators were immediately struck with awe. Judging by the released pressure, Long Huishan surpassed even the formidable presence of Duga Wudi when confronting Mo Wanjia. Who are you? Mo Wanjia inquired, gazing at the newly arrived Long Huishan. Tianya Pavilion, Shifeng Envoy, Immortal Dragon, Long Huishan. As he spoke, Long Huishan stepped forward, causing the ground to tremble. Clenching his fists, he unleashed a powerful assault towards the undead Qiuxinjia. His punches surged forth like dragons, each unleashing a tremendous energy that enveloped the surroundings with an inexplicable weight. At that moment, a strange sound echoed from afar. Qiuxinjia turned his gaze towards Long Huishan, having received orders to eliminate this very individual. A layer of dark energy erupted around him as he activated his transformation. delivering a punch infused with an exceedingly fierce and domineering force. Upon colliding with Lung Huishan's fist, a tremendous explosion ensued. This time, Lung Huishan was sent flying backward, blood streaking across his arm. Yet, he paid no heed to the wounds, for they were rapidly mending. The immortal dragon's greatest strength lay in his regenerative ability. As his arm healed, he raised it anew, launching yet another punch with remarkable speed, a massive wave of energy forming before him, resembling a towering mountain. As it surged towards Qiu Shenjie. In response, Qiu Shenjie reluctantly lifted his arm to defend. As the fist collided with the formidable energy, the sleeves of his arms disintegrated into dust, revealing bulging veins as if he were bearing the weight of immense gravity. With a low growl, he felt a shroud of darkness envelop him. His arms clenched fiercely, shattering the energy. Yet, in that moment, his muscles began to contract, hinting at a desiccation within. Although Qiu Shenjie had transformed into a living corpse, infused with potent medicinal energy, the continuous exertion was equally taxing. With a powerful push against the ground, he lunged toward the relentless Cold Regret. Surprisingly, Cold Regret did not evade but charged head-on. The earth trembled as they clashed repeatedly. The vitality sustained by the medicinal energy within Qiu Shenjie gradually waned, while the indomitable Cold Regret bore countless wounds. Observers were left perplexed as to why Cold Regret would engage in such a fierce confrontation with Qiu Shenjie. Even Mo Wanjie, who stood in opposition to Dugu Wudi, shared this sentiment. Chapter 106. A strong man must die with dignity given the current circumstances. It was evident that each of Qiu Shenjie's strikes unleashed formidable power. However, the opponent's speed appeared lacking, relying solely on brute strength. Under normal conditions, Cold Regret should have overpowered Qiu Shenjie with swiftness rather than engage him in a battle of strength. His recovery capabilities were astonishing. Yin Yu, observing from a nearby pavilion, remarked with a grim expression. He too harbored questions about the situation, but was primarily focused on the terrifying regenerative abilities exhibited by Cold Regret. Each time Qiu Shenjie inflicted damage, the opponent's injuries healed in mere moments, leaving onlookers in awe. The Undying Dragon, so that is the epithet he bears? Yin Yu murmured. Turning to his companion, Pei Xiangxiu, he inquired, have you uncovered any information about him? Pei Xiangxiu shook his head. There is no record of this individual within our bureau system. Such a formidable being would undoubtedly leave an impression, yet the absence of any details in his memory signified that this individual had eluded the bureau's records. This indicates he is akin to Bai Tianyu and Bai Choufei. Yin Yu's gaze sharpened, continuing to observe the fierce engagement. So this is the foundation of your confidence. No wonder you rejected our benevolent intentions from the Cold Moon sect. Mo Wanjie, the first law king of the Cold Moon sect, interjected. Benevolence? What you offer is but a threat. Your Cold Moon sect is unworthy to intimidate the might of our Tianya Pavilion. Now that you have appeared, you shall remain here as a warning to others. Dugu Wudi retorted, invigorated by Cold Regret's formidable presence. In his previous life, he had been vanquished by Yun Feiyang, who mastered the tenfold extinction demon technique and the celestial silkworm skill. In this new life, he was determined to unleash the pent-up frustrations of his past. With a surge of rage, his aura intensified, radiating an indomitable fighting spirit. Mo Wanjie, sensing the shift in Dugu Wudi's energy, felt a twinge of seriousness in his gaze. Others around them also sensed the change in atmosphere, their eyes drawn toward the unfolding drama. It appears that the invincible Dugu intends to strike against the demonic entity Wanjie. In the current standoff, the situation seems to favor them. Is this the opportune moment for an attack? Could it be that within the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, another presence lurks? Indeed, there is an individual shrouded in a conical hat within the pavilion. Some voices murmured. Boom. As they spoke, Lung Huishan and the living dead, Qiu Shenjie, once again separated. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lung Huishan coldly declared, though your exterior remains unchanged, the medicinal force within you has likely been nearly depleted. It is time to send you on your way. Upon the utterance of his words, he leaped into the air, channeling two immense waves of energy within his palm. The fluctuations of this energy were astonishing. How could he still possess such power? Yin Yu gazed at the energy erupting from Lung Huishan's palm, his pupils constricting suddenly as an unsettling feeling surged within his heart. Qiu Shenjie would likely be unable to withstand this strike, he solemnly remarked. The living dead, Qiu Shenjie, seemed to sense the impending force as well. Letting out a low growl that resonated with a fierce, tempestuous fury, his dark aura swirling around him. Divine Dragon's destruction. Lung Huishan bellowed, propelling himself into the air as the two colossal energies surged forth like a divine dragon towards Qiu Shenjia. In contrast, two streams of black energy materialized within Qiu Shenjia's palm, converging to form a tumultuous and violent force. The two powers collided with a tremendous crash, generating a vast vortex of energy that caused the ground beneath to tremble. Roar. The energies, akin to divine dragons, emitted a low growl and surged forth with relentless force, dispersing Qiu Shenjia's dark aura before ultimately crashing into his body. Bang! Qiu Shenjia was sent reeling backward from the impact. In that fleeting moment of retreat, Lung Huishan clawed the air, summoning a wave of energy that rapidly coalesced into a pillar, which then shot toward the living dead Qiu Shenjia, who had been flung away. Boom! The powerful palm strike landed directly upon him. Just as Qiu Shenjia struggled to regain his balance, this energy force bore down upon him, pinning him to the ground. At that moment, Lung Huishan descended, his hand pressing firmly against Qiu Shenjia's heart, the ferocious power akin to a divine dragon, rendering the once mighty being immobile. It is an affront to transform a powerful warrior into the living dead. A warrior may fall, but they must not perish without dignity, Lung Huishan proclaimed, his voice resonating through the streets. In that instant, some understood why Lung Huishan had persistently engaged in a contest of strength. He sought to allow his opponent a dignified battle, a gesture of respect for a once mighty warrior. His words struck a chord with several formidable figures present, for none wished to be reduced to the status of the living dead. Within the pavilion, Yen Yu's countenance darkened upon hearing Lung Huishan's words. The living dead were his creations, and Lung Huishan's remarks were a direct insult to him. His gaze sharpened, and his aura surged violently. Beside him, Pei Xiangshu spoke, "My lord, do not succumb to anger. To act now would likely lead you into the opponent's trap. There are rules within the martial world. The great Zhou dynasty relies on the martial realm for its very existence, and the influence of martial forces holds significant sway within it. This is precisely why Yen Yu seeks to secure his position as the commander of the Northern Pacification Office in Lingnan through the Qingshan Temple. Should Yen Yu take action now and subsequently be slain, the great Zhou dynasty would remain inert. Conversely, if he refrains from acting and is killed, the dynasty would undoubtedly pursue his assailants with fervor. The might of the great Zhou dynasty is unquestionable. Otherwise, it would not allow such flourishing martial forces to thrive within its borders. Die. Cold Regret's hand, firmly pressed against the opponent's heart, suddenly clenched into a fist. A tremendous force surged directly into the heart, shattering it. The heart, the nexus of human life, once fractured, offers no chance of recovery. Akin to the severing of one's head. As the heart shattered, Qiu Shenjia revealed a moment of relief in his eyes, followed by the extinguishing of his breath. Witnessing this scene, Yen Yu's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that the living dead, Qiu Shenjia, would pose no threat to the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. His gaze flickered with cold brilliance. Turning to Pei Xiangshu, he inquired, "How prepared are our contingencies?" "My lord, rest assured. The leader of the Blood Banner sect has already brought his Iron Blood 13 guards outside the city. Once I signal, they shall rush in," Pei Xiangshu replied. Though Cold Regret is formidable, he cannot withstand the might of the Iron Blood formation led by the sect's master. Excellent. Dispatch the remaining 10 half-formed living dead as well, and let them exert their remaining strength. Does Cold Regret seek to uphold the dignity of the strong? I shall see how he accomplishes that. Yen Yu responded, his tone grave. Chapter 107. The Unraveling of the Celestial Demon. The unification of spirits. Yen Yu's fury stemmed not only from Cold Regret's words, but also from the murder of his son by the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. All other possibilities had been ruled out. The perpetrators could only be from the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. On the 8th floor of the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower, Nalan Rongyan gazed at the living dead slain by Cold Regret, her eyes momentarily widening. The words of the envoy just now may have provoked Yen Yu. He is narrow-minded and vengeful. He is likely to act again. However, if he truly wishes for death, the great Zhou dynasty cannot save him. Su Chen spoke coldly, his tone domineering, causing Nalan Rongyan to falter. The power of the great Zhou dynasty was well known, yet his words seemed to dismiss its significance. What kind of force was this Tianya pavilion? Nalan Rongyan pondered, her gaze shifting to Su Chun, who wore a wide-brimmed hat and was now focused on the street. He was eager to see if anyone else would make a move. Currently, Bai Choufei, Bai Tianyu, and Cold Regret had all dealt with their opponents. The aura of Dugu Wudi was swelling, and he would likely act in an instant, if no one else intervened. Today's battle would conclude after Dugu Wudi and Mo Wanjia had their turns. At that moment, a figure ascended from downstairs and stood outside the door. Upon its appearance, Chi Bo swiftly turned towards the exit beside Nalan Rongyan. The newcomer whispered a few words into Chi Bo's ear. Chi Bo's expression shifted dramatically as he gestured for the individual to leave. Once inside the room, Chi Bo cast a glance at Nalan Rongyan. The esteemed guest is present. Feel free to speak openly, Nalan Rongyan urged. The leader of the Blood Flag sect, Lord Shui, along with his Iron Blood 13 guardians, is currently outside the city. They are likely awaiting a signal from within. Chi Bo informed. The Blood Flag sect. Are they preparing to make a move? If they do, we shall send them on their way. Let us continue to observe. Su Chen replied with an air of calmness. The undying divine dragon, Lung Huishan, had regained formidable strength, capable of battling several opponents of equal rank single-handedly. On the street, as the aura of Dugu Wudi shifted, Mo Wanjia's own momentum surged dramatically. He took a stride forward, and the surrounding energy began to flow into his body like a turbulent ocean, overwhelming in its ferocity. As this power coursed through him, Mo Wanjia's once withered form seemed rejuvenated. He grew more robust, his stature visibly elevated. 10,000 calamities, annihilation palm. Mo Wanjia launched the first strike, a vast energy coalescing in his palm. With a mighty blow, a destructive force erupted from his hand. Opposite him, Dugu Wudi simultaneously unleashed the 10th level of his annihilation divine art, a dark energy manifesting in his palm, equally formidable. Boom. The clash of their energies resonated with a thunderous roar, causing both combatants to recoil swiftly. In the instant of retreat, they propelled themselves off the ground, their hands colliding midair. Rumbling, the immense energy formed a whirlwind, sweeping around them and creating a tempest of force. They engaged in aerial combat, and for a moment, the outcome remained uncertain. In the shadows, Zihan Yue observed the unfolding scene with a troubled expression. The force behind the Jinfeng Shiyu building, known as the Tianya Pavilion, was far from ordinary. The two individuals who had emerged exuded distinct auras. The undying divine dragon, Lung Huishan, radiated an aura of righteousness, embodying a leader of the righteous path, while Dugu Wudi projected the presence of a formidable rogue. Neither of them were people to be easily subdued. This reminded her of Bai Tianyu, whom she had encountered earlier, leaving her perplexed. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. The sudden appearance of two nearly transcendent experts from the Tianya Pavilion, merely as envoys, was terrifying. It dawned on them that Lingnan County had gained yet another formidable power. Consequently, the local forces had been further weakened. In the world of martial arts, strength breeds weakness. Thus, they began to contemplate how to establish good relations with the Jinfeng Shiyu building after today. Among them, the heads of the Yang and Qin families bore particularly anxious expressions as they watched the fierce clash in the sky, their hearts racing. They felt no such tension regarding Bai Choufei and Bai Tianyu, but the stakes had now escalated. However, the formidable prowess of Dugu Wudi and Lung Huishan suggests that even if their two factions were to unite, they would only be able to barely withstand the impending threat. Yet, within the tower, there remains a figure clad in a conical hat. Earlier, when these two appeared at the tower, they stood beside the hat-wearing man, who seemed to command their presence. Thus, the strength of this enigmatic figure could not possibly be inferior to that of the two. My gaze involuntarily shifted towards Yin Duanshui, who stood beside the tower, his expression dark and foreboding. Yin Xiao, do we still need to take action? Inquired the head of the Yang family. Is there a difference between taking action and courting death? My father must have additional plans. Do not fret. Yin Duanshui replied. Boom. Just as he spoke, Bai Tianyu, standing beside Bai Cho, suddenly raised his hand, brandishing his sword. A fierce wave of sword energy surged forth, slicing directly towards Yin Duanshui and the others in the tower. The Yang and Qin families had already made their move. Thus, these two spectators could not be spared. They must be dealt with swiftly. Once these two are eliminated, the Yang and Qin families would be left without leadership. At that point, other factions would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to partake in their spoils, which would also benefit the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. Crash. The tower collapsed, and 3 figures burst forth, landing on the ground. Yin Duanshui from the Yin family. The head of the Yang family and the head of the Qin family found themselves in a somewhat disheveled state, their eyes warily fixed upon the advancing Bai Tianyu. Boom. In that moment, 2 figures descended between them, Dugu Wudi and Mo Wanjia. Our strengths are equal. Should you wish to slay me, it will be an impossible task, Mo Wanjia declared, locking eyes with Dugu Wudi. The two engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, neither able to gain the upper hand, prompting Mo Wanjia to contemplate retreat. I should have forewarned you. Today, you shall perish. There is no escape, Dugu Wudi coldly asserted. Do you intend to join forces with Lung Huishan against me? Mo Wanjia responded gravely, his gaze drifting towards Lung Huishan, who remained motionless. Today, I, Dugu Wudi, shall end your life. Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique. Dugu Wudi shouted. As an explosive surge of energy erupted from within him, his essence, blood, and bones resonating with a violent roar. As this cacophony erupted, Dugu Wudi's aura rapidly transformed, propelling him towards the unification of spirit and soul. Dugu Wudi's innate strength was already near that of this unification. Unable to subdue Mo Wanjia, he resorted to the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique, harnessing its power to temporarily transcend to the state of spirit-soul unity, unleashing its formidable might. This, as Dugu Wudi's aura shifted, Mo Wanjia's eyes widened in disbelief. Spirit-soul unity, he uttered, his voice faltering. Before he could finish his sentence, Dugu Wudi vanished from sight. Mo Wanjia's pupils constricted sharply, and he retreated with great haste. Yet, a hand materialized before him, moving faster than his retreating form. He could only watch helplessly as that hand struck his chest. Bang! He was sent flying, crashing towards the head of the Yang family, who had been forced back by Bai Tianyu's blade. As the head of the Yang family beheld the scene, his body faltered to keep pace with his sight, and he was struck by Mo Wanjia, causing him to involuntarily spew forth a mouthful of blood. Subsequently, his body followed Mo Wanjia, hurtling towards the crumbling wall. Chapter 108, The Sun's Life and Death. Helplessness. With a resounding crash, a fragment of the dilapidated wall collapsed under their impact, burying the two beneath a cascade of rubble. Yet, from the debris, a figure emerged, none other than Mo Wanjia himself. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, his body hunched, chest caved in, and his eyes wide with terror as they fixed upon the formidable figure of Dugu Wudi standing not far away. In an instant as he rose, Dugu Wudi vanished like a specter. When he reappeared, he was already before Mo Wanjia. With a single hand, he seized Mo Wanjia's throat, denying him any chance to react. You shall die today. You should not have come here, Dugu Wudi's chilling voice echoed in Mo Wanjia's ears. With a surge of power, a sickening crunch resounded as Mo Wanjia's throat was crushed, his head drooping lifelessly, devoid of breath. Thus, the first Law King of the Cold Moon sect met his demise at the hands of another. Previously, the Law King Lu Tianxing had also fallen, a victim of a brutal onslaught. The deaths of these two Law Kings were indeed lamentable. Witnessing this scene, the spectators felt a jolt in their hearts. The first Law King Mo Wanjia had perished at the hands of Dugu Wudi. The loss of two Law Kings in succession represented the most significant blow the Cold Moon sect had endured in years. For years, the Cold Moon sect had been besieged by the Great Zhou dynasty, yet it had remained steadfast within the martial realm of the Great Zhou, a testament to its formidable foundation. However, the loss of two Law Kings in such rapid succession was a considerable setback. In the shadows, Zahanyu observed the unfolding events, her gaze fluctuating as she murmured, the Golden Wind Light Rain Tower and the Tianyao Pavilion must be informed of this incident at once. Yet, with the first Law King's fall, it is imperative that the personnel in Lingnan County conceal themselves swiftly. We must also recruit new members. As thoughts of new recruits crossed her mind, Su Chan inadvertently surfaced in her thoughts. Cough, cough. Meanwhile, the head of the Yang family, having risen from the ruins, coughed violently, blood spilling from his lips. His eyes, clouded with confusion, roamed the surroundings. Little did he anticipate such misfortune. However, this was not his most dire moment. For even more calamity awaited him, as Bai Choufei, who had previously slain Shui Tianhe, moved with swiftness, advancing towards him. With a fierce thrust of his finger, a deadly force erupted, striking his forehead before he could react. With a sickening sound, a gaping wound appeared at his brow, followed by a spurt of blood and white matter. Thud! His body collapsed onto the ground, An expression of confusion mingled with resentment and regret etched upon his face. Upon witnessing this, both Yin Duanshui and Qin Lin, the head of the Qin family, exchanged startled glances, their expressions shifting dramatically as they bolted in opposite directions. The head of the Qin family fled down the street, while Yin Duanshui made a beeline for the pavilion where Yin Yu resided. In that moment, they pushed their speed to the utmost limit, racing away like the wind, leaving only a blurred shadow in their wake. Perhaps this marks the swiftest eruption in their lives. They moved with remarkable speed, yet there were those who surpassed them. Bai Tianyu materialized before Qin Lin, brandishing a long blade, and in an instant, a cascade of blade light descended upon Qin Lin. Qin Lin let out a low growl, unleashing a fierce punch. However, the collision between his fist and the blade's aura sent him reeling backward. Bang! His body struck the ground, then exploded into a mass of flesh and blood. Meanwhile, a swift white figure appeared before Yin Duanshui, its fingers clenched tightly, delivering a powerful strike aimed directly at the opponent's head. Presumptuous. A low growl erupted, akin to a lion's roar, creating a shockwave that momentarily slowed Bai Choufei's actions. In that fleeting moment, a tremendous force emanated from the pavilion, pulling Yin Duanshui back. His previously horrified expression returned to normal. Yet, as he relaxed for an instant, the cold figure of Lung Huishan suddenly unleashed a punch from afar. Boom! Yin Duanshui's body burst apart like a balloon, exploding into a shower of blood that scattered through the air. You dare! At that moment, Yin Yu's low roar echoed from within the loft. Will you dare to descend? I shall slay you should you do so. Suddenly, a deep voice emerged from the lips of Dugawudi. Enraged, Yin Yu smashed the furniture before him with a thunderous clap, yet he remained still. Previously, he had merely used his palm power to pull Yin Duanshui back without showing himself, fearing that Dugawudi might strike him. My lord, Dugawudi has employed a secret technique to enhance his power. We shall strike once his strength wanes, Pei Xiangshu remarked with a cold gaze directed at Dugawudi. Release those half-finished corpses. Even if we cannot kill them, we must dismantle the Jin Feng Shiyu building. Yin Yu's eyes glowed with a crimson hue. He could not tolerate the murder of his child before him, yet he understood he was outmatched, forcing himself to remain composed and not rush out. Nonetheless, he did not wish for the Jin Feng Shiyu building to escape unscathed. Signal for Shangwan Shui to take action, he commanded in a low voice. Pei Xiangshu nodded to a subordinate behind him, who swiftly departed. Moments later, a brilliant firework illuminated the sky, and 10 figures clad in gray robes emerged from the shadows, their eyes vacant. Upon their arrival, they charged toward the Jin Feng Shiyu building, their crimson eyes radiating a brutal ferocity, reminiscent of beasts on the hunt. Witnessing these newcomers, the onlookers were taken aback. They had not anticipated the emergence of another group of undead. However, before these figures could approach, a powerful aura enveloped them, and Dugawudi wove through their ranks. After passing through, these figures halted in place. Bang, bang, bang. Their bodies subsequently exploded, unworthy of the stage. Dugawudi scoffed within the confines of the Jin Feng Shiyu building. The fireworks must have been a notification to the outside world regarding Shangwan Shui. I wonder if they dare to show themselves. Su Chan gazed up at the fireworks illuminating the sky, feeling a tinge of regret. He had initially hoped to take action, but the opportunity had eluded him. However, based on my understanding of Shangwan Shui, he is unlikely to make a move at this moment. In a few days, he might even come to the Jin Feng Shiyu Tower to offer an apology, suggested Nalan Rongyan. Is that so? Su Chen shook his head. However, the fact that we killed Yin Duanshui may present us with some complications. Yin Duanshui was valued by the great wisdom monk of the Qinglong Temple, and having slain him, we may have incurred the monk's wrath, Nalan Rongyan remarked. If that esteemed monk insists on becoming our enemy because of this, then so be it, Su Chen replied. The moment Yin Shu was slain, it signified that there was no room for reconciliation with the Yin family. Should their allies choose to intervene, it would merely mean an additional adversary. Su Chen remained unfazed, his gaze drifting towards the street, eager to see if Shangwan Shui would storm in. Yet, as time passed, Shangwan Shui, as Nalan Rongyan had predicted, did not make an appearance. Not far away, within a pavilion, Yin Yu, his eyes bloodshot with fury, departed in anger. Chapter 109. The storm reignites. Chaos in Lingnan County. The Jin Feng Shiyu Tower in Lingnan County has successfully opened, rewarding 1 blue lottery card and a Millennium Ginseng. After Yin Yu's departure, Su Chun unexpectedly received a reward, a blue lottery card, and a millennium ginseng. Is this a gesture acknowledging my recent rigorous cultivation of physical techniques, compensating for the depletion of my bodily functions? Su Chun pondered. Nearby, Nalan Rongyan observed Yin Yu's retreating figure, her previously tense expression relaxing completely. My lord, Yin Yu will undoubtedly seek revenge. He is likely to find an opportunity to strike at our Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. We must devise a plan to eliminate him. At this moment, Nalan Rongyan envisioned herself as a member of the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. There is no need to kill him. Was it not rumored that Yin Duanshui maintained his position as the commander of the Northern Pacification Office in Lingnan County due to his ties with the great wisdom monk of the Qinglong Temple? Yet now that Yin Duanshui is dead, I doubt he will hold that position for much longer, Su Chen stated coldly. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Nalan Rongyan was taken aback. She had not anticipated this outcome. Indeed, as Su Chen suggested, with Yin Duanshui's demise, the relationship between the Yin family and the Qinglong Temple may very well sever, and the temple would no longer exert its full effort to protect him. Suddenly, Nalan Rongyan recalled something. My lord, Yin Yu has a son, who is a disciple of the Tianxiao Alliance's leader. Nalan Rongyan remarked. I had not realized that Yin Yu had a son within the Tianxiao Alliance. This matter will be handled by Bai Choufei himself. Su Chun had no intention of further involving himself with the affairs of the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower in Lingnan County. At that moment, Bai Choufei, Bai Tianyu, Dugawudi, and Lung Huishan ascended from the lower floor. Dugawudi, Yu and Bai Tianyu set forth to Qingcheng, while Lung Huishan, Yu assist Bai Choufei in securing Lingnan County for a while, aiding him in subjugating the Yang and Qin families. What is rightfully ours must indeed belong to us. Su Chen commanded. Understood. The two replied in unison. Although Qingcheng is not as grand as the county city, it borders the outer territories, serving as a vital passageway. Su Chen would not relinquish his hold on Qingcheng. Moreover, he suspected that the secret location mentioned by Zi Hanyue should lie just outside Qingcheng. Having conveyed these thoughts, Su Chen turned and departed from the Jinfeng Shiyu building. As he exited, a spy trailed behind him. After a few steps, Su Chen suddenly pivoted, his figure flickering as he slipped past the spy. Once Su Chen had left, the spy remained stationary in the middle of the road, motionless. Su Chen continued onward, ultimately blending into the bustling marketplace not far away, vanishing from sight. Those nearby gazed at the halted spy with puzzled expressions, unsure of his inaction. Before long, a man clad in a black robe approached the spy. However, before he could reach the spy's side, the spy's body erupted violently. The black-clad man was caught unawares, splattered by the blood that gushed forth from the spy, leaving him bruised and in excruciating pain. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the black-clad man swiftly retreated, refraining from pursuing Su Chen further. He comprehended that Su Chen's elimination of the spy served as a warning to him and others. In the streets, Su Chen had already donned the attire of a disciple from the Shana sect. The successful opening of the Jinfeng Shiyu building marked the conclusion of his affairs, and he prepared to return to the Shana sect. As he exited the city gates, he caught sight of a familiar figure, Zi Hanyue. She too had left the city. Silently, he followed her. Soon, Zi Hanyue arrived at a secluded estate outside the city. After knocking thrice, a head appeared from within the manor, revealing it to be Xiao Lan, who had previously accompanied Zi Hanyue. Observing Zi Hanyue enter the estate, Su Chen surveyed his surroundings and leaped directly into the manor, where the two were making their way toward the main hall. The estate was eerily quiet, devoid of servants. Inside the hall, Zi Hanyue removed her veil, revealing a visage identical to what Su Chen had seen previously. Could this be her true appearance? Observing from the shadows, Su Chen pondered. Miss, why did the first Law King not return with you? Xiao Lan inquired. The first Law King perished at the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Behind the Jinfeng Shiyu building lies a faction known as Tianich. They dispatched two envoys this time, one named Dugawudi and the other the Undying Dragon, Lung Huishan. The first Law King fell at the hands of Dugawudi, who utilized a secret technique to reach the realm of spirit and soul unity. You must relay this news back to the sect, Zi Hanyue declared. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Lan was momentarily stunned, struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. Miss, what shall we do now? The arrival of the Dharma King was intended to confront Yin Yu, but now that Yin Yu remains unharmed, it is the Dharma King who has met his demise. There is no longer any need for concern regarding Yin Yu. as the individuals from the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion have assisted us in eliminating Yin Duanshui. With Yin Duanshui's death, Yin Yu will lose the support of the Qinglong Temple. Our faction now has a genuine opportunity to supplant him as the leader of the Northern Pacification Office in Lingnan Prefecture. Once Yin Yu forfeits this position, the people from the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion will undoubtedly not spare him. After you send the message, inform Li Wei to meet me tonight at Dingshan Lake. Additionally, please investigate Su Chun and ascertain his current situation within the Shanhua sect. I wish to recruit him into the Cold Moon sect and see if I can secure a foothold within the Shanhua faction. Zihanhua commanded. Understood. The swift Xiaolan hurried towards the rear hall. Meanwhile, Su Chin's eyes narrowed. He was aware of Li Wei, the left deputy minister of Lingnan Prefecture, and had previously noted that the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion sought to align with him to penetrate the prefectural government. Little did he expect that this individual had ties to the Cold Moon sect. From this scenario, it appeared that the Cold Moon sect's influence in Lingnan Prefecture was not to be underestimated. After waiting for a while, Su Chin prepared to withdraw when Xiaolan rushed in. Breathless, "Miss, there is a disturbance brewing in Lingnan Prefecture." Upon hearing Xiaolan's words, Zihanua's expression shifted. "What has occurred? Speak, miss." News from the sect indicates that the Lingyue Sword faction has information regarding the Golden Plum Vase and has instructed us to investigate, Xiaolan announced. At this revelation, Zihanua's demeanor turned grave. If the Lingyue Sword faction indeed possesses information about the Golden Plum Vase, they are likely to face an onslaught. Should the Lingyue Sword faction be besieged, chaos will ensue throughout Lingnan Prefecture. In such an event, the Northern Pacification Office of the Great Zhou Dynasty would undoubtedly dispatch a formidable figure to quell the martial forces, rendering them unable to assist us. Furthermore, if Lingnan Prefecture descends into turmoil, our plans cannot come to fruition. Listening from a distance, Su Chun could not help but ponder the true nature of the Golden Plum Vase they spoke of. Chapter 110, Resurrection. The Golden Plum Vase, something capable of inciting upheaval in Lingnan Prefecture, is undoubtedly significant. Curiosity regarding this so-called Golden Plum Vase arose within Su Chun. As the two conversed without exchanging any valuable information, Su Chun quietly exited the estate. Once outside, he promptly sent a message to Bai Choufei, instructing him to investigate the nature of the Golden Plum Vase. At the Shanhua sect's Tianchua courtyard, Miss, a force named Tianya Pavilion has emerged behind the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion, dispatching two prominent envoys, Duga Wudi and the Undying Divine Dragon, Lung Huishan. The first Dharma king of the Cold Moon sect, Mo Wankai, was slain by the secret techniques of Duga Wudi, while the living dead forged by Yin Yu were annihilated by the Undying Divine Dragon, Lung Huishan. Kai Wei swiftly reported the events occurring in the prefectural city to Murong Qingchen. After hearing Tsai Wei's account, a flicker of intrigue passed through Murong Qingchen's beautiful eyes. At Tianya Pavilion, the Jinfeng Shiyu building, and the likes of Lung Huishan and Duga Wudi, you suggest that the individuals from Tianya Pavilion have come solely to support the Jinfeng Shiyu building, Murong Qingchen remarked. Miss, what do you mean? Kai Wei, clad in yellow, inquired. Somewhat perplexed. On the surface, it appears to be merely support, yet there is an underlying sense that it is not the case. Given the current circumstances, it seems that Tianya Pavilion is an elusive force of considerable strength. Otherwise, they would not casually dispatch two experts on the verge of achieving the unity of spirit and soul. Had they revealed themselves earlier, they could have certainly intimidated various factions within Lingnan County. Even if they do not fear these two individuals, they would likely not trouble the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Therefore, I surmise that their visit carries ulterior motives, Murong Qingchen elucidated. Miss, could it be that they have come for the Jinmei Ping? Upon hearing Murong Qingchen's analysis, Kai Wei couldn't help but exclaim, there is a significant possibility. The Jinmei Ping is rumored to possess the power of resurrection. Who wouldn't covet such a treasure? Inform the officials from the county to closely monitor the movements of the Jinfeng Shiyu building, particularly concerning Duga Wudi and Lung Huishan. If they have not departed, it is likely they are indeed here for the Jinmei Ping, and we must remain vigilant, Murong Qingchen instructed. As they conversed, a young man appeared outside the Tianchua courtyard. With his long black hair cascading loosely, profound eyes, and striking brows, he wore a black robe adorned with golden embroidery, exuding an extraordinary aura. Without announcement, he entered the courtyard directly. Upon seeing the man in black, Xiao Linger immediately displayed a dazed expression and approached with a respectful bow, Greetings, young sect master. In the realm of the Shanhua sect, only one could be addressed as young sect master, and that was Qian Mu, the son of the sect leader Qian Yuanshan. Is junior sister Qingchen in the rear courtyard? The young man inquired, his tone gentle and refined. Miss is in the rear courtyard. I shall inform her. Qiu Linger promptly responded as she made her way toward the back. Miss, the young sect master has arrived. Upon entering the rear courtyard, Qiu Linger called out. Murong Qingchen, who had been conversing, gestured for Kaiwei to leave and rose to head outside. Meeting Qian Mu, who had entered alongside Qiu Linger, she approached and asked, What brings you to my Tianqua courtyard today, senior brother? Junior sister, you have been secluded in the courtyard for quite some time. It is time you ventured out. There is a newly emerged faction that father has asked me to visit, and I wonder if you would accompany me, Qian Mu replied. A new faction? For you to personally visit? It must be quite significant. What is this faction? Murong Qingchen feigned surprise as she inquired. This new faction is known as the Jinfeng Shiyu Building, and it is rather formidable, backed by a hidden force called Tianya Pavilion. Tianya Pavilion has dispatched 2 experts nearing the unity of spirit and soul to our Lingnan County. They have even slain the first law king of the Hanyu sect, Mo Wanjia, and annihilated the Qin and Yang families, demonstrating immense power. Hence, father wishes for me to pay them a visit, Qian Mu explained. Such strength. Murong Qingchen could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Strength is formidable, and the approach taken is rather domineering. It seems that tranquility will not linger in Lingnan County for long. Junior sister, let us go and witness the golden wind and drizzling rain pavilion. Qian Mu's extensive remarks were merely to pique Murong Qingchen's interest. With her curiosity now ignited, he was confident she would accompany him to the county office. Very well. I too am eager to observe this influence. Murong Qingchen nodded. Having just heard Caiwei's report, she wished to engage with the golden wind and drizzling rain pavilion, and now, with Qian Mu's invitation, her desire would be fulfilled, allowing her to scrutinize the pavilion. If all goes well, she might pursue collaboration with them. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Qian Mu's face. Linger, please inform Kaiwei and accompany me down the mountain, Murong Qingchen instructed the standing Qiulinger. Miss, may I join you? Qiulinger expressed her desire to descend as well. It is not permissible for you to go unaccompanied. Murong Qingchen replied. Qiulinger, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat disheartened. Suddenly, her eyes brightened upon seeing Su Chen entering from outside. Su Chen had returned to the Shanhua sect, contemplating a visit to the armory to see if he could procure some benefits. Su Chen, come here. Qiulinger immediately called out. Miss, now there is someone here. With Su Chen watching, I can accompany you. As Qiulinger called out, Su Chen approached. Greetings, esteemed courtyard master, and to the young sect master. Su Chen recognized Qian Mu, the young sect master of Shanhua sect. I shall go out with the miss and sister Kaiwei. I leave this place in your care. Qiulinger affirmed. Brother, this. Murong Qingchen glanced at Qian Mu. Then let us all go. Qian Mu nodded and then directed his gaze to Su Chen. It appears a new caretaker has been added to this courtyard. Qian Mu was well aware that the management of the Tianqua courtyard had always been in the hands of Kaiwei and Qiulinger, with no other individuals involved. Su Chen has just joined our Tianqua courtyard, Murong Qingchen added. Upon hearing this, Qian Mu's brow furrowed slightly. He was under the impression that Murong Qingchen did not typically keep track of her disciples. How could she possibly remember Su Chen? However, seeing Su Chen's ordinary attire as an inner disciple, he dismissed the thought. Junior sister, shall we proceed? After visiting the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Pavilion, we can also attend the Lantern Festival in the county tonight, Qian Mu suggested. Originally, it was Deputy Sect Master Lu Chuan who was to visit the pavilion, but knowing the Lantern Festival was taking place that evening, Qian Mu took it upon himself to undertake this task, eager to experience the festival alongside Murong Qingchen. Su Chen, the rear courtyard is private. No disciple is permitted to enter, including you. Kaiwei interjected. I understand. Su Chen nodded. Initially, he had no intention of entering the rear courtyard, but now he felt a sense of curiosity. As Su Chen responded, the 4 of them had already exited the Tianqua courtyard, leaving him alone within. Su Chen paid little mind to this and first sought out the armory, yet he found no opportunities for gain. Subsequently, he closed the courtyard gates behind him. In solitude, one delves into the secret chamber for cultivation. Who is to blame for the fact that this body has fallen behind in its training? Thus, the only path forward is through diligent effort to catch up. As the twilight descended, Su Chen emerged from the secret chamber of the Tianqua courtyard, and made his way back to his own small abode. Along the way, a servant disciple approached him. "My lord, this is a confidential letter from Master Bai," the disciple murmured as he drew near, handing Su Chen the missive before swiftly departing. This messenger was a spy trained by the Jinfeng Shiyu building, tasked specifically with the transmission of information between him and the county government. Within the small courtyard, Su Chen unfolded the letter, his gaze sharpening slightly upon reading that the Jin Mei Ping indeed possessed the ability to resurrect the dead. Task triggered. The host has come into contact with the Jin Mei Ping. Seize it and receive a reward. 1 card to negate the side effects of the Jin Mei Ping. Su Chen paid little heed to the task, for his focus lay on the artifact's miraculous powers, resurrection. Such a treasure, once revealed, would surely captivate all under heaven. The Lingnan County could hardly remain undisturbed. Contemplating this, Su Chen's expression turned resolute. If this news were to spread from the Jinfeng Shiyu building, their influence would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. However, the Jinfeng Shiyu building merely disseminated the information without verifying its authenticity. With this thought, Su Chen resolved to have Bai Choufei relay this news the following day, eager to observe the reactions and movements of other factions within Lingnan County. Subsequently, he entered his chamber to prepare for rest. Yet, recalling that he had received a blue lottery card during the opening of the Jinfeng Shiyu building that day, he felt a surge of inspiration and promptly utilized it. "Congratulations. You have obtained the invincible divine blade, the Bai Tian Yu Pei Dao blood blade." Instantly, a pitch-black blade materialized in his hand, its hilt and sheath equally dark, tinged with a hint of deep crimson, likely a result of prolonged exposure to blood. Upon witnessing this, Su Chen unsheathed the long knife, a formidable aura of murder emanating from it, sending a shiver down his spine. He quickly returned the blade to its sheath. The intensity of this murderous intent was so overwhelming that it chilled him. This blade surpassed even his own chi-level rain blade. Meanwhile, in the northern town governor's office, Yin Yu wore a grim expression. That old fool, Shangwan Shui, lacks even a shred of courage. Fleeing with his men, he fumed. "When the opportunity arises, I shall settle the score with Shangwan Shui." Beside him, Pei Xiangshu remained silent, recognizing that it was wise to refrain from speaking while Yin Yu was in a rage. Just then, a guard appeared at the entrance of the hall. The guard glanced into the hall, noting Yin Yu's fury, and hesitated, unsure whether to enter. Seeing this, Pei Xiangshu stepped out from the hall. The guard promptly approached him and whispered a few words into his ear. Instantly, Pei Xiangshu's expression shifted, and he gestured for the guard to leave before returning to the hall. "What has transpired?" Yin Yu observed the troubled expression on Pei Xiangshu's face. "My lord, we may be in grave danger. News has just arrived from the capital that the Lingyue sword sect might possess clues regarding the Jin Mei Ping." Pei Xiangshu spoke somberly. "What did you say? You mean the Lingyue sword sect has information about the Jin Mei Ping?" Yin Yu's pupils dilated as he inquired. "Indeed. This news has likely spread throughout the capital, and I estimate it will reach our county within a couple of days," Pei Xiangshu replied. "Excellent, excellent. I did not expect to hear such tidings at this moment. Ensure that the body of Duan Shui is sent to the cold storage. The Jin Mei Ping has the power to revive the dead. If I can obtain it, I can bring my son back to life." This news could not have come at a better time, Yin Yu exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "My lord, with the Jin Mei Ping appearing, it is inevitable that someone will be dispatched from the capital. I've received intelligence that Helian Chunshui, the son of the Zhunnan Marquis, may come to our Lingnan prefecture. The Zhunnan Marquis is a core figure behind our Northern Pacification Office. Once the young Marquis arrives, you may have to relinquish control of the Northern Pacification Office in Lingnan. If that power is surrendered, acquiring the Jin Mei Ping will become exceedingly difficult," Pei Xiangshu warned gravely. Upon hearing Pei Xiangshu's words, Yin Yu's expression darkened, for it was indeed as Pei Xiangshu had said. Once Helian Chunshui arrived, the authority of the Northern Pacification Office in Lingnan would inevitably be transferred. At that point, he would be compelled to obey Helian Chunshui. Even if he were to obtain the Jin Mei Ping, it would ultimately have to be handed over to Helian Chunshui, who would certainly not lend such a treasure to him for the revival of his son. "By the way, have you contacted the Qinglong Temple? What response did they provide?" Yin Yu asked, taking a sip of water. "The great wisdom Dharma King at Qinglong Temple is still in seclusion, and the other Dharma Kings are unwilling to intervene." Pei Xiangshu replied solemnly. "They are of no use at such a crucial moment." Yin Yu slammed his hand down on the table. Bang! The table shattered under the force of his blow. "My lord, we must remain composed. We need to devise a way to acquire the Jinmei Ping. Once we do, both the eldest and third young masters could potentially be revived. The third young master's body was just transported back from Qingqing and buried not long ago. I will go to the third young master's grave shortly, secretly exhume his body, and together with the eldest young master's body, send them to the underground ice storage, awaiting the arrival of the Jinmei Ping for their resurrection, Pei Xiangshu proposed. Upon hearing Pei Xiangshu's suggestion, Yin Yu's gaze sharpened. It seems you have a plan. Pray do share. Pei Xiangshu had collaborated with him for decades, and Yin Yu understood him well. If Pei Xiangshu spoke thus, he must have devised a scheme. My lord, we can convey this news to the Qinglong Temple and the Tianxiao Alliance, leveraging their resources to acquire the Jinmei Ping. Pei Xiangshu suggested. The Qinglong Temple has distanced themselves from us. Is it necessary to share this information with them? Yin Yu responded, his voice low. His son, Yin Duanshui, had indeed joined the ranks of the great Wisdom Dharma King at Qinglong Temple. However, now his son is deceased. The Qinglong Temple surprisingly remained silent, failing to assist in avenging him. Why, then, should he disclose this news to the Qinglong Temple? My lord, even if we do not inform the Qinglong Temple, I believe they will learn of it in a day or two. Given this, why not extend our goodwill to the Qinglong Temple? In doing so, we could potentially gain a favor from them, suggested Pei Xiangshu. Upon hearing this, Yin Yu's eyes brightened. Indeed, Pei Xiangshu's proposal was astute. If all three families are interested in the golden plum vase, not only could they collaborate, but they could also keep each other in check. This would be most advantageous for him. You shall handle this matter. Yin Yu nodded affirmatively. The subordinate acknowledged this, stating he would first proceed to the grave of the third young master. After Pei Xiangshu finished speaking, he departed the hall, intending to unearth Yin Shu's grave and transport his remains to the cold storage. The longer a corpse is exposed, the more likely it is to decay. Chapter 112. The Gold Mine, Financial Aid, the Unrepentant Killing Floor Blood Flag Sect. In a secret chamber, the leader of the Blood Flag Sect, Shengwan Shui, stood before a cloaked figure. The individual was shrouded in a black robe, their face concealed by a mask, revealing only a pair of hawk-like eyes. Shengwan Shui, robust in stature and exuding an intense aura of bloodlust, appeared somewhat restrained in the presence of the robed figure. Third senior brother, what brings you to Lingnan Prefecture? Shengwan Shui inquired, bowing slightly. News from the capital indicates that the Lingyue Sword Sect has a lead on the Golden Plum Vase. This is our opportunity. Once the vase emerges, chaos will undoubtedly ensue in Lingnan Prefecture, providing us an ideal moment to expand. This is precisely why I instructed you to evacuate immediately upon my arrival. Yin Yu of the Northern Pacification Office has been forsaken, and now he Lian Chunshui, son of the Marquis of Zhennan, has come to Lingnan Prefecture. He will undoubtedly assume command from Yin Yu, who will gradually be replaced, replied the masked man in a low, resonant voice, emanating an air of authority. The young Marquis Lian Chunshui is likely just passing through for a brief period and will not remain long. Once he departs, Yin Yu will still be the leader of the Northern Pacification Office in Lingnan Prefecture. Our future actions will still rely on him. Shengwan Shui remarked. Once power is relinquished, it can never be reclaimed. If Lian Chunshui takes over the Northern Pacification Office, he will undoubtedly position his own people in that role, leaving Yin Yu with no opportunity. The robed figure asserted. But surely Yin Yu must have allies within the Northern Pacification Office in the capital. Otherwise, he could not have attained the position of leader in Lingnan Prefecture, Shengwan Shui interjected. Yin Yu originally aligned with the Fong Incan faction, yet in recent years, he has sought to curry favor with the Right Minister Fu Zongshu, resulting in his abandonment by Fong Incan. The fact that he has not yet been ousted from the leadership of the Northern Pacification Office in Lingnan Prefecture likely reflects Fong Incan's reluctance to act against him for Fu Zongshu's sake. However, now that the Lord of Zhennan intends to act against him, Fong Incan is unlikely to intervene. And Fu Zongshu is not a pivotal figure in the Northern Town's authority, thus he can only be discarded. The visitor spoke in a low voice. Yet, this is not our concern. What we desire is chaos in Lingnan Prefecture, for only in chaos can our money gang seamlessly infiltrate the city of Lingnan. The visitor continued solemnly. You must strive to cultivate a good relationship with the Jin Fengshiyu Tower, and find a way to obtain the Qin family's mining site in Xishan. There is a gold mine within that Xishan mine. The visitor elaborated. What? A gold mine? The Qin family has been mining for so many years without yielding a single grain of gold. A look of astonishment crossed Shengwan Shui's face. They will never extract gold from there. The miners within are entirely under the control of our money gang, and the extraction locations have been deliberately misaligned. The visitor continued. I understand your intention, third senior brother. I will pay a visit to the Jin Fengshiyu Tower shortly, adopting a humble demeanor and presenting favorable conditions to persuade them to relinquish the Shishan mine. Shang Wanshui stated. Excellent. During this period, I shall remain here to monitor the developments in Lingnan Prefecture. Of course, should we uncover any leads regarding the golden plum bottle, I believe the first senior brother would be exceedingly pleased. The visitor continued. Rest assured, third senior brother, I will investigate. I will first head to the Jin Fengshiyu Tower to see if I can secure the Shishan mine. Shang Wanshui replied. Good. I shall await your promising news here. The visitor nodded. Shang Wanshui bowed and exited the secret chamber. Upon emerging, his gaze sharpened. The Shishan gold mine. The golden plum bottle. Do I still know too little? Soon, he arrived at the Great Hall. Prepare a substantial gift. I wish to meet with the master Bai Choufei of the Jin Fengshiyu Tower. Shang Wanshui instructed a servant within the hall. Naturally, numerous factions are also heading to the Jin Fengshiyu Tower. Powerful forces are always in high demand. Meanwhile, at another location, Shantman. Su Chun had been diligently training these past few days, yet his personal strength did not ascend rapidly. The cultivation of martial arts resembles rowing upstream, progressing slowly without the explosive speed of earlier stages. It seems that relying solely on arduous self-training still requires considerable time. Su Chun contemplated. Over the past few days, he had been utilizing thousand-year-old ginseng, but unlike before, where he consumed it voraciously, he now sliced it and gradually enhanced his bodily functions. Knock, knock. A sound echoed at Su Chen's courtyard door. Rising to open it, he found, Su senior brother, your letter. Who could this letter be from? Su Chen pondered with curiosity. Upon opening it, he discovered that Lu Wumei had invited him to descend the mountain for a meeting. Could it be that Lu Wumei has resolved the matter of his entrance into the Changhan Palace? Su Chen mused. After tucking the letter away, he first visited the Tiancetang courtyard, where Qiuling Air had already returned. He informed her of his intention to descend the mountain, as he was responsible for the armory and needed to inform her of his absence. After speaking with Qiuling Air, Su Chen swiftly descended the mountain. Outside the prefectural city, beyond the fortified city of Lingnan County, a sizable population resides, known as the Outer City. Before a small courtyard, Su Chen gazed with a hint of perplexity, unable to comprehend why Lu Wumei had summoned him to this location. Pushing open the gate, he stepped inside. Within the courtyard, Lu Wumei stood gracefully in a flowing black gown, her face veiled, exuding an ethereal beauty. Upon his arrival, a faint smile graced her lips. Surely you haven't been expelled from the Changhan Palace, have you? Otherwise, why would you not meet me there? Su Chun inquired, observing her closely. I called you here primarily to seek your assistance. I intend to eliminate a certain individual. Should I succeed, I shall assume control of the Changhan Palace in Lingnan County, Lu Wumei declared. At her words, Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. You wish to kill Lu Wumei? He is, after all, your senior brother. He has betrayed our master and the Changhan Palace, and my master has instructed me to cleanse our ranks. However, my senior brother has established a stronghold here over the years and is surrounded by formidable allies. I require someone to distract them, and thus I thought of you. Lu Wumei explained. Cleansing the ranks? Su Chen replied, his brow furrowing further. Isn't the Changhan Palace rather loose in its structure? Why fear betrayal? Previously, Lu Wumei had sought to recruit Su Chen into the Changhan Palace without mentioning such concerns. He is different. He is the leader of the Changhan Palace in Lingnan County. This position cannot afford betrayal or laxity. Should you join, such constraints would not apply to you, she stated, fixing her gaze upon him. Is that so? That is indeed intriguing. However, to be frank, I do not regard your senior brother with much esteem, Su Chen admitted. Though his current prowess had not yet reached the pinnacle of the divine refinement realm, he believed he could stand against Lu Wumei. It appears you do not hold my senior brother in high regard. Why don't you confront him directly? Lu Wumei suggested, observing Su Chen. Provided the compensation and resources are adequate, I could devise a means to ensure your senior brother's demise, Su Chen replied. Excellent. Here is a down payment. Upon completion of the task, I shall bestow upon you an additional token of appreciation, Lu Wumei said, producing a small ornate box from her sleeve and placing it before Su Chen. Upon opening it, a golden radiance illuminated Su Chen's eyes, a lustrous orb radiating golden light. Discovered a common golden spirit pearl, Wearing and absorbing it can refine one's physique, rewarding 2 white lottery tickets. At this moment, Su Chun discerned the properties of the pearl and received 2 white lottery tickets. This is the golden spirit pearl, capable of refining the physique of the cultivator. I must express my gratitude to the Jin Feng Shiyu building for enabling me to win this from my senior brother, Lu Wumei remarked. You are truly ruthless, using someone else's treasure to enlist assistance in eliminating him. Su Chun observed, though his hands were already unceremoniously placing the box containing the golden spirit pearl into his robe. His own physical cultivation technique, the demon god technique, also aimed at refining the body. With this artifact, he would significantly reduce the time needed for his physical refinement. How could he possibly refuse? When shall we take action? Su Chun inquired. This evening, Lu Wumei replied. You shall strike him tonight. Have you made the necessary arrangements? Su Chun asked. I have not prepared anything, for he intends to make a move against me. If I do not act first, I may find myself imprisoned by him. Lu Wumei stated. Very well, I will devise a plan to eliminate him tonight, Su Chun declared. Lu Wuhui possesses commendable strength, yet if he seizes an opportunity, even without unleashing his full power, he could still vanquish his opponent. Come with me to Changhan Palace. There, we shall encircle and eliminate Lu Wuhui, Lu Wumei suggested. Changhan Palace is the domain of your senior brother. Ambushing him there may prove challenging, Su Chun remarked, gazing at Lu Wumei. This implies that the two of them are unable to confront Lu Wuhui directly. It is indeed complicated, but it presents the greatest opportunity. I sought you not to engage Lu Wuhui directly, but merely to assist in detaining some of his subordinates. The life of my senior brother will be claimed by me and another, Lu Wumei responded, looking at Su Chun. So, you summoned me merely to obstruct his minions. Su Chun observed. Enough of this chatter, night is fast approaching. There is a set of clothing and a human skin mask inside. Change into them. And we shall depart from the shadows, Lu Wumei instructed. Su Chun, seeing no reason to prolong the conversation, entered the room to change into a typical robe of the Changhan Palace disciples. On their way to Changhan Palace, Su Chun recalled having recently acquired 2 white lottery cards. Previously, he had exchanged a blue lottery card and won the Bloodblade of Bai Tianyu. He felt that he was unlikely to draw a character again soon, so he saw no need to keep the 2 white lottery cards. Wind-cutting blade technique experience card of the Flowerless Monk. A vial of Western Region Deer Blood Pill, 10 vials. Su Chun was taken aback by his acquisition of the wind-cutting blade technique experience card belonging to the Flowerless Monk. The Flowerless Monk is a character from the tale of Chu Liuxiang, possessing extraordinary prowess. If he were not so intent on courting death, even Chu Liuxiang might not be his match. To have drawn his ultimate technique, the wind-cutting blade technique experience card, was unexpected. This technique, when combined with my drizzle blade, would surely allow me to overpower Lu Wuhui, Su Chun mused. Soon, he and Lu Wumei returned to Changhan Palace. Upon entering the palace, Su Chun suddenly felt as though he had been targeted by a keen intent imbued with a ruthless aura. His gaze sharpened. He is someone I invited. Just as Su Chun was about to inquire further, Lu Wumei spoke. As Lu Wumei's words fell, a veiled woman, carrying a quiver on her back, emerged from the shadows. She is indeed the individual you summoned, albeit her prowess is somewhat lacking, the cloaked woman remarked, fixing her gaze upon Lu Wumei. This is my affair. Your involvement is unnecessary. Tonight, we shall act, Lu Wumei asserted. I shall abide by your arrangements, the woman with the quiver replied, retreating into the shadows of the palace. This individual likely hails from Changhan Palace, possessing commendable strength, though she exhibits a degree of arrogance. Su Chun cast a glance at the woman concealed in the shadows, quietly acknowledging her remarkable ability to suppress her presence. Had he not witnessed her retreat into the darkness, he might never have sensed her. He too moved towards the shadows, his shadow cloak enveloping him, rendering his aura completely imperceptible. Upon noticing the abrupt disappearance of his presence, the woman's expression shifted, a flicker of ominous light flashing in her eyes. She could not help but cast another glance at Su Chun, realizing she had underestimated him. He was likely a top-tier assassin. Before long, footsteps echoed outside the palace, and Lu Wui's figure appeared at the entrance. Junior sister, why the haste? What brings you to me? He inquired. Brother, our master has received word that you have betrayed the Changhan Palace, and I am here to investigate, Lu Wumei replied, her gaze fixed on Lu Wuhui. Upon hearing this, Lu Wuhui's countenance altered. Junior sister, how could I betray the Changhan Palace? This rumor is unfounded. You can report directly to our master that no such thing has occurred. His voice turned solemn as he spoke. Brother, some matters cannot be concealed. I advise you to meet with our master. Perhaps, out of consideration for our bond, he may spare you, Lu Wumei suggested. At her words, Lu Wuhui's expression darkened, his eyes growing shadowy. It seemed his junior sister had uncovered something substantial. What a pity! I had not intended to resort to force against you. But now I must confine you. He then called out, Arrow Rain, you must be inside the palace. Come forth. At this, Lu Wumei's gaze sharpened. She had not anticipated Lu Wuhui would be aware of Arrow Rain's presence. From the shadows, the woman dressed in black slowly emerged. I did not expect the third young master to discern my presence, she said, her aura carefully concealed, making it unlikely for Lu Wuhui to detect her. You and the Evil Hand are the two chief commanders under our master. Since the Evil Hand is currently in Jiangnan, it falls to you to deal with me. Lu Wuhui replied, his expression calm as he regarded the woman in black. It seems the third young master is wary of our master, she remarked. In an instant, his right hand grasped, and 3 arrows were knocked to his left bowstring. Swish, swish, swish. However, the arrows were not aimed at Lu Wuhui, but rather at Su Chen's location. Hidden in the shadows, Su Chen's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that Lu Wumei's associates would target him. The arrows flew with incredible speed, already locking onto his evasion route. At this moment, he could only confront the incoming projectiles head-on. His gaze sharpened, and his palm darkened as he clenched it into a fist. Bang! His fist collided with one of the arrows, producing a resounding clash of metal. The tremendous force propelled Su Chen against the palace wall. I didn't expect her to unleash such formidable energy, Su Chen thought to himself. With a sudden push against the wall, he lunged toward the woman. Upon witnessing this, she observed the collision of Su Chen's fist with her arrow, which struck the wall without inflicting any harm upon her, and he continued his furious advance. Her expression sharpened, and she retreated swiftly, conjuring 3 arrows in her hands, drawing her bow with remarkable speed. This time, the arrows did not scatter but converged at a single point, hurtling towards Su Chen like shooting stars. Su Chen executed a mid-air turn, evading the trio of arrows while maintaining his assault on the woman, who bore the quiver on her back. As he reached her, he unleashed a powerful punch. The force of his strike erupted into a formidable gust of air, creating a thunderous roar that echoed around them. Yet, the woman remained unperturbed, swiftly transitioning her bow to her other hand and stepping forward, her longbow slicing through the air with ferocity as it aimed at Su Chen. The dark bow glimmered ominously, akin to a swift blade, as cold light erupted from it, colliding with Su Chen's fist. With a resounding thud, Su Chen landed, shattering the rocky ground beneath him, while the woman staggered back, pushed by the tremendous force. However, a glint of ruthlessness flickered in her eyes. Earlier, one of her arrows had lodged itself in the wall, while the other 2, having struck the arrowhead, were redirected by a surge of energy, now hurtling towards Su Chen's back at a speed surpassing their initial flight. Su Chen, be careful. In a moment of urgency, Lu Wumei called out his name. At that instant, Su Chen sensed the arrow's return trajectory. As he landed, he bent forward, his hands moving with lightning speed to grasp the 2 arrows, which he then hurled back at the woman. She evaded his throw with a swift motion, leaving behind a fleeting afterimage. Su Chen, it is you. Upon hearing this, Lu Wuhui's face registered surprise, his gaze fixed intently on Su Chen. He found it hard to believe that Lu Wumei had called out his name. Simultaneously, Su Chen felt somewhat helpless. The name had slipped out due to concern, and he couldn't fault her for it. Removing the mask from his face, he looked at Lu Wuhui and said, Sister Lu, I never imagined that the person sent by your master would be someone so familiar to me. Lu Wuhui's expression remained one of disbelief as he gazed at Su Chen. You truly are Su Chen. How could you possess such formidable strength? He exclaimed. What is so surprising about it? Su Chen replied coldly, an aura of lethal intent enveloping him, particularly directed at the woman with the quiver. Arrow Rain, you have betrayed your master, Lu Wumei declared with a chilling tone, her eyes fixed on the woman carrying the quiver. Had it not been for her intent to kill Wu Hui, I would never have betrayed her. Moreover, who could possibly know that it was I who betrayed her? It was you who betrayed her. The figure known as Arrow Rain gazed at Lu Wumei and declared. Upon hearing this, Lu Wumei's pupils constricted sharply as her gaze shifted towards Su Chen. Do not fret, They have recognized my identity, and today, none shall escape. Su Chen spoke coldly. Once his true strength was revealed, his identity would inevitably be discerned, and many would speculate that he was connected to the Jin Feng Shiyu building. Although there were those who currently speculated about his ties to the building, they merely assumed he had some dealings with them. However, should his strength be unveiled, he would be seen as one of their own. Today, these two individuals could not hope to leave unscathed. As he spoke, Su Chen brushed his hand against his back. Feeling the rainy blade in his grasp, his eyes coldly fixed upon Arrow Rain. With a swift motion, he drew the rainy blade, propelling himself forward once more. As he approached Arrow Rain, he unsheathed the blade in an instant. The blinding glint of the blade pierced through the air, striking Arrow Rain's exposed eyes like a torrential downpour. Caught unawares, Arrow Rain, who had intended to retaliate with her bow, was forced to raise her longbow to shield herself from the onslaught of blade light. With a sharp sound, her bow was severed by the blade's edge. In that critical moment, sensing an imminent threat, Arrow Rain hastily retreated. Yet, her veil was torn away, revealing a stunning visage, albeit one that appeared strikingly pale. Had she not dodged swiftly, she would likely have suffered a fatal wound. What manner of weapon is this? Arrow Rain questioned, her expression grave as she regarded Su Chen's rainy blade. However, the only response she received was the glimmering blade in his hand. This time, the blade's light was not ferocious but rather reminiscent of a gentle, persistent drizzle, imbued with a palpable sense of danger. Arrow Rain's complexion shifted dramatically, the feeling of peril intensifying within her. Boom. Yet, Su Chen paid no heed to her growing trepidation and continued his assault. His intent was clear. He sought her demise. Having dared to strike at him, she would meet her end beneath his blade. Within the cascade of blade light, Arrow Rain's mind spiraled into terror as she evaded. But with each dodge, it felt as though the blade light was locking onto her. If this continued, escape would be impossible. With a powerful push against the ground, arrows from her quiver soared into the air, and she grasped two in her hands, hurling them towards the oncoming blade light. Yet, in that fleeting moment, she witnessed Su Chen retracting, twisting the rainy blade, and evading her arrows with a graceful step. In that instant, his energy surged, transforming him into a ferocious tiger descending from the mountain, charging toward her with the blade poised to strike, akin to the vibrant hues of dawn following a gentle rain. Damn it! On the other side, Lu Wuhui sensed the impending peril faced by Arrow Rain, his expression contorting into a fierce grimace. With a swift motion, he produced a soft sword from his bosom, its blade directly aimed at Su Chen. To thwart Su Chen's strike and save the rain of arrows, Lu Wumei acted swiftly, lifting her palm to reveal a reddish-brown glow emanating from her hand. She directed this energy towards Lu Wuhui, intent on assisting Su Chen in countering the blow. If she could successfully block this attack, Su Chen would have the opportunity to eliminate the rain of arrows. Seeking death, Lu Wuhui exclaimed upon noticing Lu Wumei's intervention. He struck with his long sword, resembling a venomous serpent aiming for her palm. Lu Wumei withdrew her hand, her form twisting like a butterfly, deftly evading Lu Wuhui's thrust. A heart-wrenching cry erupted from the rain of arrows as she narrowly escaped the sword's edge. Chapter 115. The significance of weapons. The scream was brief, soon silenced. For the woman burdened with the quiver had met her end at the hands of Su Chen's blade. Her head severed, her body collapsed to the ground, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Witnessing this scene, Lu Wuhui's countenance shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated the rain of arrows would perish so swiftly at Su Chen's hands. His gaze turned wary, realizing that Su Chen had concealed his true capabilities far too well. Such strength could not belong to a mere unknown. Was Su Chen perhaps affiliated with the Tianyao Pavilion? As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of dread washed over Lu Wuhui. He felt as though he had squandered a winning hand, placing himself entirely in a position of disadvantage. Particularly concerning was Su Chen's exceptional weapon, instilling a deep sense of trepidation within him. The bow and arrows wielded by the rain of arrows were crafted by the elder of the Longhenge Palace, renowned as some of the finest weapons among mundane items. Now, Su Chen had effortlessly cleaved it in twain. It seemed his blade had reached a remarkable caliber. Coupled with Lu Wumei's assistance, he realized he was no match for them today, compelling him to consider retreat. Yet, Su Chen had no intention of granting him that mercy. He appeared like a specter behind Lu Wuhui, blocking the entrance to the hall. "Where do you think you are going, Hall Master Lu?" Su Chen inquired. his gaze fixed on Lu Wuhui. "Are you intent on pursuing a fight to the death with me?" Lu Wuhui retorted sharply. "Who allowed you to uncover my identity? If you do not perish, who will?" Su Chen replied, his tone laced with menace. "You had a chance to escape, but in your desire to eliminate witnesses, you secretly relocated all the attendants from the surrounding palaces, leaving this place devoid of any witnesses to the events unfolding here, ensuring the news could not escape." As Su Chen spoke, he raised his hand and clutched, causing the hall doors to slam shut. Seeking death, seeking death. Lu Wuhui displayed signs of agitation. Su Chen was denying him the opportunity to leave alive. "You have forced my hand. Thus, I shall eliminate you first." Lu Wuhui's expression darkened, and with a swift motion, he lunged at Su Chen with his longsword, conjuring a flurry of sword shadows that enveloped him. The air warped beneath the weight of his assault. However, Su Chen's blade flashed with brilliant light as he countered, shattering the onslaught of sword shadows and pointing his weapon directly at Lu Wuhui. Lu Wuhui, eyes glinting with malice, retaliated with a strike aimed at Su Chen, his technique flowing like a dragon in the depths of a river. With a swift flourish, Su Chen unleashed his long blade. The fierce energy of the strike reminiscent of a cataclysmic landslide or a tumultuous tidal wave, hurtling towards Lu Wuhui. The clash of blade against sword erupted in a forceful explosion, sending shockwaves radiating outward. Yet, as the tempest of energy dissipated, Lu Wuhui was left gripping only the hilt of his sword, the rest shattered into countless fragments that fell to the ground. "This is a weapon of exceptional quality," Su Chen remarked coldly, casting a scrutinizing gaze at Lu Wuhui. Stunned, Lu Wuhui had not anticipated that Su Chen wielded such a formidable weapon. In that moment, a surge of dread washed over him, prompting a guttural roar as he extended his palm. From it emanated a surge of crimson energy, coalescing into the form of a dragon, charging fiercely towards Su Chen. The overwhelming crimson energy instilled a sense of pressure within him. However, Su Chen's rain blade was already in motion, his figure darting forward like a specter, the blade flashing like lightning as it aimed for Lu Wuhui. At that instant, the sheer brilliance of the blade enveloped Lu Wuhui entirely, rendering him oblivious to the alterations in his surroundings. With his perception momentarily lost, Lu Wuhui could not help but emit a primal roar. The immense force of Su Chen's blade caused a deviation in its trajectory, allowing Lu Wuhui to narrowly evade the strike, retreating several steps to regain his footing. Yet, just as he steadied himself, the relentless onslaught of Su Chen's blade surged forth. A tempest of destruction aimed squarely at Lu Wuhui. Su Chen was resolute in denying his opponent any chance for reprieve. For a cornered foe must be relentlessly pursued to prevent any resurgence of strength. Like a wraith, Su Chen materialized at the entrance of the hall, unleashing a deluge of blade strikes akin to a rain of knives descending upon Lu Wuhui. Lu Wuhui maneuvered to evade a strike, but Su Chen's attacks accelerated, and he found himself increasingly unable to keep pace with the onslaught. Realizing the peril of his situation, he understood that death loomed imminent. In the next heartbeat, Lu Wuhui produced a crimson pill and swallowed it whole. Instantly, his aura surged dramatically, an overwhelming force radiating outward, causing the speed of Su Chen's blade to diminish. As the blade's momentum waned, a sinister expression contorted Lu Wuhui's features. With a powerful stomp, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. "Heavenly Eagle Claw," he shouted, raising his palm to seize Su Chen's head. Yet, Su Chen retreated, deftly rotating his long blade to intercept Lu Wuhui's grasp. At that moment, a massive vortex of energy manifested within Lu Wuhui's palm, pressing down upon Su Chen's blade with crushing force, stifling its advance. Observing this, a glint of cold determination flashed in Su Chen's eyes, and a surge of energy erupted from his palm, akin to that of his long blade. Though Lu Wuhui was already nearing the initial stage of body refinement, the consumption of the pill had intensified his energy, hinting at the potential for a breakthrough. Su Chen's weapon, though of exceptional quality, could not penetrate this dual force due to his own energy being insufficiently matched. "Huh, you cannot break through now. I will see you dead." Lu Wuhui cackled with a savage glee. At that critical juncture, Lu Wumei intervened, wielding her own long sword, directing a lethal strike towards Lu Wuhui's heart, launching an immediate and deadly assault. Upon witnessing the scene, Lu Wuhui's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly turned to launch an assault on Lu Wumei. In that fleeting moment of his turn, Su Chen retracted his long blade, propelled himself off the ground, and hurtled towards Lu Wuhui like a bolt of lightning. The ferocious energy within him erupted, generating a formidable gust. He outpaced Lu Wuhui, who was occupied with Lu Wumei. With a resounding crash, Su Chun collided with Lu Wuhui, sending him crashing against the wall. A spurt of blood erupted from Lu Wuhui's mouth as he fell to the ground. At that instant, Su Chun appeared, and with his rain blade, he executed a seamless stroke across Lu Wuhui's neck, depriving him of any chance to recover. With a fluid motion, he sheathed the blade against his back. Meanwhile, Lu Wumei watched in astonishment as Su Chun swiftly dispatched two formidable opponents, both of whom surpassed her in strength. "You concealed your power during our time in Qingqing," Lu Wumei remarked, looking at Su Chun. "Not at all. Today's victory relied heavily on this weapon of mine. Without it, I could not have breached their defenses. And our only option would have been to flee," Su Chun replied. "I never imagined you possessed a weapon of such caliber. Inviting you was indeed wise. Otherwise, today would have marked my demise. Yet, I was taken aback to learn that my master's subordinate, the Rain of Arrows, had been swayed by Lu Wuhui." Lu Wumei sighed. Chapter 116. The Treasury, Unexpected Wealth. Do you truly believe your master is unaware of the connection between the Rain of Arrows and Lu Wuhui? Su Chun inquired, a hint of skepticism in his tone. At his words, Lu Wumei paused, her expression momentarily stunned. "Do not attempt to sow discord between me and my master. I will not disclose your affairs to him. I will handle this situation myself. You may leave first. I have no intention of instigating discord between you and your master. I merely harbor suspicions. However, I cannot depart just yet. These two were slain by my hand. How could I leave empty-handed?" Su Chun asserted. Both were his kills, and the spoils rightfully belonged to him. Lu Wuhui, as the master of this branch of the Changhen Palace, surely possessed treasures. Lu Wumei responded, "But everyone in the Changhen Palace is loyal to him. It is impossible for you to claim anything from this branch. Once I have full control of it, I will take you to select some items. Behold my visage." As Lu Wumei spoke, Su Chun's appearance began to change, transforming seamlessly into that of Lu Wuhui, his form mirroring perfectly. Seeing this transformation, astonishment lit up Lu Wumei's face. "Now, no one will suspect you. Take me to the treasury. You must know the key to it, correct?" Su Chun urged. Recovering from her shock, Lu Wumei replied, "Your mastery of disguise is truly remarkable. I shall first dispose of these two corpses." Lu Wumei produced a jade vial, preparing to let its contents fall upon the two individuals. However, Su Chun swiftly intervened, positioning himself before them, and began to search the bodies. From Lu Wuhui's corpse emerged a manual, which Su Chun took without glancing at it, placing it directly into his bosom. He discovered merely 300 taels of silver, a piece of exquisite jade, and a string of keys. He also removed Lu Wuhui's garments. As for the Rain of Arrows, there was a volume of archery techniques, and only a meager sum of silver. They were all destitute. Su Chun shook his head and addressed Lu Wumei. "It can be dealt with now." Observing Su Chun's actions, Lu Wumei could not help but shake her head. Subsequently, 2 drops of corpse dissolution liquid dripped from the jade vial, and the 2 bodies instantly transformed into a puddle of thick liquid. "Let us proceed to the treasury," Lu Wumei declared. Su Chun, cloaked in Lu Wuhui's attire, stealthily followed Lu Wumei out of the palace, soon arriving at the treasury. Guards stationed outside immediately bowed in greeting upon seeing Lu Wuhui and Lu Wumei. "Greetings, Palace Master and Deputy Palace Master." The guard saluted. "You wait for me outside." Su Chun imitated Lu Wuhui's voice and commanded, while he himself ventured inside the treasury. Lu Wumei was instructed to remain outside. As she watched Su Chun enter the treasury, a flicker of anger glimmered in her beautiful eyes, yet she refrained from retorting and patiently awaited his return. En route, Lu Wumei had already informed Su Chun of the layout of the treasury's keys, allowing him to effortlessly unlock the grand door. Upon entering the depths of the treasury, Su Chun beheld rows of shelves adorned with books and treasure chests. Without a second glance, he swiftly transferred everything into his storage ring. The rationale behind excluding Lu Wumei was to glean the treasures within. The foundation of the Golden Breeze and Drizzle Pavilion was somewhat lacking, and Su Chun sought to enrich its resources. In no time, all the items within the treasury were secured within his storage ring, which was now completely filled. At that moment, outside, Lu Wumei's anger had yet to dissipate when she spotted Su Chun re-emerging. His countenance was grim as he stared at the guards. Why is it that not a single item remains in the treasury? Su Chen's voice rang out harshly. The two guards exchanged bewildered glances. Lu Wumei swiftly approached Su Chen. Did you say the treasury is empty? You too, come and see. Su Chen's face contorted with unbridled fury. Observing this, Lu Wumei's expression shifted and she rushed inside, only to be met with a shocking sight upon entering the treasury. Her complexion paled dramatically. The two guards who accompanied her now appeared ghostly white, trembling in fear. It was their watch tonight, and with the treasury's contents vanished, they were undoubtedly doomed. How could this be? Why is there nothing left? Lu Wumei muttered, gazing at the empty treasury. Return to the palace with me. You will continue to guard here and investigate everyone who entered the treasury in the past few days. Lu Wumei commanded. The two guards hurriedly returned to commence their inquiries. Su Chen entered the grand hall alongside Lu Wumei. How could there be nothing at all? Could it be that Lu Wuhui had moved everything beforehand? Lu Wumei spoke with a heavy tone. How would I know? I originally intended to select a few items, only to find that there was nothing at all. What a tremendous loss. Su Chen replied, though inwardly he was elated, fully aware that his storage ring was already brimming with treasures. The accumulated riches of the southern branch of the Changhen Palace over the years would surely allow him to trigger some extraordinary events. This haul was nothing short of a resounding success. Hearing Su Chen's words, Lu Wumei remarked, wait until I retrieve the items. You can choose at your leisure then. But where on earth has Lu Wuhui hidden everything? Why was there no hint of this beforehand? Observing Lu Wumei's self-inquiry, Su Chen interjected. It's simply because you are only the deputy hall master. Well, the matter here is settled, so I shall take my leave. Unexpectedly, after all that effort, he had ended up with nothing. After speaking, Su Chen exited the palace, still bearing the guise of Lu Wuhui. Once outside the Changhen Palace branch, he changed into a black outfit in a secluded corner and donned a wide-brimmed hat, disappearing into the shadows. Before long, Su Chen reappeared at the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Prepare me a larger secret chamber, he instructed Bai Choufei. Bai Choufei promptly arranged for a spacious secret chamber for Su Chen. He then emptied out all the contents brought back from the Changhen Palace branch. Gold, silver, jewels, and property deeds all remained untouched. However, a dozen martial arts manuals yielded Su Chen 28 white lottery cards, along with some rare treasures that granted him an additional 5 cards. In an instant, Su Chen found himself affluent, boasting a total of 33 white lottery cards. A broad smile spread across his face as he gazed at the cards, ultimately resting his eyes on the property deeds. If he could secure these locations, and with Jinfeng Shiyu building sending people back, the influence of the establishment would undoubtedly surge once again. Lu Wuhui, I owe you my gratitude for providing me with such a bounty. At that moment, Bai Choufei entered the secret chamber, his face reflecting astonishment as he beheld the room filled with gold, silver, banknotes, property deeds, and rare treasures. Master, have you robbed the Shanha sect? He exclaimed. These items are from the Changhen Palace branch. Tomorrow, you will take these to the Changhen Palace and reclaim the branch for Jinfeng Shiyu building. Su Chen commanded. Bai Choufei, understanding Su Chen's intentions, immediately responded. I will go to the Changhen Palace branch tomorrow to recover it. Chapter 117. Unity of Spirit. Xiao Qiushui Lu Wumei is in peril. Su Chen's move was exceptionally ruthless. Not only had he devoured the opponent's treasures, but he was also preparing to strike against the Changhen Palace's branch. Truly, a double victory. All the items here are entrusted to you for handling. If you can capture the Changhen Palace branch, then seize it outright. Su Chen declared. He had obtained all he desired from within, leaving the rest for Bai Choufei to manage. Understood. Bai Choufei nodded, following Su Chen out of the secret chamber. You handle it yourself. I shall return to the courtyard. Within the delicate ambience of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, Su Chen possessed his own secluded courtyard. At this moment, the moonlight shone brightly, and a gentle frost permeated the air. Su Chen prepared to exhaust all his lottery cards. He began by converting 30 white lottery cards into 3 blue ones. Ultimately, he combined the 3 blue cards with the remaining 3 white ones for the draw. Congratulations! You have received an unknown character card, a fragment of the secret map of the Lu family from the 5 great secret places of the Dechu Empire, and a card for the Heavenly Net 7 Kill Fist. Congratulations! You have obtained a 5-year power card for the Divine Refinement Realm, a Perception Enhancement card, and a Primary Arm Reinforcement card. Various sounds echoed in Su Chen's ears. With these sounds, he observed that his storage ring had accumulated a martial arts manual infusion card, along with the fragment of the map, character cards, and power cards. Who could the character card represent? Without hesitation, Su Chen utilized the character card and summoned its essence. Character: Bai Choufei. Strength: unity of spirit and soul. Upon reading this information, Su Chen's gaze momentarily faltered. Bai Choufei was a master-level figure from the illustrious heroes of the Central Plains, known for practicing the Book of Forgetfulness and Heaven-Shattering Sword, and was undoubtedly a formidable presence among the martial arts elite. Moreover, Bai Choufei was also a leader of the Wulin Alliance, commanding a significant faction. Compared to the invincible sect leader, Bai Choufei exuded a charisma that inspired greater trust, embodying a sense of chivalry that surpassed even the undying divine dragon, Long Hui. His attention then shifted to the heavenly net 7-kill fist. Su Chen realized he still had much to learn in martial arts. While he had recently perused numerous manuals, aside from the Frosty Fist, he required further practice with the others, thus had yet to master them. He promptly utilized the heavenly net 7-kill fist infusion card. Instantaneously, a figure materialized in his mind, demonstrating the techniques of the fist. The method of harnessing energy during the punches felt as if it were deeply ingrained in Su Chen's consciousness. Once the figure dissipated, he opened his eyes, his expression sharpening. The heavenly net 7-kill fist involved various methods of energy manipulation that, if layered incorrectly, could result in the rupture of meridians due to excessive strain on the arms. He then turned his gaze to the arm reinforcement card, applying it to his right arm, as his left arm already possessed the Kirin arm, rendering this basic enhancement ineffective. He also consumed the Perception Enhancement card and the 5-year power card for the Divine Refinement realm. The Perception card honed Su Chen's senses, while the 5-year power card brought him closer to the mid-stage of the Divine Refinement realm. With a bit more practice, perhaps he would soon attain the mid-stage of Divine Refinement. My cultivation speed is truly remarkable, Su Chen mused. Finally, he picked up the fragment of the secret map, but found it incomprehensible. Unfamiliar with the geography of Lingnan County and Qingcheng, he could not decipher the map. However, if it were complete, he would have understood it. He resolved to have Bai Choufei return and summon Ling Tianhe to investigate the map. The following morning, as dawn broke, Su Chen did not linger but summoned Bai Choufei to remain at the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, serving as a temporary guardian of the establishment. Returning to the Mountain River Gate, the protagonists resumed their arduous cultivation in the secluded courtyard amidst the falling snow. However, tranquility eluded the Long Hate Palace's branch in Lingnan County. On the afternoon of the second day, Bai Choufei approached the Long Hate Palace, presenting the land deed and urging its occupants to vacate post-haste. Lu Wumei, upon seeing the deed, was taken aback. She had just reported the situation to the Long Hate Palace, only to have Bai Choufei demand their departure. Was this arrangement made by Lu Wuhui beforehand? Lu Wumei pondered, gazing at the deed in Bai Choufei's hand. They were granted 3 days to leave, after which the Jin Feng Shiyu building would assume control of these properties. Bai Choufei subsequently laid out the remaining deeds for various shops. Lu Wumei's countenance turned pale. She had not anticipated such a turn of events, though she contemplated resistance. She recognized Bai Choufei's superior strength and relented. We shall leave within 3 days. Lu Wumei nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall return in 3 days. Bai Choufei departed. But soon, the news spread like wildfire. Among the revelations was the rumor of Lu Wuhui's escape. Within a manor in Lingnan County, 3 figures clad in black stood in the grand hall. Did Lu Wuhui truly flee? One asked, his voice hoarse yet resonant. He must be dead. He would never escape. Another countered. But how did the deeds end up with Bai Choufei of the Jin Feng Shiyu building? The third, a woman with a chilling tone, interjected. Are you suggesting that Lu Wuhui was slain by someone from the Jin Feng Shiyu building? The first speaker resumed. It is possible that someone used the Long Hate Palace's deed to hire the Jin Feng Shiyu building to eliminate Lu Wuhui. Just days ago, wasn't it said that the Long Hate Palace began to suspect him? Lu Wuhui's master is known for her ruthless nature. Perhaps she orchestrated a clean-up, the woman asserted. Within the Long Hate Palace, Lu Wuhui's only disciples are Lu Wumei and Lu Wuhui. Lu Wumei may have been placed there by that old crone to replace Lu Wuhui. The second man speculated. It is plausible that Lu Wumei financed this assassination. Silence enveloped the hall, as they all seemed to concur with this theory. Then let us eliminate Lu Wumei and frame her death on the Jin Feng Shiyu building. We shall incite the Long Hate Palace to confront them. The woman proclaimed with a hint of coldness in her voice. This plan has merit. Lu Wumei is of average strength. I shall take it upon myself to dispatch her. The woman continued. While Lu Wumei's matter is trivial, the situation with the Lingyue sword sect is of great importance. The master has confirmed that the Lingyue sword sect surely possesses information regarding the golden plum vase. I need to incite others to annihilate the Lingyue sword sect. Naturally, we must also acquire clues about the golden plum vase. You have some rapport with the leader of the Lingyue sword sect. Take the opportunity to probe her. As for Lu Wumei, I request Brother Hu to handle her. However, we must remain vigilant to prevent any counteractions from her side. The first speaker concluded. Understood. The two individuals spoke in unison before taking their leave. Once they departed, the cloaked man removed his hood, revealing himself as a middle-aged man. Should anyone in Lingnan County recognize him, they would undoubtedly be astonished, for he was none other than Zhai Tianyun, the right minister of revenue. Thus, the only one he could refer to as master was the governor of Lingnan County. Chapter 118. Night Raid. Confrontation in the Deep of Night. Within the Changhen Palace branch of Lingnan County, Lu Wumei gazed grimly at the three elders before her, who were clad in the garb of the Changhen Palace branch. The treasures from the vault have vanished without a trace? She asked in a low voice. There are no leads, Deputy Palace Master. This matter is likely known only to the Palace Master, as he was the last to enter and holds the key to the vault. You should be more aware of its contents than we are, one of the white-haired elders replied. After the treasures disappeared, he too vanished. Lu Wumei stated solemnly. Upon hearing this, the three within the chamber fell silent simultaneously, exchanging glances. The disappearance of the palace master alongside the treasures was telling. It was evident that they had been taken by Lu Wuhui. Observing their expressions, Lu Wumei sighed inwardly. She too believed that the treasures had been appropriated by Lu Wuhui. However, with Lu Wuhui now deceased, locating the treasures would be exceedingly difficult. Currently, the treasures were not her primary concern. The more pressing issue was that the Jin Fengshiyu Tower held their land deed, demanding that they vacate soon. What are your thoughts? Lu Wumei inquired. Deputy Palace Master, we cannot abandon this place. If we do, the reputation of our Changhen Palace will be tarnished. If the main hall learns of this, we will face severe repercussions. We must find a way to reclaim the land deed, the elder who had spoken earlier cursed. My funds are insufficient to redeem this branch. I sought the three of you in hopes of enlisting your assistance, Lu Wumei explained, revealing her prior expenditure on the blood demon flower, which had depleted her savings. Now, she required aid to negotiate the retrieval of the land deed from the Jin Fengshiyu Tower. At her words, the three elders exchanged startled glances. However, given the gravity of the situation, they could not refrain from assisting, as it pertained to their very lives and the reputation of the Changhen Palace. Should they be expelled from this branch, the main hall would not spare them. Let us determine how much silver we require. The white-haired elder said after a moment of contemplation. I have yet to discuss specifics with the Jin Fengshiyu Tower. Tomorrow, Yin Lao, accompany me to meet Bai Choufei and negotiate the situation regarding the land deed of our branch. However, the price is likely to be steep. You may return for now. Lu Wumei gestured, her voice tinged with fatigue. In truth, eliminating Lu Wuhui had initially seemed a commendable action. However, a peculiar situation has arisen. Treasures within the vault have vanished, and the land deeds of the shops owned by the Lingnan County's Changhen Palace now lie in the hands of the adversary, who is sure to demand an exorbitant price. The three elders exchanged glances, bowed respectfully, and departed. This presents quite a dilemma. Lu Wumei murmured as she watched the three figures fade from view. It is not a dilemma at all. If you were to perish, there would be no need for such concerns. As she spoke, a shadowy figure materialized within the grand hall. Clad in a black robe that obscured all but a pair of piercing eyes, the figure fixated its gaze upon Lu Wumei. Meanwhile, the guards outside lay sprawled on the ground, a trace of blood marking their throats. Observing this, Lu Wumei's pupils constricted. The intruder had come to claim her life. Who are you? Lu Wumei demanded fiercely. The dead have no need for knowledge, the figure replied, locking eyes with her. Lu Wumei felt a surge of tension. The visitor's intentions were undeniably malevolent, evidenced by their nocturnal arrival. Are you threatening me? She asked, eyeing the figure in the black robe. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Wumei suddenly shouted, launching herself towards the dark-clad man, drawing a soft sword from her waist. The blade glimmered coldly as it aimed for the man's throat. Humph! Observing the oncoming sword, the black-robed figure raised his palm, which transformed instantly into iron, and clenched into a fist. He met Lu Wumei's sword with a powerful strike. The collision rang out, but Lu Wumei's attack caused no discernible harm to the black-robed man. A change flickered in Lu Wumei's eyes. She realized she might not be a match for her opponent. On the other side, the black-robed figure's eyes gleamed like those of a hunter. In the next instant, he moved. His footstep cracked the stone beneath him as he became a mere shadow, darting forward at a speed akin to thunder, causing Lu Wumei's heart to race. Thousand Mountain Fist. As the shadow reached Lu Wumei, he unleashed a punch, his fist resembling a mountain as it hurtled towards her. Just as his fist was about to land, Lu Wumei's figure flickered slightly, and the black-robed man's attack passed right through her body. A mere afterimage. The blow had missed its mark. The black-robed man's gaze sharpened, yet without hesitation. He clawed forward with his hand, the air crackling with the force of his strike. At that moment, a flash of white light surged forth, piercing through the claw's shadow and aiming for the black-robed man's throat. He evaded, moving with an ethereal grace, leaving behind an afterimage. Yet as he did so, another dark figure leapt into the air, propelled by the ground beneath, unleashing a flurry of punches towards Lu Wumei. In an instant, Lu Wumei found herself surrounded by a storm of fists, unable to discern the trajectory of her opponent's assault. As Lu Wumei faced the ferocious onslaught of the man in black robes, her form danced through the hall like a butterfly, evading his strikes with grace. "Let us see how long you can dodge my blows," he taunted. The sound of impact echoed, bang, bang, bang. Despite the man's relentless assault, he could not subdue Lu Wumei, and frustration flickered across his countenance. Suddenly, a tremendous surge of energy erupted from within him, sweeping outward like a tempest, compressing the space around Lu Wumei and restricting her movements, thereby diminishing her speed. Seizing the moment, the man in black shot forward, appearing behind Lu Wumei and aiming a palm strike at her. Yet, in a startling turn, Lu Wumei halted, channeling her internal energy into her sword. With a swift motion, she counterattacked, her blade slicing through the air toward the throat of her adversary. Though the sudden shift from defense to offense caught the man in black off guard, he did not show any signs of panic. Their weapons clashed with a resounding clang, akin to metal striking metal, but Lu Wumei's strike did not breach his defense. "Long hate sword, frost across the heavens," she exclaimed as a chilling aura erupted from her body, infusing her sword and launching another assault upon the man in black. The frigid energy stirred the air around them, constraining his movements, reminiscent of the formidable Thousand Peaks fist he had previously unleashed. "Your strength has its limits," he declared, propelling himself toward Lu Wumei with remarkable speed. As his palm neared the sword, it morphed into a claw, seizing her weapon with ferocity. Lu Wumei's eyes widened in surprise as she summoned her energy to repel his grip, but he exerted immense force, yanking her forward with an overwhelming power that left her pale with fear. In that instant, the man in black thrust his other hand forward, a crimson glow emanating from his fingertips, revealing a savage glint in his eyes. He lunged forward, his hand aiming directly for Lu Wumei's head. In that moment, Lu Wumei contemplated relinquishing her sword. However, his hand had already descended upon her, the blood-red energy entwining his fingers pierced through her skull. "Heavenly golden hand, an acumen," she uttered, though she knew it was futile. With a swift motion, the man in black severed her head and cast it aside, vanishing into the shadows. Shortly thereafter, the Long Hate Palace was ablaze with light, and gasps of shock echoed throughout. News of Lu Wumei's demise swiftly spread, reaching even the vice-master of the Long Hate Palace. Meanwhile, within the confines of the Mountain River sect, Su Chun remained oblivious to the unfolding tragedy. The next day, he arose from his slumber and partook of a modest breakfast in the dining hall, preparing to depart. However, as he passed by, someone whispered in his ear, "Lu Wumei has been killed at the Long Hate Palace's sub-branch." With that, the figure moved on, leaving Su Chun in stunned silence. Upon hearing the news, Su Chen's expression froze. "Lu Wumei had been murdered. Have you all heard? The main building of the Changhan Palace in Lingnan County has vanished, and last night, Deputy Palace Master Lu Wumei was beheaded. It is said that Lu Wumei possessed a captivating figure and an alluring beauty. How could anyone have the heart to commit such an act?" Some began to murmur. Who knows? However, it is true that Lingnan County has been rather chaotic lately. Two individuals conversed as they entered beside Su Chun. Without hesitation, Su Chun prepared to descend the mountain and head to the county office to uncover the truth. Yet, upon returning to his courtyard, chilling air appeared outside his small abode. "Senior Sisterlinger, is there something you need here?" Su Chun inquired. "It is not I who seeks you, but the young miss. Come, follow me," she replied before departing. Su Chun trailed behind her, his mind racing with thoughts of who might have killed Lu Wumei at such a time. Could it be someone allied with Lu Wuhui? As Su Chun pondered, they arrived at the Tianxue courtyard, where Murong Qingchun and Kai Wei were present. "I have come to pay my respects." Su Chun greeted Murong Qingchun with a slight bow. "Recently, some matters have arisen at the Chonghin Palace branch in Lingnan County, and I wish for you to investigate," Murong Qingchun stated. "Master, I only had some acquaintance with Lu Wumei from the Chonghin Palace branch, but I have just learned that Deputy Palace Master Lu Wumei has been killed." Su Chun responded. "That is precisely why I've sent you to inquire. Here is the token of the Chonghin Palace envoy. You may present yourself as an envoy at the Chonghin Palace." As Murong Qingchun spoke, a token appeared in her hand, inscribed with a purple character for hate. "I understand. I shall descend the mountain to investigate at once." Su Chun accepted the token, his heart shifting. It seems Murong Qingchun possesses a connection to the Chonghin Palace envoy. Her identity is rather intriguing. However, for now, he need not dwell on it. In due time, he would uncover her true background. "I shall take my leave," he said, bowing slightly before departing. "Miss, entrusting this matter to Su Chun, will it yield any results?" Kai Wei inquired. "Do not underestimate him. After all, he hails from a family specializing in intelligence and should be able to uncover something," Murong Qingchun instructed. "Understood." Kai Wei bowed and then exited. With so many occurrences in Lingnan County, it seems a significant upheaval is imminent, Murong Qingchun remarked. In the county office, within a deep crimson residence, a middle-aged man clad in official robes stood at the entrance of the hall. He was Zhai Tianyun, the right minister of Lingnan County. Not far behind him, a figure cloaked in black sat comfortably on a long bench, sipping tea. "Are you worried about retaliation from the Chonghin Palace?" The man in black spoke. "There were no traces left behind?" Zhai Tianyun asked, looking at the cloaked figure. "No traces were left, but Lu Wumei was formidable after just a few exchanges. She recognized me," the black-clad individual praised. "She recognized you?" Upon hearing this, Zhai Tianyun's expression changed. "She recognized me, but by the time she did, I had already dealt with her. However, it is somewhat regrettable. Lu Wumei's figure is undeniably alluring." The figure in the black robe sighed. "By the way, what is your opinion on the Lingwei sword sect? Is there really any need for deliberation? News of the Jinmei Ping has already spread, and the Lingwei sword sect is effectively finished." The figure in the black robe sighed once more. "Since the Lingwei sword sect is doomed, it should not fall at the hands of outsiders," Zhai Tianyun interjected. Upon hearing this, the black-robed figure set down his teacup and spoke in a deep voice. "Are you suggesting that we incite other forces to besiege the Lingwei sword sect?" "Indeed, that is precisely my intention." Zhai Tianyun nodded. "However, isn't the Lingwei sword sect allied with Minister Kai? If we annihilate the sect, Minister Kai might retaliate against us." The black-robed figure remarked with a furrowed brow. "We can covertly let others initiate the attack, and then subsequently join forces with the powers of Lingnan County to eradicate the Lingwei sword sect," Zhai Tianyun stated solemnly. "Is that so? Then I shall take charge of this matter. However, the situation with Chongqing Palace still requires investigation. The treasures within that treasury are invaluable and must be reclaimed." The black-robed figure glanced at Zhai Tianyun. "We shall discuss this matter later. The fact that the adversary managed to stealthily remove the treasures from Chongqing Palace is no trivial feat. You should find the time to connect with the Jinfeng Shiyu building and retrieve the land deeds related to some of Chongqing Palace's properties," Zhai Tianyun added. "Very well." The black-robed figure nodded and swiftly departed. Meanwhile, Su Chun returned to the Lingnan prefectural office. Upon his arrival, he made a beeline for Chongqing Palace. Now equipped with a special envoy's token, he could directly assess Lu Wumei's situation. Lu Wumei had treated him well. Aiding in her revenge would be no trouble. Mission triggered. Assist Lu Wumei in her quest for vengeance. Reward: 2 blue lottery tickets. Assist Lu Wumei in her quest for vengeance. 2 blue lottery tickets. Su Chen's expression momentarily froze, surprised to have triggered a mission this time. Chapter 120. Zihan Yue. Yin Yu. Analysis within Chongqing Palace. 3 elder stewards solemnly regarded Lu Wumei's corpse, their expressions laden with concern. The palace master had vanished, and the vice palace master had been slain. This was far from auspicious. If the main hall of Chongheng Palace were to lay blame, they might find themselves in dire straits. Do you think the vice palace master was killed by the palace master? A burly middle-aged man spoke in a low tone. Tread carefully. This matter should be investigated by the main hall. We know nothing, interjected a black-clad elder beside him. Tread carefully. At such a time, we must remain cautious. If the palace master had intended to harm the vice palace master, evidence of that would have long been apparent. It is highly probable that the vice palace master was indeed slain by the palace master. We could certainly report this conjecture. Moreover, you were involved. If you wish to protect yourself, do not implicate us, the robust man retorted. Upon hearing this, the black-clad elder immediately responded, I am completely unaware of this matter. You cannot falsely accuse me. Enough of this debate. Let us consider how to navigate this perilous situation. The elder in a white robe spoke. At that moment, a disciple from the Chongheng Palace entered. Several elders, the special envoy from the main hall has arrived. The attendant bowed and announced. The mention of the special envoy startled the three, who wondered how he had arrived so swiftly. Quickly, please. They did not dare to delay and hurriedly followed the attendant to greet the envoy. In the grand hall of the Chongheng Palace, Su Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, deep in thought. The sudden demise of Lu Wumei raised suspicions. Had the enemy detected something? Previously, Su Chen had disguised himself as Lu Wuhui, vanishing from the Chongheng Palace. Yet, only a few days later, Lu Wumei had been killed. It was evident that they had confirmed Lu Wuhui's death. What were their intentions in eliminating Lu Wumei? At that moment, the attendant led the three elders into the hall. Upon seeing Su Chen, who was wearing a wide-brimmed hat, they did not immediately bow in respect. Su Chen drew forth the token given to him by Murong Qingchen. The sight of the token, particularly the purple character for hate, astonished the three elders. The Chongheng Palace possessed three types of tokens: gold, purple, and silver. The golden token belonged to the palace master. The purple token was held by a member of the royal lineage overseeing the palace, and the silver token represented the special envoy from the main hall. Naturally, there were specially crafted tokens for other elders and vice palace masters. They did not anticipate that a member of the royal lineage would be present. Greetings, special envoy. The three hurriedly bowed. Take me to see Lu Wumei's corpse. Su Chen instructed them. This way, please. The white-haired elder among the three led Su Chen into the hall where Lu Wumei's body was laid out. On the ground nearby were the bodies of several guards. The assailant was evidently stronger than the vice palace master. In just a few exchanges, the vice palace master had been decapitated. It was preliminarily assessed that the assailant's strength was above the mid-stage of the soul refinement realm. Once inside, the white-haired elder remarked. Su Chen stood before Lu Wumei's body, where the head and torso had been stitched together, with 5 dried bloodstains marking the head. Such formidable fingertip strength. Gazing at the bloodied hole that pierced through the skull, Su Chen's expression hardened. Do you have any suspects? Special envoy, I suspect it may be the Jinfeng Shiyu building. After the disappearance of the building's master, they came here with some land deeds from the Chongheng Palace, demanding we relinquish the palace. Moreover, Bai Choufei is an expert in fingertip techniques. He possesses the strength to kill the vice palace master. I also suspect that Lu Wuhui could be affiliated with the Jinfeng Shiyu building. The elder in black spoke up. He is indeed associated with Lu Wuhui, and now he must extricate himself. The only ones capable of framing him are the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Asserting that Lu Wuhui is one of their own is not unfounded. Furthermore, Bai Choufei is a master of fingertip techniques. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's gaze sharpened beneath his cloak. They intended to frame the Jinfeng Shiyu building. He began to grasp their motives. Yet who were they? Uncover the evidence. This matter is yours to handle. Moreover, I must swiftly locate Lu Wuhui. I need to ascertain whether he lives or has perished. Su Chen declared. Yes, my subordinate shall immediately mobilize the Longhuan Palace as personnel to search. The elder in black promptly responded. However, there is another pressing matter at hand, regarding the deed to the Longhuan Palace, which currently resides with the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower. What do you propose? The elder in white inquired. This is your own affair. However, should the Longhuan of Lingnan County vanish, I presume none of you will have the privilege to survive. This matter, you must handle yourselves. I cannot assist you. Su Chen coldly remarked, effectively silencing them and leaving them to manage their own affairs. Furthermore, he had yet to comprehend the significance of the token in his possession. Murong Qingchen had merely bestowed a token upon him and tasked him with a mission, which was evidently unusual. What was her true intention? Su Chen needed to clarify the information regarding the token. Meanwhile, outside the county government city, within a village, Yinyu, the commander of the Northern Pacification Office of Lingnan County, appeared in a small courtyard in the village. Pushing open the courtyard door, he found Zahanyu, clad in purple, seated in the living area. Upon noticing Yinyu's entrance, her expression remained unchanged. "Commander Yin, you have arrived. Please take a seat." Zahanyu gestured for him to sit. "Is the matter in the capital being orchestrated by your Cold Moon sect? Are you not concerned that I might divulge your information? The royal family places great importance on the secrets of the former dynasty," Yinyu remarked. "Commander Yin, I am unaware of this matter. Our collaboration has always been quite harmonious. This issue originates from the Law Kings, and with two of them now deceased, Lingnan County has descended into chaos. Your presence or absence bears little significance. I summoned you primarily to discuss the Lingwei Sword sect," Zahanyu replied. No one anticipated the connection between Zahanyu and Commander Yinyu of the Northern Pacification Office. In truth, upon reflection, it seemed rather reasonable. Zahanyu had evaded detection by the Pacification Office for so many years in Lingnan County, which appeared somewhat implausible. Now, their meeting allowed for clarity in their discourse. "The Lingwei Sword sect is destined for annihilation. I wonder, Miss Zahanyu, what are your thoughts on this?" Yinyu stated solemnly. "They are surely fated for destruction. However, I wish to know if there are any rumors regarding the golden plum vase," Zahanyu replied. "Who can say? I find this matter rather suspicious. How could the events transpiring in the Kai Minister's residence be leaked? It is utterly inconceivable. Furthermore, does the Lingwei Sword sect not comprehend the significance of the golden plum vase, yet still dare to send individuals to Kai's side? Thus, I have always perceived the Lingwei Sword sect as merely a decoy," Yinyu asserted gravely. Upon hearing Yinyu's words, Zahanyu's expression tightened. She softly inquired, "A decoy? Who do you suggest is setting this trap, and who are they attempting to ensnare? Though I am uncertain of the identity of the fishermen, it is evident that they possess knowledge of the golden plum vase," Yinyu stated with conviction. Chapter 121. Conspiracy to assassinate Helian Chunxue. "You summoned me this time, presumably to seek my assistance, did you not?" Zahanyu gazed at Yinyu. "There is a young marquis from the capital who intends to visit, and I wish for you to help me eliminate him," Yinyu stated. "You mean Helian Chunxue?" Upon hearing this, Zihanyu's expression sharpened. "Indeed, he should not be one of your people. If he assumes control of the Northern Pacification Office in Lingnan, I fear it may adversely affect your plans." Yinyu replied gravely. "Helian Chunxue is a remarkable young talent among the capital's elite. Should he be killed, the Duke of Southern Jun would likely pursue us relentlessly. Even if I were to consent, the sect would never agree to it. If the sect disapproves, I cannot summon any experts, and thus Helian Chunxue cannot be slain." Zahanyu articulated solemnly. "This matter does not require your Cold Moon sect to act. Rather, I want you to devise a way to accomplish this through the Jin Feng Shiyulu," Yinyu insisted. "The Jin Feng Shiyulu? Do you truly believe they would take action against Helian Chunxue?" "They must be aware of who he is," Zahanyu replied, shaking her head. "As long as sufficient benefits are offered, the Jin Feng Shiyulu would indeed intervene. Moreover, do you not wish to see whether they dare to act against Helian Chunxue?" Yinyu scrutinized Zahanyu. "The Jin Feng Shiyulu has already slain 2 of the Cold Moon sect's formidable leaders, significantly diminishing our influence. The Cold Moon sect will not relinquish such enmity easily. This is part of why I have come," Yinyu continued. "However, eliminating Helian Chunxue also poses a considerable risk for you. The Duke of Southern Jin may suspect your involvement and retaliate against you," Zahanyu observed. "That is precisely why I have chosen the Jin Feng Shiyulu. They harbor a grudge against me. Do you think I would enlist the aid of my enemy? Should they harbor any suspicion, I would promptly strike against the Jin Feng Shiyulu," Yinyu spoke with intensity. "A clever strategy indeed, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. I must contemplate this matter carefully. Even if we engage the Jin Feng Shiyulu, it will likely require a substantial price," Zahanyu remarked solemnly. "Helian Chunxue's arrival in Lingnan significantly impacts her plans. Eliminating him is the optimal choice. Let them propose their price, so long as it is not exorbitant." "Very well. I shall not linger here to avoid raising suspicions." With that, Yinyu turned to depart. Once he had left, Zihanyu's maid, Xiaolan, emerged from the courtyard. "Inform my master of this situation and ascertain whether she wishes to notify the sect leader," Zahanyu instructed. "The Jin Feng Shiyulu is backed by substantial forces. So caution is imperative. Understood. Xiaolon bowed respectfully. Even if my master consents, it remains uncertain whether the Jin Fengshiyu Lu would accept such a task. Zihanhua pondered. While Zihanhua was deep in thought, Su Chun had already departed from the Changhan Palace in Lingnan. Regarding Lu Wumei's death, he had yet to uncover any useful information. The traces of the attack were minimal, indicating a master of subtlety. This inevitably raised suspicions of Bai Choufei's involvement. What could their intentions be? Su Chun mused. Certainly, one must ponder the motives behind the demise of Lu Wumei. Murong Qingchen's decision to send someone in advance may merely serve as a preliminary measure to test him. At this juncture, it is likely that someone is observing him or covertly investigating the matter. After all, in the public eye, Su Chun is merely an ordinary inner disciple of the Shana sect. Relying solely on him would not suffice to uncover the murderer. Perhaps he is merely playing a role. Nonetheless, Su Chun is also diligent, as it is possible that Murong Qingchen is testing him. The identity of Murong Qingchen is undoubtedly complex. Otherwise, he would not possess the token of the Changhan Palace. Previously, he had not gleaned any information regarding Murong Qingchen from Lu Wumei. He casually sought refuge in an inn and then meandered through the streets of Lingnan Prefecture, eager to ascertain whether he was being trailed. In the shadows of the bustling thoroughfare, Su Chen's visage shifted as he stored away his conical hat and shed his black attire, transforming into an ordinary figure clad in blue. He then made his way to the Jin Fengshiyu building, a place of considerable repute, frequented by many seeking information. Presenting his token, Su Chun was ushered before Bai Choufei. "You may withdraw," Bai Choufei gestured, dismissing those who had brought Su Chun. He then approached and bowed respectfully, stating, "I have come regarding the matter of Lu Wumei. Do you possess any information on this affair?" For the time being, the identity of the perpetrator remains unknown. However, I have discovered that Lu Wuhui has had some dealings with the right minister of the Lingnan Prefecture, Zhai Tianyun, Bai Choufei replied. The right minister is regarded as the third most powerful figure within the Lingnan Prefecture. If Lu Wuhui is indeed in contact with him, could it be that Lu Wuhui is backed by the right minister? Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. Are there any additional leads? How many practitioners of the finger technique are present in Lingnan Prefecture? Su Chen inquired further. My lord, according to the information I have gathered, Lu Wumei was killed by a finger thrust directly into her skull. The evidence at the scene suggests that such brutality was unnecessary, indicating a deliberate act, possibly intended to frame me. Based on the records from the Tiancetang Hall, there are approximately 30 practitioners of the finger technique and palm techniques at the soul refinement level in Lingnan Prefecture. I am currently arranging for an investigation, and I believe we shall soon uncover the perpetrator. By the way, my lord, I have received word that the son of the Marquis of Jinan may come to replace Yin Yu as the commander of the Northern Town Office in Lingnan Prefecture. Bai Choufei added. This implies that Yin Yu can be eliminated. Is there a way to approach this young Marquis? Su Chen asked. My lord seeks to utilize the young Marquis to eliminate Yin Yu. Bai Choufei responded. Indeed, such a notion has crossed my mind. But I must also assess the relationship between the young Marquis and Yin Yu. If their paths do not intersect, we can take action against Yin Yu once the young Marquis assumes his position. Additionally, please provide me with the dossier on those 30 individuals. I wish to study their identities, Su Chen expressed, eager to glean further insight. Understood. Bai Choufei retrieved a bound volume from a nearby table and handed it to Su Chun. Accepting the tome, Su Chun tucked it securely into his robe. What is the current state of the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower? With the addition of personnel from the Heavenly Strategy Hall, the acquisition of intelligence has become somewhat simpler. However, the Heavenly Strategy Hall has weakened over the years, leading to the departure of many intelligence agents, necessitating a gradual process of cultivation. Bai Choufei spoke in a solemn tone. Presently, both the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower and the Heavenly Strategy Hall rely on cultivating their own spies to gather intelligence. There exists another method, which involves purchasing information from individuals in the martial world, engaging in a buy-sell transaction to profit from the price difference. This way, the intelligence pool can be enriched, and expenditures on spies can continue to grow, Su Chen suggested. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Bai Choufei's face brightened with joy. He had not conceived of the method Su Chen proposed. With this approach, they only need to discern the authenticity of the information. It could temporarily alleviate the issue of insufficient spies at the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower. Chapter 122, the assassin organization, establishing the Azure Dragon Society at this moment. Outside the golden wind and drizzling rain tower, a cloaked figure stepped inside. "I wish to see your master, Bai Choufei," the voice rasped, laced with an eerie chill. The attendant at the golden wind and drizzling rain tower's demeanor shifted, and he promptly ascended the stairs to report. Inside the tower, Bai Choufei's gaze sharpened. Instead of meeting the individual directly, he instructed someone to invite Nalan Rongyan to the fore. Although Bai Choufei presided over the golden wind and drizzling rain tower in Lingnan Prefecture, Nalan Rongyan possessed far more knowledge about Lingnan and the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Often, Bai Choufei entrusted her with matters concerning the tower. His confidence stemmed from the assurance that he could eliminate the individual if necessary. And also because the golden wind and drizzling rain tower in Lingnan was but one of many. Soon, Nalan Rongyan arrived at the door accompanied by others. Bai Choufei's expression grew serious, while Su Chun moved towards the inner chamber. "Come in," Bai Choufei commanded. Nalan Rongyan entered the room with her entourage. "I wish to speak with the master privately," the cloaked figure stated. Bai Choufei gestured for Nalan Rongyan to leave first. After she exited and closed the door, Bai Choufei inquired, "May I ask why you wish to meet with me alone?" "I seek your assistance in eliminating a certain individual." The cloaked figure replied in a low tone. "To kill someone?" The golden wind and drizzling rain tower engages in the intelligence trade, not the assassination business. Bai Choufei responded gravely. "Is there any difference? If the price is right, I believe the golden wind and drizzling rain tower would be capable of such a task. In this world, it often comes down to profit. If the benefits are sufficient, why not act?" The visitor countered. "You make a valid point. May I inquire as to whom you wish to eliminate?" Bai Choufei asked. "The son of the southern marquis of the Great Zhou, Helian Chunshui," the individual revealed. At these words, Bai Choufei's pupils constricted. They possessed intelligence indicating that Helian Chunshui was rumored to be heading to the Northern Pacification Office in Lingnan. Now, someone sought his life. I wonder if the golden wind and drizzling rain tower dares to undertake this task. We are prepared to offer 50,000 taels of gold for his demise. The visitor declared. It is not silver, but rather gold. Upon hearing this, Bai Choufei's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that the other party would be willing to offer 50,000 taels of gold for a mere young marquis. In the shadows, Su Chun was equally astonished. 50,000 taels of gold, if converted to his past life, would equate to approximately 600 million. He could hardly believe that the act of taking a life could yield such profit. However, who would seek to eliminate Helian Chunshui? Su Chun pondered. Initially, he had considered dealing with Yen Yu upon Helian Chunshui's arrival, but now someone was offering a high price for Helian's demise. Yet, Helian Chunshui's status was anything but ordinary. The repercussions of such an assassination would likely be fraught with complications. Although Su Chun had summoned Xiao Qiushui, the Zhennin Marquis commanded significant military authority. Should they mobilize troops to besiege the Jin Feng Shiyu building, it would undoubtedly face grave peril. After the cloaked figure finished speaking, he remained silent. His gaze fixed intently on Bai Choufei, eager to gauge his reaction. At this moment, Su Chun, concealed in the shadows, furrowed his brow slightly. 50,000 taels of gold was a sum worth pursuing. As for the means to acquire it, a strategy was necessary. He discreetly communicated with Bai Choufei. Bai Choufei, deep in thought, responded to Su Chun's transmission. "What are your time constraints?" Upon hearing Bai Choufei's inquiry, the cloaked individual's eyes flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated Bai Choufei would seek terms, suggesting he was inclined to accept the task. "Can this task be completed within a month?" The visitor inquired. "A month? This matter is beyond the scope of the Jin Feng Shiyu building, but we can introduce you to a suitable faction to undertake it. Naturally, we can act as guarantors, but we require half of the deposit up front," Bai Choufei replied. "I am curious to know which faction you refer to," the visitor asked in a low tone. "The Qinglong Association," Bai Choufei stated. "The Qinglong Association?" The cloaked man's eyes betrayed a hint of intrigue. "I shall deliberate on this matter and, if necessary, I will return with half of the deposit." "Very well." Bai Choufei offered no further comments, gesturing for the other to depart. However, after the visitor left, a figure from the Jin Feng Shiyu building stealthily followed. It was Leng Huishan, alongside Duga Wudi and Bai Tianyu, who were currently in Qingqing's Jin Feng Shiyu building. Leng Huishan was the preeminent expert here, second only to Xiao Qiushui, making him the most suitable to trail the individual. At this juncture, Su Chun emerged from the shadows. The Qinglong Association, which Bai Choufei had just mentioned, was a name Su Chen had prompted him to use. The assassin business was immensely lucrative. How could they possibly abstain? The Qinglong Association, renowned in previous martial arts novels, possessed a name that resonated with authority, thus Su Chen adopted it without hesitation. Moreover, the structure of the Qinglong Association was evidently delineated into 7 dragon heads, subdivided into 12 halls, further divided into 365 branches. There was no need for him to devise this himself. As long as he summoned individuals of similar stature, he could seamlessly integrate them into the framework. The young lord of Jinnan, Helian Chunshui, is indeed an extraordinary individual. Thus, it is imperative to investigate the background of those who have entrusted us with this task, Su Chen remarked. You will discreetly arrange a secret meeting point outside the city. Should the other party arrive, direct them to that location. The Qinglong Society must sever its ties with the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower, Su Chen commanded. He envisions the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower as a preeminent force within the Great Zhou. While the Qinglong Society may aspire to attain such prominence, it seeks to maintain an aura of mystery. As for the Tianyao Pavilion, it remains an elusive power. Understood, my lord, Bai Choufei acknowledged with a nod. After Su Chen's departure, Nalan Rongyan entered Bai Choufei's chamber. Master, should we investigate the identity of that man in black? She inquired. You wish to ascertain his intentions for coming here, correct? That fellow intends to pay 50,000 taels of gold for Helian Chunshui's life, Bai Choufei disclosed without reservation. Nalan Rongyan possesses formidable capabilities in intelligence and management, making her an invaluable ally. Bai Choufei, too, harbors ambitions of ultimately commanding the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. As more powerful individuals gather around the master, he strives to excel in other areas, aiding his lord in seizing control of the tower. What? Nalan Rongyan gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment as she regarded Bai Choufei. You agreed to this? Although the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower is not an assassin organization, I can recommend them to a suitable one, Bai Choufei replied. An assassin organization? The assassins of Lingnan Prefecture would not dare lay a hand on Helian Chunshui. It is not the Lingnan assassins, but rather a group known as the Qinglong Society, Bai Choufei clarified. The Qinglong Society? Nalan Rongyan furrowed her brow, having never heard of such an organization. Chapter 123, Locking onto the target and making a move. This force is formidable, comprising 7 dragon heads, 12 hall masters, and 365 branches. The Qinglong Society has some connections with the higher-ups and intends to reveal itself soon. Therefore, I have taken on this assassination task on their behalf, Bai Choufei explained. Furthermore, do not investigate the Qinglong Society to avoid any unforeseen complications, he added. 7 dragon heads, 12 hall masters, 365 branch leaders. Upon hearing this information, Nalan Rongyan's expression turned to one of shock. The sheer scale of the organization was astounding. Yet she also pondered how such a force had remained undetected until now. Nevertheless, considering the Tianyao Pavilion, there are countless hidden powers in this world. Once she steadied her mind, Nalan Rongyan inquired, how does the Qinglong Society compare to the Tianyao Pavilion? It is difficult to say. In terms of powerful individuals, the Tianyao Pavilion undoubtedly has the upper hand, but in terms of overall strength, the Qinglong Society may be slightly superior. 7 dragon heads, 12 hall masters, 365 branch leaders. Such numbers imply a substantial force. Thus, Bai Choufei was uncertain. You need only to be aware of this matter. I will handle the Qinglong Society's affairs for the time being, Bai Choufei concluded. Understood, master. In the present day, Nalan Rongyan finds herself quite intrigued by the forces behind the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower. However, she refrains from inquiring further, as she has only recently merged into the tower and has yet to earn complete trust. Her priority lies solely in performing her duties. Meanwhile, Su Chen returns to his inn to investigate the information regarding the 30 individuals obtained from Bai Choufei. The one who targeted Lu Wumei must certainly be affiliated with the Lingnan Prefecture, and this person likely has had recent contact with Lu Wuhui. Being aware of Lu's intentions toward Lu Wumei, otherwise, they would not have acted so swiftly against Lu Wumei following Lu Wuhui's disappearance, indicating they knew of his demise. On the other side, the Long Hate Palace is also conducting an investigation. In front of the elder with white hair, they are gathering information on those 30 individuals. Being experts in intelligence, they certainly have the means to acquire such information. Regarding the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower, the elder has marked several individuals as points of interest. As an elder of the Long Hate Palace, He possesses knowledge of some of Lu Wuhui's movements. Otherwise, he would not be aware of Lu's intentions against Lu Wumei. It seems Lu has indeed met his end. Otherwise, the adversaries would not have moved against Lu Wumei. The elder circles a few names among the 30. Deliver this to the envoy. He instructs, handing the illustrated booklet to a servant. The servant swiftly accepts it and heads toward the inn where Su Chen resides. Su Chen mentally records the individuals but finds himself at a loss. Knock, knock. At that moment, a knock resounds at the door. Su Chen puts away the booklet and turns to open the door. A disciple of the Long Hate Palace stands before him. Envoy, this was sent by the elder, the servant states, handing over the booklet. Su Chen receives it, his gaze sharpening as he gestures for the servant to leave and promptly closes the door. Examining the booklet, he flips through it and finds it consistent with the information provided by Bai Choufei, save for 3 individuals circled by the elder. Is this indicating that these 3 may be the culprits? Su Chen ponders over the circled names. One is a rogue from Lingnan Prefecture, practicing the thunderous diamond palm. Lu Chenfeng. The second is Ni Kuan, the leader of the Heavenly Gold sect, and the third is Qin Shanha, the deputy leader of the Mountain River sect. A lone rogue and 2 sect representatives, yet it remains uncertain if one among them has committed the act. Contemplating the introductions of these 3 individuals, Su Chen reflects deeply. This old fellow provides me with 3 candidates, but offers no clarity on who to suspect. He cannot possibly be unaware. I must discern who among them had closer ties with Lu Wuhui. Su Chen resolves to visit the Long Hate Palace the following day, requesting them to investigate which of these individuals had the closest ties to Lu Wuhui. He also plans to inform the Golden Wind and Drizzling Rain Tower so that both sides may pursue their inquiries concurrently. The next day, Su Chen arrives at the Long Hate Palace and directly meets with the elder. Among the 3, I need to know who was closest to Lu Wuhui. Su Chen states, Envoy, this matter involves many complexities, and your strength may not suffice. The elder responds gravely. He presented the album to Su Chen, intending to give him a task to buy some time while waiting for the arrival of the individuals from the main hall. Su Chen represented the royal faction. Should any danger arise, they would likely be implicated. Surely, you do not believe I have come alone, he stated coldly. All I require from you is to inform me who among them is closest to Lu Wuhui. I shall report this, and how they choose to act thereafter is no longer my concern. Of course, he also had a mission to avenge Lu Wumei and was determined to ascertain the identity of the perpetrator. Eliminating the opponent would grant him 2 blue lottery tickets, possibly leading to the discovery of the individual responsible. This would mark the official launch of his Qinglong Society. The master of Tianjin Gate, Ni Kuan, is quite close to the hall Master Lu, remarked a white-haired elder. Ni Kuan of Tianjin Hand. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Very well. I shall take note of this and report it. He then turned and departed. After Su Chen's exit, a shadowy figure entered the room. Elder, you are truly misguided. Why disclose this information to them? It was the second elder of the Lingnan County Chonghen Palace branch, draped in a black robe. Are you suggesting we should conceal it? This matter cannot be kept hidden. If he can resolve it before the main hall arrives, our crisis may be averted. The elder spoke with a grave tone. That may be so, yet I fear for his safety. If he encounters peril, the 3 of us may very well be sacrificed, replied the black-robed second elder. He is not the master of the token. His life or death is inconsequential, as long as those behind him remain unharmed. The white-haired elder countered. He is not the token's master? You imply his allies are lurking in the shadows. I cannot ascertain that. We need not concern ourselves with him, simply assist him. The elder concluded before leaving. After the elder's departure, the black-robed elder furrowed his brow slightly. What was this old fool contemplating? What were his intentions? After a moment of reflection, he departed. Upon returning to his residence, the black-robed elder soon stealthily exited the Chonghen Palace. As he left, a robust figure trailed behind him. The black-robed elder appeared anxious, oblivious to the presence of his follower. Before long, the black-robed elder arrived at a certain estate, Zhai's residence. How did he come to associate with Zhai Tianyan? Observing the black-robed elder enter the mansion, the muscular man frowned slightly and quietly withdrew. Su Chen did not immediately report back to Murong Qingchen. Instead, he awaited the results of the investigation from the Jinfeng Shiyu building. If Ni Kuan was indeed the instigator, he would eliminate him first to fulfill Lu Wumei's mission. Chapter 124, Direct Action. A night reconnaissance of Bai Choufei, the second elder, has gone to the residence of the right minister Zhai Tianyun, within a secret chamber. The elder of the Lingnan County Chonghen Palace branch remarked, addressing the robust man before him. This sturdy figure was the third elder of the Chonghen Palace branch, Li Dong. I personally witnessed him enter the Zhai residence. Great elder, you mentioned that the pavilion master previously colluded with Zhai Tianyun, which seems rather improbable. Li Dong inquired with a hint of confusion. Indeed, Lu Wuhui has had no dealings with Zhai Tianyun. What purpose could the second elder have in entering the Zhai residence at this juncture? The white-haired great elder also displayed a look of perplexity. Should we inform the envoy of this matter? Li Dong suggested. We shall wait until the personnel from the main hall arrive before discussing it. In any case, we have already provided the envoy with information regarding Bai Choufei. How they choose to act is no longer our concern. Ensure that someone is monitoring Tianjinshu and Bai Choufei. Notify me immediately upon any developments, the white-haired great elder instructed. Understood. The third elder Li Dong nodded and departed. Within the secret chamber, the great elder's expression grew grave. Lu Wuhui, it appears you are truly deceased. When you attempted to kill Lu Wumei, she retaliated fatally, and the one who entered the treasury must have been an impostor. Yet, they did not anticipate that all items within the treasury had been relocated by you. Your demise has led those who conspired with you to eliminate Lu Wumei. The white-haired great elder spoke in a low tone. It was only now that he confirmed Lu Wuhui's death. Meanwhile, the figure clad in black and wearing a conical hat, who had appeared at the Jinfeng Shiyu building today, found himself in an abandoned manor. In the shadows of the manor, a veiled woman stood. She was Zi Hanyue of the Hanyue sect. The black-robed figure entered the manor and addressed the shadowy figure. The Jinfeng Shiyu building did not accept the task to eliminate Helian Chunshui, but they introduced a killer organization known as the Qinglong Society. Qinglong Society. The figure in the shadows expressed her confusion. She had never heard of this assassin organization. It was mentioned by Bai Choufei that this Qinglong Society has only recently emerged and is affiliated with some influential figure, the black-robed man replied. Could it be a reclusive power? How could they take on our business? Zi Hanyue queried. The Jinfeng Shiyu building made the introduction. But the other party requires half of the deposit to be paid up front, the black-robed figure explained. Half of the deposit up front. Zi Hanyue frowned slightly. Once I have conferred with my associates, you may pay a visit to the Jinfeng Shiyu building, she stated solemnly. Very well. The black-robed figure nodded and swiftly departed. Vanishing in the blink of an eye. Emerging from the shadows, Zi Hanyue furrowed her brow and turned to leave. Heading toward the residence of Yen Yu of the Northern Pacification Commission. At the Yen residence, Pei Xiangshu and Yen Yu stood in the living room, their expressions solemn as if awaiting the arrival of someone. Suddenly, a shadowy figure entered the living room directly. Upon seeing the newcomer, Pei Xiangshu promptly closed all doors and stationed himself outside. Has the Jinfeng Shiyu building acquiesced? Yen Yu inquired. The Jinfeng Shiyu building did not acquiesce. Yet they introduced an assassin organization known as the Qinglong Society. Uncertain of Commander Yan's familiarity with this entity, Zi Hanyue inquired. The Qinglong Society? I am unaware of any such influence in the Northern Pacification Department. It has likely not manifested before, Yen Yu replied, furrowing his brow. This Qinglong Society is likely linked to the Tianya Pavilion, which covertly supports the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Thus, it is capable of establishing a Qinglong Society. This time, they demand an upfront payment of half the fee, Zi Hanyue stated. To request half the fee before any service is rendered is quite audacious of the Qinglong Society. Yen Yu remarked coldly. What are your thoughts on this matter, my lord? Zi Hanyue asked, glancing at Yen Yu. Let us first engage with them to assess their capabilities. If they can assist us in eliminating Helian Chunshui, the promised gold will be delivered in full, Yen Yu responded. Very well, I shall initiate contact with them. Zi Hanyue nodded, not lingering further, and turned to exit the room. The elderly man waiting outside entered the hall after Zi Hanyue's departure. My lord, has Zi Hanyue secured the Jinfeng Shiyu building? Pei Xiangshu inquired. The Jinfeng Shiyu building has introduced another organization named the Qinglong Society. According to Zi Hanyue, this Qinglong Society may be another influence established by the Tianya Pavilion within the Great Zhou dynasty, much like the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Yen Yu said, his brow knitted. My lord, we need not overthink this. We simply require the death of Helian Chunshui. Regardless of any affiliations between the Qinglong Society and the Jinfeng Shiyu building, once Helian Chunshui is dead, We can state that the assassins originated from the Jinfeng, Shiyu building, Pei Xiangshu suggested. However, the Qinglong Society requires half of the payment in advance. Prepare some funds discreetly, and do not expose any vulnerabilities, Yin Yu instructed. I shall immediately gather the necessary funds in secret. Pei Xiangshu bowed and exited the parlor. Yin Yu sat poised on the long bench, his fingers tapping the table. Once this task was executed, retreating would prove challenging. Meanwhile, Su Chen received news from the Jinfeng, Shiyu building. Lu Wuhui had indeed met with Acumen recently. Shortly after Lu Wumei became the vice master of the Changhen Palace branch. It must be this Acumen of the Tianjin sect. You shall be dealt with first. Su Chen felt no need to comprehend the motives behind the assassination. He only required the elimination of the individual responsible for Lu Wumei's demise. As night deepened, a chill enveloped the air. Su Chen donned his night attire and swiftly departed the inn. He met with a figure in the shadows, Xiao Choufei. Acumen of the Tianjin sect, the head of the Tianjin gate, poses a challenge for me to eliminate alone. Thus, I require your assistance, Su Chen stated. Greetings, my lord. Xiao Choufei acknowledged with a slight bow. Acumen has recently remained within the Lingnan prefecture and has not returned to the Tianjin gate. Allow me to escort you there, my lord, Xiao Choufei offered. Let us proceed. Su Chen nodded. The streets were devoid of life at this late hour. Save for the watchman bearing a lantern. The two moved swiftly through the night. Suddenly appearing outside a grand residence, Acumen stood there. Master, should I apprehend him or strike from within? Xiao Choufei inquired. Let us enter and first ascertain the situation, Su Chen replied, eager to glean information from Acumen. The two of them leaped into the courtyard. Xiao Choufei guided Su Chen through several corridors until they arrived at a side chamber, where he directly pushed open the door. Chapter 125, Jing Wuming. A Fei Xiao Choufei's prowess far surpassed that of the golden-handed Acumen. They had no need to conceal their presence. The sound of the door creaking open roused Acumen from a deep slumber. He quickly donned a convenient garment and waved his hand, igniting the candles within the room. His expression turned grave as he regarded Xiao Choufei and Su Chen. Su Chen wore a conical hat, while Xiao Choufei, clad in a flowing azure robe, revealed his countenance. Who are you? Acumen asked Xiao Choufei. The figure in black did not exert any oppressive aura, yet Xiao Choufei instilled in him an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Did you kill Lu Wumei? Xiao Choufei remained silent, prompting Su Chen to speak. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Acumen's expression shifted dramatically. Are you from Changhen Palace? The people of Changhen Palace would not arrive so swiftly. Acumen exclaimed, eyeing Su Chen. It seems you indeed killed Lu Wumei. Now tell me. Why did you do so? Su Chen demanded. If you wish to know, then prepare to receive my palm. In that instant, Acumen stomped the ground with great force. Boom! The stones shattered beneath him. He launched himself towards Su Chen, his hand glowing with a golden hue, and struck out with a powerful fist. As his fist surged forward, it carried an intense wave of energy. Su Chen's gaze sharpened, yet he remained motionless. However, beside him, Xiao Choufei unleashed a torrent of energy, forming a colossal force that swept toward Acumen. Under the pressure of this energy wave, Acumen found himself kneeling on the ground, the stones beneath him fracturing, causing the entire room to tremble. Outside, several individuals, alerted by the commotion, rushed toward the scene. Standing at the doorway, Xiao Choufei raised his hand and struck out, sending a massive wave of energy crashing like a tidal wave, propelling those who had rushed into the courtyard away, leaving them spitting blood and lifeless. Those who arrived afterward, witnessing the scene, dared not step into the courtyard, quickly retreating. They had no desire to meet the same fate as those who had previously rushed in and been effortlessly dispatched. This, a harmonized spirit realm. Acumen's face turned pale as he stared intently at Xiao Choufei. He had not anticipated that the one confronting him was a formidable expert of the harmonized spirit realm. Faced with such power, he saw no chance of escape, his countenance paling to that of a corpse. Tell me, why did you kill Lu Wumei? Su Chen inquired from the side. At Su Chen's words, Acumen's expression flickered, as if he were wavering. Who is collaborating with Lu Wuhui? What is the purpose of your collaboration? Su Chen inquired further. It appears that you truly hail from the Changhen Palace. You must have arrived at the Lingnan prefecture some time ago, and Lu Wuhui was undoubtedly slain by your hands, Acumen remarked, gazing intently at Su Chen. Indeed, Lu Wuhui met his demise at my hands. I was merely cleansing my own domain. Su Chen retorted. Reveal to me the identity of your accomplice, and perhaps I may spare your life." Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Nai Kun responded, "Very well, I shall disclose it to you." Yet, as he spoke, an overwhelming aura surged from his body, propelling him towards Su Chen with great force. "Perish!" he bellowed, raising his hand as a formidable force erupted from his palm, hurtling towards Su Chen with blinding speed, tearing through the air like crashing waves upon the shore. Such formidable might! It seemed he intended to take someone down with him in his final moments. Although he could not vanquish Bai Choufei, he believed he could eliminate Su Chen. At that moment, however, Bai Choufei drew her sword in an instant, unleashing a strike that cleaved through Nai Kun's palm energy, landing squarely upon his visage. Nai Kun's advance abruptly halted, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground, attempting to raise his head to gaze at Bai Choufei, but failing to do so as he fell lifelessly. Su Chen approached and turned over Nai Kun's body. A deep gash marred his face, penetrating his skull without breaching it entirely, a testament to the terrifying mastery of sword energy. As Su Chen rummaged through Nai Kun's belongings, he discovered a few silver notes and a blood-stained crescent moon jade pendant. Nothing else of value was found. Just as Su Chen prepared to stow away the crescent pendant, he noticed blood oozing from Nai Kun's forehead, transforming from crimson to pitch black, while his exposed skin darkened ominously. "He has been poisoned," Bai Choufei announced, stepping forward to examine him. A surge of energy flowed into Nai Kun's body, and her expression hardened. "Master, it appears Nai Kun's body has been laced with poison. My sword energy must have disrupted his poison sac, causing the toxin to spread throughout his system. He was likely under the influence of someone else's poison. Otherwise, he would not have so recklessly squandered his life." "We should depart," Su Chen declared. At this juncture, Su Chen's mission was marked as complete, and he was awarded 2 blue lottery cards. The vendetta against Lu Wumei had been avenged. As for the identity of the individual behind Nai Kun, it would be left to others to uncover, as it no longer concerned him. He resolved to return the following day to report his findings to Murong Qingchen. The two departed swiftly. After some time had passed, a servant who had been hiding within the estate, hearing the silence within, cautiously entered the chamber. Upon discovering Nai Kun's lifeless body sprawled on the ground, an exclamation of shock escaped his lips. Soon, the news of Nai Kun's demise spread throughout the Lingnan prefecture, particularly captivating the attention of the Grand Elder of the Chang'an Palace. He gazed intently at the freshly delivered missive, his expression hardening. Slain by a single strike, and poisoned within. The assailant's sword energy was fierce. It seems they did not administer the poison directly, implying that Nai Kun was already under some control. A chill ran through the Grand Elder's heart as he pondered these revelations. Calm your mind and set down the letter. Was it the envoy who took action, or was it someone else? With the poison control in place, the individuals behind Nai Kun should not intervene. Yet, the envoy possesses strength capable of overpowering even Nai Kun. Could it be that someone close to the royal envoy has acted? The Grand Elder pondered this. Meanwhile, Su Chen returned to the inn. Observing the 2 blue lottery cards he had acquired, he decided to draw them. He hoped to summon a character. To establish the Qinglong Association, he required additional personnel. Acquired character card, Jing Wuming. Acquired character card, a Fei. Upon hearing these words, Su Chen was momentarily taken aback. Both were sword-wielding individuals, masters of the sword path pursuing the art of the swift kill. Examining their abilities, they were at the mid-stage of the refining soul realm, on the cusp of advancing to the later stage. Although their current level was mid-stage refining soul in life and death struggles, even those at the peak of the refining soul realm would need to exercise caution. Integrating these two into the Qinglong Association would undoubtedly enhance its reputation. He summoned them directly, providing tokens for them to rendezvous with Bai Choufei. Though Bai Choufei had yet to reveal himself, he could temporarily operate in secrecy under the guise of the 12 Hall Masters of the Qinglong Association. Chapter 126. The schemes of Shangwan Shui at the Xishan Mine. At the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, Shangwan Shui contemplated the thoughts of Lord Bai. During his last visit, he had proposed purchasing the Xishan Mine, and at that time, Lord Bai had not declined but merely stated he would consider it. After several days without news from Lord Bai, he returned once more. Lord Shangwan, does your Blood Flag sect not possess its own iron mine? Why seek the recently acquired Xishan Mine from my Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion? Bai Choufei inquired. The quality of our iron mine has declined in recent years due to our prior collaboration with the Qin family. To speak frankly, we have taken on a portion of the military department's orders from the Great Zhou dynasty, necessitating a substantial quantity of iron ore. Hence, we are inclined to purchase the Xishan mine outright. Shang Wanshui replied. Upon hearing this, Bai Choufei's gaze sharpened. He had not anticipated that Shang Wanshui could secure orders from the military department of the Great Zhou dynasty. The Blood Flag sect was deeper than he had imagined. In terms of pricing, we will not allow the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion to suffer losses, Shang Wanshui assured. Currently, the Xishan mine was under the management of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Should they begin to extensively replace the personnel within the mine, it could lead to the discovery of the gold mine, resulting in significant losses for them. Recently, we at the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion are consolidating some newly acquired assets, which have yet to be fully integrated. Once the integration is complete, I will promptly inform Lord Shangwan, Bai Choufei stated. The various businesses he was consolidating had not yet been thoroughly assessed. He needed to conduct a review before any sales could take place. Although he found no issues with Shang Wanshui's statements, he sensed an underlying peculiarity in the situation. Then I shall wait a little longer, Shang Wanshui nodded. However, Lord Bai, do expedite matters. The military department is pressing us urgently, and we require a vast quantity of iron ore. Bai Choufei acknowledged with a nod. After conversing briefly with Shang Wanshui, Bai Choufei bid him farewell. It seemed imperative to investigate the conditions of the Xishan mine, he pondered. Initially, Bai Choufei had intended to sell the Xishan mine to Shang Wanshui, as the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion in Lingnan had yet to establish a stable source of income. Thus, he contemplated selling the mine to alleviate some initial pressure. However, with Su Chun having plundered the treasury of the Changhin Palace branch, transferring all the riches to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, Bai Choufei found himself buoyed by newfound financial support, allowing him to forget about the Xishan mine. Yet, he did not anticipate Shang Wanshui's urgent return. Why was he so anxious now, when the Qin family had not been? It was perplexing. Was there an issue with the mine? The individuals he had previously dispatched to investigate had reported no anomalies at the Xishan mine. Furrowing his brow, Bai Choufei called out, "Please summon Nalan Rongyan." The disciple quickly complied. Moments later, Nalan Rongyan stepped into the room. "Are you familiar with the Qin family's Xishan mine?" Bai Choufei inquired. Upon hearing the mention of the Xishan mine, Nalan Rongyan shook her head. "I am not well acquainted with it. I only know that it has been in operation for over a decade, yielding high-quality iron, occasionally supplying the armaments department of the Great Zhou dynasty. The armaments department holds significant status within the Great Zhou, which is why I refrained from probing further," she explained. "Please investigate the Xishan mine. Shang Wanshui expressed interest in purchasing it from us previously. I have not given it much thought until now, but his return today stirs a feeling that the mine may hold some discrepancies," Bai Choufei stated. "But does Shang Wanshui not have his own mines? Why would he seek ours?" Nalan Rongyan queried. He claimed that the iron quality from his Blood Banner sect's mines was subpar and insufficient for their needs. He mentioned they had recently received several orders from the armaments department, hence their desire to acquire our Xishan mine. The connection between Shang Wanshui and the armaments department is surprising. If that is the case, they might be willing to pay handsomely for it. However, given the rich iron resources at the Xishan mine, it may be prudent not to sell if the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion flourishes in the future, Nalan Rongyan remarked. "I will take that into consideration. For now, please proceed with the investigation," Bai Choufei instructed. Nalan Rongyan nodded and exited the room. Shortly after her departure, the figure of Lung Huishan appeared at the doorway. "Mr. Lung, how goes the investigation?" Bai Choufei inquired softly as he ushered Lung Huishan deeper into the room. "The man in black has made contact with Zi Hanyue of the Hanyue sect, who has since gone to the residence of Yen Yu at the Northern Pacification Office. It appears that Yen Yu intends to deal with Helian Chunshui," Lung Huishan reported. While it was understandable for Yen Yu to wish for Helian Chunshui's demise, Bai Choufei found it puzzling that Zi Hanyue would be involved with Yen Yu. In the city of Qing, Yen Shu of the Yen family was preparing to ensnare Zi Hanyue. If both parties were acquainted, how could Yen Shu still confront Zi Hanyue? Perhaps Yen Yu's true intention was to target the Law King of the Hanyue sect. I glanced at the records of Qing City, noting that the Law King of the Hanyue sect had indeed visited Qing City. Lung Huishan remarked. Recently, he had been studying various materials and intelligence during his training to better understand this world. Having perused the records of Qing City, he spoke with conviction. Upon hearing Lung Huishan's words, Bai Choufei seemed to have a revelation, acknowledging Lung Huishan's insights. Regardless of their identities, The directive from our master is clear. The mission is accepted. Our master intends to establish the assassin organization, the Qinglong Association. Should we eliminate Helian Chunshui? The Qinglong Association is destined to gain fame in the martial world, Bai Choufei stated. As he spoke, a figure leaped into the room from outside the pavilion, none other than Xiao Qiushui. The master has dispatched 2 experts to expand the Qinglong Association. I have been appointed as the head of the Zhenyue Hall. If that cloaked figure arrives, direct him to the abandoned manor outside the city. Xiao Qiushui instructed. Understood. If the man in black returns, I will provide them with the address. Bai Choufei replied. Brother Long, shall we engage in a game of chess? Xiao Qiushui inquired. Looking at Leng Huishan. Let us go. Leng Huishan nodded and followed Xiao Qiushui out, leaving Bai Choufei alone in the room. Meanwhile, leaving the gentle rain behind, Shangguan Shui arrived at a residence, pushing the door open to enter. Crossing the courtyard, he reached the living room, where a man in a black robe awaited his arrival. It seems they remain unwilling to sell the Xishan mine? The man in black asked solemnly. Second brother, Bai Choufei did not respond directly. I suspect he will investigate the Xishan mine. Brother, have you made the necessary arrangements? Shangguan Shui inquired. Everything is in place. They will not discover the gold mine. Once they have conducted their investigation, we will present an offer, and I believe they will relinquish the Xishan mine. The man in black replied. Chapter 127. Zhenyue Hall of the Qinglong Association, branch office. Bai Choufei's confusion lingered. Both Shangguan Shui and the man in black had anticipated this and intentionally directed Bai Choufei to investigate. Only through such an inquiry would he realize that their offered price was indeed reasonable. For now, let us set aside the matter of the Xishan mine. The leads regarding the Jinmiping have already spread, and the forces of Lingnan County are poised to strike against the Lingwei sword sect. The man in black then inquired. I have yet to obtain information on that front, Shangguan Shui replied, shaking his head. Remain vigilant. Once Helian Chunshui arrives at the Northern Pacification Office, the forces of Lingnan County will likely attack the Lingwei sword sect. The man in black stated. Helian Chunshui, son of the Marquis of Southern Town. Is he to handle matters concerning the Lingwei sword sect? Shangguan Shui's brow furrowed slightly. Do not underestimate Helian Chunshui. I suspect you would not be his match. The man in black observed Shangguan Shui intently. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Shui's gaze sharpened. He had no doubt regarding the man in black's assertion. Due to the dealings of the Armory Department at Blood Flag Gate, it is, in fact, the black robes who have obtained their resources from the Southern Town Marquis. In this moment, Su Chun returned to the Tiancetang courtyard. He reported the information he had gathered to Murong Qingchen. After reviewing Su Chen's report, Murong Qingchen set it aside and spoke. Are you aware that the renowned Tianjin Shouan acumen was killed last night, slain by a single sword stroke? I was indeed unaware. Upon receiving this news from Changhan Palace, I hastily returned to Tiancetang courtyard. It seems the information was leaked, prompting them to silence him. Su Chen replied with a calm demeanor. That may be the case. Furthermore, there has been some unrest in Lingnan County recently. It would be wise for you to focus on your cultivation within the confines of the Mountain River Gate and refrain from descending the mountain, Murong Qingchen advised. Thank you for the reminder. I will take heed. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Su Chen expressed his gratitude. Please, do so, Murong Qingchen nodded. After Su Chen's departure, Kai Wei approached Murong Qingchen. Is it possible to trace the individuals behind Tianjin Shouan acumen? It is quite difficult. There are no leads. Kai Wei replied, shaking her head. Is that so? Then we must await the arrival of personnel from the main hall of Changhan Palace. Who will they send this time? Murong Qingchen inquired. One of the 2 elders from the back hall of Changhan Palace, Meng Shintong. Kai Wei responded. Have they sent him? It appears he is also here for the golden plum vase, Murong Qingchen remarked. When Meng Shintong arrives at Changhan Palace, I will arrange a meeting. From Murong Qingchen's words, it was evident that the visitor was of considerable importance. Meanwhile, Su Chun seized the opportunity to diligently cultivate within the Mountain River Gate for a time, while also perusing the items acquired from the branch of Changhan Palace. He entrusted the gold and jewels to Bai Choufei. Yet he retained the manuals and other cultivation elixirs for further examination, hoping to uncover a few lottery tickets. As Su Chun investigated the treasures of Changhan Palace, in a dimly lit courtyard within Lingnan County, the corpse of Tianjin Shouan acumen lay on the ground. Before the body stood 2 figures cloaked in black. One, revealing his face, was Zhai Tianyun, the right minister of Lingnan County. If I had been the one to kill Lu Wumei, I would likely be dead by now. I owe you my gratitude, remarked the other figure, a woman who had previously intended to assassinate Lu Wumei, as she gazed upon Kuan's corpse. "Do not thank me. It is because you hold greater importance that I allowed him to eliminate Lu Wumei," Tianyun replied solemnly. "Who killed Kuan? Was it someone from Changhan Palace? However, even if someone from the main hall were to come, they have not yet arrived," the woman inquired. "A special envoy from Changhan Palace has indeed arrived, a royal envoy, who has likely been in Lingnan County for many years," Tianyun disclosed. "What? A member of the royal family in Lingnan County? If it is a royal descendant who has arranged for someone to act, they indeed possess the strength to slay Tianjin Shou Kuan with a single sword," the woman responded, her voice tinged with surprise and foreboding. "Now that Tianjin Shou is dead, what shall we do next? Does the master have any plans?" the woman asked, centering herself for the forthcoming decisions. "There are no other arrangements from the adults. They merely instructed us to keep an eye on the Lingnue sword sect. As for the sect's intentions, it is perplexing that they would trade the news of the golden plum vase with Kai Jing. One might wonder how this differs from courting disaster," the woman remarked coldly. "Engaging in trade with Kai Jing is quite ordinary. However, the revelation of this information is somewhat peculiar. Nevertheless, the matter is intricately entangled, and for the sake of safety, we shall confine ourselves to investigation and observation," Tianyun stated in a somber tone. "It appears you possess some knowledge," the woman said, gazing at Tianyun. "I know nothing at all," he replied. "By the way, Tianjin Shou has perished, but I fear he may have left something behind. Please take care of it without leaving any trace of our involvement," Tianyun instructed. "They have already taken a life. Must they continue their investigation?" the woman inquired, somewhat puzzled. "No, primarily. The person dispatched by Chong Hengan this time is one of the two elders from the rear hall, Meng Shintong. You should be aware of him. So I shall say no more," Tianyun concluded before turning to depart the dimly lit courtyard. The cloaked woman then bent down to examine Kuan's condition. Subsequently, she retrieved a jade vial and a dagger from her bosom, immediately drawing blood from Kuan. Soon, the jade vial was filled. Observing the vial in her hand, the woman spoke solemnly. "I hope to extract that venom from your blood for analysis, to concoct an antidote." With that, she turned and left. These individuals are under the control of toxins, bound against their will. In another location, the figure clad in black, Zihanyue, along with the earlier black-clad individual who had entered the Jinfeng Shiyu building, arrived at the entrance of an abandoned courtyard. "Is this where the Qinglong Society, as mentioned by Bai Choufei, is located?" Zihanyue inquired. "Indeed, this is the place," the black-clad man nodded, leading the way inside. Within the deserted courtyard, a young man in a gray robe sat motionless, cradling a sword. He was a Fei. As the two entered, the sword-bearer's eyes opened. Upon seeing a Fei, Zihanyue and the others immediately sensed a formidable sword aura, imbued with a palpable sense of death. "The token," a Fei addressed the two with a cold voice. The black-clad man produced a black token emblazoned with a green dragon, which Bai Choufei had suggested as a means of identification. "Who do you intend to kill?" a Fei asked. "The Jinfeng Shiyu building has likely informed you. We seek the life of Helian Chunshui," the black-clad man replied. "A deposit of half the fee must be made first. Within a month, I will assist you in eliminating Helian Chunshui," a Fei stated. "This is half of the deposit, a golden note from the black market's Jingtong Money House, available for immediate redemption." As the black-clad man spoke, 5 golden notes appeared in his hand. A Fei raised his hand to draw the 5 golden notes into his possession. "The third branch of the Qinglong Society will complete your task on schedule. You may now depart," a Fei declared in a deep voice. Chapter 128. The expansion of the Azure Dragon Society. Defiance leads to death outside the city of Lingnan, within a modest cave palace. A strikingly beautiful woman clad in a flowing red gown sat regally upon the throne. Her eyes, reminiscent of peach blossoms, radiated not seduction but a chilling aura. This enchanting figure was Mu Hongshuang, the leader of the Frost Leaf Organization, ranked 8th among the assassin groups in Lingnan. Despite her alluring appearance, her methods were ruthlessly efficient, which was precisely why the Frost Leaf Organization had secured its place as the 8th most formidable assassin group in the region. Suddenly, Mu Hongshuang's gaze sharpened as she detected the scent of blood in the air. Instinctively, she rose, but at that moment, the palace door swung open. A tall man entered from outside. Upon seeing him, Mu Hongshuang's heart raced as she scrutinized his presence. He was clad in a gray garment, cut short to barely cover his knees. His sleeves were tightly fitted, revealing long, slender fingers that suggested strength. 3 jagged scars marred his face. Yet they did not render him grotesque. A sword was sheathed at his right side, the hilt angled to the left, indicating his prowess with the blade. However, what unsettled Mu Hongshuang the most were his eyes, cold and lifeless, a dull gray that spoke of emptiness. He was a killer, her immediate impression warned. And she recognized the peril. A mere slip could lead to her demise at the hands of his sword. "You are Mu Hongshuang, the leader of the Frost Leaf Organization," he stated, his voice devoid of emotion, sending a shiver down her spine. Struggling to suppress her rising panic, Mu Hongshuang replied, "I am Mu Hongshuang, the leader of the Frost Leaf Organization. Today, we pledge our allegiance to the Azure Dragon Society, becoming the first branch of the Zhengyue Hall. Do you have any objections?" The man, whose eyes resembled the color of ash, regarded her intently. He was Jing Wuming, summoned alongside of Fei. For the Azure Dragon Society to flourish, it required new members. The top 3 assassin organizations in Lingnan were renowned throughout the Great Zhou dynasty, while those ranked lower were local powers. These assassin groups operated in secrecy. However, after the Tiansu Hall allied with the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, they had gleaned the locations of several assassin organizations. Thus, the Azure Dragon Society sought to integrate these groups into its ranks. Upon hearing Jing Wuming's words, Mu Hongshuang felt a jolt of realization. He intended to absorb her Frost Leaf Organization. Though unwilling, the chilling gaze of her interlocutor made it clear that a refusal could lead to her swift execution. "Who dares to come and claim my Frost Leaf Organization? You shall perish." A voice suddenly echoed from the shadows outside the palace. Before the words had fully faded, a shadow darted into the hall, and with a swift step, a hand rose to strike at Jing Wuming's back, propelled by a nauseating black aura indicative of poison cultivation. Yet, just as that palm was about to imprint upon Jing Wuming's back, his figure abruptly pivoted, revealing a fleeting flash of gray light. The assailant suddenly halted, retracting the outstretched hand, instinctively reaching for his throat. At that moment, blood began to seep from his throat, revealing a deep gash. With a thud, his body collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from the wound. "Do you wish to meet a similar fate?" Jing Wuming inquired, casting a glance at Mu Hongshuang. "I am willing to pledge my allegiance to the Qinglong Society," she declared, immediately descending from her seat to pay her respects to Jing Wuming. "Here is the token of the Qinglong Society, and you shall belong to the second branch of the New Moon Hall. You may address me as the branch leader." He tossed a prepared token to Mu Hongshuang, who caught it and bowed, exclaiming, "I pay my respects to the branch leader." Yet, a tumult of emotions stirred within her. Such a formidable individual was merely a branch leader. She yearned to inquire about the number of branches within the Qinglong Society, yet hesitated. 3 days hence, we shall convene at Meteor Valley outside the city, Jing Wuming stated before turning to depart. He was indifferent to whether these individuals were genuinely loyal. Should they betray him, he would simply execute them and find replacements. In this world, there is an abundance of people. If one desires death, they shall meet it after their demise. Replacements may be sought. Within the hall, Mu Hongshuang, watching Jing Wuming's retreating figure, was momentarily stunned. She had just been speculating on what means he might employ to control her, only to find he had turned away without exerting any control over her. If he does not control me, does that imply my existence is expendable? Any sign of dissent, and I shall be executed? She pondered. What manner of force is the Qinglong Society? Her mind raced with anticipation for the encounter 3 days hence. Meanwhile, as Jing Wuming exited the cave, he glanced at the information in his hand and proceeded in another direction. He was to coordinate with Bai Choufei at the Jinfeng Shiyu building, where they were tasked with choosing 18 currently active assassin organizations. Within 3 days, he and Fei needed to subdue all 18 organizations. The approach to dealing with these assassin groups was straightforward. Simply eliminate them until they submitted. In the Hefeng Hall, one of the 3 major intelligence organizations in Lingnan County, an elderly man scrutinized the intelligence in his grasp, his eyes narrowing. He had received information regarding Jing Wuming's consolidation of several assassin organizations. The elder, Lu Shan, was the leader of Hefeng Hall. "What kind of force is this Qinglong Society? Have we gathered any intelligence?" He inquired of the youth seated across from him, who donned golden attire. The young man, Lu Feng, tall and slender, bore a notably somber expression. "There is no information regarding the Qinglong Society. It appears as if it has emerged for the first time." Lu Feng replied in a low voice. Lingnan County seems somewhat chaotic at this juncture, with various factions emerging, yet it is of little concern. As of now, we are aware that they have subdued merely 2 assassin organizations, Lu Feng reported. Some leaders of assassin organizations have been subdued, while others have been slain. The newly appointed leaders failed to act promptly, allowing individuals from the previous leadership to disseminate information. This, of course, inadvertently heralded the notoriety of the Azure Dragon Society. By the way, what news is there from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion? Lu Shan inquired. The former leader of the Tiancetang Hall was killed by the Hefeng Hall, and now the Tiancetang Hall has joined the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Nalan Rongyan would not join the pavilion without reason. It is likely that the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion has acquiesced to her conditions, thus leading to the integration of Tiancetang Hall. This development has compelled their adversaries, the Hefeng Hall, to remain vigilant towards the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, which has recently been taking over the industries of the Qin and Yang families. Additionally, the Blood Flag sect Shangwan Shui has entered the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion twice, suggesting that he has reconciled with them, Lu Feng noted. I asked you to contact the individuals from the 100 Secrets Path. Have you made any progress? Lu Shan asked. I have successfully reached Run, the leader of the 100 Secrets Path, and I can arrange a meeting with my adoptive father at any time. Please schedule a meeting with him for tomorrow, Lu Shan replied. Chapter 129. The Deputy Leader of the Mountain River Sect. A direct disciple the Tiancetang Hall has submitted to the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, prompting the Hefeng Hall to seek a new ally. Otherwise, once the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion concludes its dealings with the Qin and Yang families, they may turn their attention towards them. The 100 Secrets Path is among the most renowned intelligence organizations in the Great Zhou dynasty. Allying with them will alleviate their fears of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion. Within the Mountain River sect, Su Chun was diligently cultivating. Streams of energy flowed through his meridians, muscles, and bones, refining his physique according to the principles of the immovable demon god technique. Previously, he had acquired a golden spirit pearl that exuded a faint golden aura, which infused his body and complemented his physical training. Within his dantian, the Mountain River true martial energy was rapidly absorbing the energy of the Mountain River technique. Though it remained at the first level, the enhancement of the Mountain River true martial energy requires an immense amount of internal energy from the Mountain River technique, and the internal energy pills he consumed were quickly depleted. However, having already reached the first level of the Mountain River true martial energy, Su Chun likely possessed several times the energy of an average practitioner of the Mountain River technique. Within the Mountain River sect, his prowess could be considered that of a rising star, though this would only be acknowledged upon revelation. The Mountain River true martial energy appears to have been intentionally placed there by Murong Qingchen, having now entered the first level. It would be prudent to inform him of this development and ascertain his plans, Su Chun contemplated. After a period of time, Su Chun concluded his practice and stepped out of his small courtyard. There was no need for him to inquire about the affairs of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion and the Azure Dragon Society. Those he summoned were seasoned experts, more adept than him, and required no oversight. He wondered what Murong Qingchen might offer him for advancing the Mountain River true martial energy to the first level. Su Chin's current aspiration was to elevate his status within the Mountain River sect, as increased interactions would lead to more opportunities for lottery tickets, especially given the infrequency of task appearances, which relied on triggering rewards. Certainly, the business at the Golden Wind and Fine Rain Pavilion is flourishing. Acquiring information sometimes requires not only monetary compensation, but also the pledge of treasures. Additionally, the Qinglong Association, a notorious organization of assassins, is involved. The convergence of these two formidable forces will undoubtedly yield a plethora of treasures, enabling him to trigger various occurrences. However, the situation is not as optimistic as he envisions. After scouring the Changhen Palace for treasures, Su Chen ultimately retrieved only 13 white lottery tickets and 1 blue lottery ticket. The Lingnan branch of Changhen Palace has been established for many years. Given the limited rewards from such a powerful faction, it is evident that obtaining lottery tickets through this means is merely one of several avenues. Undoubtedly, many extraordinary treasures have already been submitted to the Lingnan branch of Changhen Palace. Unbeknownst to him, Su Chun had arrived at the Tianqua courtyard. Qiu Linger observed him and inquired, "Weren't you engrossed in your training indoors? What brings you out?" "Sisterling, didn't I mention that I was practicing a fragmentary technique in the armory? I have broken through to the first level and wished to inquire about the details of this technique. After all, I only possess knowledge of the first 3 levels, and without subsequent teachings, I feel it unnecessary to continue my training. That technique was given to you by the young lady. You may consult her. In truth, we were already aware of your progress. I thought you would keep it under wraps for a while longer, yet here you are, revealing it so soon, Qiu Linger remarked. Nonetheless, you are indeed impressive. You grasped the Shanhua Jinwu jinx the very day you received it. When Kai Wei returned, she bore a look of astonishment. She continued, "Come, let us go meet the young lady." With that, Qiu Linger led Su Chun towards the rear courtyard. Su Chun felt a surge of realization. He had not concealed his training of the Jinwu Shanhua jinx, and it was likely that Kai Wei had been observing him from outside. They entered the courtyard and approached a cool terrace where Murong Qingxian was seated. "Miss, Su Chun has successfully cultivated the first level of the Shanhua Jinwu jinx. He only knows the first 3 levels and seeks guidance on the subsequent levels," Qiu Linger announced. Murong Qingxian turned to Su Chun and said, "You possess remarkable talent in cultivating the Shanhua Jinwu jinx. I intend to take you to meet my master and recommend you as a disciple." Upon hearing this, Su Chun was momentarily taken aback, his face illuminating with joy. He had not anticipated that Murong Qingxian would advocate for him to her master. Her master, Mu Tianyun, is the leader of Tianluo Peak and one of the 3 deputy leaders of the Shanhua sect. Should he become a disciple of Mu Tianyun, he would be a direct disciple of a deputy leader and thus qualify as a true disciple of the Shanhua sect, potentially vying for the position of sect leader. This was indeed a monumental opportunity. "Thank you for your assistance," Su Chun expressed gratefully. "There is no need for thanks. If you were incapable of mastering the Shanhua Jinwu jinx, my master would not accept you. Come, let us proceed to meet him," Murong Qingxian instructed. Murong Qingxian rose and, accompanied by Su Chun, departed from the Tianxue courtyard, heading towards the main hall of Tianluo Peak. Along the way, onlookers gazed at Su Chun and Murong Qingxian with expressions of astonishment. Murong Qingxian seldom departed from the Tianxue courtyard, and as for Su Chun, very few were acquainted with him. How could he possibly walk alongside Elder Murong? Who was he? It was unclear. He did not appear to be a mere attendant of Elder Murong. His waist token identified him as a disciple of Tianxue courtyard. So how could he be accompanying Elder Murong? A number of onlookers noticed the waist token at Su Chen's side, recognizing him as a disciple of Tianxue courtyard. Where were they headed? It seemed to be the Peak Master Hall. Could something significant be occurring? Some voices speculated. Murong Qingxian, accompanied by the disciples of Tianxue courtyard, was indeed making her way to the Tianluo Peak Master Hall, suggesting that an event of consequence was unfolding. Inside the Peak Master Hall, a man clad in splendid garments was conversing with Qian Mu, the young master of the Shanha sect. This elegantly dressed individual was Mu Tianyun, the deputy master of the Tianluo Peak within the Shanha sect. Upon the entrance of Murong Qingxian, a smile graced Qian Mu's face. Yet it faltered slightly upon seeing Su Chun, a hint of confusion knitting his brows. He could not fathom the purpose behind Murong Qingxian bringing Su Chun here. After greeting her master and the young master, Murong Qingxian introduced, "Master, this is Su Chun. He has completed the first level of the Shanha Jinwu technique." Following her lead, Su Chun promptly bowed as well. Mu Tianyun's expression remained unchanged. He had already been informed about Murong Qingxian's visit. However, Qian Mu's face displayed astonishment. "I have come to observe your progress with the Shanha Jinwu technique. Strike me with a punch, utilizing the Shanha Jinwu technique," Mu Tianyun instructed, his gaze fixed upon Su Chun. Stepping forward, Su Chun summoned the energies of the Shanha Jinwu technique that swiftly coursed through his body. A resonant roar akin to that of an ancient turtle emanating from within. With a thunderous impact, Su Chun unleashed a punch, sending forth a tremendous force akin to a tidal wave towards Mu Tianyun. Wishing to attain more, Su Chun felt no need for concealment, fully channeling the Shanha Jinwu technique. After days of diligent practice, his mastery of the technique had significantly improved. Seeing the surge of energy erupting from Su Chun, Mu Tianyun's countenance brightened. He was aware that Su Chun had only recently begun practicing the Shanha Jinwu technique. The energy flowed within him, forming a protective barrier. With a resounding crash, Su Chen's energy collided with the barrier, causing it to exhibit signs of collapse. In a distance, Qian Mu watched in surprise. He had not anticipated that Su Chen's energy could compress Mu Tianyun's barrier. Though Mu Tianyun had not unleashed his full power, it was evident that Su Chen's Shanha Jinwu energy was remarkably robust. With a deep breath, Su Chun withdrew his energy, refraining from further strikes. As Mu Tianyun had merely been testing his capabilities. The first level is indeed solid, and your energy is remarkably substantial. No wonder Qingchen holds you in such high regard. Today, you shall become my fifth disciple, Mu Tianyun, he declared with a smile. Afterward, I shall arrange for this matter to be communicated to the sect's disciples. Upon hearing this, Su Chen stepped forward, expressing his gratitude to his master. His purpose for being here was to become a disciple of Mu Tianyun. Congratulations to the host for becoming a disciple of the Mountain River sect and the master of Tianluo Peak, rewarded with 1 blue lottery card. At this moment, Su Chun received the reward of a blue lottery card. Congratulations, master. Congratulations, junior brother Su Chun. Morong Qingchen stepped forward to offer her congratulations. Qinmu, the young master of the Mountain River sect, also came forward to extend his greetings. Just then, a figure entered from outside. The newcomer, clad in a fitted outfit. Upon seeing Mu Tianyun and Qinmu, immediately bowed and reported, Deputy Sect Master, young master, the sect leader is urgently requesting your presence in the main hall for discussions. Discussions in the main hall. Mu Tianyun's brow furrowed slightly. Su Chun, I will make the necessary arrangements for you. You may choose an independent cave dwelling or courtyard here at the main peak. As for martial arts, let Qingchen instruct you for the time being. Mu Tianyun said to Su Chun, I shall obey the master's command. Su Chun replied, though he was not particularly concerned about Mu Tianyun's guidance. What he valued was his current identity as the fifth disciple of Mu Tianyun. With this status, he would have the privilege of freely accessing the Mountain River sect's library. However, if it were merely a routine gathering, Mu Tianyun would likely have time to return and instruct him. Yet, the fact that he had entrusted his training to Morong Qingchen indicated that the higher-ups of the Mountain River sect must be convening for something significant. Junior brother, there must be important matters at hand for the master. If you have any questions regarding your cultivation, feel free to ask me directly. Morong Qingchen spoke after Mu Tianyun had left. Currently, I have little knowledge of cultivation techniques and no uncertainties at the moment. Senior sister, I have heard that the master possesses 3 ultimate skills. When might I learn them? Su Chen inquired. The Mountain River sect's deputy sect master Mu Tianyun is renowned for 3 ultimate techniques: the heart-destroying fiery palm, the wind-chasing heavenly thunder slash, and the illusory divine step. Su Chun was eager to see if he could trigger some rewards by studying these techniques. Once the master has finished with his urgent matters, he will naturally teach you. Morong Qingchen replied. Senior sister Morong, the master just mentioned that I am the 5th disciple. What about the first 4 disciples? I am your 3rd senior sister. Above me are 2 senior brothers and 1 junior sister. The 4th junior sister and the 2 senior brothers are currently occupied with matters at the Mountain River sect. You will meet them upon their return, she explained. Qingshu, please assist in arranging a cave dwelling or courtyard for our junior brother. Morong Qingchen called out to the hall's exterior. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in green entered, bowing to Su Chun and Morong Qingchen. This is Qingshu, who usually helps the master manage Tianluo Peak. If you have any matters to discuss, you can speak directly with him, Morong Qingchen said to Su Chun. Greetings, Qingshu. Su Chun bowed politely. Young Master Su, no need for formality. Allow me to show you the cave dwellings and courtyards, Qingshu said. Su Chun followed Qingshu out of the hall, leaving Morong Qingchen behind. Su Chun, I have done my best to secure opportunities for you. I hope you can assist me in the future, Morong Qingchen whispered softly. She recognized Su Chen's talent and wished to forge a favorable bond with him. After touring with Qingshu and learning about the situation at Tianluo Peak, Su Chun selected an independent cave dwelling. The cave is suitable for rigorous cultivation, as well as for Su Chen's departure from the Shanhua sect, facilitating his descent from the mountain. Upon selecting the cave, Qingshu escorted Su Chun to the summit of the Shanhua sect to receive the attire and designation of an esteemed disciple. Subsequently, Su Chun returned to the cave on his own, settling upon a stone platform. Today had unfolded smoothly, and upon becoming a true disciple, he activated a blue lottery card. He now possessed 13 white lottery cards and 3 blue ones. He promptly exchanged 10 white cards for a single blue card, thus acquiring 4 blue lottery cards. Su Chun had never experienced such wealth before. He decided to first draw from the 3 white lottery cards. He obtained 10 bottles of blood essence pills, 1 silver note worth 10,000 taels, and 10 bottles of true martial vitality pills. All were material rewards, with 4 blue lottery cards remaining. He drew from them as well. He received 10 years' worth of Shanhua Qi, 1 experience card for Shui Yiren, 2 primary enhancement cards, and 1 shadow transformation card. An experience card? Su Chen immediately examined it. Shui Yiren's prowess was comparable to that of Lu Xingyijian, both nearing the realm of spirit unity. As for the shadow transformation card, it allows the user to morph into a shadow and escape, a treasure for evading peril. He lamented the absence of a character draw. After calming his emotions, he took out the elixirs and began his cultivation. In the solitude of the cave, any practice would go unnoticed, providing an excellent concealment. Regarding the 10 years of Shanhua Qi, Su Chen utilized it directly, leading to a rapid enhancement of his strength. Meanwhile, in Lingnan Prefecture, the atmosphere grew tense. Yin Yu's figure reappeared at the residence of Zihanyue. Currently, there were individuals in Lingnan Prefecture who were absorbing the assassin organization. The Qinglong Society mentioned was likely the same as the one introduced by the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower last time. Yin Yu gazed at Zihanyue and spoke, "It should be. But the individual I encountered was not the one in charge." Zihanyue replied in a low voice. "Not the one in charge?" Upon hearing this, Yin Yu's pupils constricted sharply. The leader of these assassins was named Jing Wuming, proficient in swordsmanship, his left hand wielding the sword with extraordinary speed, and thus far, no one had managed to evade his strike. He claimed to be the leader of a branch under the Qinglong Society's main hall. "Do you know how many branches they possess?" Yin Yu inquired. "I am not certain. The person I met last time was also a master of the sword, and his sword aura instilled fear in me." He claimed to be from the 3rd branch of the Qinglong Society, Zihanyue stated. She was aware of the recent happenings in Lingnan Prefecture. The expansion tactics of the Qinglong Society had exceeded her expectations. First, there was the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower, and now the Qinglong Society, coupled with the Lingyue Sword sect of Jinmiping. I sense that chaos will soon engulf Lingnan Prefecture. Yin Yu spoke solemnly. Chaos breeds opportunity. By the way, I have received news that Helian Chunshui is nearing Lingnan Prefecture. The power displayed by the Qinglong Society should be sufficient to eliminate Helian Chunshui. You must be prepared, Zihanyue remarked. Chapter 131. The ambitions of the invincible Dugu, the ghost domain, the 10th rank. I have arranged everything on my end. But I do not wish for the members of the Qinglong Society to take action against Helian Chunshui within the confines of Lingnan Prefecture. My desire is for them to strike outside the borders of Lingnan, which is the very reason I sought you out. Yin Yu stated. Outside of Lingnan Prefecture? Zihanyue's brows furrowed slightly upon hearing this. If they were to act beyond the borders, Yin Yu could conveniently shift some of the blame away from herself. Is it possible that Yin Yu has made contact with individuals in the capital? A thought stirred in her mind, yet she still nodded in agreement. Very well. I will make the necessary arrangements. By the way, you will assist me in covering the remaining remuneration for Helian Chunshui. Yin Yu looked at Zihanyue and said, Commander Yin, you want me to pay such a vast sum of gold? Zihanyue's beautiful eyes darkened instantly. If it were not for your Cold Moon sect seeking to replace me, would all these events have transpired? This is a price you must pay. Yin Yu replied calmly. It seems that recently Commander Yin has indeed established a connection with the capital, intending to send the remaining gold there. Are you not afraid that I might cancel the pursuit of Helian Chunshui from my side? Zihanyue gazed at Yin Yu. Miss Cold Moon, you see clearly. I indeed need to send that gold to the capital. Furthermore, although Helian Chunshui has come here to investigate the golden plum vase, should I disclose certain information about the Cold Moon sect, I believe he would find you all the more intriguing. You would not wish to attract unwanted attention, would you? Yin Yu spoke in a tranquil tone. Is this a threat? Zihanyue regarded Yin Yu. This is not a threat. Eliminating Helian Chunshui benefits both you and me. A fair division is only natural. Moreover, I have uncovered some information regarding the golden plum vase, which may be connected to the prefect of Lingnan. Yin Yu stated in a serious tone. You suggest that the matter of the golden plum vase is related to the prefect? Zihanyue's expression froze in surprise. It is merely a conjecture, devoid of evidence. You may have someone investigate. It could yield fruitful results. Why do you not investigate it yourself? Zihanyue inquired, perplexed. Although our Northern Town Pacification Office operates independently, the prefect is a high-ranking official. Should we conduct an investigation, it would undoubtedly be uncovered, and I have no desire to offend the prefect. With that, Yin Yu turned and departed. Once Yin Yu had left, an elderly woman with white hair emerged from within the room. Her skin was parched and wrinkled, her eyes dim and devoid of luster. She glanced in the direction Yin Yu had exited and spoke. Saintess, Yin Yu cannot be allowed to remain. It would be best to eliminate her, otherwise. certain matters may come to light, which would be detrimental to you. The old woman's voice was low and somber. Upon hearing the old woman's words, Zihanhua fell into contemplation. But Long Pa, we do not have anyone capable of killing Yinyu here? This old servant can indeed take action against Yinyu. The old woman replied. Her tone was flat, yet it was evident from her demeanor that she regarded Yinyu with disdain. You cannot act. If you do, your presence in Lingnan Prefecture will be exposed, and it would lead to greater complications. Zihanhua shook her head. Then we must seek assistance. The saintess previously mentioned that the Qinglong Society might be of help, the old woman remarked. However, the fees of the Qinglong Society are exorbitant. After paying half of the bounty for slaying Helian Chunshui, I shall be left with no funds, Zihanhua replied. Saintess, recently the Jin Fengshiyu Tower is gathering intelligence. If we sell them some information, we might raise the necessary funds, the old woman suggested. This matter can certainly be arranged. Zihanhua's frown vanished instantaneously. The Hanyu sect possesses a wealth of secrets. Selling a few tidbits to the Jin Fengshiyu Tower is not objectionable. I shall personally handle the sale and discreetly ascertain the inner workings of the Jin Fengshiyu Tower, the old woman continued. Then I will trouble you, Longpa. Zihanhua said with a bow of gratitude. It is my duty, the old woman replied before turning to leave. In another location, in Qingcheng at the Jin Fengshiyu Tower, the absolute overlords of the region, Bai Tianyu and Dugu Wudi, were seated within the pavilion, sipping tea and observing the bustling streets. At this moment, Dugu Wudi's aura had fully recovered. Congratulations, Mr. Dugu, on advancing in strength, Bai Tianyu remarked. I am still a fraction short, but it is close. Brother Tianyu, with the blood blade gifted by our master, your power has surged, and I must congratulate you as well, Dugu Wudi replied. Now, with the Jin Fengshiyu Tower firmly under control in Qingcheng, it can be entrusted to Ling Tianhe for management. We should assist our master in expanding influence. Extending the Jin Fengshiyu Tower beyond the frontier, Dugu Wudi suggested. Bai Tianyu and Dugu Wudi, both formidable figures in their past lives, could not remain confined to Qingcheng. With the intention of developing in Lingnan Prefecture, they realized they had to venture towards the frontier. The most powerful force bordering Qingcheng in the frontier is the Zitan Palace. Recently, they had even sent envoys to approach Bai Tianyu, hoping to collaborate with the Jin Fengshiyu Tower. Brother Dugu, do you intend to take action against the Zitan Palace? They are not easily dealt with. According to prior information, they can contend with the Buddhist sects and still endure, indicating the presence of formidable individuals within, Bai Tianyu cautioned. The frontier bordering Qingcheng is not solely occupied by the Zitan Palace. There are also minor demonic sections. We could strike first and take control of these smaller factions, Dugu Wudi proposed. It seems Mr. Dugu has formulated a plan. Let us proceed with this endeavor, Bai Tianyu declared. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Enter, Bai Tianyu called. Greetings, Tower Master and Mr. Dugu. There is an individual outside, claiming to be from the frontier. The Ghost Domain, who wishes to meet you, Ling Tianhe announced as he entered. The Ghost Domain, one of the major demonic sects in the frontier, what brings them here? Bai Tianyu's brow furrowed slightly. As the one overseeing the Jin Fengshiyu Tower in Qingcheng, he had to be well informed about the current situation of the demonic sects in the frontier. Mr. Dugu, let us meet this individual, Bai Tianyu said, rising to his feet. Dugu Wudi had also been researching the various powers in the frontier and recognized that the Ghost Domain was quite formidable. Two individuals accompanied Ling Tianhe down the stairs into a reception hall. Within the confines of the room stood a man shrouded in a black robe, exuding an aura of chilling intensity. Suddenly, his gaze shifted toward the entrance. Upon seeing Bai Tianyu and Dugang Wudi enter the hall, a flicker of surprise ignited in his eyes concealed beneath the dark fabric. As they entered, both Bai Tianyu and Dugang Wudi sensed the presence of the other. Their hearts stirred slightly. I have encountered Lord Bai and Mr. Dugong. I am Lei Xingchuan, the 10th leader of the Ghost Domain. The cloaked figure introduced himself. It is said that the Ghost Domain consists of 10 peaks, each presided over by a leader, shrouded in mystery, and their true identities have never been revealed. It was unexpected that the 10th leader of the Ghost Domain would appear at the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion in Qing City. Chapter 132, Helian Chunshui, a Fei. Jing Wuming outside the Lingnan Prefectural Office, a procession was underway along the official road, with a grand carriage at its center. A row of soldiers clad in the official robes of the Northern Town Pacification Office rode on tall steeds both before and behind the carriage, accompanied by several attendants. Inside the spacious carriage, a young man dressed in luxurious garments reclined on a soft couch, sipping fine wine. Beside him, a woman in a flowing purple gown attended to his needs. Opposite him sat an elderly man in a fitted outfit, his visage betraying no signs of age, exuding a robust vitality. The reclining young man gazed out the window and inquired, "How long until we reach the Lingnan prefectural office?" "My lord, we have half a day's journey before we enter the territory of Lingnan County. After 2 more days of travel, we shall arrive at the prefectural office," the purple-clad attendant responded. From her words, it was clear that this young man was Nalan Guyun, the son of the Duke of Southern Town, visiting Lingnan County. "Is there still such a long way to go?" Nalan Guyun shook his head. "My lord, this expedition to the Lingnan prefectural office may not be as tranquil as anticipated. We ought to exercise caution," remarked the elderly man in the fitted attire. "Does that Yin Yu not wish to relinquish his leadership position? A traitor has long desired to take him down, but has lacked the opportunity," Nalan Guyun replied coldly, his tone dismissive of Yin Yu. "My lord, do not underestimate Yin Yu. He has maintained his position at the Lingnan Town Pacification Office for many years, and despite recent tensions with the secret sect's Green Dragon Temple, it could very well be a smokescreen." The elderly man continued, "Lingnan County is, after all, the domain of the secret sect." "And what of the secret sect?" "The recent emergence of the Golden Plum Vase from the Lingwei Sword sect presents an opportunity for other forces to infiltrate Lingnan County." "What news do we have from the Lingwei Sword sect?" Nalan Guyun inquired. "Everything remains calm, but the factions within Lingnan County should not remain idle. I have already informed the Shanhe sect to gather their members and head towards the Lingwei Sword sect, aiming to create a stir before your arrival at the Lingnan prefectural office. By the time you arrive, my lord, we shall be poised to eliminate the Lingwei Sword sect," the elderly man stated. From their conversation, the mention of Jin Mei Ping occurred only once, yet there was a distinct focus on the Lingwei Sword sect, seemingly with the primary intention of annihilating it. Alas, the Lingwei Sword sect found itself in a dire predicament. In an attempt to curry favor with Prime Minister Kai, they presented a Jin Mei Ping, only to offer a counterfeit. This incited the ire of Prime Minister Kai, who seized the opportunity to incite chaos in Lingnan County, hoping to diminish the influence of the Mizong sect in the region. "We are merely a tool in their hands. It is perplexing why my father has chosen to ally with Prime Minister Kai this time," the young man remarked. The old servant replied, "I am uncertain, my young master." Suddenly, the coachman outside shouted to spur the horses. The carriage gradually came to a halt. Nalan Guyun's gaze sharpened, while the lady in the purple gown beside him lifted the curtain. "What has transpired?" "Miss Z, it appears there are 2 individuals ahead on the official road," the coachman promptly informed. 2 individuals. Upon hearing this, the lady in purple was taken aback, her expression shifting to one of vigilance, and she swiftly retreated into the carriage. "Young lord, there may be a situation ahead. Remain in the carriage while I investigate," the purple-clad lady declared. Nalan Guyun, his eyes narrowing, nodded in acquiescence. The lady in purple leapt out of the carriage. Meanwhile, ahead of the carriage, 2 guards from the Bizenfu stood resolutely in the middle of the official road, each wielding a long sword. One bore a pallid visage, while the other wore a faint smile. They were Jing Wuming and a Fei, who had come with the intent to take Nalan Guyun's life. As the son of the Duke of South Town, Nalan would undoubtedly be surrounded by skilled protectors, hence their joint venture. Concealed in the shadows, Xiao Qiushui was also observing the scene. The first strike of the Qinglong society must not falter. "Who are you? Are you unaware of whose convoy this is?" one of them barked. "Isn't this the convoy of young Lord Nalan?" A Fei responded with a smile. "You know, yet you still." The speaker's gaze sharpened, his grip tightening on the sword. Initially, they had suspected that the newcomers harbored ill intentions, but upon the explicit declaration of their purpose, tension mounted among them. Just then, the lady in purple approached the convoy. The guards from Bizenfu immediately saluted her, while her gaze scrutinized Jing Wuming and a Fei. "It seems you have come for our young lord. Depart now, and we shall offer you half of your commission," the purple-clad lady proposed. She was clearly aware of their intentions. Such generosity. "However, this time we seek only the young lord's head, nothing else," a Fei declared. As he spoke, 6 guards from Bizenfu swiftly drew their swords, launching a fierce assault against a Fei and Jing Wuming. The blades flashed like meteors, their speed unparalleled. They were fortunate enough to catch the attention of Nalan Guyun and become guards, undoubtedly bringing remarkable strength to Lingnan Prefecture. Yet, they were swift, and their adversaries were swifter. A Fei and Jing Wuming flickered past, and in a flash of sword light, the scene unfolded. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The 6 guards of the Northern Pacification Department fell to the ground, their long blades clattering beside them. Thud. Simultaneously, they knelt upon the earth, each bearing a distinct sword mark at the center of their chests. The marks had pierced directly through their hearts, delivering a fatal blow. Such speed in the strike. The woman in purple, witnessing this spectacle, was taken aback, as 3 hearts were pierced in an instant, the swiftness so profound that her eyes scarcely registered the event. Moreover, it was not the work of 1, but 2 assailants. Who are you? The purple-clad woman, suppressing her rising panic, inquired of Jing Wuming and a Fei. Qinglong Association. Zhengyue Hall. Jing Wuming. A Fei. They responded in unison. Qinglong Association? The woman pondered, seeking any recollection of such a faction, yet finding none. With her brows furrowing, she suddenly released a hummingbird from her hand and retreated. Stop them, she commanded with a sharp tone. The remaining guards swiftly launched an assault against a Fei and Jing Wuming. Futile efforts. A Fei and Jing Wuming surged forth, and the attackers rapidly fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the woman in purple had reached the carriage, where Helian Chunshui had already brandished a silver spear. The seasoned elder beside him, his gaze sharp, stepped out of the carriage. They did not flee but awaited the arrival of a Fei and his companion. Chapter 133. It is Helian Chunshui. Yet not Helian Chunshui, I did not expect you to remain. A Fei remarked, looking at Helian Chunshui. The Qinglong Association is unfamiliar to me. Yet to dispatch 2 such formidable experts at once is no trivial feat. You come to kill me for wealth. Offer a price, and I shall double it. Helian Chunshui declared. Regrettably, under ordinary circumstances, we might have acquiesced, but you should not have ventured to Lingnan Prefecture. A Fei replied, noting the evident opposition to his presence there. I present you with a choice. Engage me in combat at the same realm. Should you perish, I shall depart. And should I fall, you may take your leave. A Fei offered, looking intently at Helian Chunshui. Upon hearing this, Helian Chunshui's gaze sharpened. Preposterous. With just the 2 of you, I shall first test your prowess. The elder beside Helian Chunshui spoke coldly, stepping forward. Purple-clad one, I will hold them at bay. You take the young lord and flee. As the elder spoke, an aura emanating from his late-stage refining chi realm surged forth, an overwhelming force pressing down upon a Fei and Jing Wuming. However, his oppressive energy bore no effect, for the 2 were merely 1 realm below him. This pressure could not subdue them. Boom. Yet, the sword energy from Jing Wuming was provoked, and in an instant, 2 torrents of formidable energy clashed, creating a wave that stirred up a cloud of dust. The air erupted with a crackling sound. In that moment, both individuals staggered backward simultaneously. Jing Wuming retreated 3 steps, while his opponent fell back 2, revealing a discrepancy in their energy levels. However, Jing Wuming wielded a sword, his chosen instrument of lethality. I am offering you a chance. A Fei declared, gazing at Helian Chunshui. Helian Chunshui's eyes flickered. Young master, retreat. At that moment, the old man growled, suddenly lunging towards Helian Chunshui, attempting to whisk him away. Yet, in that instant, a streak of sword light came whistling from the side. The old man's outstretched hand sensed the sharpness and had to retract. However, another wave of gray sword energy tore through the air, heading straight for his chest. Upon seeing this sword energy, the old man raised his palm. Heaven and sea technique. Boom. With a forceful slap, the energy surged forth like a tidal wave, colliding with the sword energy. The strength of this force rent the air, successfully blocking the sword energy and then reversing its momentum toward Jing Wuming's face. Jing Wuming remained unperturbed, advancing rather than retreating, his form resembling an unyielding line as he surged forward. Seeking death, the old man's expression twisted with fury. The energy erupting from his palm grew even more terrifying, akin to a tornado bearing down on Jing Wuming. Yet, Jing Wuming pressed on, evading the old man's palm strike and appearing before him. A fleeting glint of cold light shone in his originally dull gray eyes. In a flash, a gray sword energy pierced through, instantaneously embedding itself in the old man's heart. A single thrust through the heart. This. The old man gazed at the sword lodged in his chest, disbelief clouding his eyes. Jing Wuming paid no heed to his expression as he withdrew the long sword. Thud. The old man's body crumpled to the ground. He could have survived, for after all, he had not been paid for his life. there was no need to kill him. A Fei sighed as he observed Jing Wuming retracting his sword. I wonder if the young master will seize this opportunity, he remarked, glancing at Helian Chunshui. All right. At that moment, Helian Chunshui found himself with no other choice. Gripping his silver spear, his aura began to shift, and his gaze sharpened. Buzz. Suddenly, he spun the spear in his hand, launching it like a fleeting shadow toward a Fei. The speed was astonishing. A Fei drew his sword to parry, and the clash of sword light and spear shadow echoed through the air. Yet, soon the sword light enveloped the spear shadow. Ultimately, the spear shadow dissipated, leaving behind the imprint of the sword light. The two figures separated. Helian Chunshui stood motionless, the spear clutched in his right hand, blood streaming from his chest. A Fei's sword had pierced through him. Your sword is swifter than my spear. I cannot contest that. However, after today, someone will seek vengeance for my demise. In the spirit of our fair duel, I disclose to you that I am Helian Chunshui, and yet, I am not Helian Chunshui. Thud. Upon uttering these words, Helian Chunshui collapsed to the ground. A Fei regarded Helian Chunshui's lifeless body, his brow furrowing slightly. He could not grasp the meaning behind Helian Chunshui's final words. Nevertheless, he believed there was a reason for such a statement, uttered without cause. The gaze involuntarily drifted towards the woman in purple attire. The expression on her face shifted dramatically. With the death of the young lord, their survival was also in jeopardy. As for the meaning behind Helian Chunshui's last words, she remained oblivious. Let us depart, Jing Wuming declared. The two swiftly turned and exited. After their departure, the woman in purple hastily approached Helian Chunshui, preparing to return the young lord's lifeless body to the capital. This was all they could do at that moment. Soon, news of Helian Chunshui's demise at the hands of a Fei and Jing Wuming of the Qinglong Society spread rapidly. Outside Lingnan County, within a relay station, a youth of striking countenance and exceptional demeanor stood by the window, his bright, soulful eyes gazing outside. At that moment, another young man entered the room. Young master, your substitute has been slain. The assailant was a Fei from the Qinglong Society. Suppressing his strength, he engaged your substitute in combat, who fell victim to a single strike through the heart. The youth reported, a Fei of the Qinglong Society. My substitute has represented me for over 20 years, and it is unexpected that he would meet his end at this time. It seems the waters of Lingnan County run deep. Since I am already dead, let us return to the capital, the fair-faced youth responded. From his words, it became clear that the one slain by a Fei was the substitute who had taken his place for over 2 decades. No wonder Helian Chunshui, at the time of his death, claimed to be Helian Chunshui, yet also not. He had lived for so long under that identity that to outsiders, he was indeed Helian Chunshui, though he alone understood he was not the genuine article. At this moment, in another location, within the Northern Town Suppression Office of Lingnan County, Yan Yu shattered the letter he received, a joyful expression gracing his face. The letter proclaimed that Helian Chunshui had been killed by a Fei of the Qinglong Society. With Helian Chunshui's death, his immediate peril was alleviated. Moreover, he had established connections with influential figures in the capital, believing the threat would soon dissipate. The leader of the Qinglong Society has slain the young Lord Helian. We must take action now, Pei Xiangshu remarked beside him. Immediately issue a warrant for the Qinglong Society across Lingnan County. Yan Yu commanded. Although they might not locate the members of the Qinglong Society, a show of intent was necessary. Discreetly spread the word that the Jinfeng Shiyu building has ties to the Qinglong Society. This time, I intend to utilize the power of the Northern Town Suppression Office to eradicate the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Yan Yu's gaze turned cold and ruthless. Chapter 134, Qinglong Society. A sword from Lushing. A father must avenge his son's grievances. The prior restraint was merely for this moment. I shall secretly mobilize the Black Cloud Guard of the Northern Town Suppression Office. I want the Jinfeng Shiyu building to leave no survivors. Yan Yu spoke with a somber tone. The Northern Town Suppression Office serves as one of the great Zhou dynasty's means of countering the forces of the martial world, possessing its own elite. Should we also deal with Nalan Rongyan? Pei Xiangshu inquired from behind him. Nalan Rongyan has allied with the Jinfeng Shiyu building. We shall eliminate them together. Suddenly, Yan Yu fell silent, his gaze drifting beyond the hall. At this moment, outside the hall, a middle-aged monk clad in a robe stood at the entrance. Master Kokai. Upon seeing the visitor, Yan Yu was momentarily taken aback and stepped forward to pay his respects. Master Kokai is the foremost disciple of the great Wisdom Dharma King of the Qinglong Temple. Yin Yu was perplexed as to why Master Kokai had come to see him. "Commander Yin, I have come on behalf of Qinglong Temple," the monk known as Kokai declared as he entered the sitting room. His hands pressed together in a gesture of reverence. Hearing this, Yin Yu's expression shifted as he struggled to comprehend the monk's intent. The news regarding the Lingyue sword sect's golden plum vase was likely a deliberate leak from the capital, aimed at encroaching upon the territories of our esoteric sect. "I have come to beseech you, Commander Yin, to exert control over the martial forces within Lingnan Prefecture," Master Kokai continued. Yin Yu's gaze sharpened at the implication. "Do you mean to say that the Lingyue sword sect possesses no information regarding the golden plum vase?" However, before he could await Master Kokai's response, Yin Yu solemnly interjected, "Even if they do not, given the current circumstances, I am unable to impose any restraint. The Lingyue sword sect, having been rumored to possess the golden plum vase, is destined for annihilation. I, Yin Yu, lack the capacity to quell this turmoil. Rest assured, Commander Yin, Qinglong Temple will assist you. Accompanying me are the 4 holy monks of Qinglong Temple," Master Kokai assured. The mention of the 4 holy monks elicited a look of astonishment from Yin Yu. He had not anticipated that Qinglong Temple would dispatch such formidable figures. "We reside within the city at the Shangzhen Zen Temple. Should you come to a decision, you may reach out to us," Master Kokai concluded, bowing before taking his leave. Once Master Kokai departed, Yin Yu's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that the golden plum vase would be linked to Qinglong Temple, nor that they had been baited into revealing themselves. "I had previously suspected that someone was using the Lingyue sword sect as bait," Yin Yu remarked, "but I never expected it would lead us back to Qinglong Temple. My lord, shall we involve ourselves in this matter?" inquired Pei Xiangxiu, who stood beside him. "We are already entangled in this web. Whether we choose to participate or not, we must act. However, let us focus on our immediate plan to eliminate the Jinfeng Shiyu building," Yin Yu replied gravely. "Make the necessary arrangements," Yin Yu commanded. Pei Xiangxiu bowed in compliance and exited the hall. Alone in the main seat of the hall, Yin Yu pondered over various matters. After receiving his orders, Pei Xiangxiu departed from the Yin residence and made his way to the commander of the Black Cloud Guard at the Northern Pacification Office. By this time, twilight had descended. As Pei Xiangxiu traversed the streets, he soon sensed that he was being observed. His expression hardened, and he quickened his pace. Yet, the bustling street that had once been filled with people suddenly fell eerily silent. Before him approached a man dressed in black, a long sword sheathed at his waist. Upon seeing this figure, Pei Xiangxiu's heart sank. An icy, ruthless aura emanated from the man, causing those nearby to instinctively flee, feeling as though they had been pierced by a blade. What a chilling and merciless sword intent. Pei Xiangxiu experienced a sudden palpitation, his gaze alert as he observed the cloaked figure approaching him. His pupils constricted as he spoke. "Might I inquire, esteemed sir, what business do you have in obstructing my path?" The figure in black replied, "Someone has paid me to eliminate you on behalf of the Qinglong Society, and I have come to collect your life." At these words, Pei Xiangxiu's complexion shifted dramatically. He regarded the black-clad man and exclaimed, "The Qinglong Society? Someone has indeed enlisted your services to kill me. But who are you?" He was fully aware of the Qinglong Society's notorious reputation. They had been contracted to assassinate Helian Chunshui and were also plotting to eradicate the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower under their banner. Yet, their adversaries were also mobilizing, having already sought the services of the Qinglong Society to eliminate them. "The Qinglong Society, Yueliang Hall, Lu Xingyijian," the black-clad man declared. This individual was none other than Su Chun, who had transformed himself using the art of changing form and bone, assuming the guise of Lu Xingyijian to enact the assassination of Pei Xiangxiu and Yin Yu. With Helian Chunshui already slain, there was no need to spare Yin Yu either. Xiao Qiushui, a Fei, and Jing Wuming were currently en route back, which necessitated Su Chun to intervene personally. In response, Pei Xiangxiu steadied his mind, his expression shifting as he propelled himself forward. As he surged ahead, he swiftly drew a soft sword from his waist. In an instant, he launched an attack towards Su Chun. The strike was sudden and executed with remarkable speed, the sword moving with the fluidity of a serpent, its energy weaving through the air. The very atmosphere surrounding him crackled with the piercing sound of his sword, reverberating like waves that invaded the ears and disturbed the senses. Under ordinary circumstances, this strike would have been formidable. However, he was unaware that he faced Su Chun, who wielded the Lu Xingyijian experience card. As the serpent-like blade aimed for Su Chen's throat, he sprang into action. With a swift stride, he drew his long sword, and in a blink, he appeared behind Pei Xiangxiu, sheathing his weapon once more. Thud! Pei Xiangxiu collapsed to the ground, his expression one of utter disbelief. His confident strike had never even grazed his opponent before he found himself slain by a single blow. As he lay on the ground, clinging to the remnants of his consciousness, he strained to turn his head and catch a glimpse of his assailant. But all he could see was Su Chen's retreating figure, headed towards the Yin residence. He wished to utter something, yet his awareness faded, and he succumbed to silence. Is that not Master Pei? After Su Chen departed, an onlooker seemed to recognize Pei Xiangxiu, exclaiming in shock. Others turned their gazes towards the direction in which Su Chen had vanished, sensing that something significant was about to transpire. The crowd began to move towards the Yin residence. For the individual who had claimed to be from the Qinglong society, Lu Shengyijian, was indeed heading there. There was no doubt. He was intent on confronting Yanyu, the leader of the northern protectorate of Lingnan Prefecture. As Su Chen proceeded, his spirit surged with excitement. Utilizing the Lu Shengyijian experience card allowed him to grasp the profound strength embodied within it. The union of man and sword, a merciless blade. Once drawn, it claimed lives. He realized how distant he was from attaining such a realm. However, utilizing this experience card has allowed him to gain profound insights, significantly aiding his cultivation. For the time being, he is practicing the art of the blade, yet the experience cards he possesses predominantly feature masters of the sword. This perplexity lingers in Su Chen's mind. Besides the Yoshu Ikamanji, he also holds the Shui Irin experience card, both embodying the ruthless essence of the sword. Chapter 135. One Sword Slays. Yanyu falls at Yin Manor. Su Chen strides forward. Who goes there? A guard at the manor sternly inquires upon noticing Su Chen's approach. With a swift motion, two beams of sword light flash, and the two guards collapse to the ground, blood spilling from their bodies. Su Chen pushes open the door and steps into Yin Manor. Upon witnessing the sudden intruder, the guards swiftly charge towards him. Undeterred, Su Chen advances, his sword energy slicing through the air, sending all who attempt to obstruct him crashing to the ground, their bodies contorted as they fell. Who dares to trespass upon the North Town commander's residence? As Su Chen presses on, a voice echoes, and a figure appears before him with remarkable speed, striking out with a palm towards him. The palm radiates a dark hue, emanating a corrosive energy. Su Chen's eyes widen in surprise as his sword cleaves through the air, severing the assailant's arm in an instant. Ah! The attacker cries out in a piercing scream, but it is swiftly silenced as the sword energy pierces his throat, causing his body to crumple to the ground. At that moment, a figure lurking in the shadows, poised to ambush Su Chen from behind, pales in horror and attempts to retreat. Yet, as he turns, a blade of sword energy cleaves through him, bisecting his form. In the brief interlude, a figure emerges from the hall, Yanyu. His gaze is cold and penetrating as he regards Su Chen. I never anticipated that someone would dare to invade my manor today. Yanyu states, not inquiring about Su Chen's identity, but rather coldly commands, eliminate him. Boom. At his command, two figures emerge behind him. These figures are grotesquely muscular. Their faces rugged, yet their eyes devoid of any life. They are two of Yanyu's reanimated corpses. Su Chen's expression sharpens at the sight of the formidable undead, distinct from those he had encountered before. The heavy aura of malevolence radiates from them, their flesh as resilient as forged iron, embodying immense physical strength. Yanyu retreats slightly, his icy gaze fixed on Su Chen. He relishes the thought of these two monstrous creations obliterating him. With a thunderous crash, the two reanimated corpses spring into action. They raise their hands simultaneously, charging at Su Chen with a ferocity that shakes the very ground beneath them. As they advance, their muscles ripple, releasing waves of scorching energy. Bang! Bang! Their fists strike the ground, sending clouds of dust soaring into the air, the force of their assault creating a tempest that sweeps outward. However, Su Chen's figure subtly shifted, evading their assault. The dust and rubble were shattered by the force of his own sword aura. To think one could rely solely on agility to dodge them was a grave misjudgment. Yanyu remarked coldly. The two assailants unleashed their power, causing a surge of energy that radiated outward like crashing waves, encroaching upon Su Chen's space for evasion. Yet, a faint smirk flickered in Su Chen's eyes. He advanced rather than retreated, and as he passed by the two, his long sword struck out in an instant. The sword aura surged directly towards their foreheads. With blinding speed, the sword light flashed, and Su Chun had already maneuvered past the two, standing before Yen Yu. Yen Yu's gaze sharpened as he observed the two reanimated corpses before him, eager to witness their reaction. There was no need to watch. Although they had cultivated their physical forms well, lacking the sustaining energy, they could not withstand my sword aura relying solely on the potency of their elixirs. Su Chun declared coldly. As he spoke, the two reanimated corpses collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from their foreheads. In the blink of an eye, their skulls were pierced by Su Chen's sword aura. The might of Lu Sheng's sword was indeed formidable. Seeing the two fallen figures, Yen Yu's expression shifted. He had not anticipated that the two reanimated corpses he kept by his side would be dispatched in a single blow. "Who are you?" he asked Su Chun in a deep tone. "Just moments ago, your master, Pei Xiangxiu, posed a similar inquiry. I responded then, and I shall reveal it to you now. I am Lu Sheng Yi Jian of the Qinglong Association's Zhengyue Hall," Su Chun proclaimed. He intended to unify the Qinglong Association of Lingnan under Zhengyue Hall. The Qinglong Association? You hail from the Qinglong Association. Yen Yu's face reflected astonishment upon hearing Su Chen's words. "You have slain Helian Chunshui, and now you dare to kill me. Are you not afraid of the great Zhou dynasty's pursuit?" Yen Yu gazed at Su Chun. "To kill one is to kill two is likewise. Moreover, do you think it's so simple to pursue us?" Su Chun responded coldly. "If you wish to kill me, let me witness the swiftness and sharpness of your sword." Yen Yu exclaimed, a fierce energy exploding within him. As the commander of the Northern Pacification Office in Lingnan, his strength was certainly formidable. In the instant his energy erupted, his entire body surged, elevating his stature by a foot, with blood and energy swirling around him like a furnace. Blood refining palm. He stepped forward, his palm striking directly towards Lu Sheng Yi Jian, the hand glowing crimson with a translucent quality. Observing this, Su Chun unleashed a sword strike. The sword aura collided with Yen Yu's palm, producing a resounding boom. This time, Su Chen's sword aura did not shatter his opponent's hand. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged. After all, Yen Yu had managed to become the commander of the Northern Pacification Office in Lingnan for a reason. The martial artists of Lingnan were not merely as they appeared. With a single strike, Yen Yu immediately clenched his palm into a fist, launching it forward with devastating force. A viscous surge of blood energy erupted from his palm, a powerful force compressing the air and creating a shockwave directed towards Su Chun. Su Chun narrowed his eyes, leaping into the air and slashing with his sword. The clenched fist of Yen Yu did not falter, colliding with Su Chen's sword. Boom! The two forces clashed. The fist penetrated the sword energy, directly striking Su Chen's body. Bang! The fist pierced through Su Chun, but after the impact, Yen Yu's expression changed. For behind that figure, Su Chun reappeared, gripping his sword with both hands and delivering a downward strike. The flash of the blade passed swiftly. Both figures landed on the ground. Yen Yu turned to face Su Chun, exclaiming, "Your speed and swordplay exceed my comprehension." As he spoke, a sword mark appeared on his forehead, with a trickle of blood flowing from it. Thud! His body collapsed to the ground. Su Chun sheathed his sword, preparing to turn away. "Host has slain a high-ranking official from the Great Zhou for the first time. Reward, 2 blue lottery tickets." At that moment, a voice echoed in Su Chun's ear. As he turned to leave, his mind stirred. He had not anticipated that such a feat would trigger a reward. His expression remained unchanged as he swiftly vanished from the Northtown governor's residence. Chapter 136. Qinglong Society gains renown. Turbulence in Lingnan Prefecture. The news of Yen Yu's death rapidly spread throughout the Lingnan Prefecture. No one had expected that someone would brazenly invade the Northtown governor's residence. With a single sword strike from Lu Sheng, the Qinglong Society stirred a tempest in Lingnan Prefecture. Inside and in, discussions arose regarding the nature of this mysterious organization. Having just slain the young Lord Helian Chunshui outside the prefecture, they had now also eliminated Yen Yu, the Northtown governor. This was a direct affront to the Northtown governor's authority. The capital's Northtown governor's office would surely take action against the Qinglong Society. "Do you think the Qinglong Society can withstand this?" one patron questioned. "How could they not withstand it? Who knows where the Qinglong Society is based? Besides, they're merely one branch. Did anyone hear of the Qinglong Society before? No, which indicates this force is shrouded in mystery. How can one even seek them out? Wait, wasn't there someone named Jing Wuming gathering assassins in Lingnan? Isn't that a lead? What sort of lead is that? The assassin organization could very well be a pawn set forth by the Qinglong Society to provoke the North Town Governor's office. A hushed voice remarked, and many present found wisdom in his words. As events unfolded, the various forces within Lingnan Prefecture were caught unprepared. In the Lingnan Prefecture, within the governor's residence, a secret chamber housed an elderly man clad in splendid robes, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, his brow slightly furrowed, as if grappling with a pressing issue. This elder was Wen Yifan, the governor of Lingnan. Creak. The stone door of the secret chamber opened, and a figure entered. It was Zhai Tianyun, the right minister of revenue. Greetings, governor. Zhai Tianyun bowed respectfully. What is the situation with the Qinglong Society? What have your investigations revealed? Wen Yifan inquired in a grave tone. It has come to my attention that a few days ago, certain assassin organizations were subdued, and since then, the high-ranking members have inexplicably vanished. A skilled swordsman named Jing Wuming, who is likely one of the assassins involved in the assassination of the young marquis, was present at that time. The right minister, Zhai Tianyun, spoke in a grave tone. The Qinglong Society has displayed a blatant disregard for rules. Not only did they murder the young marquis, but they also took the life of Yan Yu, the commander of the Northern Pacification Office in Lingnan. This act is a provocation against the Northern Pacification Office, which will undoubtedly incite their wrath, particularly that of the Zhun-Nan Marquis. It is likely that formidable experts have already been dispatched by the Northern Pacification Office. The prefect, Wen Yifan, remarked solemnly. My lord, are you afraid? Zhai Tianyun inquired. I am not fearful. Rather, I contemplate the implications if these individuals also remain in the Lingnan Prefecture. What do you think the situation would entail? Are you suggesting that you intend to take action? Zhai Tianyun asked softly. I do not necessarily need to intervene. The Qinglong Society, having dared to kill Yan Yu and Helian Chunshui, must possess some assurance. I wish to establish contact with them, Wen Yifan replied. My lord, it would be unwise for you to take action. It is best if I handle this matter, Zhai Tianyun stated gravely. Your strength is still lacking. I fear for your safety. Wen Yifan shook his head. It is of no concern. My identity has likely been partially revealed. With the incident at Changhan Palace, it is only a matter of time before I expose myself before them. Moreover, they are currently concocting an antidote to alleviate the poison within me. Zhai Tianyun remarked. That is of little consequence. Even if they concoct an antidote, what will it matter? If I take action, they will still meet their demise. Additionally, General Ling has sent a vial of Rongpa Dan, bestowed upon you by the third prince. I believe that after consuming this elixir, your strength should ascend to the late stage of refining the soul. It should arrive in 3 days. You should come here in advance, Wen Yifan instructed. Thank you, my lord, and thank you for the general's support. Zhai Tianyun immediately bowed in gratitude. Do not thank us. We are merely serving the third prince. I will remain in this position at the prefecture for no more than another year, after which you shall assume the role of prefect of Lingnan, Wen Yifan declared. Upon hearing Wen Yifan's words, Zhai Tianyun's face lit up with joy. During this year, you must not encounter any unforeseen circumstances. Otherwise, we shall be in peril here in Lingnan. Also, regarding matters with the Lingyue sword sect, refrain from involvement for now. Wait for the arrival of the elixir in 3 days, and then enter seclusion to break through. Once you reach your peak, you may emerge, Wen Yifan instructed. My lord, the current situation in Lingnan, Zhai Tianyun began solemnly. For the time being, the situation remains within our expectations. The additional presence of Jinfeng Shiyu Tower and the Qinglong Society has expedited certain processes for us. Very well, you may return now, and arrive here ahead of time in 3 days, Wen Yifan waved his hand. Understood. The right minister, Zhai Tianyun, departed through a hidden passage, and Wen Yifan also exited the secret chamber. At this moment, outside the city of the prefecture, within a village, Zi Hanyue surveyed the intelligence before her, her pupils suddenly contracting. The Qinglong Society has killed Helian Chunshui and also infiltrated the Yen residence to slay Yanyu? Long Pa, you need not take action. After a considerable interval, she finally spoke, handing the intelligence in her grasp to the elder beside her. The elder, upon receiving the information from Zahanyu, perused it with an expression of astonishment. The actions of the Qinglong Society were indeed ruthless, brazenly striking down their foes, having just dispatched the young lord. They proceeded to eliminate Yanyu. The assailant, Lu Xing Yijian, wielded his sword with lethal precision, delivering swift death. He surpassed both Jing Wuming and A Fei in skill. The elder remarked upon the intelligence. Indeed. Moreover, they all belong to the Qinglong Society's Zhengyue Hall. Such formidable strength emanating from just one hall suggests that the Qinglong Society is far more powerful than I had anticipated, Zahanyu responded. Miss, you must maintain your relationship with the Qinglong Society, as well as with the Jinfeng Shiyu building. They may prove advantageous in your quest to ascend as the leader of the Hanyue sect, the elder advised solemnly. At that moment, a figure entered from outside, the maid. Xiaolon. Miss, I have received word that several sects are uniting to pressure the Lingyue sword sect in pursuit of the Jin Meiping secrets, Xiaolon stated gravely. Which factions? Zahanyu inquired. Upqingguan, Tianluo City, Blood Flag sect, and Shanhua sect. Additionally, other forces are gradually joining. However, there has been a significant incident within the Shanhua sect. One of the deputy leaders, Mu Tianyun, opposed an attack on the Lingyue sword sect during a high-level meeting and was severely injured by the sect leader. He has since returned to Tianluo Peak to recuperate. But rumors suggest that someone will soon take his place, Xiaolon replied. Who would have thought there was still a voice of reason within the Shanhua sect, only for it to be silenced by the sect leader? Quite intriguing, Zahanyu murmured, curiosity piqued. Chapter 137. Speculations on the Jin Meiping encounter unexpected developments logically speaking. As the deputy leader of the Shanhua sect, Mu Tianyun should not have been publicly assaulted by the sect leader despite his opposition. Is it possible to ascertain what transpired within the Grand Hall? This subordinate is currently investigating and believes that updates will be forthcoming shortly, Xiaolon responded. Notify me immediately upon receiving any news, Zahanyu commanded. Meanwhile, within the Jinfeng Shiyu building, Bai Choufei stood atop the pavilion, clad in white, exuding elegance. Beside him, Nalan Rongyan, also dressed in white, was strikingly beautiful. Together, they presented an enchanting image, reminiscent of celestial beings. Master, the Qinglong Society has killed Helian Chunshui and the commander of the Lingnan Prefecture, Yin Yu. Many individuals are eager to acquire information regarding the Qinglong Society. What do you propose? Bai Choufei inquired. Simply relay the information I previously mentioned to them, Bai Choufei instructed. The Qinglong Society's momentum was at its peak, and it would undoubtedly soon resonate throughout the entire Zhou dynasty. By disseminating this information, he could further bolster the Qinglong Society's standing. Understood. By the way, the Li family seems to be making moves, apparently preparing to relocate from Lingnan Prefecture, Nalan Rongyan remarked. Plans are already afoot to besiege the Lingyue sword sect, compelling them to surrender the information regarding the Golden Plum Vase. Li Mu Chun, the eldest son of the Li family, serves as the foremost disciple of the Lingyue sword sect's leader. Thus their entanglement runs deep. It is entirely reasonable for him to wish to depart from Lingnan Prefecture. Is there an issue with this? Bai Choufei inquired of Nalan Rongyan, confident that she would not broach the matter without cause. The host elaborated, remarking that the Li family is the preeminent clan in Lingnan Prefecture, a title not self-bestowed, but rather conferred by the esteemed Grandmaster of the Great Zhou's secretive sect, Tianmi, in the name of the imperial court. In truth, the mightiest force across the northern 9 prefectures is the secret sect, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that this region is under its dominion. With such a status, no one dares to provoke the Li family. However, the fact that members of the Li family are now taking action indicates that trouble brews within the imperial court. Based on the prior visit of Helian Chunshui to Lingnan Prefecture, it is speculated that someone in the capital may be plotting against the secret sect in the northern 9 prefectures, with Qinglong Temple and Lingnan being the strongest branch of the sect. Nalan Rongyan chose not to elaborate further, yet Bai Choufei comprehended the implications. It appears that amidst the turmoil in Lingnan Prefecture, there may be an intent to strike at Qinglong Temple, utilizing it as a fulcrum to destabilize the entire sect in the northern 9 prefectures. Could it be that the Lingyue sword sect is merely a trigger, and that the Golden Plum Vase indeed resides within Qinglong Temple? A sudden realization struck Bai Choufei, prompting him to speak. That seems likely. What shall we do now? Host, Nalan Rongyan asked. For the time being, we shall do nothing. We will wait for the allied forces to assault the Lingyue sword sect, Bai Choufei replied. Meanwhile, within the Mountain River sect, in a secluded cave, Su Chen opened his eyes and rose from his meditative position. He had returned to the sect late last night. Glancing at the 2 blue lottery tickets obtained from vanquishing Yin Yu, he decided to draw. Acquired 5 bottles of refined soul-integrating pills, each containing 10 pills. and a complete set of golden silkworm armor. Su Chun examined the refined soul-integrating pills, which aid practitioners in the soul refinement realm. The golden silkworm armor is a set of protective gear capable of withstanding attacks from weapon-grade arms. In high spirits, he stepped out of the cave. As he exited, a disciple from Tianluo Peak approached him, saying, "Senior brother Su, junior sister Morong has summoned you to the Peak Master." Su Chun was momentarily taken aback. What could Morong Chun want at this hour? "Let us go," he replied, gesturing for the Tianluo Peak disciple to lead the way. As they traversed the path, whispers reached Su Chen's ears. How could the Peak Master sustain such injuries? Even if the deputy sect master disapproved, there was no need for such ruthlessness. Who knows? All I know is that our Peak Master is gravely injured, with broken ribs and internal damage. Even if he recovers, his strength will surely diminish. What if he does weaken? The Tianluo Peak may change hands. Keep your voice down. If the wrong ears catch wind, we might find ourselves in trouble. Another voice interjected. Upon hearing such news, Su Chen's expression turned solemn. He sensed a significant upheaval within Tianluo Peak. Soon, the two arrived at the courtyard where Makita Yun resided. In one of the rooms, Makita Yun lay on the bed, his complexion pale, deeply asleep. Not far from his bedside stood Morong Chun. The room was devoid of servants. The reason only Morong Chun was present was that Makita Yun's other disciples were away and were unaware of his condition. When Su Chun was ushered in, Morong Chun gestured for the attendant to withdraw, and the attendant bowed before leaving. "Senior sister, what has happened?" Su Chun inquired. Gazing at the injured Makita Yun on the bed, Master opposed taking action against the Lingyue sword sect, and the sect leader grievously injured him, leaving a layer of insidious poison within him. Morong Chun replied solemnly. Upon hearing her words, Su Chun felt perplexed. "Senior sister, even if Master expressed disapproval, the sect leader should not have inflicted such severe harm. I am unsure of the specifics," Morong Chun stated softly. At this, Su Chun refrained from pressing further. Casting a glance at Makita Yun, who lay recuperating, and sighed inwardly. He had just become a disciple of the newly appointed Peak Master, Makita Yun, and now his mentor was in such dire straits. It felt as though his support had crumbled too swiftly. He had yet to fully benefit from this newfound alliance. "What shall we do now, senior sister?" Su Chun asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. "I have already informed our senior brothers and sisters to return. They should arrive shortly. I summoned you here to tend to Master while I investigate what transpired in the sect leader's hall," Morong Chun explained. "Senior sister, this matter should be entrusted to me. I believe no one would take note of my presence," Su Chun asserted, determined to uncover the reasons behind the sect leader's brutal assault on Makita Yun. Naturally, he harbored resentment toward the sect leader. After all, he had just secured a powerful ally, and now that ally was in jeopardy. Su Chun was unwilling to resign himself to this fate and was intent on discovering the truth. Morong Chun furrowed her brow slightly. "Junior brother, you are one of Master S' more renowned disciples. They will certainly be wary of you. However, I am different. I have just begun my journey and have yet to learn anything. In light of this situation, many may feel sympathy for me, and perhaps I could glean some useful information." Hearing Su Chun's reasoning, Morong Chun nodded in agreement. Su Chun then paid his respects to Makita Yun before departing. Before long, Su Chun arrived at the main peak, having changed into the attire of a first-class inner disciple. Although Su Chun's reputation had begun to spread within the sect, few had actually met him. Hence, upon reaching the main peak, he drew little attention. However, there was a conspicuous lack of discussion among the disciples present, and some even deliberately avoided him when they noticed his attire, as if wary of engaging with him. Su Chun maintained a stoic expression, yet he understood that he had underestimated the complexity of the situation within the sect leader's hall. It was a high-level meeting at the Mountain River sect. Su Chun's mind raced with thoughts, and suddenly he recalled Qianmu, the son of the sect leader. As the junior sect master, Qianmu would undoubtedly have insight into the affairs within the sect leader's hall. If he could capture Qianmu, he might extract valuable information about the inner workings of the hall. With this thought in mind, Su Chun sprang into action. He swiftly departed and, upon his reappearance, had transformed his appearance to that of a disciple from the Heavenly Pool Peak. He set his course towards Qianmu's residence. Qianmu had opted for a spacious courtyard rather than a cave dwelling. At that moment, he wore a grim expression. He had not anticipated that a meeting would devolve into such chaos. Rumors now circulated that Mu Tianyun had been injured by his own father to prevent any aggression against the Lingyue sword sect. This was indeed the case. However, his father had been manipulated, resulting in the injury to Mu Tianyun. Presently, his father was in seclusion, recovering from his wounds, while the Mountain River sect was under the control of the Grand Elder, who, then, had the power to manipulate his father's mind and scheme against Uncle Mu. Qian Mu desired to see his father, but with him in closed-door recuperation, that was impossible. Uncle Mu, who do you think is behind this treachery against my father? Qian Mu inquired. Young master, the Grand Elder is investigating this matter. I believe we shall soon receive news. For now, we must await further information, responded an elderly man standing beside him. But there has been no word from the Grand Elder. If this continues, my father's reputation will be tarnished, Qian Mu replied solemnly. As the sect leader, maintaining one's reputation is paramount. If it falters, his position may be jeopardized. Thus, Qian Mu appeared somewhat anxious. Hearing this, Elder Mu spoke in a low tone. Young master, given our current capabilities, it is unwise to act hastily. The enemy lurks in the shadows, yet to reveal themselves. If we must strike, it must be with absolute precision. Upon hearing the elder's words, Qian Mu's gaze sharpened. Indeed, the elder's assessment was accurate. Elder Mu, did my father impart any instructions before he entered seclusion to heal? I believe he must have anticipated contingencies. Otherwise, those individuals would have already emerged. The sect leader conveyed 2 directives. First, as long as he remains in seclusion, those individuals will refrain from taking action. Second, he instructed you to secretly carry the sect leader's token to the back mountain and enter the cold pool cave. However, he did not elaborate on what awaits within the cave, the elder explained. Elder Mu, please proceed to the Grand Elder to ascertain his thoughts while I covertly make my way to the cold pool, Qian Mu commanded. Now aware that only the Grand Elder and they knew about his father's mental affliction, while others remained oblivious, he nodded. Understood, Elder Mu replied, bowing slightly before exiting the hall. Once Elder Mu had departed, Qian Mu did not leave immediately. At that moment, Su Chun, having altered his appearance, stood outside the estate. The entrance was unguarded, allowing Su Chun to stride confidently inside. The courtyard exuded an eerie quietude. Qian Mu serves as the young master. Yet within the confines of his residence, there are few servant disciples. Moreover, today Qian Mu finds himself in a rather foul mood, having temporarily dismissed several attendants. Soon, Su Chen stealthily approached the outer hall and beheld Qian Mu deep in contemplation within the grand chamber. Young master, no one from Tianqi Peak has come to pay their respects, Su Chen announced as he stepped outside, bowing respectfully. Startled by the voice at the entrance while pondering how to infiltrate the cold pool in the rear mountains, Qian Mu lifted his gaze to see Su Chun standing outside. His expression momentarily faltered, as he was bewildered by this unexpected visitor's intent. Are you called no one? Qian Mu inquired, a slight frown forming on his brow. Yes, young master. Someone has entrusted me with delivering a letter to you, Su Chun replied, stepping into the hall and approaching Qian Mu, producing a letter from within his robe. Someone wishes for you to receive this correspondence. Though puzzled, Qian Mu extended his hand to take it. In that instant, Su Chun suddenly struck. Twisting his palm into a fist, he delivered a powerful blow to Qian Mu's heart. Su Chun skillfully controlled the force and speed of his strike. Caught completely off guard within the gates of the Mountain River sect, Qian Mu's heart was struck directly. He experienced a wave of dizziness before darkness enveloped him, collapsing to the ground. Such ease. Su Chun was astounded at how effortlessly he had subdued Qian Mu. Gazing at the fallen figure, he felt a surge of urgency. He needed to find a secluded location to question him further. Retrieving a set of servant-s garments from his spatial ring, he donned them, then hoisted Qian Mu's unconscious form over his shoulder and exited the courtyard. Upon leaving the courtyard, they encountered several disciples. However, clad in servant attire and keeping their heads down, Su Chun and his burden went unnoticed. Eventually, he guided Qian Mu down a narrow, secluded path, veering into the depths of the forest. At the edge of a small stream, Su Chun bound Qian Mu securely. Then, he splashed some water from the stream on him, rousing him from unconsciousness. Upon awakening and seeing Su Chun, Qian Mu's gaze hardened. I never anticipated that after plotting against my father, you would bring me here. What are your intentions? Qian Mu stated calmly, observing Su Chun. A realization struck Su Chun. He seemed to have stumbled upon critical information. The master had been betrayed, likely by someone who had targeted his mentor. I am keen to understand why your father was not eliminated, Su Chun asked, his voice low and grave. Your mind control techniques are lacking. My father regained consciousness at the last moment, thwarting your plans. Qian Mu retorted coldly, fixing his gaze on Su Chun. So, someone had manipulated his father's mind, indicating that those who orchestrated this scheme were formidable. Su Chun contemplated this, maintaining a stoic demeanor. What is your father's current condition? Su Chun pressed further. At the mention of his father, Qian Mu's expression sharpened. My father is fine. He will surely uncover your identities. Moreover, once I go missing, the Mountain River sect will undoubtedly trace me here, Qian Mu warned, locking eyes with Su Chun. Are you not afraid that I might kill you? Su Chun challenged. If you intended to end my life, you would not have brought me here. Qian Mu's rise to the position of the vice leader of the Shanha sect certainly speaks to his cunning. Indeed, Su Chun observed his adversary, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his mouth, as he suddenly struck towards the opponent's head with a swift motion. Darkness enveloped Qian Mu's vision, and he fell unconscious once more. I shall spare your life, but I can certainly continue to render you unconscious, Su Chun remarked coldly. He then rose to his feet and called out from the shadows. You have arrived, my esteemed guest. Reveal yourself. Chapter 139, One Blade for One. 2 blades to depart. 2 within Su Chun's gaze, a figure cloaked in black emerged. The dark-robed individual regarded Su Chun with a chilling demeanor. Your hearing is quite remarkable. Who might you be? I am Mo Durun. I am curious how you prefer to be addressed, Su Chun inquired with a natural air. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Hand over Qian Mu to me, and I shall allow you to depart unscathed, the figure in black declared, his tone suggesting a disinterest in engaging Su Chun in combat. Qian Mu was entrusted to me. Why should I surrender him to you? Su Chun retorted coldly, assessing that the aura emanating from his opponent did not impose significant pressure upon him. Thus, he chose not to flee immediately, but rather to confront this enigmatic figure and discern his true identity. Su Chun surmised that this individual was likely associated with those scheming against the leader of the Shanha sect. It seems I must eliminate you before I can take Qian Mu away. As the black-clad man spoke, he suddenly lunged at Su Chun, raising a hand that radiated a menacing energy. His initial strike exhibited a ferocious power, as if he aimed to end Su Chun with a single blow. As the attack approached, a cold smile flickered across Su Chun's features. He clenched his fist and retaliated with a powerful punch. The force of his blow surged, colliding with the opponent's hand. A resounding explosion echoed at the point of impact, sending shockwaves of energy rippling outward. Both Su Chun and the dark figure staggered back slightly. Your strength. After the clash, the black-robed man regarded Su Chun with narrowed eyes, realizing he had underestimated his opponent. With such meager strength, you dare to threaten my life? I truly wonder where your confidence stems from. Following this exchange, Su Chun planted his feet firmly on the ground and surged forward, unleashing 3 consecutive punches, each layered with increasing force. The energy cascaded toward his adversary. The dark figure, sensing the intensity of the oncoming attack, paled and raised his hand, channeling his internal energy to meet Su Chun's strike head-on. Boom! Their hands collided, and the black-clad man was sent hurtling backward. However, at that moment, a cold flash of sword light suddenly struck from the shadows, racing towards Su Chun's back with incredible speed. As Su Chun, having just repelled the assailant, felt an energy surge within him, his muscles tightened in preparation. The sword collided with his energy barrier, the opponent's force escalating as it penetrated through, landing upon the golden silk armor that Su Chun had recently acquired, yet failing to breach further. In that split second, Su Chun deftly seized the intruding sword with a swift motion. With a sudden exertion of force, he pulled his opponent towards himself. The assailant, caught by this powerful grip, leaned forward involuntarily. However, he reacted swiftly, discarding his sword and retreating. At that moment, a blade appeared in Su Chun's hand, the finely honed rain blade he had reinforced. The blade flashed as it was drawn, and then it descended with lethal intent. The assailant immediately struck out with a palm, attempting to deflect the blow with his energy. Yet, Su Chun's rain blade cleaved through the energy barrier. In an instant, the assailant saw the blade gleam before a crimson line appeared at his brow. Reflexively, he reached to touch the wound, disbelief etched across his face, before collapsing to the ground. Nearby, the earlier assailant cloaked in black, witnessing his comrade's demise at the hands of Su Chun, turned pale and attempted to flee. However, at that moment, a figure appeared before him, followed by a gentle rain of blades. Before he could fully grasp the situation, a wound appeared on his neck, blood gushing forth. The black-clad man desperately clutched his throat in a futile attempt to stem the flow, but he too fell to the ground, eyes wide open in a final expression of shock. With both men slain, Su Chen approached to unveil their masks. His gaze sharpened as recognition dawned upon him. He knew these men. The first assailant in black was an elder from Tianluo Peak, while the one who had attacked him was an elder from Tianchi Peak. This revelation struck Su Chen with a sense of gravity regarding the turmoil within the Shanhua sect. Without lingering, he departed swiftly, unperturbed by the fate of the unconscious Qian Mu. He needed time to contemplate the upheaval within the Shanhua sect and ponder the potential advantages it might offer him. The deaths of these two men also evoked thoughts of the Chang'an Palace. Not long after Su Chen's departure, several individuals arrived by the creek, led by the elder Mu, who had previously conversed with Qian Mu in the courtyard. Upon seeing Qian Mu lying on the ground, he rushed over, and after checking Qian Mu's vital signs, he breathed a sigh of relief and roused him. As Qian Mu awakened to find elder Mu before him, he exhaled deeply. At that moment, a muscular man who had accompanied him stepped forward, saying, "Elder Mu, the deceased are Qiao Zheng from Tianchi Peak and Bao Wei from Tianluo Peak. What transpired after my departure, young master?" Elder Mu inquired solemnly. Qian Mu recounted the events that had unfolded, though he admitted he was unaware of the identities of the two black-clad men. "Young master, those men may not be who we seek. These two are," Elder Mu stated gravely. "Let us return and discreetly bring their bodies back. We shall entrust them to the Grand Elder for further arrangement." The appearance of elders from Tianchi Peak and Tianluo Peak indicates that our adversaries have infiltrated deeply. "We must exercise caution," Qian Mu replied, his tone serious as he prepared to leave, reflecting on the ambush he had suffered within the Shanhua sect. If it were not for the other party's lack of intent to kill him, he might have perished long ago. The thought sent a shiver of fear through him. At this moment, within Su Chen's courtyard, he conveyed certain circumstances from the Shanhua sect to the Jin Feng Shiyu Tower. He was confident that this information would pique someone's interest. Meanwhile, Bai Choufei sent his own conjectures in a letter to Su Chen. Is the Jin Mei paying at the Qinglong Temple? Su Chen's gaze sharpened. He firmly believed in Bai Choufei's speculation, for the information Bai possessed regarding Lingnan Prefecture was far more extensive than his own. At that moment, Qiu Linger approached Su Chen. "Su Chen, something has happened. You must hurry to the main hall. They just delivered Elder Bao's corpse from the main peak, and the young lady has summoned you." Upon hearing this, Su Chen inquired, "You say they sent Elder Bao's corpse from the main peak? Did he fall victim to those seeking vengeance for our master?" "I do not know the details. You should head to the main hall first," Qiu Linger replied, shaking her head. When Su Chen arrived at the Tianluo Peak's Grand Hall, the body of Bao Weitong lay in the center, surrounded by the elders. Aside from Murong Qingshun, 10 elders from Tianluo Peak were also present. This person was cleaved in two with a single strike. "Their swordsmanship is quite ruthless and formidable," one elder remarked. "Indeed, their technique is not only ruthless but also delicate." The corpse of Qiao Zheng delivered from the main peak met its end by having its throat slit in the same manner, indicating the work of the same assailant. Another elder added. Su Chen entered the grand hall and stood silently behind the others, fully aware of the wounds on Bao Weidong's body, needing no further examination. Chapter 140. Qian Mu seeks to enlist the Qinglong Society for assassination upon his arrival. The occupants of the grand hall merely cast a glance in his direction before returning to their discussions. Recently accepted as a disciple by the Peak Master, Su Chen's status was somewhat undervalued due to the Master's severe injuries. Noticing Su Chen's entrance, Murong Qingchen gestured for him to stand beside her. "Esteemed elders, this is Su Chen, the newly accepted disciple of our Master. For the time being, allow me to co-manage Tianluo Peak alongside Su Chen, with your esteemed assistance," she announced. "Su Shidi, these elders are the most trusted by our Master," Murong Qingchen added. Surprised, Su Chen glanced at Murong Qingchen, realizing this was likely her initiative. He respectfully greeted the elders in the hall, who in return offered him a slight bow. Having presided over Tianluo Peak for many years, Mu Tianyun undoubtedly had his own loyalists within the sect. "Murong, Su Chen, our Peak Master has been gravely injured, and now we face the matter of Bao Weidong's assassination attempt on the young master. The young master demands an explanation. How shall we proceed?" inquired an elder with graying hair. Murong Qingchen remained silent, her gaze turning to Su Chen, signaling him to respond to the elder's query. "Upon my arrival, I heard that an elder had also perished near the Tianchi Peak," slain alongside Elder Bao. It seems that Elder Bao did not act in the interest of the peak master, but instead targeted the young sect master. Thus, it is likely that someone orchestrated this. We should now focus our investigation on the situation surrounding the encirclement, in hopes of uncovering some clues. As for the young sect master, we need not provide any explanations for the time being. The young sect master is merely that, a young sect master, not the sect master. Su Chen spoke, his tone dismissive of the young sect master Qian Mu. A glimmer of surprise crossed Murong Qingchen's eyes. She had not anticipated Su Chen to utter such words. There was an emerging aura of unrefined might in his voice. Recently, Su Chen had indeed drawn the attention of several formidable individuals, who now served him loyally, contributing to a burgeoning sense of authority around him. Coupled with his recent surge in strength, his confidence had soared. These two factors combined were gradually amplifying Su Chen's presence. The elders exchanged glances, their eyes brightening with intrigue. "Let us commence an immediate investigation into the encirclement," one of the middle-aged men suggested. "Should we also reach out to Tianqi Peak, given that they are facing issues as well?" Another inquired. "We remain unaware of the exact troubles they encounter, so for now, we shall refrain from contact. Our priority is to clarify the situation at Tianluo Peak," Su Chen replied. "Then let us proceed to investigate the encirclement without delay." After bowing to Su Chen and Murong Qingchen, several elders departed the grand hall. Once they had left, Murong Qingchen turned to Su Chen and remarked, "You performed better than I had anticipated. I must admit, I underestimated you. It was primarily your presence that emboldened me," Su Chen complimented. Hearing his words, Murong Qingchen smiled warmly at him. "Shall we go inspect the body of the encircled?" she proposed, leading him to the remains. From the wounds, it appears he was slain with a single stroke, the blade's energy fierce, and it was no ordinary weapon. "I suspect it may have reached the level of a spirit-grade weapon," Murong Qingchen stated. At her words, Su Chen's gaze sharpened. "Sister, are you implying that the assailant's weapon may indeed be spirit-grade?" he asked, a tremor of realization coursing through him. The fact that Murong Qingchen could discern the weapon's grade from the wounds indicated that the assailant likely possessed such a weapon. It must be so. Before I arrived, I examined the injuries of that elder from Tianqi Peak. A sharp blade broke through the vital energy, severing the throat. Only a spirit-grade weapon infused with vital energy could accomplish such a feat. Furthermore, the assailant must possess considerable strength. As they did not afford the victims even a chance to flee, Murong Qingchen elaborated. "Does the young sect master have such powerful allies?" Su Chen inquired. "It seems unlikely. If they did, those individuals would never have allowed the young sect master to be captured," Murong Qingchen replied, shaking her head. "If you investigate at the sect master's peak, will you uncover any clues?" "Sister, I have indeed discovered some information," Su Chen whispered. "I managed to bribe a servant within the young sect master's academy, and he divulged a rather astonishing piece of news." "You bribed a servant?" Upon hearing this, Murong Qingchen was somewhat taken aback. "What have you discovered?" she inquired. "On my end, I've learned that he inadvertently overheard the young sect master mention that the sect leader has been manipulated and is under someone else's control, which prompted the attack on our master," Su Chen replied in a grave tone. "This news seems rather implausible. How could the sect leader possibly be subject to such control?" Su Chen shook his head after speaking. However, Murong Qingchen, upon reflecting on Su Chen's words, displayed a contemplative expression. "Such crucial information, and you acquired it through expenditure," she remarked, gazing at Su Chen. "Senior sister, indeed, it was purchased. In this world, there is nothing that cannot be obtained with enough money. If you cannot acquire it, it merely indicates that your funds are insufficient," Su Chen stated earnestly. As Murong Qingchen regarded Su Chen, she pondered the implications of his words and nodded in agreement. "You present a valid point. By the way, our master has entered seclusion to recuperate from serious injuries and is unlikely to emerge soon. Please remain attentive to the matters concerning Tianluo Peak. Perhaps upon the master's return, you may be appointed as the young peak master," Murong Qingchen suggested. "Senior sister, you jest. I still have senior brothers and sisters above me. How could I possibly become the young peak master?" Su Chen responded, "Rest assured, I am self-aware and will not be idle. I shall do my utmost to assist you." He promptly expressed his intentions. "Junior brother, I do not require your assistance. You are aware of my token and know I will not remain at Tianluo Peak for long. Once I break through to the soul refinement realm, I shall depart from the Shanhua sect. As for the senior brothers and sisters, their return from their travels is uncertain. If they cannot return soon, I will ensure that you ascend to the position of young peak master before I leave. However, this will require a sacrifice on your part as well. We shall discuss this matter further once we resolve the encirclement issue, Murong Qinchin articulated, not allowing Su Chen a chance to interject. Senior sister, you've spoken your piece. Leaving me with nothing to add, Su Chen gestured dismissively. At that moment, within the Shanhua sect, in the residence of the young sect master Qianmu, several disciples and guards were already stationed outside the courtyard. Qianmu's countenance was exceedingly grim. He now realized he had been ensnared by the earlier individuals, having uttered things he ought not to have said. Nonetheless, he felt compelled to thank them. Had it not been for their words, he might have faced dire consequences. Those two had not come to extract information from him, but rather to eliminate him. The thought sent a chill through his heart. What are the elders planning to do? Qianmu subsequently inquired. The elder has been evasive, stating that actions will be taken once the sect leader emerges from seclusion. Elder Mu replied in a low voice. Once my father emerges? What does the elder intend? Qianmu pressed. I cannot speculate on this matter, but currently, the elder holds the greatest authority within the Shanhua sect, and we have no choice but to wait. Elder Mu shook his head. Wait. There are already those seeking my life. How can I afford to wait? Since the Grand Elder remains inactive, we find no reason to retain him. The Qinglong Society in the prefecture is currently experiencing a surge in influence. I firmly believe we can eliminate him. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Qianmu's eyes. This crisis has compelled him to seize power. The obstacle posed by the Grand Elder must be removed. Below him, Old Mu sighed inwardly. He understood Qianmu's intentions, yet killing the Grand Elder was no trivial matter. Should we consult the sect master on this? Old Mu inquired. It is difficult to reach my father at the moment. Had I been able to contact him, he could have directly commanded the Grand Elder to investigate. Qianmu shook his head. I have made up my mind regarding this matter. You must descend the mountain discreetly and contact the Qinglong Society to eliminate the Grand Elder without revealing your identity. Qianmu instructed. I shall descend under cover of night, replied Old Mu after pondering for a moment. Indeed, as the young master suggests, if we could reach the sect master, he could directly command the Grand Elder. Qianmu nodded. By the way, send someone to keep a close watch on Tianluo Peak and Tianqi Peak, urging them to clarify matters swiftly. I will be residing in the secret chamber for the next few days. Come to find me there if necessary. After speaking, Qianmu made his way toward the back courtyard. In a secluded room within the courtyard, Qianmu opened a secret chamber and stepped inside. Old Mu did not follow but turned to leave, returning to the main hall. Qianmu's recent abduction, nearly resulting in his death, had heightened Old Mu's sense of urgency. Meanwhile, at the Lingnan prefecture, events within the Shanhua sect were disseminated by the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Once this news broke, it swiftly spread throughout the entire Lingnan prefecture. The sect master's prestige plummeted to an all-time low, as he was manipulated, and a faction leader injured the deputy sect master. This was monumental news. As the information circulated, the sect master's standing continued to deteriorate. Earlier, at a base of the Frost Leaf organization, a cloaked figure appeared. Following this figure's arrival, a person shrouded in a black robe emerged 5 paces away. Who was to be killed? The figure in black inquired. Eliminate the Grand Elder of Shanhua sect, In Tianqiu. 50,000 taels of silver, the reward to be paid up front. Upon hearing the black-clad man's words, the newcomer was momentarily taken aback beneath his cloak. Realizing that the Grand Elder of Shanhua sect had already made it onto the Qinglong Society's list. Typical assassin organizations often refrained from targeting certain high-ranking individuals to avoid detection and potential annihilation. However, the moment he revealed the name, the other party immediately demanded a reward, indicating they did not regard Shanhua sect with any respect. A sense of displeasure stirred within him, yet he could not express it. Here are 50,000 taels in silver notes. I require you to eliminate In Tianqiu within 3 days. The figure produced the silver notes from within his robes, placed them on the ground, and then exited the cave. After the other departed, the black-clad man raised his hand, drawing the notes into his palm. He then turned to relay the information. Within the Frost Leaf organization, Jing Wuming sat composedly in the main seat, his gaze tranquil. Beneath him, Mu Hongshuang stood within the Grand Hall. My lord, I have just received a mission regarding the assassination of the Grand Elder of the Mountain River sect, she reported. Bowing respectfully, the Grand Elder, In Tianqiu, at the late stage of soul refinement, is surprisingly a target for those willing to pay for his demise, Jing Wuming murmured. If you cannot accomplish this task, I shall personally eliminate this Grand Elder of the Mountain River sect, Jing Wuming declared, rising from his seat, grasping his long sword, and departing. After Jing Wuming left, an individual entered from outside the hall. Chief, representatives from several other assassin organizations have contacted me. They wish to meet with you to address the current situation. The person stated. Address the current situation? Mu Hongshuang's gaze sharpened. What do they wish to confront? Naturally, it pertains to the oppression we face from the Qinglong Society. The outside world is abuzz with rumors that the Qinglong Society intends for us to serve as scapegoats. We must turn against the Qinglong Society if we are to survive, replied the newcomer. However, before he could finish his sentence, a sword pierced through his chest without warning. Chief, you, he exclaimed, astonished that Mu Hongshuang would strike him. Do you believe the leaders care about us? In their eyes, we are akin to ants, utterly expendable for their purposes. The reason I have chosen to end your life is that you acted without consulting me, daring to engage with other organizations. If you wish to die, I shall grant your wish. With that, Mu Hongshuang withdrew her sword, her expression tranquil. As the leader of an assassin organization, her heart was inherently ruthless. Yet, she was also perceptive, realizing she had boarded a formidable vessel, one she did not wish to abandon. The Qinglong Society dared to assassinate the young Lord Helian Chunshui and the commander of the Lingnan Prefecture, sending forth 3 formidable experts. Their willingness to act indicated they possessed considerable confidence. Otherwise, they would have simply eliminated their targets privately without the need for a public declaration. The public announcement served to elevate the Qinglong Society's reputation. If they dared to kill the young lord and Yanyu, who in Lingnan Prefecture would be beyond their reach. Since this incident, the number of missions they received had increased significantly, along with their profits, something she had never dared to envision. This matter certainly warranted informing the leader. Mu Hongshuang contemplated. In another location, within a cave dwelling, Su Chun was seated in meditation. He awaited the results of the investigation regarding the encirclement. Brother Su, a voice called from outside the cave. Su Chin's expression sharpened as he stepped out to find a servant disciple bowing respectfully. Come in, he gestured. This is a confidential letter from the base of the mountain. The disciple entered, producing a sealed letter for Su Chun before promptly exiting the cave. Su Chun opened the letter, glancing at its contents. The letter contained 3 pieces of information. First, that the leader of the Mountain River sect had been controlled mentally and had injured the master of Tianluo Peak, news that had spread throughout Lingnan Prefecture. The second matter concerns a request for the Qinglong Society to eliminate the Grand Elder Yin Tianqiu of the Shanhua sect. Jing Wuming has personally arrived at the Shanhua sect to confront Yin Tianqiu. The third matter reveals that the instigator behind this plot has been identified as Elder Mu, who is close to the young master of the Shanhua sect. After reading the confidential letter in hand, Su Chun ignited the oil lamp within the cave, incinerating the missive without hesitation. Could it be that Qian Mu has discovered something significant regarding Yin Tianqiu? Su Chun pondered, murmuring softly. The Grand Elder is ostensibly the most formidable individual within the Shanhua sect, second only to the sect leader. At this juncture, if Qian Mu were to eliminate Yin Tianqiu, would that not plunge the Shanhua sect into turmoil? What could be Qian Mu's intentions? Su Chun remained perplexed by Qian Mu's motives. He decided to observe how events would unfold on the morrow. With Jing Wuming's intervention, the Grand Elder's chances of survival appeared exceedingly slim. Chapter 142. Dynamics of the Esoteric Sect and Changes in the Prefecture in the Lingnan Prefecture, within the private chamber of the Right Minister Zhai Tianyun, donned in martial attire. He addressed the cloaked figure before him. Why did Qian Tianqian fail to slay Mu Tianyun? He inquired. My lord, Qian Tianqian unexpectedly regained consciousness at the critical moment. Preventing the final blow from being struck, the figure in black replied solemnly. That old fool remains alive. Do you truly believe you can seize control of the Shanhua sect? What course of action do you propose? Zhai Tianyun queried, regarding the cloaked figure intently. Qian Tianqian has entered seclusion, presumably to restore his spirit. Meanwhile, Mu Tianyun is gravely injured and also in retreat. If we can eliminate Qian Mu, we will be able to rightfully assume leadership of the Shanhua sect. The cloaked figure articulated. Then let us proceed to eliminate Qian Mu. Is he truly so formidable that you cannot manage to kill him? Zhai Tianyun asked in a low voice. Qian Mu was abducted, and while we followed, our men were ultimately slain by the adversary. The assailant displayed remarkable skill. Judging by the wounds, they wielded a blade with expertise. It is likely that this individual is not one of our own, but seeks to extract information from Qianmu, suggesting they are aware of our existence, the figure in black explained. Another player has entered the fray, yet their identity remains unknown. Is the Shanhua sect truly so lax that it allows intruders to come and go at will? Zhai Tianyun remarked with a discerning gaze. At this juncture, the cloaked figure fell silent, lacking a retort. You seek my assistance. Yet you must understand that your current priority lies in allying with other forces to extinguish the Lingyue sword sect, Zhai Tianyun stated. The initial plan was for Qian Tianqian to severely wound Mu Tianyun, thereby compelling him to withdraw from the leadership role, allowing the Grand Elder to temporarily assume the sect leader position. This way, we could coordinate our efforts against the Lingyue sword sect with your esteemed guidance. However, unforeseen complications have arisen. I have come to implore you to dispatch someone to eliminate Qianmu, the cloaked figure implored. To eliminate Qianmu? He likely has guards in his vicinity. Attempting to assassinate him within the confines of the Shanhua sect will prove challenging, Zhai Tianyun replied. The Shanhua sect has stood firm in Lingnan Prefecture for many years. If it lacked any substantial foundation, it would have long been consumed by others. I require time to enter seclusion and break through my current limits. This matter necessitates your own ingenuity. However, you may seek assistance from Lady Jinhua, requesting her to concoct a potion of poison, which would easily eliminate Qianmu. Zhai Tianyun remarked, presenting a token to the cloaked figure. The man in black accepted the token, a glimmer of delight flashing in his eyes. Thank you, my lord. It is imperative to swiftly resolve the matters concerning the Shanhua sect. Delays regarding the Lingyue sword sect are unacceptable. With the assassination of Yanyu from the Northern Town Guard, numerous complications will arise. The longer we linger, the more perilous the situation becomes. It is best to eradicate this threat promptly, Zhai Tianyun stated solemnly. Rest assured, my lord, I shall deal with Qianmu by tomorrow. The cloaked figure bowed and exited the secret chamber. Within the Lingnan Prefecture, at the Shangzhen Zen Temple, in a secluded chamber, Master Conhai, clad in his monk-esque robe, wore a grave expression. Before him stood an elderly monk with white whiskers, Master Kongwen, the abbot of Shangzhen Zen Temple, of equal standing with Conhai. Brother, with Yanyu now deceased, the only way to prevent other factions from targeting the Lingyue sword sect is to issue a Buddhist decree from the Qinglong Temple, forbidding any action against them, Master Kongwen suggested. That is not feasible. Now is not the time to issue a Buddhist decree. We must first seek to restrain them in the name of the court. If that proves ineffective, only then shall we consider the decree. Otherwise, the Qinglong Temple may intervene and eradicate these factions, making it clear that the northern 9 prefectures belong to our esoteric sect, Master Conhai replied. The right Minister of Revenue is currently in seclusion, and we are not visible to the prefecture. Only the left Minister of Revenue remains among the local powers. However, this individual is cunning and it may prove challenging to enlist his aid, Master Kongwen stated gravely. It boils down to interests. You should meet with him and inform him that our Qinglong Temple is willing to offer him 3 admission slots to the temple, along with a purification ritual at the Qinglong Pool, Master Conhai proposed. Upon hearing this, a look of surprise crossed Master Kongwen's face. Do not dwell on such matters. There are those in the capital who wish to take action against our Buddhist order. For now, the Zen faction remains undisturbed. Yet we have identified a point of leverage in the Lingnan Prefecture. Should this point be expanded, it could affect the entire northern 9 prefectures. By the way, have you investigated the Qinglong Society? What progress have you made? Master Conhai inquired. No substantial leads have emerged. Currently, only 2 leaders have surfaced, while others remain absent. Their foundation appears to be based on previous assassin organizations, and uncovering their secrets will likely require probing these 2 individuals. Master Kongwen replied solemnly. We must remain vigilant regarding the Qinglong Society. Our Qinglong Temple bears the name of the Qinglong, and they have adopted the same name, perhaps seeking to confront us directly. Master Conhai remarked, his brow furrowed. I have been monitoring their movements and will swiftly ascertain their true nature. Master Kongwen assured him. Very well. You should proceed to meet the left Minister of Revenue. I shall lead the holy monks to establish a presence at the Lingyue sword sect, Master Conhai declared. The situation grows increasingly dire. He must take precautions. Indeed, one must pay attention to the Shanhua sect. Qian Tianqian has injured Mu Tianyun over matters concerning the Lingyue sword sect, and the situation appears rather suspicious. I suspect that there may soon be changes within the Shanhua sect, so vigilance is essential. Kong Hai remarked subsequently. Kong Wen nodded thoughtfully. The recent events in Lingnan Prefecture have been overwhelming, leaving him somewhat flustered. Within the Shanhua sect, Su Chun remained in his cavern abode, refraining from venturing outside. Jing Wuming ascended the mountain to confront the Grand Elder. Although he had faith in Jing Wuming's prowess, this was the Shanhua sect, and one could not perceive it as merely straightforward. He needed to remain observant. Today, he had received 2 pieces of intelligence. One was that a member of the secretive Qinglong Temple had arrived in Lingnan Prefecture, seemingly intent on thwarting other factions from meddling with the Lingwei Sword sect. The other concerned the Jinfeng, Shiyu Lu, and Qincheng establishing contact with the Netherworld. The latter sought to acquire a secret mine belonging to the Zetan Palace located in the outer regions. This secret mine harbored a peculiar type of ore. When utilized in weapon crafting, its inclusion could transform the weapon, enhancing its sharpness and potentially yielding artifacts of remarkable quality. This mine constituted one of the primary revenue sources for the Zetan Palace. The audacity of the Netherworld to covet such a resource, and to ally with the Jinfeng Shiyu Lu, perhaps due to the support of the Tianya Pavilion behind them, was alarming. However, the Netherworld was known for its ruthless methods, necessitating caution. This matter was being handled by Dugu Wudi, a legendary figure. It would be a formidable challenge for the Netherworld to scheme against him, Su Chen pondered. Dugu Wudi, the leader of the Wudi sect, harbored aspirations of unifying the martial world. As night descended, within the cavern of the Grand Elder of the Shanhua sect, an elder with flowing white hair but piercing eyes focused intently on a game of chess, played in solitude. His opponents were all in seclusion. Beside him stood a middle-aged man clad in green, his complexion sallow and hands withered, likely a consequence of some rigorous practice. Senior brother, I have obtained the 7 steps to heartbreak powder from Madame Jinhua. If ignited within Qianmu's chamber, his demise is assured, the man in green declared. From his words, it was clear that he was the one who had previously met with the right minister Zhai Tianyan. Employing poison is indeed a clever tactic. We can subsequently shift the blame to Madame Jinhua, the Grand Elder replied softly. Indeed, even if they become aware, they would not dare confront Madame Jinhua at the Wandu Valley, the man in green asserted. Yet, we must remain wary of that swordsmanship expert. 2 swift strikes could eliminate both of us. Their strength is formidable. Having such a master concealed within our Shanhua sect signifies substantial ulterior motives. We must unearth their identity. A glint of cold determination flickered in the Grand Elder's eyes. A mysterious expert has emerged. We cannot afford to disregard this. Senior brother, could it be that it is someone associated with Murong Qingchen? The man in green suggested. Within the Shanhua sect, only those in her circle remain unknown to us. No, that individual is solely responsible for ensuring the safety of Murong Qingchen and will not assist her in taking lives. This is beyond question. Moreover, Murong Qingchen possesses a distinguished identity, and it is best to avoid contact whenever possible, the Grand Elder stated. Furthermore, you have not returned to Tianqi Peak all day. The body requires your attention for a proper burial. The Grand Elder added. Understood, senior brother. I shall take my leave now, the man in blue replied, bowing respectfully before departing. Once he left, silence enveloped the cave once more. The Grand Elder continued to play chess alone. After an unknown span of time, the Grand Elder's hand paused slightly, and his gaze sharpened as he looked toward the cave entrance. Friend, what brings you here at such a late hour? The Grand Elder inquired. Upon hearing the Grand Elder's voice, a figure emerged slowly from the entrance. It was Jing Wuming. Seeing him, the Grand Elder's expression grew serious. Sensing the deathly sword intent, it appears you have come to take my life. May I ask your name? The Grand Elder addressed Jing Wuming. Jing Wuming of the Qinglong Society. Someone has paid for your demise, hence my arrival. Jing Wuming replied, and as he spoke, a surge of icy sword intent erupted from his body, enveloping the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder's expression turned cold at Jing Wuming's words, and a formidable energy akin to mountains and rivers surged within him. This energy exploded forth, sending the surrounding stone steps flying. With a swift motion, the Grand Elder raised his palm, and the shattered stones shot forth like arrows toward Jing Wuming. In response, Jing Wuming's sword cleaved through the air, reducing the incoming debris to mere powder. At that moment, the Grand Elder leapt into the air, delivering a powerful strike with his palm. Mountain River surging palm. As he executed the technique, a wave of force erupted, akin to crashing waves. This energy bore the weight of an invisible pressure. imposing a significant gravitational force upon Jing Wuming, causing his sword intent to falter, as if restrained. Your strength is commendable, yet under my oppressive energy, you cannot accelerate further. You will not be able to kill me. Tell me, who sent you to assassinate me? Perhaps I may spare your life, the Grand Elder declared, his presence commanding and voice resonant, showing no signs of age. The mountain river sect's cultivation method, the mountain river technique, grows more profound with time, extending one's lifespan as well. Jing Wuming paid no heed to the Grand Elder's words and continued to advance, sword intent surging from his right hand. Each time the sword tip touched a target, the energy was diminished. Observing this, the Grand Elder's eyes gleamed with cold light as he raised his palm, fingers curling like talons, reaching for Jing Wuming's head. The energy swirled between his fingers, tearing through the air. Jing Wuming's sword struck out, aiming at those fingers. But the Grand Elder's hand suddenly transformed, directly grasping for Jing Wuming's sword. Jing Wuming is a master swordsman, possessing remarkable speed. Should one seize his sword, he could effortlessly overpower and capture him. The motive behind capturing Jing Wuming is not to uncover the identity of his would-be assassin, but to frame Qianmu, implicating him in a plot to have Jing killed by the Qinglong Society. A whirlwind of energy coalesces in his palm, suppressing the long sword thrust by Jing Wuming. Jing Wuming feels a sudden heaviness in his sword, and his gaze subtly shifts. In an instant, he retracts his long sword. The elder, undeterred, presses forward, his internal energy surging dramatically, forming a vortex aimed at subduing Jing Wuming's form. Under the weight of the elder's energy, Jing Wuming's movement falters, his sword seeming to slip from his grasp. Yet, in that fleeting moment of release, he catches it deftly with his left hand. Humph! The elder, witnessing this, strikes out at Jing Wuming. A swordsman of such caliber, now with his dominant right hand restrained, presents an opportunity as he shifts to his unaccustomed left hand. As he closes the distance, his palm slices through the air, rapidly targeting Jing Wuming's chest. At that moment, Jing Wuming's left hand darts forward, piercing through the suppressive energy. The elder, sensing impending doom too late, finds himself pierced through the heart by a flash of silver. He retreats rapidly, clutching his chest as blood seeps from his fingertips. You led me to underestimate your left hand. Your left hand is swifter than your right. The elder gazes at Jing Wuming, astonished and begrudgingly aware of his oversight. Had he not been careless, he was confident he could have slain Jing Wuming. Yet, a defeated foe has no opportunity for such musings. Defeat equates to death. With a thud, the elder's body collapses to the ground. Jing Wuming casts a glance at the lifeless form, steps forward, and swiftly severs the elder's head, setting it aside before hastily departing. The recent battle has drained much of his energy. Should another adversary arrive, escape from the Shanhua sect may prove impossible. Fortunately, the elder had chosen to reside in an isolated cave, for had he been in the courtyard, executing such a kill would have been far more challenging. The following day, news of the elder's demise spread rapidly throughout the Shanhua sect. In the courtyard, Su Chun, upon hearing this news, felt a surge of excitement. Jing Wuming had struck down the elder last night. What changes would ensue in the Shanhua sect with the elder's passing? Su Chun quickly rose, eager to meet Murong Qingchen. As a disciple of the sect master of Tianluo Peak, the turmoil within the Shanhua sect would undoubtedly be advantageous for him, potentially yielding significant benefits. Chapter 144. County Magistrate Wen Yifeng, 9th Prince in power in a dimly lit chamber within the county governor's residence. County Magistrate Wen Yifeng sat in silence. The darkness of the night brings a profound stillness to the heart, allowing for clarity of thought. The Lingnan County is in disarray. Yet this unrest was not instigated by them, diverging from their expectations. In the pavilion of gentle winds and drizzling rain, the Qinglong Society was mentioned twice by his lips. Was it to confront the Qinglong Temple? Wen Yifeng pondered internally. At that moment, a figure emerged outside the secret chamber, silent yet resonating within the chamber. What is it? My lord, the third prince's men have arrived and are currently in the parlor, the visitor replied. Understood. When Yifeng responded, rising to open the chamber door. Sunlight cascaded over him, as if drawn into his very being. He glanced skyward before turning towards the parlor. Inside the parlor, a man clad in a brocade robe sat leisurely, sipping tea, seemingly unconcerned by the neglect. Perhaps this brocade-clad gentleman was well acquainted with Wen Yifeng, aware of his habits. You remain unchanged, always lost in thought within that dark space, the newcomer remarked as Wen Yifeng stepped in. Recently, there has been unrest in Lingnan County, as I anticipated. I must consider how to address this situation, Wen Yifan replied as he took a seat beside him. Are you referring to the Pavilion of Gentle Winds and the Qinglong Society? The man known as Lu Chen inquired. The Pavilion of Gentle Winds is relatively stable. It is primarily the Qinglong Society that concerns me, Wen Yifeng articulated. This Qinglong Society has acted recklessly. First, they assassinated young Lord Helion. And then they eliminated Yan Yu from the Northern Pacification Office. Upon hearing Wen Yifeng mention the Qinglong Society, the visitor responded gravely. You fear they will disrupt the third prince's plans, he continued, his expression growing serious. Indeed, our factions conspire to eradicate the Buddhist sect from Lingnan County, thereby diminishing the power of the national master. This would deprive the first prince of some support and maintain the current situation favoring the ninth prince's governance. The Qinglong Society's rampant killings may inadvertently bolster the sect, Wen Yifeng stated. The Qinglong Society is indeed enigmatic. However, if they continue their audacity, we must eliminate them first. The visitor declared, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Yet, we cannot be the ones to strike. As the saying goes, a dragon cannot cross the river without a fierce opponent. Their audacity during this time indicates they are formidable. We must proceed with caution, Wen Yifan advised. At that moment, an elderly man resembling a steward entered, bowing to Wen Yifan and the brocade-clad gentleman before leaning close to whisper in Wen Yifeng's ear. With narrowed eyes, Wen Yifeng gestured for him to depart. What has transpired? Lu Chen inquired. We were just discussing the Qinglong Society. And now there is news concerning them. The Qinglong Society's members assassinated the Grand Elder of the Shanhua sect last night, and we have since taken control of the situation. Although Wen Yifan maintained a calm demeanor, his tone turned icy. The Shanhua sect is a key opponent of the Lingwei Sword sect. How has such a turn of events occurred? Lu Chen asked, his voice low. They underestimated Qiantian Chun of the Shanhua sect. Their mind control technique failed at the crucial moment, leading to the plan's collapse. However, who commissioned the Qinglong Association to commit murder? Wen Yifeng's fingers incessantly tapped against the table. Within the Shanhua sect, the one who currently reaps the most benefits is indeed the one to be wary of. The man in the brocade robe sipped his tea and remarked. That would be Qian Mu, the junior leader of the Shanhua sect. This is the variable that concerns me. Under normal circumstances, Qian Mu should be powerless to act. With the Qinglong Association, however, as long as there is wealth, one can hire someone to take action. It appears that we must impose restrictions on this Qinglong Association. Wen Yifan spoke in a grave tone. The emergence of an uncontrollable force necessitates vigilance and limitation. Brother Lu Chen, let us proceed to my study to discuss the arrangements concerning the third prince. Wen Yifeng rose, no longer entangled with the Qinglong Association, and summoned his guest to the study, indicating that urgent matters awaited. At this moment, Qian Mu returned from the lair of the Grand Elder. The frown that had graced his face transformed into one of elation. Old Mu, the Qinglong Association is indeed formidable. In the span of a single night, they have dispatched the Grand Elder. Did you glean any insights from the wounds regarding who was responsible for his demise? Qian Mu inquired, taking a seat and looking at Old Mu. The one who killed the Grand Elder is a master swordsman, judging from the marks. It seems to be a practitioner who wields their sword with the left hand. Presently, among the experts affiliated with the Qinglong Association, Jing Wuming, a Fei, and that Lu Xingyijian are all adept swordsmen, yet none utilize their left hand. Thus, it must be another individual from the Qinglong Association, Old Mu replied solemnly. A person who diligently trains their right hand to an exceptional speed would not have the inclination to practice their left hand. Moreover, mastering the left hand is inherently more challenging and time-consuming. Therefore, I do not believe Jing Wuming or a Fei were involved. Furthermore, given their confrontation with one another, it is uncertain whether they could have slain the Grand Elder. The evidence of the struggle within the lair indicates that the assailant approached the Grand Elder directly. With the Grand Elder deceased, does this mean that I, as the junior leader, can rightfully seize control of the Shanhua sect? Qian Mu declared. Old Mu, arrange this matter. Ascertain who is willing to support my ascension. Understood, I shall proceed with the arrangements. Old Mu nodded in response. Meanwhile, within the Grand Elder's lair, Luo Rue, the peak master of Tianqi Peak, gazed upon the severed head and the heart pierced by a sword. His expression darkened. Qinglong Association, who is it that has employed you? His voice emerged hoarsely. Just last night, he had conferred with his senior brother, and now he could only behold his lifeless body. Beside him stood a youth clad in blue, his gaze sharp as that of a hawk. Master, this incident may be linked to the junior leader. With the Grand Elder's misfortune, only the junior leader stands to gain. Such circumstances would enable him to commence his reign over the Shanhua sect. The youth spoke, revealing himself to be Gue Wuying, Luo Rui's eldest disciple. Upon hearing his disciple's words, Luo Rui's eyes darkened. Do not speak of this recklessly, he admonished. Attend to the Grand Elder's body. Ensure it is properly stitched and placed in a coffin. I shall select an auspicious day for his burial. Luo Rui commanded thereafter. Yes, master. The youth bowed in compliance. After making the arrangements, you should invite the second and third elders to my heavenly pool peak. I need to discuss some matters with them. Luo Rui completed his tasks and turned to leave the cave. He intended to devise a plan to eliminate Qianmu. Initially, he had planned to do so last night, but he returned late and missed the opportunity. Given the recent changes, the time to act is today. Once Qianmu is eliminated, Qian Tianxun will be forced out of seclusion, and at that point, he can be coerced into relinquishing his position as the sect leader. Meanwhile, Su Chun and Mu Rongqingchun were on their way back to Tianluo Peak. Sister, it seems our Shanhe sect is on the verge of chaos. Su Chun remarked as they walked. Indeed, it appears so. Who do you think was behind the elder's invitation from the Qinglong Society? Mu Rongqingchun replied, gazing at Su Chun. Isn't it obvious? It must be our young sect leader. Su Chun asserted. With the sect leader in seclusion and the elder at the helm of the Shanhe sect, the previous reports of the sect leader being manipulated have gone uninvestigated. The lack of urgency to clarify the sect leader's situation must be distressing for the young sect leader. When one is anxious, their actions often become impulsive. I fear the young sect leader may not have much time left, Su Chun expressed openly. Mu Rongqingchun was taken aback by Su Chun's candidness. He had always given her an extraordinary impression, but today he surprised her even more. Had the death of his father spurred him to reveal his true capabilities? She contemplated quietly, then said, Junior brother, you continue to astonish me. I feel I could entrust the Tianluo Peak to you in place of our master. Further refinement is needed, Su Chun replied, not overly modest about assuming leadership of Tianluo Peak, merely suggesting he required more experience. Junior brother, apart from your current lack of strength, you possess everything else necessary. What do you anticipate will occur upon Qianmu's demise? Mu Rongqingchun inquired. Testing Su Chun's insights. Once Qianmu is gone, the sect leader will undoubtedly emerge from seclusion. However, given that he was manipulated and harmed our master, this situation will inevitably escalate. There will certainly be those who exploit this to pressure him into stepping down, Su Chun continued. Thus, they conversed until they returned to Tianluo Peak. After bidding farewell to Mu Rongqingchun, Su Chun returned to his cave, intending to gather further information. Although he refrained from involving himself with the affairs of the Jin Feng Shiyu building, they would still relay crucial updates to him. After Su Chun departed, Kai Wei approached and said, Miss, are you planning to cultivate Su Chun as the successor to Tianluo Peak? Not merely as a successor. I hope he can serve as my representative in Lingnan County. The changes in Lingnan County appear to be orchestrated by those led by third brother, who are preparing to interfere with the efforts of eldest brother to become the crown prince. The Buddhist sect is one of the major forces supporting eldest brother, and they cannot act against the Zen faction, so they can only attempt to breach through the esoteric sect. Lingnan County is situated in a remote area. The location of the Qinglong Temple is indeed the heart of the secretive sect. Should any turmoil arise within the Qinglong Temple, it would undoubtedly reverberate throughout the northern 9 prefectures, affecting the entire sect. The other 2 major forces in the northern 9 prefectures are merely inferior to the Qinglong Temple and would not hesitate to seize this opportunity. Furthermore, the 6th brother's support for the Blade Alliance has allowed it to subtly grow in strength over recent years in the northern 9 prefectures, inevitably prompting further expansion. However, I remain unfamiliar with the origins of the Qinglong Society and its methods. Mu Rongqingchun remarked. Miss, why is there no movement from the 4th master regarding such an opportunity? Kai Wei inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Am I not here as a representative of the 4th brother? After all, we share the same mother, Mu Rongqingchun replied. If Su Chun is flourishing in Lingnan Prefecture, I shall recommend him to the 4th brother. Come, let us observe his growth at this juncture. As they spoke, the 2 entered the Tianxue courtyard. Within the Mountain River sect, the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. With the death of the Grand Elder and the injuries sustained by the sect leader and the master of Tianluo Peak, only the master of Tianqi Peak remained among the three peaks. A series of unsettling events had instilled a sense of panic among the disciples of the Mountain River sect. Before Su Chen's cave dwelling, a slightly plump figure was pacing back and forth. Upon noticing Su Chen, the chubby figure hurried over, exclaiming, "Elder brother." The familiarity in his voice was unmistakable. It was the little chubby boy Zhu Bing, who had recognized Su Chen as his elder brother. Since acknowledging Su Chen as his elder brother, the little chubby boy had not visited him until today. "Elder brother, I have brought a special local delicacy, gui lu, from my hometown, especially for you to taste." The little chubby boy, with an air of familiarity, followed Su Chen into the cave dwelling. "Elder brother, your cave is rather modest. When I find the time, I shall help you decorate it." Zhu Bing placed the gui lu on the stone platform. "What brings you here today?" Su Chen asked, puzzled. "Elder brother, I discovered an icy pool behind the Mountain River sect, and it is excruciatingly cold. I suspect there may be treasures within. Hence, I specifically came to inform you." Zhu Bing said gravely. "The icy pool?" Su Chen's interest was piqued. "Yes, I stumbled upon it by chance." The chubby boy replied. "Is that so? Did you not venture to explore it?" Su Chen inquired. "Elder brother, you know I am rather timid. Moreover, when I tested the water, it was so frigid that I felt as if my fingers were about to freeze. I believe one must possess a cultivation level above spirit refinement to control their energy and safely enter that icy pool," Zhu Bing explained. Despite his innate strength allowing him to exert energy, he could not fully control it and feared that if his energy dissipated within, he would perish from the cold. "Is that the case?" Su Chen pondered, intrigued by the possibility of treasures within the icy pool. "Let us go and investigate," he declared. Zhu Bing immediately led Su Chen away from the cave dwelling toward a secluded area on the Mountain River sect's back mountain. Meanwhile, at the residence of the vice sect leader Qian Mu, he composed himself, recalling the earlier conversation with Elder Mu, who had mentioned that his father instructed him to carry the sect leader's decree to the icy pool in the back mountain. From within his robes, he retrieved the order of the sect leader. He intended to stealthily visit the cold pool that night. At that moment, a maid clad in purple entered from the hall, gracefully carrying a teapot. "Young sect leader, I have just brewed this tea for you. Do give it a taste," she said, placing the teacup on the table and pouring a cup for Qian Mu. Qian Mu lifted the cup and inhaled its fragrance, which was delightfully refreshing. He took a sip, and as the tea coursed through him, his complexion flushed and his body convulsed involuntarily. He stood up abruptly, his gaze darkening as he fixed it upon the purple-clad maid. In response, she swiftly distanced herself from him. "You have poisoned me. I shall take your life," Qian Mu exclaimed, lunging towards her. However, the maid evaded his attack with agility. He pursued her relentlessly, but after only a few steps, he fell to one knee. White foam trickling from his lips as he stared at the maid. "You have been struck by the 7 steps heartbreak powder. If you remain still, you may have a few breaths left to live," she coldly remarked. At that instant, Qian Mu collapsed to the floor. The maid approached to assess his breath before retreating swiftly from the hall. Chapter 146. The Reappearance of the Zitan Palace. The 9 nether mysterious in stone from the recent events. It was evident that the purple-clad maid had been placed beside Qian Mu by Luo Rui long ago. Qian Mu, initially exhilarated by the demise of the Grand Elder, had not anticipated that he would soon follow in the same tragic fate. His death was not without reason. Having grown accustomed to his position as the young sect leader, he had let down his guard at a critical moment. His demise was indeed not unjust. The news of Qian Mu's death spread swiftly throughout the entire Mountain River sect. In the Tianxue courtyard, within the study, Murong Qingchun was perusing several letters before her. Outside, Kai Wei entered softly. "Miss, Qian Mu has died, succumbing to the 7 steps heartbreak powder." The 7 steps heartbreak powder from Madame Jinhua is not easily obtained. Who exactly is behind Luo Rui? Murong Qingchun pondered. It seems that Qian Tianchen should be making his move soon. "Miss, there is another matter. Fourth Master has sent word that someone from the Zitan Palace will come to Lingnan County to meet you," Kai Wei added. "Those from the Zitan Palace wish to meddle in the affairs of Lingnan County. It appears that many will converge there. But who will ultimately wield control over Lingnan County? Do we know which faction from the Zitan Palace is sending representatives?" Murong Qingchun inquired. The messenger did not specify. Kai Wei replied with a shake of her head. "Let us await their arrival, and when the time comes, let Su Chen meet with them," Murong Qingchun instructed. Currently, fourth brother has not severed ties with the Buddhist sect, so it is not prudent for me to make a public appearance. Su Chun would be suitable. He hails from the Qingqing Jinfeng Shiyu building. Although it is now unrelated to the Zitan Palace, it once had connections, making him the most appropriate representative. Outside the county office, within a courtyard, Zahanyu listened intently as a cloaked figure reported. You mean one of the third prince's aides, Lu Chun, has arrived in Lingnan County? Do you know whom he has met? Zahanyu spoke in a low voice. We only know that he has departed the capital, and thereafter his whereabouts became unclear. We are aware that his destination is Lingnan County, but we cannot ascertain his movements, the cloaked figure replied. It is imperative to uncover whom he is engaged with. There are currently only 3 individuals in Lingnan County who could potentially meet him: the governor, the chief administrative officer, and the 2 vice-governors. Investigate their residences, Zahanyu commanded. Understood. The cloaked figure swiftly departed. The situation in Lingnan County has surpassed our expectations. I sense impending chaos, Zahanyu remarked, frowning. Someone is orchestrating this. I have also discovered that individuals from Qinglong Temple visited the Ling West Sword sect, indicating an intention to protect the sect, Longpai added. Could it be that Yin Yu aimed to draw out Qinglong Temple? Are these individuals targeting Qinglong Temple? The Great Zhou dynasty's first prince has broken through in strength, aspiring to become the crown prince and terminate the regency of the 9th prince. The Buddhist sect serves as one of the first prince's supporting forces. Could it be that the other princes seek to weaken the Buddhist sect's power, thereby affecting the entire sect and diminishing the first prince's influence? Zahanyu seemed to have unraveled some matters in an instant. Long Pe, how is the investigation into the secret vault proceeding? Have you pinpointed the location of that item? Not yet, but miss, could it be possible that the Jinmei vase obtained by either the Lingwei Sword sect or Qinglong Temple originated from the secret vault? After all, no one knows what lies within the vault except for the emperor from years past, Long Pe spoke solemnly. At these words, Zahanyu's expression tightened slightly. If that is the case, they will need to pay a visit to the Lingwei Sword sect. Meanwhile, Su Chun and the stout Zhu Bing arrived at a secluded gorge on the back mountain. The outer fringes of this gorge were adorned with verdant vines, seemingly growing upon the cliffside. Boss, the cold pool is within this gorge. These vines obscure the entrance, Zhu Bing said, parting the vines to reveal a passage. How did you discover this place? Su Chun inquired, puzzled. I was chasing a cuckoo martin and saw it slip inside, so I followed, the stout Zhu Bing replied. Let us venture in and take a look. As Su Chun spoke, he subtly scanned the surroundings behind the vines, detecting nothing extraordinary, and proceeded inside. Upon entering, a refreshing sensation enveloped him. Boss, it's cool here. After a while, it becomes rather cold, Zhu Bing remarked as he walked ahead. Soon, Su Chun sensed a wave of cold air that seeped into his skin, yet it was absorbed directly by his left arm. Of course, such a minor chill posed no threat to Su Chun. His vigor was robust, and with the application of his fiery strength, he remained unperturbed. The cold pool lies just ahead. Zhu Bing pointed towards a cold pool in front of them. Su Chun gazed at the frigid pool, his eyes flickering slightly. For within the depths of the pool, a wave of chilling energy pulsated. At that moment, his left arm stirred impulsively, as if yearning to devour all of the cold emanating from the pool. A smile of delight spread across Su Chun's face. He had not anticipated encountering such a phenomenon. Approaching the edge of the icy water alongside his companion, he extended his left hand, and an overwhelming aura of frost swept toward him, yet it was entirely absorbed by his arm. Subsequently, a surge of pure cold energy flowed into his body, forming a vortex of vital force that augmented his internal energy. This could enhance my strength. There must be something remarkable within this pool, Su Chun pondered. However, he soon ceased his absorption. While the cold energy from the pool could indeed aid him, an excess of it would hinder his ability to swiftly convert this chill into innate energy within his body. Observing from the side, his companion, Zhu Bing, noticed that Su Chun had plunged his arm into the icy depths, seemingly lost in contemplation. The arm submerged in the frigid water bore no trace of frost. The prowess of my leader is truly extraordinary, Zhu Bing marveled inwardly. His own hand had nearly frozen into a statue upon entering the pool. Yet Su Chun felt not a single chill. The disparity in their strengths was immense. Host has discovered a mysterious cold pool. Reward, 9 nether cold stones, which can absorb the cold energy from the pool and subsequently nourish the host's cultivation. At that moment, Su Chun received a notification. The mysterious cold pool also grants me the 9 nether cold stones to absorb this chill, he rejoiced internally. Soon, the 9 nether cold stone materialized in his palm, a smooth, jet-black stone. Su Chun placed the stone into the icy water, and instantly, the cold energy surged violently towards the 9 nether cold stone. Zhu Bing, observing from the side, saw Su Chun produce a black stone and immerse it in the pool, feeling the surrounding chill dim as if enveloped in shadows. As time passed, the cold energy within the valley began to dissipate. All right, we can now explore the depths of the pool, Su Chun declared, stowing away the cold stone before addressing Zhu Bing. Zhu Bing approached the edge of the pool, dipping his hand into the water, only to discover it was merely cool to the touch. I never expected my leader possessed such a treasure. Should you descend first, or shall I? Zhu Bing inquired, gazing at Su Chun. This pool is sizable. Let us both venture down together to uncover its secrets, Su Chun replied. Very well, Zhu Bing agreed, placing some silver notes aside before glancing at Su Chun, who had all his belongings stored in a ring, leaving little to set aside. Let us go. The two of them entered the cold pool. Chapter 147, The Secret Sect Relic, the Great Collection of Life and Death, Great Wisdom Dharma King. The pool was deep, yet a current flowed toward a particular direction. The two of them swam towards the current, and soon, they emerged above the water's surface. Beyond the water lay a cavern, shrouded in darkness. Were they not in the innate realm, they would likely have been unable to see at all. Leader, it's pitch black here. I can't see anything, Zhu Bing exclaimed, his voice echoing within the cave. As his voice resonated, suddenly, a brilliant light appeared not far away, and in Su Chen's hand emerged a luminous pearl, illuminating the cave as if it were broad daylight. Within the cavern, there was little to behold, only a stone platform upon which rested an ornate box, accompanied by a skeleton whose tattered garments suggested it had lain there for a considerable time. Boss, those garments appear to be a monk's robe. Could it be that this skeleton was once a monk? Zhu Bing remarked, gazing at the remnants of clothing draped over the bones. A monk? Su Chun pondered, somewhat perplexed. This was the back mountain of the Shauna sect. How could a monk possibly be found here? His gaze inevitably turned to the ornate box. With a swift motion, he struck the box, causing it to spring open, revealing a gem that radiated a captivating glow. The gem, though irregular in shape, exuded an immense energy. That's a relic, boss. It's a relic, Zhu Bing exclaimed, excitement bubbling in his voice as he beheld the gem. A relic. Su Chen's expression sharpened. Such items were typically left behind by esteemed Buddhist monks, encapsulating the essence of their lifelong cultivation. Legends claimed that an ordinary person absorbing a relic could instantly attain mastery. How could a relic be found here? Su Chen's brow furrowed slightly. In the northern 9 prefectures, the most formidable of the 3 great powers was the Buddhist sect, specifically the Qinglong Temple. Whenever a high monk passed away, the temple invariably conducted an inquiry to retrieve the relic. Its unexpected presence here seemed rather peculiar. His gaze shifted to the yellowed tome lying beneath the ornate box, which bore the inscription, The Great Sutra of Life and Death. Upon seeing this title, Su Chen's expression changed dramatically. Boss, quickly secure that relic, the stout companion beside him urged. He did not harbor any ambitions regarding the relic. He understood the importance of self-awareness, realizing not everything was meant to be his. Su Chun raised his hand to draw the relic into his possession, concealing it within his sleeve. In a less visible location, he placed it into a storage ring. Host has collected a Buddhist relic. Reward: 1 blue lottery ticket. 5 white lottery tickets. At that moment, a notification sounded. To his surprise, this time he had garnered such a bounty. A smile spread across Su Chen's face. He then turned his attention to the yellowed scripture within the ornate box, stepping forward to retrieve it. At that moment, the stout companion interjected, Boss, while the Buddhist relic is impervious to toxins, we should still exercise caution with that book. As he spoke, he produced a pair of leather gloves that shimmered with a silvery sheen. Donning the gloves, he reached for the tome within the ornate box. Upon contact, the gloves emitted a wisp of dark vapor. Indeed, it was poisoned. The stout companion declared fiercely, hastily withdrawing the book. What should we do now, boss? He asked, looking at Su Chun. Su Chun silently admired the stout companion's prudence. Had it not been for his caution, he might have fallen victim to the trap. Give me those gloves. I wish to ascertain what lies within this book, Su Chun instructed. Although the name hinted at some information, the true content remained a mystery to all. The stout man removed his gloves and handed them to Su Chun, who then seized the tome and began to peruse its pages. The host has come into contact with one of the 5 supreme arts of the Buddhist sect, Qinglong Temple, the great scripture of life and death. Reward: 5 blue lottery cards. The mention of the 5 supreme arts of the Buddhist sect, Qinglong Temple, astonished Su Chun, prompting him to place the book back into the brocade box. Upon touching the box, he discerned it was free of poison, promptly closing it with the intention of taking the tome away to meticulously memorize its contents before ultimately destroying it. His gaze shifted to the stout man, a smile of delight gracing his features. The stout fellow was indeed remarkably fortunate. Chasing a mere weasel had led him to this bountiful discovery. Let us investigate the condition of the remains, Su Chun declared. At that moment, the stout man approached the corpse, lifting a tattered piece of fabric to examine. Boss, this monk might have been a high-ranking monk from Qinglong Temple, the stout man remarked. How can you ascertain that this skeleton belonged to a high monk of Qinglong Temple? Su Chun inquired. Primarily from the remnants of this fabric. It appears to be woven from the finest silk produced in Sangqing's Silkworm Valley. The yield of this top-grade silk is limited each year and is exclusively owned by the Sang family, who crafted into robes for the esteemed monks of Qinglong Temple. But how could a monk from Qinglong Temple meet his demise on the back mountain of our Shana sect? The stout man pondered, perplexed. Su Chun approached the remains, inspecting them closely and observing that the bones of the back were entirely shattered. In front of the remains, there was a sword mark where the bone had been pierced but not shattered. He must have been killed by a surprise attack from behind. Su Chun concluded. Boss, how could you deduce that? The stout man asked, astounded. Is it not evident? The frontal wound indicates he was pierced by a sword. However, the long sword merely left a mark on the bone, suggesting the monk's physical prowess. The impact from behind shattered his skeleton, implying that if the assailant possessed significant strength, the monk would have primarily guarded against attacks from the rear and would not have succumbed so easily. Thus, it could only have been an ambush, Su Chun reasoned. At that moment, the stout man toppled the remains to search for more clues. Suddenly, a Buddhist bead rolled out from among the corpse. The stout man picked it up, noticing an inscription of the character Hui upon it, and his expression turned to one of shock. Boss, I believe I know who this monk is. He must be the great Hui Dharma king who vanished from Qinglong Temple 15 years ago. Upon hearing this, Su Chun's gaze sharpened, taken aback by the revelation that this monk was indeed the great Hui Dharma king. Let us depart. It is unwise to linger here, Su Chun urged. The Qinglong Temple stands as one of the 3 major powers in the 9 northern provinces and is also one of the 4 ancestral forces of the Buddhist sect. The death of a Dharma king in the secluded valleys behind the Shana sect is undeniably significant. The Dharma king holds a revered status within the Buddhist sect, and the fact that he was slain by an ambush raises unsettling questions. Although the desire to uncover the truth is strong, it is imperative that they leave at once. The stout man sensed the gravity of the situation and handed the bead to Su Chun before swiftly departing with him. In the valley, Su Chun cautioned, "Today's events must remain confidential. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in peril. Boss, rest assured, I will remain silent." The stout man promptly replied, "This is a reward for you. Today has proven quite fruitful for me," Su Chun declared, tossing several gold bars into the stout man's hands. A smile illuminated the stout man's face as he expressed his gratitude to Su Chun. Chapter 148. The fierce leader of the Shanhua sect, the young master, has also been poisoned. Do you think we have offended someone? Certainly, we must have antagonized someone. Otherwise, how could both the Grand Elder and the young master meet such fates? However, this should not affect us. Hence, we need not worry. You are overthinking this. How could it not affect us? The Grand Elder and the young master's lives are at stake, along with the leader and the injured master of Tianluo Peak. As Su Chun returned to his cave, he overheard the disciples debating these matters. The Grand Elder and the young master's lives hang in the balance. The disciples began to panic and speculate. Surely, our leader cannot remain in seclusion any longer. Su Chun pondered. The leader had claimed to be mentally compromised and in seclusion. Yet this could merely be a pretext to alleviate the fallout from injuring the master of Tianluo Peak. Throughout his journey, no one approached Su Chun. Upon reaching his cave, he fell into deep thought. The situation surrounding the cold pond in the back mountain indicated that someone was undoubtedly aware of its existence. It was possible that someone was cultivating the great compendium of life and death, And as for the secret sect's relic, its absorption was unlikely. If the relic were absorbed, the Qinglong Temple would surely sense it, leading to its discovery. This was also why Su Chen refrained from absorbing the relic immediately after acquiring it. Who could have possibly slain that eminent monk from the Qinglong Temple? Su Chen mused. For some reason, the image of the Shanhua sect's leader flashed through Su Chen's mind. The strongest individual within the Shanhua sect was undoubtedly the leader, Tiancetang. If anyone possessed the capacity to ambush the great monk, it would likely be that very leader. Suddenly, outside the cave, the figure of Kai Wei appeared, calling out for Su Chen. He rose and exited the cave. Sister Kai Wei, is there something you need? The people from the Zetan Palace are coming to Lingnan County. You will represent the young lady in engaging with them, Kai Wei replied, her tone becoming slightly more serious at the mention of representing the young lady. Is this regarding my interaction with Murong Qingchen? Su Chen contemplated. He felt no surprise at the arrival of the Zetan Palace. Given the current upheaval in Lingnan County, their presence was quite expected. This shift in Lingnan County was aimed at the Qinglong Temple, as the Zetan Palace sought to leverage this opportunity to enter the region. Kai Wei continued, the Qinglong Temple. A look of astonishment crossed Su Chen's face. Sister Kai Wei, are you suggesting that the recent shifts in Lingnan County are directly aimed at the Qingsong Temple? That temple is the most formidable among the three great powers in the northern 9 counties. Su Chen spoke gravely. This is not something for us to deliberate upon. Yet I can inform you that many forces will converge to confront the Qingsong Temple. Kai Wei divulged certain information to Su Chen. Since the young lady had chosen Su Chen, it was imperative for him to become acquainted with various matters. I am quite curious about the identity of senior sister Murong, Su Chen remarked, casting a glance at her. At this juncture, there was no need for concealment. It is no trouble to tell you. The young lady is the 19th princess of the Great Zhou dynasty, sharing the same mother as the current 4th prince. As Kai Wei revealed Murong's identity to Su Chen, she scrutinized his expression, eager to gauge his reaction. However, Su Chen's countenance merely displayed a hint of surprise, without excessive astonishment. Now that the Shanhua sect is undergoing changes, it presents an opportunity for you. The young lady will nominate you to temporarily oversee the Tianluo Peak. Focus on your cultivation. You must continue to make breakthroughs. This will help you consolidate your spirit and refine your mind with the spirit-nourishing pills I am about to give you. Kai Wei handed Su Chen a vial of elixirs and bid him farewell. Su Chen tucked the elixirs into his robe and returned to his cave dwelling. This time, he had acquired a considerable number of lottery cards, along with a piece of Xianyin stone. With the chilling aura of the Xianyin stone, his Tianshuang fist could be cultivated to a significant level in a short span. Naturally, he was also eager to see what his lottery cards might yield. 6 blue lottery cards and 5 white ones. This round should provide him with some valuable items. He decided to first draw from the 5 white lottery cards to test his luck. He received 5 bottles of blood-condensing pills, totaling 20, 1 primary arm enhancement card, 1 basic blade technique infusion card, 1 year of preternatural energy, and a pair of special rubber gloves. Upon seeing the items he had obtained, particularly the last one, Su Chen felt a bit bewildered. Was it due to his earlier use of the fatty gloves in the cold pool that he drew this? Nevertheless, the other items were certainly extraordinary. The primary arm enhancement card and basic blade technique infusion were of great significance to Su Chen. He applied the arm enhancement to his right arm. Instantly, it felt as if his arm had swelled, with a surge of fierce vitality coursing through it. As he clenched his fist, a sound akin to an explosion resonated from his palm. Yet, it still lacked a bit compared to his left arm. As Su Chen sensed the power in his right arm, he silently mused. He then picked up the basic blade technique infusion card and activated it. Instantly, figures appeared in his mind, imparting the methods and techniques of drawing a blade. Previously, he had harbored some understanding of blade techniques. Now, under the guidance of this foundational knowledge, his comprehension of the blade arts deepened further. Meanwhile, at a forbidden area within the Shanhua sect, the figure of Old Mu, who had been following Qian Mu, appeared before a cave entrance. His expression was serious as he knocked on the stone door of the cave. After a brief moment, the stone door swung open. Old Mu stepped into the cave. Within the cavern stood a man clad in white robes, appearing to be around 50 years of age. His expression shifted slightly upon seeing Old Mu. What has transpired outside? Master, please accept my condolences. I failed to protect young master, Old Mu replied, kneeling on the ground. From his words, it was evident that the man in white was Tiancetang, the leader of the Shanhua sect. Upon hearing this, Tiancetang's expression darkened. What do you mean? Are you saying Mu'er? Tell me what has happened. Old Mu promptly recounted the events of the past few days to Tiancetang. You allowed the members of the Qinglong Society to slay the Grand Elder? Such a monumental event, and you did not inform me. The leader of the Shanha sect's face flushed with anger. Do you think that by killing the Grand Elder, you can seize control of the Shanha sect? You are sorely mistaken. It seems my son has been killed by Luo Rui. Since so many have perished, there is no need to spare him any longer. Tiancetang spoke in a deep voice, a glint of cold murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Master, I shall go and eliminate Luo Rui at once. Old Mu interjected. No need. I shall deal with Luo Rui myself. However, since you have failed to protect my son, you no longer deserve to live. Suddenly, Tiancetang's expression turned grim as he reached out toward Old Mu's head. As Old Mu attempted to resist, a surge of power manifested at Tiancetang's brow, invading Old Mu's mind. Instantly, Old Mu was seized by excruciating pain, and before he could even scream, his head fell lifelessly. Chapter 149, Helian Xiaoyao. One of the 4 demons of Chang'an Palace, the demon of the Qin, the great sutra of life and death, is indeed extraordinary. After years of cultivation, I have finally attained the realm of intent and motion, Tiancetang mused, gazing at Old Mu's lifeless body on the ground. Initially, he had merely intended to test the waters, never anticipating the loss of his son. Luo Rui, tonight you shall meet your end. As he spoke, he drew in his hand, gripping Old Mu's corpse. A surge of suction erupted from his palm, swiftly drawing the vitality from Old Mu's body into his own. It appeared that Tiancetang had cultivated a technique that allowed him to absorb the life force of martial artists. I must first attend to matters at the cold pool before dealing with the aftermath. I had initially hoped that Mu'er would inadvertently acquire the relic to enhance his strength. Yet unexpected calamity has befallen us, he thought grimly. Inside the cave, Qianmu was aware of the situation. However, after the Qinglong Society's members killed the Grand Elder, he had intended to seize control of the Shanha sect before heading to the cold pool. Yet this delay ultimately led to his poisoning. Had he consumed the relic, the poison might not have been enough to claim his life. Perhaps this is fate. At the prefecture, the Lingnan County's Northern Pacification Office lay in a state of desolation as 2 figures appeared at its entrance. The first figure was a young man, fair-skinned and resembling an elegant gentleman, followed closely by a robust man. This fair youth was, in fact, the true Helian Chunxue. Upon the arrival of the visitor, the guard at the entrance promptly advanced, ready to expel him. This individual was the newly appointed commander of the northern prefecture of Lingnan, bearing an official document. A large man behind Helian Chunxue produced the document. Please enter. The obstructing guard, daunted, swiftly escorted the 2 into the office of the prefect. Another individual quickly reported to the remaining 2 deputy commanders within. In the northern prefecture, only one of Yin Yuzin's 3 deputies had perished, leaving 2 alive. Their hearts raced upon hearing the news, and they hastily gathered in the reception hall. The recent deaths of Helian Chunxue and Yin Yugong had prompted the headquarters to send someone without prior notice. The visitor's speed was astonishing. The 2 quickly arrived at the hall, where a strikingly pale and peculiar man was seated in the commander's chair, flanked by a robust figure. I am Helian Xiaoyao, and today I assumed the position of the northern prefecture of Lingnan. Here is my official document, Helian Xiaoyao declared, raising his hand, sending the document, akin to a metal plate, flying toward one of the deputies. Deputy Mo Huayuan caught the document, but was met with a surge of force that caused a blood vessel in his wrist to burst, resulting in a trickle of blood. Unperturbed, Mo Huayuan opened the document, and his expression hardened instantly as he promptly saluted Helian Xiaoyao, saying, I pay my respects, Commander. Upon hearing Helian Xiaoyao's name, they were convinced of his identity, primarily due to the surname Helian. Mo Huayuan, Liang, I require you to contact the Qinglong Society within a day. I wish to meet with their January Hall master, Helian Xiaoyao instructed. Although Helian Chunxue was merely his stand-in, he nonetheless represented him. Hence, vengeance remained a priority, for he needed to uncover who had sought to assassinate Helian Chunxue. Why would the Qinglong Society, a notorious assassin organization, strike against Helian Chunxue without cause? Surely, someone must have paid for this assassination, he pondered, wishing to ascertain the identity of his adversary through the January Hall. Upon hearing Helian Xiaoyao's words, both Mo Huayuan and Li Yang exchanged glances, their countenances revealing their concern. The January Hall master of the Qinglong Society had never shown his face. Meeting him was exceedingly difficult. Helian Chunshui addressed the two. Is this task truly insurmountable? Subordinates, proceed with this matter immediately. Without further discussion, the two withdrew to establish contact with the Qinglong Society. As they were not tasked with confronting the society, their safety was assured. Go to the Jinfeng Shiyu building with an invitation and state that I wish to meet Bai Choufei. Helian Chunshui instructed the sturdy man beside him. However, your safety, the man hesitated. Do not concern yourself with my safety. Even if Jing Wuming and Fei arrive, they cannot harm me, and I can leave without issue. Moreover, as Helian Xiaoyao, no one will act against me without a price, Helian Chunshui reassured him. Understood. The robust man departed swiftly toward the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Nalan Rongyan appeared before Bai Choufei. There are three matters that have arisen. The first is that a new commander has arrived at the Northern Town Pacification Office, named Helian Xiaoyao, likely a member of the Helian family. The second is that individuals from the Qinglong Temple have infiltrated the Lingwei Sword sect. The third is that a new branch master has been appointed at the Changhan Palace. I have been unable to gather any information regarding Helian Xiaoyao. It seems he is someone specially arranged by the Helian family. As for the newcomer at Changhan Palace, she is one of the four demons of Changhan, the Qinin demon. Mei Xuanshuang, the daughter of the palace master Nia Baifeng, Nalan Rongyan stated. These individuals carry considerable weight. Do you know their purpose for being here? Bai Choufei inquired. Gazing at Nalan Rongyan, I have yet to reach a conclusion. You need not worry about that. I have gathered clues indicating that their purpose is to confront the Qinglong Temple of the secret sect. With this lead, I believe you can uncover much, Bai Choufei revealed. Having already been informed by Su Chun of the current situation in Lingnan County, to confront the Qinglong Temple, Nalan Rongyan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This clarifies many things. It is rumored that the first prince's cultivation has risen, and he aspires to become the crown prince. However, we are currently under the regency of the ninth prince. And should the first prince ascend to the position of crown prince, the ninth prince's regency would dissolve. The other princes are unwilling. The Buddhist national master has consistently supported the first prince. Their intention is to weaken the strength of the Buddhist secret sect, thereby diminishing the first prince's influence and thwarting his ascension to the throne. Nalan Rongyan articulated. Currently, while outsiders have made their presence known, the core figure has yet to show themselves. Your task is to identify this central figure. The turmoil in Lingnan County presents an opportunity for us at the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. In the northern provinces, where we hold sway, I expect you to establish the name of the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower in all 8 other northern counties within a month. Utilize the remnants of personnel from the Tiansu Hall previously stationed in each county, Bai Choufei commanded. The Jinfeng Shiyu Tower in Qingcheng now seeks to expand beyond the frontier, while he aims to extend its influence into the other 8 northern counties. Chapter 150. Those who scheme against others are slain. Those who resist are slain. Bai Choufei was prepared to mobilize the full strength of the Tiansu Hall. Upon hearing Bai Choufei's words, Nalan Rongyan's expression shifted slightly. I will attend to this immediately, she responded. During its peak, the Tiansu Hall had established numerous intelligence outposts across the 9 northern counties. However, in recent years, some had fallen into neglect. If reactivated, these dormant individuals would gain renewed means of livelihood. Nalan Rongyan bowed and exited the room. Upon first encountering Bai Choufei, her initial impression was of his youth, coupled with formidable martial prowess. Typically, individuals of such caliber are wholly devoted to their cultivation, likely lacking in management of an establishment. Yet, she was mistaken. Bai Choufei excelled in leadership far beyond her own capabilities. The personnel of the Tiansu Hall were gradually assimilated into the Jinfeng Shiyu Tower. Employing a subtle yet effective approach, Nalan Rongyan closed the door behind her and descended the stairs. At that moment, a servant approached from upstairs. The deputy master, the newly appointed leader of the Northern Supervisory Office of Lingnan Prefecture, Helian Xiaoyao, wishes to see the master. This is the invitation they have issued. The visitor spoke. Helian Xiaoyao seeks an audience with the master? A hint of perplexity flickered in Nalan Rongyan's eyes. Present the invitation to the master. Nalan Rongyan then stepped aside, departing from the visitor. Soon, a letter of invitation appeared on the table before Bai Choufei. Helian Xiaoyao wishes to see me. This is intriguing. Inform Commander Helian that he is welcome to visit me at the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion tonight. Bai Choufei was also curious about Helian Xiaoyao's purpose for coming. In the Shanhua sect, Su Chun was within the Tianxue courtyard. The master of Tianqi Peak, Luo Rue, had been slain, his vitality completely devoured. Murong Qingchen spoke. His vitality consumed entirely? Su Qin's expression changed upon hearing this. He had just absorbed the rewards from the white lottery card in his cave dwelling when Kaiwei summoned him here to hear this news. Has the sect master not yet shown himself? With such significant events unfolding, the reclusive sect master should surely make an appearance soon. The sect master's emergence should be imminent. I have come to inform you that after consulting with our reclusive master, you will take charge of Tianluo Peak. Murong Qingchen stated suddenly. This. Su Qin's brows furrowed slightly. Taking on the role of Peak Master of Tianluo Peak at such a time felt unexpectedly daunting. Are you worried about your ability to fulfill this role? Sensing Su Qin's unease, Murong Qingchen remarked. Senior sister, my concern lies primarily in my lack of experience. I fear no one will respect me. Su Qin replied. You are aware of my status, and they are too. Whoever I designate will face no opposition. If there are dissenters, they shall be replaced directly. Murong Qingchen's words exuded a sense of authority that stemmed not from strength, but from her very essence. This feels like an imposition to ensure my assent. Su Qin found himself struggling to grasp Murong Qingchen's intentions. Why are you being pushed to become the peak master of Tianluo so soon? It is likely because our master may not have much time left. Murong Qingchen stated gravely. Our master is merely severely injured. Is he in danger? How could this be? Su Qin asked, perplexed by this revelation. The master has sustained grave injuries that can heal, yet his spirit has inexplicably come under attack, leading to its disintegration. This was discovered only after the master entered seclusion. Murong Qingchen's expression was serious. The spirit. Su Qin's complexion changed. He recalled the Book of Life and Death he had obtained in the cold pool of the back mountain. The Buddhist techniques carry a hint of spiritual assault. Moreover, this Book of Life and Death is an esoteric skill of the Buddhist secret sections. It seems my deductions were accurate. That old monk must have been ambushed and slain by the master of the Shanhua sect. With this information, Su Qin was now convinced that the master of the Shanhua sect posed a threat. Observing Su Qin deep in thought, Murong Qingchen chose not to disturb him, patiently waiting for him to regain his focus. The atmosphere became still. As Su Qin regained his composure, he gazed at Murong Qingchen and inquired, Senior sister, what do you seek in advocating for my ascension to the position of the Tianluo Peak Master? There is no love or hatred without reason. Murong Qingchen's assistants undoubtedly harbored ulterior motives. The current turmoil in Lingnan County presents an opportunity for ascendance by becoming the master of Tianluo Peak. I could access greater resources. With such resources, I believe your strength would swiftly transcend to the soul refinement realm. Once you achieve that, you could serve as my representative in Lingnan County. Behind me stands the fourth prince of the great Zhou dynasty. My elder brother aspires to seize the title of crown prince and requires resources. Your role would be to aid us in acquiring them. Su Qin mused inwardly. Yet I myself lack resources for my own faction. He was indifferent to the fourth prince and the contest for the crown. These matters held no relevance for him. With his own faction, he would prioritize supporting his own, distributing resources only thereafter. Senior sister, even if I were to become the master of Tianluo Peak, I would merely be the master of a single peak. The acquisition of substantial resources would be utterly unattainable, he replied, shaking his head. When the forces of Lingnan County besiege the Lingwei Sword sect, Qian Tianchen will perish. Should you ascend to the position of Tianluo Peak Master, you would have the opportunity to vie for the position of sect leader, Murong Qingchen asserted. At her words, Su Qin's gaze sharpened slightly. Taken aback by Murong Qingchen's lethal intentions towards the sect leader of the Shana sect. However, senior sister, you underestimate the sect leader's prowess. This individual is far from simple. Even if I were to ascend to the leadership of the Shana sect, managing it would likely prove beyond my capabilities. Assistance will come when the time is ripe. We are not at that juncture yet. Come with me to Tianluo Peak, and certain elders will endorse you as the new peak master, Murong Qingchen urged. Is this path laid out for me to live off the generosity of others? Su Qin observed Murong Qingchen ahead, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. She was indeed beautiful, radiating a unique charisma. He pondered whether she was plotting against him. If so, he would not hesitate to ensure her downfall. In his heart, Su Qin reflected, the present me is no longer the naive individual who first arrived in this world. Back then, I was merely Bai Tianyu. Now, I am robust and formidable. Those who scheme against me shall face dire consequences, and those who defy me will meet the same fate. Moreover, I am prepared to reveal my capabilities openly as I strive for the position of Tianluo Peak Master. Before long, the two arrived at the Grand Hall of Tianluo Peak. The atmosphere within was tense. The Grand Elder, the Deputy Sect Leader, and the Peak Master of Tianqi Peak had all been slain, leaving everyone on edge. Upon the entrance of Murong Qingchen and Su Chun, the elders present bowed in respect. Standing behind Murong Qingchen, Su Chun surveyed the 15 elders before him, the highest combat strength within Tianluo Peak. However, among them, only 3 had reached the soul refinement realm, 1 in the mid-stage, while the other 2 were in the early stage. Their overall strength was rather mediocre, aside from the 1 in mid-stage. Any confrontation with the others would likely result in their demise. Chapter 151. The Orange Lottery appears in the Royal Wuji Dan Hall. Murong Qingchen spoke, Master. I hereby relinquish the position of the Lord of Tianluo Peak, appointing my junior brother Su Chun to take up this esteemed role. Upon finishing her statement, her gaze turned towards the elders present in the hall. At that moment, 8 elders simultaneously stepped forward, bowing to Su Chun. We pay our respects to the Peak Master. The expressions of the other 7 elders shifted noticeably, some appearing quite bewildered. Among them, a relatively younger elder focused his gaze and stepped forward, asserting, the abdication of the Peak Master is a significant matter. It necessitates the presiding of the sect leader for the ceremony. Furthermore, the selection of the new Peak Master is of utmost importance and should not be conducted hastily. Su Chun, as the recently accepted disciple of the Peak Master, lacked the qualifications and experience for such a high position, regardless of his strength. Su Chun narrowed his eyes at the elder who had spoken. He recognized this elder as Chui Wuhu, the youngest elder of Tianluo Peak, with his prowess reaching the pinnacle of the refining god realm. It was rumored that within a year, he would surely ascend to the refining soul realm. Elder Chui stated, with the sect leader currently in seclusion. Our Tianluo Peak cannot remain without a Peak Master for even a single day. As the disciple of the former Peak Master, it is only fitting that Su Chun inherits this title. At this juncture, an elderly man with graying hair among the 8 previously mentioned spoke up. He was one of the 3 formidable practitioners of the refining soul realm, albeit only in the early stages. The individual in the mid-stage of refining soul remained stagnant, seemingly indifferent to the proceedings. Elder Qin interjected, given the current precarious situation of our Shanhua sect, the position of Peak Master must be approached with caution. Although Su Chun is the disciple of the Peak Master, he is still too young, and the present circumstances are unsuitable for him to assume this role. Thus, while Elder Chui critiqued Su Chun's strength, this elder questioned his qualifications. Their combined arguments held a semblance of reason. Murong Qingchen observed the two with a slight furrow in her brow, yet chose to remain silent. Together with her, the 16 elders of Tianluo Peak had secured the support of 8, bringing their total to 9, including the Peak Master's edict, thus establishing a definitive advantage. The dissenting voices held little weight. At that moment, Su Chun, standing behind Murong Qingchen, revealed a cold smile. Having resolved to showcase his abilities, he decided to hold nothing back. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Su Chun stepped forward. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback by his stride. Murong Qingchen, her beautiful eyes shifting, pondered Su Chun's intentions for stepping forward at such a critical juncture. Under the gaze of the assembly, Su Chun approached Elder Chui. Elder Chui, I have heard you deem my strength insufficient. Allow me to test your mettle with a single punch. With a resounding boom, Su Chun raised his right arm, a fierce frost aura surging dramatically along his limb, causing the temperature within the hall to plummet. The previously motionless man in the mid-stage of refining soul shifted slightly, his gaze now fixed upon Su Chun. Let us see if you can withstand my punch, Su Chun declared as he unleashed his strike. The frosty fist, though his left arm remained unutilized, exuded an equally frigid intensity. Chui Wuhu was taken aback by Su Chun's decisive strike, yet he possessed a modicum of strength himself. He unleashed a punch imbued with a dark, malevolent energy. However, as his fist collided with Su Chun's, it was instantly frozen, shattering under the weight of the icy force. The impact sent him hurtling backward, and with a single blow, Su Chun sent Chui Wuhu sprawling. The onlookers turned their gazes toward Chui Wuhu, suspecting he had conspired with Su Chun to orchestrate this spectacle. Yet, upon witnessing him sprawled on the ground, cloaked in frost, their astonishment grew. What terrifying coldness! The heavenly frost fist had evidently reached an extraordinary level. Some marveled in awe, while others rushed to assist Chui Wuhu, attempting to melt the frost that enveloped him. His strength was surely on the cusp of breaking into the spirit refinement stage. Mu Rong Qingchen gazed at Su Chun, her expression reflecting surprise. Su Chen's prowess surpassed her expectations. She realized that even if she faced him without resorting to her trump cards, she might not prevail. A smile soon graced her lips. Su Chen's growing strength was advantageous for her. A formidable ally would secure her a greater position amidst the impending turmoil in Lingnan County. It seemed prudent to request an infinite pill from her royal brother to aid him in reaching the spirit refinement stage, she mused. Surely, my strength is no longer in question. As for qualifications, once I ascend to the position of peak master, wouldn't I naturally possess them? Su Chen addressed the crowd. I trust my capabilities are now apparent to all. I support your ascension as the new peak master, chimed in an elder who had remained silent until now. A mid-stage spirit refinement practitioner. Su Chen turned to regard him. Though not particularly imposing, the elder exuded an aura of authority, his strength evident both in cultivation and physical prowess. Recalling the elder's name, Li Tianxing, the strongest individual in Tianluo Peak aside from the peak master, with his fists as his weapons. Thank you, elderly, Su Chen expressed, acknowledging such a formidable figure with due respect. Salutations to the peak master, Li Tianxing proclaimed, prompting the others to follow suit in respectful acknowledgement. At that moment, a voice echoed in Su Chen's mind. Congratulations, host, on becoming the peak master of Tianluo Peak. Reward: 5 blue lottery cards. Orange lottery card unlocked. Su Chen paid little mind to the blue cards, focusing instead on the newly unlocked orange card. He resolved to attend to the immediate matters before returning to explore the orange lottery card. Elder Qin, please inform the various factions of the Mountain River sect and the Lingnan County government about Su Chan's appointment as our Tianluo Peak Master, Mu Rong Qingchen instructed, intent on solidifying this development before the sect leader emerged from seclusion. Once established, the sect leader would be unable to interfere with Tianluo Peak's affairs, under the pretext of being in closed-door training. Elder Chui, please remain. At that moment, Chui Wuhu, whose arms hung limply and body trembled slightly, was about to depart with the other elders, but was halted by Su Chen's call. His heart quivered slightly. However, he halted his steps as Su Chen approached the other party and raised his left arm. Instantly, a lingering chill within Chui Wuhu was completely absorbed by him. This was a vial of concentration pill, capable of aiding Elder Chui in his recovery, with the belief that one must break before they can reform. Perhaps this opportunity would allow him to step into the soul refinement realm. Su Chen handed a vial of the elixir to Chui Wuhu, articulating his thoughts. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, Chui Wuhu was momentarily taken aback, as if a realization struck him. Thank you, Sectmaster. I shall undoubtedly lend my utmost support to you henceforth. After expressing his gratitude, Chui Wuhu departed. You are treating my possessions as favors. However, your suppression followed by consolation has been executed commendably. Should Chui Wuhu ascend to the soul refinement realm, he will undoubtedly be grateful to you. Su Chen, I intend to request a Wuji pill from my royal brother to assist you in stepping into the soul refinement realm. Morong Qingchen remarked as she gazed at Su Chen. Wuji pill. Su Chen exclaimed in astonishment, for he had heard of this elixir, unique to the royal family. Not only does it aid those in the spirit refinement realm in breaking through to the soul refinement realm, but it also enhances their capabilities. Should a peak spirit refinement practitioner consume it, they might leap to the mid-stage of the soul refinement realm. Chapter 152, The Heroic Aura. Li Tianxing's challenge in the cold pond of the back mountain, a figure emerged, none other than Tiancetang, the leader of the Shana sect, whom Su Chen had previously speculated about. Observing the frigid pond before him, Tiancetang furrowed his brows. The chill had completely dissipated. What could have occurred? Astonished, he leapt directly into the cold pond. Soon, he found himself in the cave where Su Chen and the others had discovered. He noticed that the brocade box resting on the stone platform had vanished. Tiancetang's expression darkened. The cold pond had been discovered by someone, and they had infiltrated this place, taking away the brocade box that was on the stone platform. Just moments ago, he had sensed the disappearance of the chill within the pond, which had already instilled a sense of foreboding within him. He had not anticipated that it would indeed come to pass. Scanning the surroundings, he sought any traces left by the intruder, yet found nothing. Finally, he glanced at the skeleton. Originally, the remains were to serve as a foundation for my son, but now, with my son as fate uncertain and the relics taken by another, this skeleton is of no further use. Tiancetang raised his hand and struck the skeleton with a palm, reducing it to dust under his force. The prayer beads must have been taken as well, yet he remained uncertain as to who had absconded with both the brocade box and the beads. Tiancetang's countenance grew grim. After emerging from seclusion, he first went to deal with Luo Rue from Tianchi Peak before arriving here, only to encounter such a situation. Of course, he believed that even had he arrived earlier, it would have been futile. The items had likely been stolen long before. At that moment, news of Su Qin's ascension to the position of sect master of Tianluo Peak had spread throughout the entire Shana sect. In the courtyard of the rotund Zhu Bing, boss, you've truly soared to great heights, becoming the sect master of Tianluo Peak. This pace is simply astonishing. Upon hearing the news, the rotund Zhu Bing could hardly believe it. My discerning eye has proven itself. As he spoke, he unconsciously retrieved a gold ingot from his pocket. No wonder the boss is so extravagant with his actions. Clinging to this golden opportunity, my chance for a turnaround has finally arrived. The corpulent Zhu Bing was filled with excitement. It seemed that a visit back home with the leader was in order, so that those who had looked down upon him could witness his prowess. His eyes darted around, contemplating how to coax Su Qin to his residence. Preparing to bask in borrowed glory. At the main hall of Tianluo Peak, Su Qin sat comfortably in the seat of the Peak Master. This position was far more agreeable than when he had been forced to preside over the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Though Murong Qingchen had nudged him into this role, it was indeed a position he desired. Observing Su Qin in the Master's seat, radiating an aura of authority, Murong Qingchen found herself momentarily entranced. Could this be the natural charisma that he possessed? She mused. Junior brother, nominating you as the Peak Master might just be my wisest decision. Murong Qingchen declared. Senior sister, I owe you a debt of gratitude for this. Should you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me, Su Qin replied. However, among the elders, 8 stood in favor of Murong Qingchen, and if he wished to transform Tianluo Peak into a bastion of unity, he would need to accomplish a great deal. Junior brother, our collaboration benefits us both. You are familiar with the responsibilities of the Peak Master, while I shall return to the Tiancetang. Murong Qingchen stated as she took her leave. Su Qin saw her off, realizing that without allies, he was unable to command anyone here. He then thought of the rotund Zhu Bing. The fellow had quite the fortune. If he remained by Su Qin's side, perhaps luck would favor him in the next draw. Yet, he acknowledged the necessity of cultivating his own allies. However, having just ascended to the position of Peak Master, it was not yet the right time to replace the current members. Doing so would imply a lack of trust in Murong Qingchen. Nevertheless, assigning someone to assist him was a feasible option. He promptly dispatched someone to summon Zhu Bing. Meanwhile, as they exited the main hall of Tianluo Peak, Kai Wei, who had been following Murong Qingchen, spoke up. Miss, Su Qin's ascension to Peak Master reveals an extraordinary presence, reminiscent of a formidable leader. When he confronted Elder Chui, I sensed a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. Such a person may prove difficult for you to manage in the future. Why should I seek to control him? It is precisely his strength and ambition that will aid my fourth brother, Murong Qingchen replied, her tone imbued with unwavering confidence. Besides, no matter how formidable he may be, he remains merely a martial arts overlord, insignificant in the eyes of our royal lineage. Kai Wei fell silent, following Murong Qingchen as they departed. Meanwhile, as Su Qin arranged for Zhu Bing's arrival, a figure appeared within the main hall, the formidable Li Tianqing, the strongest among Tianluo Peak. Upon seeing Li Tianqing in the grand hall, Su Qin raised an eyebrow slightly. Elderly, what brings you back? He inquired. Peak Master, I wish to ascertain your true strength. Let us engage in a match of equal realms. If you can withstand 10 of my strikes, I shall submit to your command. Li Tianqing stated. Li Tianqing gazed at Su Qin and declared, I am the master of Tianluo Peak, and you must heed the command of Elderly. Su Qin met Li Tianqing's gaze, and as he spoke, his aura began to shift. I shall certainly heed the master's commands. However, if you wish to truly command Tianluo Peak, you must earn my trust more swiftly. There remain 6 who supported your ascension to master. And though you have subdued Chui Tianhu, 5 others remain, 3 of whom are loyal to me. Tell me, do you not require my endorsement? Li Tianqing responded. Is that so? Then allow me to witness the extent of your strength. Elderly, as you suppress me to my current level. As he spoke, Su Chun propelled himself off the ground, surging toward his opponent with explosive speed. Since the opponent was formidable, he resolved to fight until recognition was achieved. Subduing Li Tianqing would indeed allow him to establish dominion over Tianluo Peak. Vajra-shattering demon, Su Chun exclaimed, unleashing a powerful punch without employing any innate energy. Relying solely on raw, ferocious strength, his speed was swift and his force devastating. Li Tianqing's expression hardened. Yet, as a mid-stage refining soul expert, his perception remained sharp, and a flicker of fervor ignited in his eyes. He raised his fist in response, delivering a potent blow. Boom! The two colossal forces collided within the hall, unleashing a torrent of violent air. Fortunately, a guard, whom Su Chun had dispatched to summon Xiao Pang, was absent. Otherwise, they would have rushed in to investigate. Inside the hall, after the impact, Su Chun did not retreat, while Li Tianqing staggered back 3 steps, bracing himself with his foot. His arm trembled slightly. Beyond the frost fist, you possess such terrifying strength. I am truly astonished. It seems that facing you at an equal level, I am destined to lose. In this battle, you have triumphed, yet I wish to further test your combat prowess. With that, Li Tianqing's aura surged, elevating his strength to the first level of refining soul. Seeing this, Su Chun felt a surge of excitement. He had yet to fully unleash his true combat potential, and such an opportunity for practice was indeed welcome. Of course, should Li Tianqing betray him afterward, it would matter little. He had a card from Shui Iran to fall back on. Chapter 153, Sparring, Suppression, and the emergence of the Mountain River sect master unrestrained. Su Chun did not hold back. In my youth, I acquired a physical cultivation technique that I have diligently practiced. I am uncertain of my current physical prowess. If elderly wishes to see, then I too am eager to discover the extent of my capabilities. Boom. As he spoke, a tempest of blood energy surged within Su Chun, producing a resounding roar. His veins writhed like serpents, and his physique seemed to heighten. Muscles not bulging but hardening like dark, dense iron. With a slight shift in his form and the surge of his vitality, he emanated an overwhelming sense of pressure. Across from him, Li Tianqing's eyes involuntarily shifted. He truly did not anticipate the terrifying ferocity of Su Chun's full-bodied power. Moreover, as he gazed upon Su Chun, amidst the surging blood aura, a shadow of inky darkness began to coalesce, clinging to Su Chun's form. Although the shadow had yet to fully materialize, it instilled a profound sense of dread within Li Tianqing. Is it the demon god? He muttered unconsciously. Yet, almost immediately, an expression of excitement illuminated his face. He held little regard for the previous leader of Tianluo Peak, a man who merely tended to his own little patch of land. What achievements could he possibly attain? Of course, today his attention was captured by Su Chun, primarily due to Su Chun's decisive actions against Chui Wuhu and the formidable strength he had displayed. However, he had not anticipated the surprise Su Chun would deliver. Previously an unremarkable figure, Su Chun had suddenly ascended to the position of leader of Tianluo Peak. Some might speculate that Su Chun was merely a puppet, but based on the power he had unleashed, it was inconceivable that he would willingly serve as Murong Qingchen's marionette. Boom. The energy within Li Tianqing surged dramatically. While his physical prowess was commendable, it paled in comparison to Su Chun's. Under this immense pressure, he chose to unleash his energy. Li Tianqing's primary cultivation technique was not the Mountain River energy, but rather a method known as cracked demon earth origin energy. His hand formed a fist, and his knuckles were enveloped in black energy, clashing violently against Su Chun's fist. Both figures staggered back a few steps. As their feet struck the ground, the earth fractured instantly, and they charged forward once again. This time, Su Chun escalated his force, exhibiting a savage intensity as his blood energy surged outward recklessly. Ordinarily, blood energy would not surpass energy techniques. However, the ferocity of Su Chun's unleashed blood energy seemed to obscure Li Tianqing's energy bursts. Boom, boom. As Li Tianqing contended with Su Chun, his expression grew increasingly grave. The overwhelming force dictated the rhythm of battle, rendering him in a passive defensive stance. In that moment, it felt as though he had become a mere sparring partner. Each time he launched an energy-infused strike, it seemed poised to shatter. He continued to amplify his innate energy, invoking the technique, Crack Demon, Earth Collapse. Li Tianqing's energy surged, forcing Su Chun back before he retaliated with a punch, imbued with sharp energy and accompanied by an aura of cataclysmic might. Li Tianqing was, after all, a mid-stage master of soul refinement, ranked among the top 10 within the sect. How could he possibly be bested by Su Chen? As Li Tianqing unleashed his powerful blow, Su Chen's pupils constricted sharply, sensing a formidable energy pressure. Unconsciously, the indomitable demon god technique within him began to operate, and a chilling aura manifested around his fist. Boom! The two forces collided, and both figures were propelled backward. This time, Su Chen stumbled back several paces, while Li Tianqing only retreated a single step. However, frost formed upon his arm, which was swiftly shattered by the energy impact. I never anticipated the leader's strength could reach such heights. I am truly impressed. From now on, I shall heed the leader's commands, Li Tianqing declared. Elderly did not unleash his full power. Had he done so, I fear I would have been defeated long ago. In the future, I will continue to rely on Elderly, Su Chen remarked. Peak Master. Although Murong Qingchen holds the esteemed title of princess and is a sibling of the fourth prince, the latter's position in the court is rather precarious, Li Tianqing interjected. Precarious? Su Chen furrowed his brow, unaware of the current circumstances in the capital of the great Zhou dynasty. He had previously been uninformed about this matter. This subordinate is also uncertain, having only heard whispers. However, it is evident from certain situations that Murong Qingchen, despite her royal status, has come to this southern region, indicating a lack of capable individuals surrounding the fourth prince. Although the southern region is rich in mineral resources, the accumulation of wealth is notably slow. In contrast to the prosperous southern territories of the Great Zhou, where commerce thrives and resources are abundant, far more suitable for gathering wealth. Moreover, the largest power in Lingnan is the secret sect, with the national master of the Great Zhou, Master Tianmi, being one of the two leading figures of the Buddhist sect. Aligned with the first prince's faction, Li Tianqing explained. Su Chen regarded Li Tianqing with surprise, not expecting him to possess such knowledge. This subordinate traveled to the south for cultivation in previous years, hence my familiarity with these matters. Li Tianqing replied. What is your opinion of Murong Qingchen? Su Chen inquired, disregarding his previous comments. A remarkable beauty with extraordinary temperament. If she were a man, she would certainly qualify to be among the 9 princes. Had Murong Qingchen ascended to the position of peak master earlier, I would not have opposed it, Li Tianqing stated. It seems you hold Murong Qingchen in high regard. My esteemed senior sister is quite extraordinary. I, a mere unknown, have been thrust into the position of peak master by her efforts, Su Chen remarked. That is indeed a testament to your qualifications as peak master. Li Tianqing replied. Very well, you may return for now, Su Chen gestured. He needed to sort through the events of the day. This subordinate takes his leave. Li Tianqing bowed and exited. Su Chen cast a glance at the shattered stones on the ground, realizing he needed to find someone to repair it. Before long, a chubby man was brought out by a disciple. The disciple glanced at the debris on the ground, his expression shifting. The peak master is practicing martial arts in the main hall. Chubby, from now on, you shall remain at Tianluo Peak to assist me in managing certain matters. Arrange for the stones on the ground to be replaced. Here is my peak master token. Su Chen produced the token from his robes and handed it to the chubby man. The chubby man received the token with great delight, for it granted him the authority to command the disciples within the peak. At that moment, a young man clad in the main peak's robes entered the hall. Upon seeing Su Chen in the peak master's long robe, his gaze sharpened, and he mused inwardly. Is this the puppet Su Chen placed here by Murong Qingchen? He possesses a certain pretty boy quality. He then spoke. The sect master has emerged from seclusion and requests that all peak masters and elders convene at the sect master's hall to discuss significant matters. After delivering his message, the young man turned and departed, displaying not a hint of respect. Impudent. At that moment, the chubby man, Zhu Bing, exclaimed sharply. Before the disciple, one boldly declared, How dare you speak to our peak master in such a manner? Remember this well, and show him the respect he deserves upon your next visit. With that, he struck the disciple across the face with a resounding slap. The messenger from the main peak was momentarily stunned by the blow. Throw him out, commanded Su Chen to a disciple nearby. This messenger possessed only average strength, and the rotund disciple was no match for him. However, the disciple within the peak master's hall was considerably more formidable. Yes, replied the disciple, stepping forward to firmly place a hand on the messenger's shoulder. He too was displeased with the messenger's tone. Let us go, he said. The young man, lacking in prowess, had no choice but to obediently follow him out of the grand hall, though malice brewed in his eyes. Chapter 154, Forming Alliances. A surprising turn of events. The master had emerged from seclusion, summoning the various peak masters and elders to gather within the grand hall. When calculated, it amounted to a considerable assembly of individuals. Go inform the elders to proceed directly to the master's hall, Su Chun instructed as the disciple returned. He then directed the rotund disciple to make repairs in the grand hall before setting off to Murong Qingshan's snowy sky courtyard. Murong Qingshan awaited Su Chen's arrival, having already received notice. "Sister, the master has emerged from seclusion sooner than anticipated," she remarked with a calm tone, as they had long anticipated his appearance. "It may pose a disadvantage for you. I fear some of the elders may be aligned with the master," she warned. "Whoever stirs trouble today will surely find themselves in misfortune," Su Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Murong Qingshan paused. Her gaze filled with profound meaning as she looked at Su Chen. Li Tianqing had aligned himself with him, and this was an opportunity to showcase his loyalty. He too was eager to gauge Li Tianqing's sincerity. Thus, they conversed as they made their way to the master's hall. Before long, they arrived at the master's hall, where the elders of both Tianqi Peak and Tianluo Peak had already gathered. The elders from Tianluo Peak, upon seeing Su Chun and Murong, bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Peak Master." Meanwhile, the elders from the main peak and Tianqi Peak regarded Su Chun with curious eyes. Noting the youthfulness of the newly appointed master of Tianluo Peak, their gazes inevitably shifted to Murong Qingshan, as some among them were somewhat aware of her identity and bowed in acknowledgement. She was destined for the position of master of Tianluo Peak. Murong Qingshan nodded slightly and gestured toward the leftmost chair among the three set before the master's hall. As she spoke, her eyes turned towards Su Chun. This was a test. The master of Tianluo Peak was one of the three peak masters of the Shanhui sect, second only to the master himself, which afforded him a seat of honor. Since Tianqi Peak was inferior in strength to Tianluo Peak, the master of Tianluo Peak occupied the leftmost chair. Should Su Chen choose to sit there, he would be subject to the master's imposing presence. She was keen to ascertain whether Su Chun could withstand such pressure. The others in the hall were equally curious, their gazes fixed on Su Chun, eager to see if he would dare to take that seat. Stepping forward, Su Chen advanced toward the leftmost chair. A master of unparalleled skill emerged beside him, and the overwhelming aura posed no threat to him. "Does this lad truly dare to sit there?" murmured some as they observed Su Chun approach the seat of the master of Tianluo Peak. "Indeed, does this young man seek his own demise? Merely a puppet, he should remain within the grand hall, yet he insists on courting danger," some remarked in agreement. Others cast knowing glances at Su Chun, reflecting the sentiment that a newborn calf fears not the tiger. Among them was Li Tianqing, whose expression remained unperturbed. He was aware of Su Chen's capabilities, capable of withstanding the pressure exerted by the sect leader. With a tranquil demeanor, Su Chun approached the chair and took a seat. Some were visibly moved. To remain composed under the scrutiny of so many was no trivial feat. As time passed, Su Chun remained undisturbed, failing to stir any ripples. What was the sect leader's intention, lingering in the shadows? Though his expression betrayed nothing, Su Chen's mind was rife with speculation. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed. The crowd ceased their conversations and turned towards the entrance. Upon the appearance of the sect leader, they all bowed in respect. Su Chen also rose from his seat to pay his respects. "I pay my respects to the sect leader." The newcomer was none other than Qian Tianchen, the sect leader of the Shanna sect. As the crowd bowed, Qian Tianchen's gaze swept across the hall, ultimately resting on the standing Su Chun, his brow furrowing slightly. He was already aware of the matters concerning Tianluo Peak. Murong Qingshan had endorsed an obscure individual as the peak master, which he deemed a slight to his authority as sect leader. Simultaneously, a feeling of resentment towards Mu Tianyun surged within him, regretting not having dealt with Mu Tianyun back then. Suppressing his inner fury, he maintained a calm facade and slowly approached the main seat. "Everyone, please be seated," he commanded, gesturing as he took his place. The dozens of elders in the hall also settled into their respective positions on either side. "My esteemed elders, our Shanha sect faces formidable foes. The last time I was poisoned and lost my senses, I inadvertently acted against Peak Master Mu, which was merely the beginning. Now, our enemies have grown brazen, even slaying our esteemed elder, the master of Tianqi Peak, and our young sect leader. I have been compelled to leave seclusion and summon you all here, Tiancetang declared. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's gaze sharpened. He mused inwardly. This Tiancetang seeks to consolidate power. Yet, his expression remained unchanged, though resentment brewed within him. Old fool, are your eyes blind? I am perfectly well here, yet you claim I am injured. His gaze shifted to the other attendees in the hall. The sect leader speaks true. We face a grave threat. With the master of Tianluo Peak in seclusion and the master of Tianchi Peak slain, our Shanha sect indeed requires unification. Spoke an elder from the main peak. Su Chen scrutinized this elder, who appeared to be in his 30s. With a slightly dark complexion and a robust aura of Shanha energy, he was among the higher-ranking elders in the Shanha sect, possessing remarkable talent and early-stage cultivation in the Spirit Refinement realm. Within the main peak, there were 5 experts at the Spirit Refinement early stage, 2 in the mid-stage, 1 in the late stage, while the rest were also at the early stage. Beyond Tianchi Peak, it is quite similar to Tianluo Peak. From this observation, it can be discerned that the main peak possesses the greatest strength. The side of Tianchi Peak remains unmoved. Their peak master has been slain, and they have yet to elect a new leader. Moreover, Tianluo Peak has a peak master, which should logically prompt them to act first, merely aligning themselves with the situation. Some individuals did not cast their gaze towards Su Chen, but rather towards Murong Qingchun, who, in effect, is the current head of Tianluo Peak. Being a noble of the royal family, Master, we at Tianluo Peak have already appointed a new peak master. I firmly believe that under this new leader's guidance, our Tianluo Peak shall advance steadfastly, spoke Chui Wuhu, who had previously suffered a severe defeat at Su Chen's hands and had yet to recover. Having clashed with Su Chen, he understood that his opponent had not exerted his full strength. Furthermore, the ruthless nature displayed by Su Chen during their encounter convinced him that Su Chen was no ordinary foe. Having previously offended him, he now sought to mend their relationship. Upon hearing Chui Wuhu speak, Su Chen merely nodded slightly. Murong Qingchun, however, maintained a stoic expression. Nearby, an elder who had previously supported Su Chen spoke up, Master. Elder Chui speaks truthfully. We too believe that Peak Master Su can lead us. The elder's words were echoed by those accompanying him. As for Li Tianqing and several other elders, they remained silent for the moment. Qian Tianqian narrowed his eyes, directing his gaze towards a man clad in gray robes. Upon noticing Qian Tianqian's attention, the man began to step forward. This individual was another early-stage soul refinement expert from Tianluo Peak, named Lu Bu. Yet, just as he was about to advance, Li Tianqing stepped forward instead. Master, Peak Master Su is the leader of Tianluo Peak, and all matters concerning our peak shall adhere to his directives. Upon Li Tianqing's declaration, Lu Bu, who had intended to move forward, abruptly halted. He had not anticipated Li Tianqing's support for Su Chen, especially considering that Li Tianqing had occasionally shown disdain towards Mu Tianyan. Chapter 155, Framing. Self-inflicted misery. Qian Tianqian's expression changed instantly as he fixed a piercing gaze upon Li Tianqing. He too was taken aback by Li Tianqing's endorsement of Su Chen as the peak master. His eyes involuntarily shifted towards Murong Qingchen, who also displayed an expression of astonishment, indicating that she was unaware of this development. A heavy feeling settled in his heart as he glanced at Su Chen, who remained composed, as though this matter bore no relevance to him. I have underestimated the youth. The methods of the younger generation are indeed extraordinary, Qian Tianqian mused inwardly. At that moment, he suddenly emanated a forceful aura directed at Su Chen. However, as this pressure approached, Su Chen remained seated, effortlessly countering Qian Tianqian's imposing presence. Master, you mentioned being led astray by someone. I wonder if the potential threat has been eradicated and if you have discovered the identity of the one who attacked you? Su Chen inquired, determined not to be led by the strings of another. Hearing this, Qian Tianqian's expression tightened. He had not anticipated Su Chen to withstand his pressure and pose such a question. In that moment, the individuals within the grand hall turned their gazes toward Qian Tianqian. As the sect leader, it was perplexing how he could be ambushed and thrown into disarray. This left many questioning the nature of the assailant. Some, however, were astonished by Su Chen's audacious counterattack. How could one criticize others when their own issues remained unresolved? The investigation is still ongoing. Yet it appears that the assailants were likely dispatched by the Qinglong Society, stated Qian Tianqian, the leader of the Shanhua sect. His act of feigning disorientation to strike at Mu Tianyun was merely a ruse to mislead the elders. With the elders now deceased, he could not accuse them of orchestrating a scheme against him. Suddenly, memories of Qian Mu's earlier request for assassins from the Qinglong Society surged in his mind. If I attribute this to the Qinglong Society, then I shall ensure their members escort you on your final journey, Su Chun retorted coldly. He was increasingly convinced that Qian Tianqian had not sustained any injuries, and that the true conspirators must be the elders and the peak master of Tianqi Peak. The Qinglong Society now wields considerable influence in Lingnan Prefecture. You must remain vigilant, for they are the very ones who sought to eliminate the young Marquis and Commander Yanyu. Having failed in their initial attempt, it is likely they will strike again. For a killer organization seldom rests until their target is eliminated. Master, I propose we temporarily seal off the Shanhua sect, Su Chen suggested. However, sealing the mountain gates would prove futile. Su Chen's actions were merely to seize the current momentum and suppress Qian Tianqian. Murong Qingchun, seated below, observed with glimmering eyes, utterly taken aback by Su Chen's unexpected situation. He had anticipated that Su Chen would need time to acclimate to his position as peak master. Yet it became clear that he was more than a match for the leader of the Shanhua sect. With the peak master of Tianqi Peak slain, I believe it is imperative to swiftly appoint a new leader for Tianqi Peak to ensure proper vengeance for the fallen Luo Peak master. The remarks of Peak Master Su were met with agreement, as the three Soul Refinement Realm experts from Tianqi Peak voiced their support in unison. Su Chun had laid the groundwork for them. They must comply, or else the position of Peak Master would inevitably fall to someone from Qian Tianqian's faction. Qian Tianqian maintained a stoic expression, yet a chill coursed through him. He had been outmaneuvered by Su Chun. Since you refuse to heed my warnings, I shall seize the opportunity to eliminate you. A surge of murderous intent welled up within Qian Tianqian. There was little left to negotiate, Master. It is imperative that you expedite the arrangement of personnel to prevent the Qinglong Society from arriving. I shall take my leave with the disciples of Tianluo Peak, Su Chun declared, not allowing any opportunity for response as he rose and strode toward the exit of the hall. Insolence. At that moment, an elder from the main peak bellowed, unleashing a powerful sonic wave aimed directly at Su Chen's head. Bang! However, Li Tianqing swiftly positioned himself behind Su Chun. Raising his palm, a surge of energy emanated from his hand, poised to counter the assault from the elder. Boom! The air crackled as energy collided, unleashing a surge of force that swept outward in turbulent waves. At that moment, Li Tianqing propelled himself off the ground, his body shooting forward with remarkable speed. He closed in on his opponent, his fist clenched tightly, and unleashed a powerful punch before the other party could regain their senses. The elder, who had just risen to emit a sonic wave, was sent flying by this blow, crashing against the pillars of the grand hall. With a spurt of blood, he collapsed to the ground, convulsing, and soon drew his last breath. Unbeknownst to me, there were spies from the Qinglong Society within the main peak, attempting to ambush our sect leader. I have rid you of this threat, Master Qian Tianqian, Li Tianqing declared, bowing towards him. The hall fell into an eerie silence. The elder from the main peak had likely intended to reprimand Su Chun, but did not anticipate that Li Tianqing would take such lethal action. Branding the elder as a spy from the Qinglong Society, a blatant disregard for the sect leader's authority. Qian Tianqian's patience, previously unwavering, was now ignited with fury. He was determined to eliminate Li Tianqing with a single strike. Although Li Tianqing was formidable, he knew he had the upper hand, being on the brink of uniting his spirit and essence. Initially, he had intended to seize this opportunity to retreat into seclusion and seek a breakthrough. However, he never anticipated such turmoil would arise so soon after his isolation. Suppressing his inner wrath, he reflected on his 30 years as the leader of the Shana sect. Never expecting to face such a day, it felt as if the sect had transformed entirely during his brief retreat. Su Chun, unperturbed, stepped out of the sect leader's hall. He was assured that Qian Tianqian would not survive these next few days and felt no need to concern himself with the matter. Outside the hall, Murong Qingchen gestured for the elders to return to Tianluo Peak, choosing to accompany Su Chun. The sect leader is not as simple as you believe. If he intends to kill you, even with my hidden cards, I may not be able to protect you, he warned. How could he kill me when he is on the verge of death himself? Su Chen replied. The sect leader possesses a profound reservoir of Shanha energy. Coupled with vigorous vitality, how could he possibly perish? Murong Qingchen frowned slightly, regarding Su Chun. He mentioned being ambushed by the Qinglong Society, but according to our understanding, it was orchestrated by the Grand Elder and Luo Rui. If I were to disseminate this information throughout the Lingnan Prefecture, the Qinglong Society, in a bid to protect their reputation, would surely eliminate him, Su Chen asserted. Upon hearing this, Murong Qingshun was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Su Chen would consider such implications in that precarious moment. The Qinglong Society had recently emerged in Lingnan Prefecture, taking lives to bolster their reputation. If news were to spread that the leader of the Shanhe sect had been attacked by the Qinglong Society but survived, the society would undoubtedly act against the sect leader to preserve their own honor. Given the Qinglong Society's displayed might, it was indeed plausible they could bring about the sect leader's demise. Such is the consequence of one's own misdeeds. Chapter 156, Helian Xiaoyao, Bai Choufei, Lingnan Prefecture. Blood Flag Sect. After waiting for so many days, it is time to revisit the matter of the mine. Nalan Rongyan has indeed dispatched someone to investigate the mine, and they have been exceedingly cautious in concealing it. The figure in black beside Shang Wanshui spoke. Is that so? What if Bai Choufei does not engage in trade? Shang Wanshui inquired. Then we must seize it. The chaos in Lingnan Prefecture has already erupted. Why should we refrain from action? The man in the black robe retorted. However, the Jinfeng Shiyu building is backed by the enigmatic Tianya Pavilion, and I fear that our Blood Flag sect may not stand a chance against them. Shang Wanshui replied, his expression grave. It is not that he is unwilling to act, but rather that if the Blood Flag sect were to confront the Jinfeng Shiyu building, the odds of victory would be slim. The strength of the Jinfeng Shiyu building is mediocre, and currently, only Lung Huishan remains in Lingnan Prefecture. At that time, I will engage Lung Huishan, and you shall eliminate Bai Choufei. Together we will strike down Lung Huishan. The black-robed man said in a low voice. If we succeed in this endeavor, it would significantly enrich the clandestine coffers of Jinfeng Shiyu, and our master would surely reward us. You may even find an opportunity to leave this place. The black-robed man continued. Upon hearing of the possibility of escape, Shang Wanshui's eyes brightened. Very well, third senior brother, I shall heed your every word. Shang Wanshui nodded and swiftly departed. Watching Shang Wanshui's departing figure, the black-robed man's gaze flickered momentarily. One cannot afford to be careless. It is essential to seek additional assistance. Having spoken, the black-robed man turned and left as well. At this moment, within the Jinfeng Shiyu building, disguised as Helian Xiaoyao, Helian Chunxue appeared before Bai Choufei. Commander Helian, your visits to the Jinfeng Shiyu building over the past few days must surely extend beyond mere tea drinking. Bai Choufei poured a cup of tea for Helian Xiaoyao. White Master, I feel a strong affinity with you. Thus I wish to engage in a transaction, Helian Xiaoyao began. What sort of transaction do you propose? Bai Choufei asked, his demeanor calm. Helian Xiaoyao had been visiting for several days. It was inconceivable that he had no ulterior motive. Yet, Bai Choufei was unaware of his intentions, waiting patiently for the proposal to be unveiled. To his surprise, the commander of the Lingnan Prefecture's peacekeeping office appeared to show little concern for its affairs, remaining instead within the Jinfeng Shiyu building. There are two matters at hand. The first is that I seek your assistance in gathering information about the Qinglong Association. I wish to meet the leader of the Zhenghua Hall. The second matter is that I hope you will keep an eye on the movements of certain individuals in Lingnan Prefecture. Helian Xiaoyao produced a list from his bosom and placed it upon the table, his gaze fixed upon Bai Choufei. Bai Choufei maintained his placid demeanor, sipping his tea, his eyes not turning to the list. Instead, he spoke. I can indeed make contact with the two stewards of the Zhenghua Hall, but the hall's leader has yet to make an appearance, making contact rather challenging. The second matter I shall assist you with is merely a gesture of goodwill. One might wonder what benefits this holds for me. It seems that Commander Helian has no intention of offering compensation. Brother Bai, I have asserted that we could become confidants. Are you truly aware of my intentions? Indeed, I lack the funds to pay you, yet I can divulge a piece of information regarding the secrets of the former dynasty. Helian Xiaoyao stated, we already possess the information pertaining to the secrets of the former dynasty, and thus, your input is unnecessary. Should you desire, we can provide you with an additional copy. Let us discuss the price. After all, one must receive remuneration to render assistance, correct? Bai Choufei replied, Brother Bai, what if I were to reveal to you the true whereabouts of the Jin Mei Ping? Helian Xiaoyao continued, there's no need to elaborate on Commander Helian. We are aware that the Jin Mei Ping is likely at the Qinglong Temple. This information is already known to us. I am also cognizant of your purpose for visiting here, which is to deal with the Qinglong Temple. However, I must inform Commander Helian that the Qinglong Temple is the most formidable among the 9 northern prefectures, and one misstep could lead to your downfall here. Bai Choufei interjected. Upon hearing Bai Choufei's words, Helian Xiaoyao's expression shifted, and he regarded Bai Choufei with surprise. I did not anticipate that Master Bai possessed such extensive knowledge. There are none from your Jinfeng Shiyu Pavilion in the capital. This is of little consequence. What matters is that I understand your purpose. Furthermore, our Jinfeng Shiyu Pavilion engages solely in commerce. Naturally, we partake in various enterprises, including taverns and mines, encompassing all lucrative ventures aside from assassination. Bai Choufei continued. As for assassins, the Qinglong Association is involved. Your Jinfeng Shiyu Pavilion should not meddle in such affairs. Listening to Bai Choufei's words, Helian Xiaoyao remarked, Master Bai, your strength surpasses my expectations. I hope to cooperate with you. I can assist you in establishing a new Jinfeng Shiyu Pavilion in the capital. However, I would require your utmost support while I am in Lingnan Prefecture. Bai Choufei set down his teacup and looked at Helian Xiaoyao, stating, as long as Commander Helian can provide the necessary funds, I shall certainly render my full assistance. Do you not wish to enter the capital? Upon hearing Bai Choufei's words, Helian Xiaoyao inquired. When we desire to visit the capital, we shall do so independently, without the need for your assistance. It appears that without presenting some genuine silver, I cannot secure your support. Helian Xiaoyao retrieved a stack of banknotes from his robe and placed them on the table. Here lies 1,000,000 taels in banknotes. I wonder if this would suffice for Master Bai to promptly relay some crucial information to me. At that moment, Bai Choufei glanced at the list on the table, his gaze sharpening. He picked up the list and remarked, these individuals are not to be underestimated. Tracking them entails considerable risk, and I require 200,000 taels for this task. Bai Choufei extracted 2 banknotes from the table, pushing the remainder toward Helian Xiaoyao. The implication was unmistakable. He sought the full support of the Jinfeng Shiyu Pavilion, yet this sum was insufficient. You do not wish to venture to the capital. What if we add these banknotes to the quota for lodging in Yangzhou Prefecture, which falls under my jurisdiction as the Marquis of Zhennan? Helian Xiaoyao reiterated. The deal is struck. Bai Choufei once again withdrew the silver notes before him. In the capital, where formidable individuals converge, the strength of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower is yet insufficient to make its mark. However, in the 18 counties of Jiangnan, the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower indeed holds the capability to establish its presence. Of course, the timing of such an endeavor remains uncertain. As for the matter concerning the January leader of the Azure Dragon Society, we shall make every effort to facilitate it for you. Yet, I find myself somewhat perplexed. The Azure Dragon Society has just slain Helian Chunshui, and you, being of the Helian lineage, are in contact with them. Are you not concerned about arousing the suspicions of the Helian family? Bai Choufei inquired with a heavy tone. Chapter 157. Rejection. Analysis. The Azure Dragon Society is merely an assassin organization killing for a price, since others can hire the Azure Dragon Society to eliminate members of the Helian family. We too can enlist their services against them, Helian Xiaoyao asserted. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside, and Nalan Rongyan entered. Master, Shangwan Shui from the Blood Flag sect has come to see you, likely regarding the matter of the mine, she announced. He is indeed quite persistent regarding that mine. However, how could the Golden Wind and Drizzle Tower sell it to them when it holds such value? Bai Choufei replied coldly. Although no issues were uncovered at the mine, Bai Choufei was resolute in his decision to retain it. Directly refuse him. Do not let him meet me. He gestured dismissively. At this juncture, Helian Xiaoyao spoke up. If that mine is not particularly significant, I suggest that my brother considers selling it to them. Upon hearing this, Bai Choufei turned to Helian Xiaoyao, saying with a grave tone, it appears that Shangwan Shui is not as simple as he seems. It seems that my brother has not discovered the truth. Shangwan Shui actually hails from the Money Gang. The Money Gang? Bai Choufei's gaze sharpened, while Nalan Rongyan appeared taken aback. Master, if Shangwan Shui is indeed from the Money Gang, we have no need to make enemies over a mere mine. Nalan Rongyan interjected. Even if it is the Money Gang, it does not alter my decision. Bai Choufei shook his head. You may leave and refuse him. My brother, the Money Gang is a wealthy faction. You must consider this carefully, Helian Xiaoyao cautioned. Rest assured, there is no need for your concern, Commander Helian. I am well aware of your matters and will lend my full support. I shall take my leave for now. Bai Bai Choufei waved his hand. Helian Xiaoyao then stood, offering a slight bow before departing. After Helian Xiaoyao's exit, Nalan Rongyan approached, saying, "Master, the money gang controls 40% of the underground banking business in the southern territories of the Great Zhou dynasty. Their power is formidable, and it is entirely unnecessary for us to offend them. Under normal circumstances, that may be true. However, I do not believe that Shangwan Shui would persistently seek me out merely for an ordinary mine. There must be something extraordinary about that mine, and thus, I cannot relinquish the mineral resources," Bai Choufei stated solemnly. "But we have not uncovered any issues?" Nalan Rongyan queried. "The investigators were personally selected by her. They are highly experienced personnel, and it is unlikely they would err," he replied. "It may be something we have yet to uncover. Please conduct a more thorough investigation on your end," Bai Choufei instructed. He also intended to communicate with Su Chun. "Understood," Nalan Rongyan replied before turning to depart. Meanwhile, Helian Xiaoyao descended from upstairs, spotting Shangwan Shui seated in the guest room on the first floor. A sly smile crept across her face. Inside the guest room, Shangwan Shui wore a dark expression. As the esteemed leader of the Blood Flag sect, he found himself relegated to the guest quarters instead of being directly taken to meet Bai Choufei. This was not the first such indignity. However, his grim countenance quickly dissipated. For now, he needed the mine controlled by the Golden Wind and Drizzle building. The significance of the mine outweighed his temporary loss of face. Before long, Nalan Rongyan entered. "Apologizing, my apologies, sect leader Shangwan, but the master has instructed that discussions regarding the mine are to be postponed for now. You may take your leave." Upon hearing her words, Shangwan Shui's expression darkened further. "If that is the case, I shall take my leave," he declared, turning on his heel without lingering a moment longer in the Golden Wind and Drizzle building. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Tiancetang courtyard, Su Qin bid farewell to Murong Qingchen, preparing to descend the mountain and set matters in motion. "Miss, do you believe that the members of the Azure Dragon Society could succeed in eliminating the sect leader?" Kai Wei inquired. "If it were Jing Wuming and a Fei, it would be quite challenging to kill the sect leader. However, if the head of the Azure Dragon Society's first hall were to intervene, the situation could change dramatically." Murong Qingchen replied. "Miss, what do you think would become of the Mountain River sect if Tiancetang were to be slain? The Mountain River sect is a critical piece you have left in Lingnan Prefecture. Chaos now would lead to a considerable loss," Kai Wei remarked. "Tiancetang may have slipped from our grasp. Based on the aura he exhibited upon his recent appearance, it seems his spirit remains unscathed. I suspect he genuinely intends to severely wound my master," Murong Qingchen articulated. "Severely wound the Peak Master?" Kai Wei was somewhat perplexed. "Then you are somewhat behind Su Chen. He must have seen through this, right?" Kai Wei did not grasp the full extent of the situation. "Tiancetang feigned spiritual injury to strike at my master, intending to inflict serious harm while pretending to seclude himself, drawing out the Grand Elder and Luo Rui to attack him. He then reveals himself to subdue them. If he can suppress these two and my master is gravely injured, he would fully seize control of the Mountain River sect. Despite all his calculations, he did not foresee our support for Su Chun as the new Peak Master, nor did he anticipate that Su Chun would directly win over Li Tianqing. Speaking of which, I must admit I have a certain admiration for Su Chun. He managed to gain Li Tianqing's allegiance without making a sound. I have known him for many years and promised him numerous things, yet he never agreed to ally with me. Yet now, he has chosen to side with Su Chun. Do you know what transpired?" Murong Qingchen inquired. "It must be that they engaged in combat. The repairs on the ground at the Peak Master's Hall commenced just after we left, so the confrontation likely occurred shortly thereafter. From a destructive perspective, the clash between the two individuals exhibited tremendous explosive power," remarked Kai Wei. "This Su Chen's prowess has garnered recognition from Li Tianqing. His strength may surpass my expectations." Subsequently, Murong Qingchen inquired, "Have there been any updates regarding the Wujiden I requested through Fourth Brother?" Kai Wei responded, "The arrangements have been made on the Fourth Prince's end. I believe that once this batch of Wujiden is refined by the royal family, a pill will be sent to Lingnan Prefecture." "What is the situation in Lingnan Prefecture?" Kai Wei continued. "A new commander has emerged in the northern garrison, named Helian Xiaoyao, but I could not uncover any information regarding Helian Xiaoyao from the Helian family." Furrowing her brows, she added, "Helian Xiaoyao?" Murong Qingchen's brow slightly furrowed as she spoke. "Is there no news about Helian Xiaoyao from the South Town Marquis?" "No," Kai Wei replied. The Southtown Marquis has been in seclusion following the murder of Nalan Guyun and is currently indifferent to matters of the court. The Southtown Marquis is merely a member of the Nalan family. Is that so? What has Nalan Xiaoyao been up to lately? Has he not taken action against the Qinglong Society and the Lingua Sword sect? Murong Qingchen queried. One is the assassin organization responsible for Nalan Guyun's death, and the other is the catalyst for this incident. Nalan Xiaoyao should regard them with utmost seriousness. No, Nalan Xiaoyao has been at the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Kaiwei promptly replied. The Jinfeng Shiyu building. Does he intend to leverage its influence? Murong Qingchen pondered, her brows knitted in concern. Chapter 158. The meeting, Xiao Qiushui takes action in Lingnan Prefecture. Within a certain residence, Su Qin met with Xiao Qiushui. At this moment, after a day's time had passed, the news of the Mountain River sect's leader evading the Qinglong Society's assassins had spread throughout Lingnan Prefecture, igniting much discussion. Naturally, the leader of the Qinglong Society was aware of this as well. However, since the Mountain River sect was Su Qin's domain, he came to meet Su Qin. Master, we have decided to eliminate the leader of the Mountain River sect, Xiao Qiushui stated. I am here for the same purpose. He has brought this upon himself. And thus there is no need to spare him, Su Qin replied. Originally, he had intended to descend the mountain to deal with Tiancetang, but the news had already circulated shortly after his descent. There was no need for him to take action. The one who disseminated the information was undoubtedly associated with the Great Elder. They aimed to compel the Qinglong Society to assassinate Tiancetang. Su Qin would not impede their efforts, nor did he overly concern himself with the aftermath of the Mountain River sect leader's demise, as he was not destined to occupy that position. While he could hold dominion over Tianluo Peak, his qualifications were insufficient for the role of Mountain River sect leader, and the members from the other two peaks would not acquiesce. Very well, Master. I shall personally proceed to the Mountain River sect to claim the head of their leader. Let it be known the might of the Qinglong Society, Xiao Qiushui proclaimed. The leader of the Mountain River sect, Tiancetang, possesses some capabilities, possibly linked to the martial arts of the Qinglong Temple. Su Qin reflected, recalling what he had witnessed in the cold pool, and spoke in a grave tone. From the corpse's appearance, it is evident that the eminent monk of the Qinglong Temple must have perished many years ago, indicating that Tiancetang's prowess is likely far more formidable than it appears. Even if he has attained the state of divine soul unification, I could still vanquish him with a single sword strike. At this point, a profound confidence radiated from Xiao Qiushui's countenance. Since arriving in this world, he had yet to make a move. He hoped that the leader of the Shanha sect possessed some degree of strength. Without it, slaying the weak would not reflect the might of his Qinglong association, nor his own prowess. Very well, I shall personally witness it in due time. Su Qin was indeed eager to observe the scene of Xiao Qiushui dispatching Tiancetang. My lord, I shall take my leave. Xiao Qiushui bowed to Su Qin before departing. After his exit, the masked figure of Bai Choufei appeared before Su Qin. I greet you, my lord. Bai Choufei bowed respectfully. What has transpired? Su Qin inquired, gazing at the newly arrived Bai Choufei. My lord, the commander of the northern garrison of Lingnan Prefecture, Nalan Xiaoyao, has been frequenting my Jinfeng Shiyu building these past few days, seeking collaboration with us. He wishes for our assistance in tracking and investigating certain individuals. They can facilitate our accommodation in either the capital or the Yang Prefecture among the 18 prefectures of Jiangnan. I have opted for Yang Prefecture. Bai Choufei reported regarding the collaboration with Nalan Xiaoyao. The capital and Yang Prefecture. Evidently, he did not bring substantial forces with him this time. Yang Prefecture ranks 10th among the 18 prefectures of Jiangnan and is strategically advantageous. Should Jinfeng Shiyu establish a branch there, it would signify our entry into Jiangnan's 18 prefectures, a veritable hub of wealth for the great Zhou dynasty. Does he not seek vengeance for Nalan Guyun? Su Qin questioned. Nalan Xiaoyao seems to have some connection with Nalan Guyun, likely seeking to investigate the whereabouts of the Qinglong Association through Jinfeng Shiyu, Bai Choufei replied. There is no such intent. However, he wishes to meet the master of the January Hall of the Qinglong Association. My lord, he may potentially uncover our ties with the Qinglong Association, Bai Choufei stated gravely. The connection between intelligence organizations and assassination groups is quite commonplace. In fact, there is no need for concern on your part. Our strength in Lingnan Prefecture is indeed formidable, as Su Qin remarked. Your visit today is not solely for this matter, is it? There is another peculiar issue at hand. The leader of the Blood Banner sect, Shangwan Shui, has been insistent on acquiring a mine located outside our city and has approached me several times, demonstrating considerable interest. I have dispatched individuals to investigate, yet they have uncovered nothing. Today, he sought me out again, but I declined. However, Shangwan Shui hails from the money gang based in the capital, suggesting that there must be something significant within that mine, Bai Choufei explained. The money gang? Su Chun inquired, his expression momentarily taken aback. The current leader of the money gang, Jin Feihong, has presided over the organization for 40 years and reportedly possesses strength at the level of divine soul unification. The money gang operates both legitimate and underground financial institutions, controlling 40% of the underground banking sector, showcasing substantial power and resources, Bai Choufei elaborated. So formidable? A hint of surprise flickered in Su Chen's eyes, though his mind stirred with contemplation. The leader of the money gang is not Shangwan Jinhong, but rather Jin Feihong, which brings a sense of reassurance. This implies that if he were to draw Shangwan Jinhong, would he then dominate the money gang? If it were merely a common iron mine, Shangwan Shui would hardly be so eager. There must be something of significance within the mine. A gradual investigation will reveal clues soon enough, Su Chen remarked. However, today, Nalan Rongyan's interaction with Shangwan Shui, who issued threats, raises concerns that he might resort to force to seize the mine, Bai Choufei noted. If he dares to act, we shall obliterate his blood flag sect. However, we must remain vigilant regarding the forces behind him. After such a prolonged wait, I suspect he must have reinforcements, or he would not dare threaten you. Su Chen pondered aloud. My subordinates share this suspicion. We have dispatched individuals from the capital to gather intelligence, seeking out those from the money gang who have recently gone missing. If they have vanished, it is likely they have come to Lingnan Prefecture. After rejecting Shangwan Shui, Bai Choufei instructed Nalan Rongyan to collect information on the personnel of the money gang in the capital. Su Chen nodded and then inquired about any news from the Qingqing's Jin Fengshiyu Tower. Mr. Dugu has departed from Qingqing towards the frontier, and there are currently no leads. The master of Bai Tianyu Tower, having received a precious sword from the Lord, is now in seclusion. However, Jin Fengshiyu Tower has become the sole dominant force in Qingqing, and all powers are now beholden to it, Bai Choufei explained. Is that so? What of the situation in Lingnan Prefecture? Since the Qinglong Temple took command of the Lingyue Sword sect, they have not made further appearances, causing many factions to shift from proactive to a more watchful stance. It seems that a catalyst is needed to incite action, Bai Choufei analyzed. In that case, you should collaborate with Helian Xiaoyao. His aim is likely to incite chaos in Lingnan Prefecture as a means to counter the Qinglong Temple. Collaboration with him will necessitate a high price, Su Chen asserted. This is indeed the opportune moment for exploitation. We cannot afford to be lenient. The Helian clan's presence here suggests they have been dispatched by the prince, and if Bai Choufei engages with them, he can glean considerable information through various traces. Thus, contact with Helian Xiaoyao is of utmost importance. Chapter 159, Xiao Qiushui's Sword Path, Utterly Dominant. Once collaboration is established, Jin Fengshiyu Tower will remain constantly informed about the developments in Lingnan Prefecture. The Qinglong Temple is a colossal force in the northern 9 prefectures. If someone aims to challenge this giant, it is undoubtedly a significant matter that could incite great turmoil in Lingnan Prefecture, allowing him to fish in troubled waters and profit amidst the chaos. Of course, to gain benefits in this situation, strength is one aspect, but caution is equally essential. We must not be careless. After all, at present, we only have Xiao Qiushui, who has attained the realm of spirit and soul unity. The two exchanged casual remarks before Su Chen took his leave. Bai Choufei, on the other hand, was set to comprehensively advance the collaboration with Helian Xiaoyao. Upon returning to the Shanhe sect, a disciple handed Su Chen a letter. An hour later, a request for a meeting at Qianqi Valley arrived, signed by the Changhan Palace. No names were mentioned. To summon me to Qianqi Valley for a meeting is quite absurd, Su Chen coldly remarked. The situation at Shanhe sect is currently intricate. He genuinely fears that the esteemed leader of the Qiantian dust may be toying with him, possibly striking at him within the 1,000-foot valley. Of course, he possesses the experience card of Shui Yiren, which, under normal circumstances, should prevent any issues. However, should he unleash his immense power, many would begin to question him, leading to complications. Thus, he has decided against attending the meeting. Moreover, he is curious to observe how Xiao Qiushui intends to deal with Qiantian dust. Xiao Qiushui is renowned as the greatest hero of the Central Plains in the Wenshu, a master of his craft, and is unlikely to resort to assassination. Perhaps he will confront him directly. As for when he will act, Su Chun remains uncertain. Regarding the matter of the Changhan Palace, it is imperative to discuss it with senior sister Morong, as she has appointed him as the envoy of the Changhan Palace. Since the Changhan Palace has requested a meeting with him, he feels it is his duty to inform Morong Qingchen. After some contemplation, he made his way toward the Tianxue courtyard. At this moment, within the hall of the Shanhua sect, Tiancetang Dust wore a dark and stern expression. Before him stood an elderly man clad in a gray robe, the second elder of the Shanhua sect. The sect has 3 elders, with the grand elder deceased. The second elder, named Situ Rue, has always been aligned with Tiancetang Dust. The third elder is currently in seclusion, striving to reach the pinnacle of the Spirit Refinement realm. Within the sect's hall, news of the situation had spread throughout the Lingnan prefecture within a day, evidently intended to incite the Qinglong society against him. Who do you suspect leaked this information? Tiancetang Dust inquired. Su Chun of Tianluo Peak has descended the mountain, but by the time he did, this matter had already circulated. It is likely not his doing, but rather a scheme from those behind Luo Rue, Situ Rue responded. Have you gathered any leads on those behind Luo Rue? Tiancetang Dust pressed. I have uncovered some clues, which may involve the right minister, Zhai Tianyun. Situ Rue replied gravely. I have not wronged Zhai Tianyun. Why would he wish to target me? Tiancetang Dust furrowed his brow slightly. In that case, you should personally meet with Zhai Tianyun to ascertain his intentions. Understood. Situ Rue nodded affirmatively. At that moment, a sharp voice resonated from outside the hall of the Shanhua sect. Xiao Qiushui, the master of the January Hall of the Qinglong Society, has come to challenge the leader of the Shanhua sect. This voice was not only piercing but echoed throughout the entire sect. Upon hearing it, the leader of the Shanhua sect's gaze turned icy, and he swiftly exited the grand hall. Outside, on the plaza before the hall, Xiao Qiushui stood atop a grand pillar, sword in hand, gazing down at the approaching Tiancetang Dust. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Shanhua sect, having heard the declaration, displayed expressions of astonishment and hurried toward the hall. The master of the January Hall of the Qinglong Society has appeared at the Shanhua sect and directly challenged its leader. The audacity of the Qinglong Society is astounding. At the Tianxue courtyard, Su Chun handed the sealed envelope to Morong Qingchen. The representatives of the Changhan Palace have arrived. They wish to meet with you first. Morong Qingchen's brow furrowed slightly. Su Chun possessed her token, and logically, those from the Changhan Palace should seek her out first, rather than approaching Su Chun. Do you know who has come from the Changhan Palace? It is none other than Meng Shintong, one of the elders from the rear hall of Changhan Palace. Such a figure should not be seeking you. I will have Kaiwei investigate this matter, Morong Qingchen stated. Just then, Kaiwei rushed in, breathless. Miss, a grave situation has arisen. The leader of the Qinglong Association's January Hall, Xiao Qiushui, has personally come to the Shana Gate and is now waiting before the hall of the sect master. Kaiwei exclaimed, panting. What? A look of astonishment crossed Morong Qingchen's face, prompting her to inquire once more. You mean the leader of the Qinglong Association's January Hall, Xiao Qiushui, has come to the Shanha Gate in person? Kaiwei took a moment to calm herself and nodded. Then let us hasten to see. This leader of the Qinglong Association dares to appear in person. Is he here to kill Tiancetang Chun, or for some other purpose? Morong Qingchen set off first, with Su Chun and Kaiwei closely following behind. Their movement stirred the entire Shana Gate, as all disciples made their way toward the hall of the sect master. Though Su Chun and Kaiwei moved swiftly, by the time they arrived, a considerable crowd had gathered in the square outside the hall. What could be the reason for Leader Zhao's visit to the Shana Gate? Tiancetang Chen coldly addressed Xiao Qiushui. The reason is to eliminate you. It has come to my attention that you evaded an assassination attempt by our Qinglong Association, thus I have come personally. If you can survive under my sword, our association shall no longer engage in any missions concerning you, Xiao Qiushui replied, his form descending as he fixed his gaze upon Tiancetang Chen. Tiancetang Chen's expression darkened. He never anticipated that a mere statement of his would attract the attention of the Qinglong Association. Moreover, the opponent had openly challenged him, leaving him no opportunity to refuse, especially since it was he who had made such declarations. You Qinglong Association are exceedingly arrogant, having murdered our esteemed elder, the young master, and Master Luo Ruifeng. And you still dare to make a move against the sect master. Today, I shall lead the disciples of Shanha Gate to confront you, spoke Situ Rui, the elder who had accompanied Tiancetang. However, before he could finish his words, the atmosphere began to shift dramatically. The air above grew heavy, and wielding his long sword, Xiao Qiushui, with his hair flowing and robes billowing, exuded an overwhelming sword intent that soared into the heavens. His gaze fixed upon the speaking Situ Rui, and then the immense sword energy coalesced within his blade. With a single stroke, a brilliant beam of sword light erupted forth, piercing the sky with the force of a cleaving ocean. Boom! This strike, infused with formidable sword energy, shone brightly enough to obscure the sun and moon, severing rivers and seas. Situ Rui, who had spoken, hastily retreated, terror etched upon his face as he sought aid. Yet, his voice failed to escape his lips. Boom! In the aftermath of the sword light, Situ Rui was instantly cleaved in two. Xiao Qiushui's strike was mercilessly overwhelming. Standing beside him, Tiancetang had yet to react before witnessing the bloodied remains of Situ Rui. Chapter 160. Unity of Spirit and Soul. Sword Qi dominates the realm. A palpable tension enveloped the square. Those who had previously shown signs of restlessness suddenly withdrew, their gazes filled with astonishment as they fixed upon Xiao Qiushui. One strike, resonating like a cataclysm, possessed the power to sever rivers and oceans, instilling a sense of inevitable demise in those who dared to approach. Tiancetang's expression darkened, for Xiao Qiushui exuded an undeniable pressure, suggesting he had likely entered the realm of spirit and soul unity. This state, where the spirit and corporeal form become one, allows one to refine the essence of heaven and earth for personal use. It was a level Tiancetang had aspired to reach for many years. Despite his arduous practice of the esoteric arts at Qinglong Temple, he had yet to attain this pinnacle, having comprehended its intricacies but failing to make the final leap. The pressure from Xiao Qiushui indicated that he had indeed succeeded in this unification. You are so close, Tiancetang thought. Yet without that final push, you stand no chance. I shall assist you in achieving spirit and soul unity, and then we shall engage in battle. Xiao Qiushui regarded Tiancetang, his aura swelling as it bore down upon him, not with the intent to kill, but rather to facilitate Tiancetang's ascension to this coveted state before ultimately confronting him. Meanwhile, Su Chun and Murong Qingchun arrived at the outskirts of the square. Miss, be cautious. This individual has reached the realm of spirit and soul unity and emanates a formidable pressure, likely placing him among its elite, a voice cautioned Murong Qingchun. As a member of the royal lineage, she was accompanied by a protector, a master of spirit and soul unity. Murong Qingchun's gaze sharpened as she observed Xiao Qiushui. Under the weight of his presence, Tiancetang's aura fluctuated, teetering on the brink of transformation. His strength had been well concealed, and she murmured to herself, Xiao Qiushui is aiding him in his ascension to spirit and soul unity. Upon entering the square, Su Chun perceived the unfolding scene, his eyes narrowing in realization. He had initially believed Xiao Qiushui intended to slay Tiancetang with a single strike, only to discover he was, in fact, assisting him in his elevation. Xiao Qiushui was a true hero, unlike Jing Wuming and a Fei, who wielded their swords solely for the purpose of killing. Su Chun, with his own capabilities, would have simply appeared and dispatched Tiancetang without hesitation. However, should Tiancetang break through to spirit and soul unity, the situation could indeed shift dramatically. Elders from the Shanhua sect, having observed Xiao Qiushui's actions, remained on the periphery, merely watching the unfolding events without intervening. Boom! Under the oppressive force exerted by Xiao Qiushui, Tiancetang's aura surged as he shattered the threshold of his limitations, experiencing a dramatic transformation in his essence. His gaze locked onto Xiao Qiushui. I have lingered at the pinnacle of soul refinement for so many years, unable to breach the realm of spirit and soul unity. You have not only revealed this powerful essence to me, but also compelled me to overcome my limitations, aiding me in achieving this union. I should be grateful to you. However, I now seek to end your life. I am most curious to discover why you possess such confidence in your ability to kill me. I neglected to inform you that even before I stepped into the realm of spirit unity, I was capable of contending with those who have achieved it. Tiancetang remarked coldly, gazing at Xiao Qiushui. Upon hearing Tiancetang's assertion, a wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd in the square. They had not anticipated that their leader, Tiancetang, could engage in combat with those at the Spirit Unity stage while still in the Spirit Refinement stage. Murong Qingchen, observing from the sidelines, felt a subtle shift in her expression. As she regarded the imposing presence of Tiancetang, she mused inwardly. His ability to confront Spirit Unity at the Spirit Refinement stage must stem from some extraordinary technique. The disciples of the Mountain River sect were ablaze with fervor, their eyes shining with intensity. The audacity of Xiao Qiushui from the Azure Dragon Association was staggering, and they were eager to witness their leader vanquish him. An elder from Tianqi Peak, observing the unfolding scene, narrowed his eyes and gestured for a disciple to approach. Inform the higher-ups of the situation here, he commanded. Yes, I shall relay the message at once. The disciple replied hastily, blending into the crowd and swiftly departing from the Mountain River sect to disseminate the news. The Azure Dragon Association had been instigated by them. Yet they had not anticipated that Xiao Qiushui would reveal himself in such a manner, allowing Tiancetang to reach the Spirit Unity stage. Now, let us see how you intend to kill him, the man thought coldly as he surveyed Xiao Qiushui. Meanwhile, Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Sister, who do you think will emerge victorious? He inquired. Murong Qingchen shook her head, replying, if Tiancetang had not entered the Spirit Unity realm, he would have had little chance. However, now that he has, it will be exceedingly difficult for the opponent to eliminate him. Moreover, we are within the Mountain River sect. She emphasized the significance of their location. Should the disciples of the Mountain River sect join forces with Tiancetang to besiege Xiao Qiushui, the latter would have no option but to flee. As the leader of the Azure Dragon Association, Xiao Qiushui must possess absolute confidence in his ability to eliminate Tiancetang. Su Chen remarked. Naturally, if the opponent were not Xiao Qiushui, he would not dare to make such claims. The fact that Xiao Qiushui had taken such bold actions indicated his assurance in being able to vanquish his foe. It seems you have a favorable opinion of Xiao Qiushui. Shall we place a wager to see who prevails? Murong Qingchen proposed. Do you believe Tiancetang will win? Su Chen asked. I wager that Xiao Qiushui will not be able to kill Tiancetang and will instead retreat. She asserted. Is that so? Then I shall bet that Xiao Qiushui will indeed slay Tiancetang. But I wonder, what are the stakes of your wager? Su Chen replied. If you win, I shall assist you in becoming the leader of the Mountain River sect. If I win, you must grant me 3 requests. Murong Qingchen declared. Assist me in becoming the leader of the Mountain River sect? I lack the qualifications for such a position. Su Chen shook his head in denial. In this world, strength and influence reign supreme. I possess the power to help you ascend to leadership. Why should you not be able to achieve it? Of course, subduing the other 2 peaks poses a significant challenge, Murong Qingchen explained. Tianluo Peak had long established its strategy, enabling it to swiftly seize control. However, the other 2 peaks had seen minimal infiltration. To conquer them would require a significant sacrifice. Nevertheless, she believed that the price was justifiable, and thus, she was willing to pay it. It remained uncertain whether her junior brother would be inclined to take the gamble. Very well, Su Chen nodded, his gaze drifting towards the battlefield. Xiao Qiushui, wielding a long sword, regarded Tiancetang with an unruffled demeanor. Is that so? I wonder if you can withstand a single strike from me. As Xiao Qiushui spoke, the sword energy emanating from her began to surge. The moment this aura manifested, every individual present in the plaza involuntarily shuddered, retreating instinctively for fear of being struck by this formidable power. At that moment, the intensity of her aura transcended the previous domineering presence, exuding a sense of suppression that enveloped all. Chapter 161, A Single Strike to Kill. Departing gracefully as Tiancetang observed the immense sword energy bursting forth from Xiao Qiushui, his expression sharpened. A murky aura enveloped him, serving to counter the pressure of her sword energy. It is not the mountain and river vitality, Murong Qingchen remarked gravely, noting the aura surrounding Tiancetang. Su Chen's gaze narrowed. He recognized the martial arts from which this grayish aura derived. It was from the tome of life and death of the Qinglong Temple. He had acquired the tome, but had yet to begin his cultivation. However, he had perused its contents and was aware of its principles. This gray aura must be the energy of death. In the tome of life and death, the cycle of life and death is explored, where vitality transforms into death energy, and vice versa. To his astonishment, he realized Tiancetang had already attained the realm of death energy. He could only speculate at which stage of the transformation he had arrived. At that moment, a figure appeared beside Murong Qingchen, clad in a gray robe. Appearing to be in their 50s, their eyes reflecting surprise as they regarded the imposing presence of Tiancetang. Morong Qinshun was taken aback to see this individual. "Mr. Qin, is there an issue?" she inquired. The death energy emanating from Tiancetang bore a connection to a technique from Qinglong Temple, yet it seemed improbable. The figure known as Mr. Qin murmured to himself, "Qinglong Temple?" Upon hearing this, Morong Qinshun's expression tightened. Su Chun, standing beside her, remained composed. He discerned that such a person was not easily underestimated, and he had already arrived at his conclusions. "Let us observe, this battle has gained intrigue." Mr. Qin had not initially noticed Tiancetang, but now it was evident. "The fist of life and death," Tiancetang shouted, his body surging forward. Launching an attack towards Bai Choufei, he transformed into an apparition, appearing before her in the blink of an eye, delivering a punch aimed squarely at her chest. Within this strike resided an immense force infused with the death energy that erodes innate vitality. The sword energy of Bai Choufei surged forth, akin to a venomous dragon, erupting with ferocity. Bai Choufei maintained an unruffled demeanor as he wielded his long sword, cleaving through the air to meet the oncoming fist shadow. A resounding explosion echoed as the fist collided with the blade, generating a tempestuous force. Following the initial strike, the opponent's body remained undeterred, launching another punch, the pallor of his fist becoming increasingly oppressive. With a thunderous clash, Bai Choufei's sword descended once more, its energy colliding with the ominous aura. A deep thud resonated, and the resultant force created a shockwave that swept across the surroundings. The two figures swiftly separated, with Bai Choufei retreating 2 steps, while Tiancetang merely stepped back once. Observers noted that from the front, Tiancetang seemed to hold the upper hand, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the crowd. However, as Tiancetang steadied himself, his pupils narrowed slightly. The malevolent energy surrounding his fist, upon colliding with Bai Choufei's sword, was unexpectedly rent asunder, with some of the sword energy piercing through to strike his fist. What a ferocious sword energy, he mused inwardly, though he spoke of life and death fist techniques. These techniques were derived from his comprehension of the great sutra of life and death. Ultimately, they were rooted in the same text. "If this is the extent of your prowess, I must admit to a measure of disappointment," Bai Choufei remarked, scrutinizing Tiancetang. Upon arriving in this realm, his strength was a harmonious fusion of spirit and soul, yet he was uncertain of the true capabilities of those who had achieved such unity here. Thus, he assisted Tiancetang in attaining this level, yet the results left him somewhat unsatisfied. As Bai Choufei spoke, the sword energy around him surged dramatically, exuding a sharpness that caused the spectators in the square to instinctively tighten their pores and begin to retreat. This was a stark contrast to the previously suppressed sword energy, reminiscent of that which had vanquished Situ Rue, yet more formidable. Tiancetang, too, sensed the mounting pressure of this strike, his gaze sharpening. "Is that so? I possess a technique that will determine if you can withstand it." At this juncture, Tiancetang resolved to reveal his true strength. Unleashing the most potent move he had gleaned from the great sutra of life and death, the river of energy within him surged, intertwining the life-giving force with the deathly aura. These two energies coursed through his being, flooding into his palm, where a grayish-white radiance materialized, emanating a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. With a powerful stomp, Tiancetang lunged forward with the agility of a leopard, delivering a palm strike aimed squarely at Bai Choufei. In that moment, a glimmer of resolve flickered in Bai Choufei's eyes. There was no thought of evasion. He simply raised his sword and struck. A cataclysmic blow. He intended to eradicate his opponent with a single stroke. Having already discerned the extent of his adversary's capabilities and deeming it unnecessary to hold back, with a resounding crash, the boundless energies of heaven and earth converged upon his long sword, which he then swung forth with unparalleled force. This sword strike, compared to the preceding one, was even more ferocious and astonishing, causing the heavens and the earth to change hue. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky. The sword light descended, colliding with the fist struck forth by Tiancetang. Contrary to what everyone had anticipated, the force did not sweep through the air. Instead, the sword energy directly tore through the ashen-white aura, aimed at Tiancetang. In that moment, Tiancetang appeared as if he were meeting Bai Choufei's blade head-on. With a swift motion, the sword light flickered, and the unusual colors in the sky vanished entirely. Xiao Qiushui leapt gracefully into the air, drifting away. The spectators in the square found themselves momentarily stunned. By the time they regained their senses, they could only see Tiancetang, still in a striking posture at the center of the square. A glint of unwillingness shone in his eyes. "Mr. Qin, what has happened to Tiancetang?" Morong Qingshan inquired. Observing Tiancetang's stance within the square, one sword strike has slain him. Xiao Qiushui's sword energy is overwhelmingly fierce. Even I could not withstand that blow. The man clad in gray beside her expressed astonishment. Xiao Qiushui, the leader of the Qinglong Society, when did such a formidable spirit master emerge? Murmured Mr. Qin in a hushed tone. Mr. Qin, are you implying? Morong Qingshan's gaze shifted back toward Tiancetang. At this moment, Tiancetang leaned forward. But as he did, a resounding thud echoed. An endless surge of sword energy erupted from within him, tearing his body apart. Blood and flesh splattered across the vicinity. Some disciples of the Shanhua sect, attempting to approach, were struck by the sanguine remnants infused with sword energy, emitting anguished cries. Master! Some elders from the main peak roared in alarm, fully aware that Xiao Qiushui had departed. Otherwise, they would not have dared to shout so boldly. Chapter 162. Movements from all parties. Using a knife to kill in the residence of the right minister of the Lingnan prefecture, Zhai Tianyun. A look of disbelief crossed his face. What? You say Tiancetang was killed by Xiao Qiushui, the leader of the Qinglong Society, who possesses the strength of a spirit master? Zhai Tianyun questioned the Shanhua sect disciple before him, his expression shifting. Indeed, that Xiao Qiushui even assisted Tiancetang in reaching the spirit master realm, the disciple replied, still in a state of shock. The sheer strength of Xiao Qiushui had left a profound impression on him. The leader of the Qinglong Society was extraordinarily powerful. Zhai Tianyun's demeanor grew serious. Although he intended to use the Qinglong Society to deal with Tiancetang, he had not expected their leader to be so formidable. Clearly, it would be wise to foster a connection with the Qinglong Society. Zhai Tianyun contemplated this before speaking. I have been informed and will arrange for individuals to assist you in vying for the position of leader of the Shanhua sect. Regardless, with Tiancetang deceased, their initial plans have been fulfilled. This bodes well for them. Now, the focus must shift to how to seize control of the Shanhua sect. The Shanhua sect disciple bowed and exited the room promptly. The matter has likely reached the ears of the authorities, though I wonder what their thoughts may be, pondered Zhai Tianyun. Meanwhile, within the residence of the prefect, Wen Yifan was engaged in conversation with a man clad in a brocade robe. Your infiltration plan has been executed commendably, having secured the allegiance of so many sections. The third prince will undoubtedly be pleased upon learning of this, remarked the brocade-robed man. Gazing at Wen Yifan, this is our duty. By the way, what is your opinion on Helian Xiaoyao? I was unaware that the Helian family had such an individual. Wen Yifan inquired. I am not well acquainted with this person either. However, he was personally appointed by the Marquis of South Town, indicating he possesses considerable capabilities. It is prudent to assist him, particularly as the seventh prince is the key player in our dealings with the Qinglong Temple, replied the brocade-robed man, Lu Chun. I understand. I merely wish to discern the background of this Helian Xiaoyao. Upon his arrival, he went to the Jinfeng Shiyu building, where he lingered for several days. It appears he has some connection to that establishment, Wen Yifan stated. Jinfeng Shiyu building? Are you referring to the recently emerged power in Lingnan Prefecture, which has ties to the Tianyich? Lu Chun responded solemnly. Indeed, this faction is formidable, having produced several strong individuals. One among them exhibited a power that reached the realm of spirit and soul unity. Wen Yifan remarked, his brow furrowed. Such a display of strength warrants your engagement. You should explore potential alliances that could benefit the third prince, Lu Chun suggested gravely. We were in the midst of an investigation and intended to send someone to make contact. But with the emergence of Helian Xiaoyao, I must reconsider my approach. Wen Yifan replied. As he spoke, an elderly man resembling a steward entered with measured steps. Master, we have just received news from the Shanhua Gate. Xiao Qiushui from the Qinglong Association has personally arrived at the Shanhua Gate and has slain the gate master, Tiancetang. Xiao Qiushui possesses strength at the level of spirit and soul unity. The elder reported with a bow. What? The brocade-robed man was taken aback, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Meanwhile, Wen Yifan's expression turned serious. The elder then recounted the events that transpired at the Shanhua Gate. Tiancetang had concealed himself well. It is surprising that a single word led to his demise. However, my friend, The emergence of such a formidable expert in Lingnan Prefecture is not encouraging, Lu Chen remarked solemnly. On the contrary, I perceive it as advantageous. The Qinglong Association is an assassin organization. Imagine the scenario if they were to target the individuals of the Qinglong Temple, Wen Yifan expressed. But do they have the audacity? They do. They dared to kill even the young Marquis Helian Chunshui. So why would they hesitate to eliminate those from the Qinglong Temple? Fukong, gather the funds you have amassed and transfer them to Zhai Tianyun, instructing him to arrange for the Qinglong Association to eliminate the leader of the Lingwei Sword Sect and Kong Hai of the Qinglong Temple. I believe this will ignite a great conflict in Lingnan Prefecture. Upon hearing Wen Yifan's words, Lu Chen nodded. Indeed, this course of action will certainly expedite our progress. By the way, have the people from the Cold Moon Sect found anything? Not yet, replied Wen Yifan. Though the Holy Maiden of the Cold Moon Sect is young, her abilities are remarkable. There is no need for haste. Meanwhile, within the North Town Protectorate of Lingnan Prefecture, Helian Xiaoyao remarked, as I suspected. The leader of the Qinglong Society's New Year's Hall is indeed a formidable being, possessing the strength of a united spirit. Young master, does the emergence of such a powerful figure in Lingnan Prefecture benefit us in any way? Inquired the burly man beside him. For us, there is no advantage or disadvantage. Our presence here serves merely as a facade. The true action will not be taken by us, Helian Xiaoyao responded. With their current strength, attempting to confront the Qinglong Temple would be tantamount to courting death. He would not engage in such folly. Then, young master, should we still make contact with the Qinglong Society? The burly man asked. Certainly. Although we are merely a distraction, we must execute this role well, Helian Xiaoyao asserted. Understood. The man replied promptly. Young master, Princess Qingchun is at the Shanhua Gate. Should we pay her a visit? He suggested. For now, it is best to refrain from visiting. She has consistently supported the fourth prince, while my father has decided to back the seventh prince. To avoid unnecessary complications, I shall not pay my respects. Moreover, she does not even know who I am, Helian Xiaoyao whispered. Have there been any updates from the Jinfeng Shiyu building? He then inquired. As he awaited assistance from Bai Choufei to connect with Xiao Qiushui of the Qinglong Society's New Year's Hall. Young master, I fear Bai Choufei may not be able to establish a connection with Xiao Qiushui of the Qinglong Society, given our significant emphasis on the Jinfeng Shiyu building. Could this present an issue? The burly man voiced his concerns. For the past few days, Helian Xiaoyao has been frequenting the Jinfeng Shiyu building, leading him to believe that the young master places great importance on Bai Choufei. It is merely for show. I suspect many are currently investigating my ties to the Jinfeng Shiyu building, Helian Xiaoyao chuckled. He had been visiting Bai Choufei for tea and conversation, partly to explore collaboration and partly to create the impression of a connection with the Jinfeng Shiyu building. As they conversed, a guard of the protectorate entered. Commander, this letter has been delivered from the Jinfeng Shiyu building. The guard presented a piece of parchment to the burly man. Upon unfolding the letter and casting a glance at its contents, the man's eyes flickered slightly. He gestured for the guard to withdraw and approached Helian Xiaoyao, whispering, The Jinfeng Shiyu building has made contact with the Qinglong Society. They have arranged a meeting with Xiao Qiushui, the leader of the Qinglong Society's New Year's Hall. Chapter 163. The Struggle for Leadership at Shanhua Gate. Outside the city, at the Shishan mine, the Jinfeng Shiyu building currently owns the mine. Within the mine, hundreds of workers tirelessly extract ore, while several guards from the Jinfeng Shiyu building oversee the operations. Outside the mine, in a small cabin, two individuals clad in overseer's attire were engaged in conversation. Our auspicious days are drawing near. If we can seize the Shishan mine this time, we shall finally escape this wretched place. One of them took a sip of wine, deftly picking up a piece of meat with his chopsticks and placing it in his mouth. Indeed, although there is an abundance of fish and meat here, it lacks amusement. We cannot venture out freely like others. After all, that area requires constant vigilance. Another replied. Just then, urgent bird calls pierced the air, causing both men to change their expressions. They quickly set down their food and drink. We must depart. A great battle is about to erupt here. They simultaneously exited the room. Foreman Lu, it seems you are enjoying your feast, remarked a blue-robed overseer upon seeing the two. Perhaps we have indulged a bit too much. We need to relieve ourselves. Foreman Wu replied with a smile. As they spoke, they made their way towards the forest behind the building. The blue-robed overseer, suspecting nothing amiss, headed toward another small cabin. Suddenly, a blood-red arrow pierced through the blue-robed overseer. With the appearance of this arrow, Dozens more rained down from the sky. Alarm! Enemy attack! Cried one man, as a flare ascended into the sky. However, before he could finish, an arrow pierced his throat. His eyes turned towards the direction from which the lethal arrow had come. A group clad in crimson armor, riding blood-red steeds, was charging towards them. The Blood Flag sect, the 13 guardians of the Blood Flag. Witnessing this scene, the man with the pierced throat uttered a hoarse sound. As his words fell, his body collapsed to the ground. Kill them all, leave no survivors, commanded one of the 13 guardians with a sweep of his long blade. The disciples of the Blood Flag sect followed closely behind, rushing towards the mine. In an instant, the mine was awash with blood. At the Lingnan prefecture, Bai Choufei's gaze sharpened as he saw the smoke rising outside the city. At that moment, Nalan Rongyan hurriedly entered Bai Choufei's residence. Something has occurred at the Shishan mine. I have already dispatched someone to investigate. Nalan Rongyan informed him. How is the investigation into the Shishan mine, the one the Blood Flag sect desires? Bai Choufei inquired. I am currently seeking someone knowledgeable in or research, preparing to send them for further investigation. Nalan Rongyan replied. The individuals previously sent were not well versed in mining. They were merely investigators. There should be no issues with the personnel, so the problem must lie with the mine itself. Thus, Nalan Rongyan wished to find someone familiar with the mine for another investigation. Come, let us go see for ourselves. Bai Choufei declared. He had never been to the Shishan mine, but given the importance the Blood Flag sect placed on it and the current situation, it was the perfect opportunity for him to take a look. At the Mountain River sect, the atmosphere was tense. The master, the Grand Elder, the Young Master, and the Peak Master of Tianqi had all been slain, casting a shadow over the sect. Many were frightened, quietly leaving in preparation to return only once the storm had passed. Meanwhile, at Tianluo Peak, Li Tianqing stood before Su Chun. Peak Master. The Shanha sect currently lacks a leader. You are the only Peak Master. The position of the sect leader rightfully belongs to you. Li Tianqing was persuading Su Chun to assume the role of sect leader. Elder Li, I appreciate your kind intentions, but my experience is insufficient. Su Chun replied. Some elders from Tianluo Peak support my ascension to Peak Master, yet they may not necessarily endorse me as the sect leader. Furthermore, the elders from Tianqi Peak may also oppose my leadership. This is only one aspect. We must also consider the presence of the third elder in the Shanha sect. My ambition to become the sect leader seems daunting. Su Chun spoke, having gained some understanding of the situation within the Shanha sect. The first elder had always been in opposition to the sect leader, while the second elder, a supporter of the sect leader, had already been slain by Xiao Qiushui. As for the third elder, he had been in seclusion, rarely making an appearance, yet his influence should not be overlooked. Currently, there were two formidable factions within the Shanha sect, one led by his dubious master and the other by the reclusive third elder. Peak Master, if you forge a good relationship with me, you could secure the support of 10 elders from Tianqi Peak and, along with the 3 from Tianluo Peak. That would give you the backing of 14 elders. 14 is a meager number. The elders of the main peak number over 30, while those from Tianqi Peak are around 25. Let us observe the situation for now and refrain from rushing. You should also discreetly cultivate relationships with certain elders. Finances are not an issue. Su Chun declared, producing a stack of banknotes from his robe. He had made a considerable profit at Chongqing Palace and currently possessed substantial funds. Since Li Tianqing was facilitating this matter, he decided to strive for it as well. I understand. However, Peak Master, you must also engage with Murong Qingchen. If she supports you, along with my assistance, your ascension to sect leader will not be a problem. Li Tianqing advised. I have my own arrangements. You need only follow my instructions. Su Chun commanded. Understood. I shall take my leave now. Li Tianqing swiftly departed after receiving the banknotes from Su Chun. Meanwhile, at Tianluo Peak, the previous Peak Master, Mu Tianyun, remained in seclusion within his cave. Clad in white, Murong Qingchen opened the door and entered the cave. Inside, Mu Tianyun sat cross-legged on a stone bed. Hearing the sound, he opened his eyes and saw Murong Qingchen enter. Qingchen, you have arrived. Is there something amiss outside? Mu Tianyun inquired, his complexion pale and his voice weak, indicating his injuries had yet to heal. Master, the Shanha sect has undergone a tremendous upheaval. The sect leader, the young sect leader, the first elder, the Tianqi Peak Master, and the second elder have all fallen. Murong Qingchen recounted the recent events. What? Upon hearing Murong Qingchen's words, Mu Tianyun's eyes widened in disbelief. He struggled to comprehend her statement. finding it difficult to accept such astonishing news. It was hard to fathom that such a drastic change could occur in just a few days of his seclusion. The cave fell silent for a moment. Makita Yun's face revealed a glimmer of joy. "Qingchun, do you think if I seclude myself and emerge now, I could become the sect leader of the Mountain River sect?" The position of sect leader is a thought that crosses anyone's mind, and Makita Yun is no exception. Given the current circumstances of the Mountain River sect, Master, you and the third elder have the greatest chance. However, Master, the elders likely have backing from certain individuals, and I fear they may attempt to seize the position of sect leader. With your injuries, I am concerned, Murong Qingchun said, furrowing her brow. Upon hearing her words, Makita Yun was taken aback. His current injuries could easily be fatal even to someone at the pinnacle of spirit refinement. Yet, he felt a sense of unwillingness. This was a rare opportunity. "Qingchun, if you assist me in becoming the sect leader of the Mountain River sect, I shall ensure that the sect follows the orders of the fourth prince. I am willing to offer a hidden treasure of our sect to the fourth prince," Makita Yun declared. Upon hearing his words, Murong Qingchun fell into contemplation. After a moment, she replied, "I will help you attain the position of sect leader." Her purpose for coming here was precisely this. Chapter 164. The third elder Nangong Wu, Helian Xiaoyao meets Xiao Choufei. As a noblewoman of the Dazhou royal family, how could Murong Qingchun arrive at the Mountain River sect without reason? Her objective was to acquire some wealth from the sect. Long ago, she had discovered fragments of ancient texts that mentioned the Mountain River sect. The founder of the sect was a man named Bai Choufei. The ancient texts suggested that Bai Choufei might have hailed from the Yuanyang Palace outside Taiching in the Jiangnan region. At that time, another power, the Blackwater Palace, rose to prominence, naturally replacing the Yuanyang Palace as the foremost authority in Taiching. It was rumored that the Blackwater Palace left no survivors within the Yuanyang Palace. The texts did not elaborate on how Bai Choufei managed to escape. Ultimately, he arrived in Lingnan County and established the Mountain River sect. The writings also indicated that Bai Choufei brought with him a treasure trove from the Yuanyang Palace. As Murong Qingchun was on her way to Lingnan County, she decided to join the Mountain River sect. However, she had not uncovered any useful information until now. With the position of sect leader opening up and Makita Yun unexpectedly mentioning this matter, she prepared to lend her support to Makita Yun in his quest for the leadership. The previously considered Su Chun would serve as a means to keep Makita Yun in check. Upon hearing Murong Qingchun's agreement, joy illuminated Makita Yun's face. He was aware that a formidable being, one who had achieved the unity of spirit and form, stood by Murong Qingchun's side. With such powerful support, the position of sect leader would surely be within his grasp. As for aligning with the fourth prince, he was, in essence, Murong Qingchun's master. To others, he was already considered part of the fourth prince's faction. Meanwhile, Su Chun remained oblivious to the fact that an agreement had been forged between Murong Qingchun and Makita Yun. Deep within the heart of the Mountain River sect, inside a cave, a searing aura permeated the space, intermingled with a wave-like energy. Amidst this fiery atmosphere stood a middle-aged man, whose features were ordinary, yet his eyes radiated an unwavering resolve. This individual is the third elder, Nangong Wu, who has been in seclusion at the Shanhua sect. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded from the stone door outside the cave. The meditating Nangong Wu furrowed his brow slightly, opened his eyes, and felt the intense heat and tidal sensation around him dissipate. He slowly rose from the stone bed and made his way outside. Seclusion is not merely fasting. A few days without sustenance may be manageable, but enduring a prolonged period without food or drink is not feasible. Therefore, there are designated individuals responsible for providing sustenance to those in seclusion. Typically, the food is merely placed at a designated opening without disturbing the practitioner. Upon reaching the stone door, Nangong Wu opened it. Master, the visitor, resembling a middle-aged man, was none other than Nangong Wu's eldest disciple, Du Hongtao. What has transpired? Nangong Wu inquired. Master, the sect leader, the elder, the young sect leader, and the master of Tianqi Peak have all been slain. Du Hongtao promptly recounted the events that had unfolded. Upon hearing this, Nangong Wu's expression turned grave, his brows furrowing tightly. He had not anticipated such a situation. What brings you here to seek me? He questioned. Master, the Shanhua sect requires your presence to restore its stability. The priest of Tianluo Peak has been severely injured and has relinquished the position of master of Tianluo Peak, rendering him unable to govern the Shanhua sect. Therefore, It falls upon you to lead, Du Hongtao explained. If his master were to assume the role of sect leader, Du Hongtao would naturally rise to the position of young sect leader. Moreover, his master was deeply engrossed in cultivation and would be disinclined to manage the daily affairs of the sect, thus leaving those responsibilities to him. With this in mind, he had come to see Nalan Wu. This matter is not as simple as you perceive. If I am not mistaken, Luo Rue and the elder have their own backing. Those behind them surely covet the position of sect leader, so do not act hastily. Observe the movements of those elders, Nalan Wu advised. Understood. Master, will you emerge from seclusion or not? Du Hongtao asked. I shall remain in seclusion for the time being, but you may spread word of my potential emergence to gauge the reactions of others, Nalan Wu instructed. Of course, I shall attend to it immediately, Du Hongtao replied before taking his leave. Once Du Hongtao departed, Nalan Wu's expression grew somber. It seemed he could not linger in the cave any longer. A change of location was imperative. It is no longer safe to remain here, he declared, turning to exit the cave. With both the peak elder at the pinnacle of soul refining and the sect leader who had attained the unity of spirit and soul slain, he recognized that if his adversaries sought his life, survival would be improbable. Thus, he needed to take refuge. He could not wait for them to come and kill him. At Tianluo Peak, within Su Chen's cave, just as he returned to his quarters, a disciple approached him and handed him a letter. Noticing the insignia in the lower right corner, Su Chen understood it was sent from Bai Choufei's side. He opened it, his gaze sharpening slightly. The Blood Flag sect had made a move against the mining site of the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, a development Su Chen had not anticipated. The Blood Flag sect, relying on its financial backing, believes we will not retaliate against them? Su Chen's palm pulsated with energy as he crumpled the letter into dust. The Blood Flag sect's attack on the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion has obliterated the hard-earned reputation of the pavilion in Lingnan County. What could possibly entice the Blood Flag sect to target the Western Mountain Mine? Su Chen murmured to himself, skeptical that the members of the Blood Flag sect were merely there to commit murder. They must be aiming to coerce the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion into relinquishing the mine. The Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion is not something you can threaten. This ground must be reclaimed, and the Blood Flag sect has no reason to exist. Su Chen declared coldly, intent on eradicating the Blood Flag sect and eliminating Shangwan Shui. In the abandoned residence of the prefecture, Helian Xiaoyao surveyed the remnants of shattered tiles and scanned the surroundings, finding nothing amiss. Today, he had come here upon receiving word from the Golden Wind and Drizzle Pavilion, hoping to meet Zai Qiushui, the head of the Qinglong Association. Therefore, he hastened his arrival, only to discover that this was a desolate courtyard. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply as he caught sight of a figure observing him. Under that gaze, a chill ran down his spine. Helian Commander, are you particularly perceptive? I wonder what business you have with me. The figure spoke. It was none other than Zai Qiushui, the head of the Qinglong Association. Upon seeing him, Helian Xiaoyao's expression subtly shifted. Head Zai Qiushui, I have come to request your assistance in eliminating the leader of the Lingwei Sword sect. Helian Xiaoyao stated. 500,000 taels. With an advance payment of 400,000, the remainder will be settled upon completion. Zai Qiushui, a legendary hero, felt a twinge of reluctance towards the identity of an assassin. However, given his current strength and the Qinglong Association's potential to bolster Su Chen's endeavors, he accepted the position of head. Chapter 165, Secret Gathering. The Nine Nether Deity. Upon receiving Zai Qiushui's agreement, Helian Xiaoyao's heart stirred. The Qinglong Association indeed acted with impunity. With a member of the Qinglong Temple stationed at the Lingwei Sword sect, the Qinglong Association dared to assassinate its leader. He produced 4 banknotes of 100,000 taels each. For someone of his status as a minor noble, this sum was hardly a burden. What he did not realize was that Zai Qiushui's acquiescence was due to another patron's commission, who had offered 800,000 taels to eliminate 2 individuals, the leader of the Lingwei Sword sect and Kong Hai of the Qinglong Temple. Since the deed was already to be done, what harm was there in accepting an additional sum? After Helian Xiaoyao handed over the money to Zai Qiushui, the latter leaped away, swiftly vanishing before Helian Xiaoyao's eyes. I wonder, in a contest of strength between you and Zai Qiushui, who would prevail? Helian Xiaoyao spoke softly. I am no match for him. Just then, a man clad in a black robe, holding a long sword, emerged from the shadows. The man is specifically tasked with the protection of Helian Xiaoyao. He possesses formidable strength and harbors a profound inclination towards bloodshed. However, his disposition towards killing seems distinct from that of an assassin. The figure in the black robes spoke in a low voice. Young lord, it would be prudent to limit your interactions with him. Not to worry. Once he eliminates the leader of the Lingwei sword sect, the waters of Lingnan County will become muddied, and I believe the 7th Prince's faction will not remain idle. He Lian Xiaoyao responded. Be cautious, young lord. The power of the 7th Prince should not be underestimated. To date, we have yet to ascertain who exactly has come from the 7th Prince's side, the black-robed man cautioned solemnly. They will reveal themselves in due time. Do you think the Qinglong Society might have ties to the 7th Prince? He Lian Xiaoyao suddenly inquired. This question left the black-robed man momentarily speechless. He truly did not know how to respond. Primarily, the emergence of the Qinglong Society was indeed too coincidental. Meanwhile, outside the city, a gray-white sedan chair appeared at a secluded village entrance. This sedan chair was larger than an ordinary one, carried by 4 robust men, their muscular forms exuding a palpable aura of vigor, suggesting they bore some heavy burden within. Esteemed one, we have arrived. A shadowy figure materialized beside the sedan chair. Bowing respectfully, have we? Let us proceed inside, came a hoarse voice from within the sedan. Indeed, the shadow gestured, and the 4 bearers carried the sedan into the village. After their departure, 4 figures emerged, clad in black robes adorned with the emblem of a black incense burner. If Su Chun were present, he would recognize that these 4 hailed from the Zetan Palace beyond the borders. Let us go to the village ahead. Move. The leader of the group glanced at the village before them and spoke. The 4 entered the village. A figure appeared. Esteemed lords of the Zetan Palace, please follow me. He led the 4 to a residence. From the outside, the courtyard appeared somewhat dilapidated, yet upon entering, one would discover an entirely different world within. A sedan chair stood in the outer hall, with the 4 robust bearers stationed beside it. That fellow arrived before us, one of them remarked, eyeing the sedan chair in the courtyard. Let us proceed. The leader wasted no time and guided the 4 into the main hall. Inside the hall, a corpulent man reclined languidly in a large chair, flanked by 2 women who were attending to him. Zetan Palace, your speed has been lacking, making me wait here for so long. The rotund man rasped, revealing himself to be the very individual seated within the sedan earlier. It was no wonder the sedan was so large. Not only was he portly, but he was also accompanied by 2 attendants. Cheng Laogui, you have only just arrived yourself. Besides, what purpose does your arrival serve? The leader of the Zetan Palace retorted coldly, subsequently taking a seat opposite the corpulent man along with his companions. Several individuals. We are here for collaboration. Only through amicability can we achieve success in our endeavors, remarked Zahanyu as she surveyed the 2 factions within the room. You are not worthy to converse with us. I am not here to partner with your Hanyu sect, retorted a portly man, casting a disdainful glance at Zahanyu. Fat Dragon. The envoy has merely instructed me to inform both sides of today's gathering. As for the envoy himself, I have yet to lay eyes upon him, Zahanyu replied. Such mystery surrounds this meeting. I wonder what kind of person the 7th Prince has dispatched. The man, referred to as Fat Dragon, coldly remarked. Years have passed, and Fat Dragon's temper seems to have worsened. Perhaps I could use a dose of your temperament to calm my own, he added, just as a chilling voice suddenly resonated within the room, causing everyone to shudder involuntarily and glance toward the entrance. In that moment, a dark flash zipped past. Landing upon the throne in the center of the hall, a figure, cloaked entirely in black robes, emerged. Greetings, Divine Lord, exclaimed Zahanyu, standing tall and bowing to the robed figure. The Fat Dragon and the other 4 from the Zetan Palace simultaneously rose and offered their respects. Greetings, Lord Jiuyo. Greetings, Divine Lord. The Fat Dragon's address differed from that of the others, as he referred to the figure as Lord Jiuyo, the foremost expert under the 7th Prince. No one had ever seen his face. Those who had were rendered lifeless husks. Lord Jiuyo, I was unaware of your personal arrival in Lingnan County. My earlier remarks were mere folly, stammered the Fat Dragon, who, upon kneeling, felt cold sweat trickling down his forehead, silently cursing his own verbosity. He feared the loss of his essence, for his abundant flesh was the source of his power. If drained, regaining it would not be a simple task. Were it not for your current utility, I would have already drained you dry. Now, sit back, Jiuyo Divine Lord commanded, his eyes gleaming with a chilling light. Thank you, my lord. The Fat Dragon, after bowing, promptly returned to his chair, gesturing for the 2 women to exit. However, as he waved them away, Juyo Divine Lord suddenly struck. Lifting his hand, he drew both women towards him. Placing his palms upon their heads, in an instant, the vital essence within them surged into Juyo Divine Lord's grasp. Within moments, they were reduced to lifeless corpses, which he casually discarded. Juyo Divine Lord spoke with a dispassionate tone. Meanwhile, Zahanyu swiftly removed the two bodies from the room and soon returned. Now that everyone has arrived, let us discuss the subsequent plans, Juyo Divine Lord stated. Chapter 166, Shengguan Jinhong, Unity of Spirit, and Guanqi Third Difficulty of the Celestial Realm. Unity Chapter, within the halls of the Mountain River Sect. In the main hall of Tianluo Peak, Li Tianqing appeared before Su Chun. Sect Leader, I have discreetly contacted over 10 elders who are willing to assist you in becoming the head of the Mountain River Sect, Li Tianqing stated. Renowned within the sect, he was a formidable figure, although he wielded little authority. He maintained good relations with several elders who were not actively involved in sect affairs, and some of them had connections of their own. Furthermore, with the financial support provided by Su Chun, he swiftly garnered the allegiance of several elders. Su Chen's current strategy was the power of wealth, a potent allure in any realm. Naturally, the targets of his persuasion were primarily those elders who had been overlooked. The Mountain River sect had numerous elders, most of whom held little real power, which facilitated his efforts to win them over. This endeavor has been executed quite well, Su Chen acknowledged with a nod. Sect Leader, the expenditure of funds is rather substantial, Li Tianqing replied solemnly. Money is but an external resource. It can always be earned again, Su Chen declared, pulling out a stack of silver notes from his robe and offering them to Li Tianqing. With a few more elders on our side, we will reach our goal. Securing 40 elders surpasses half of the total, Su Chen continued. He had strategically chosen those elders who were often overlooked for persuasion. However, overreaching could lead to exposure, so securing just over half sufficed. With more than 70 elders in the sect, having won over 40 granted them a decisive advantage. Understood, my lord. Li Tianqing bowed respectfully. He was not only convinced by Su Chen's strength, but also by his cunning tactics. It is imperative that you strive to reach the pinnacle of the refining spirit realm soon. Ultimately, all matters may be resolved through force, Su Chen remarked. Rest assured, with the resources provided by you, I am confident I will ascend to the peak of the refining spirit realm within 2 days, Li Tianqing responded with confidence. Excellent. We are merely awaiting the right moment. Su Chen nodded. He required high-level combat strength, and since he could not source it from elsewhere, he had to ensure that Li Tianqing achieved the pinnacle of the refining spirit realm. With a fully empowered Li Tianqing, he could contend with his master, the elusive Third Elder, and the candidate previously endorsed by the Grand Elder for the position of Sect Leader. Moreover, once Li Tianqing reached the refining spirit peak, Su Chen's previous shortcoming would vanish. Who could then contest his position within the Mountain River sect? Return to your tasks, and remember to maintain confidentiality, Su Chen instructed. Yes, I shall take my leave, Li Tianqing replied, bowing as he exited the hall. Now, I must pay a visit to senior sister Murong. I wish to hear her thoughts. Su Chen mused. Logically, Murong Qingchen should have sought him out in recent days, yet she had not, indicating that something was amiss. In the Tianxue courtyard, the atmosphere remained as desolate as ever. When Su Chen arrived, Qiu Linger had already seen him. She had met the peak master before, and now Su Chen's status was markedly different. She had to show him respect. Sister Linger, there is no need for excessive courtesy. Is senior sister Murong present? Su Chen inquired. She is in the courtyard. Please follow me, Qiu Linger replied, leading Su Chen into the back garden. Shortly thereafter, they stood before a pavilion. Allow me to inform her, Qiu Ling said. Since junior brother Su is here, he may come up directly, came the voice of Murong Qingchen from above. Su Chen ascended the stairs without hesitation. Inside the room, the decor was quite simple, devoid of excessive embellishments. Upon seeing Su Chen, Murong Qingchen gestured for him to take a seat. Junior brother, I presume you have come to inquire about the position of the sect master of the Mountain and River sect? Murong Qingchen began. Indeed, senior sister Murong. Now that I have been chosen as the peak master, why not assist me in ascending to the position of sect master? Su Chen articulated his purpose for the visit. Murong Qingchen's expression revealed a hint of surprise. She had not anticipated such ambition from Su Chen, who had only recently become the master of a peak, yet was already contemplating the role of sect master. Even if I were to support your ambition, the elders would remain unconvinced, making it exceedingly difficult for you to maintain that position, she cautioned. My suggestion is that you aim for the role of vice sect master instead. Senior sister, if I am capable of becoming a peak master, why should I not aspire to be the sect master? Moreover, the martial world is ever-changing, and the mountain and river sect must also evolve. Some individuals are bound to exit the stage, Su Chen responded, directing a steadfast gaze at Morong Qingchen. His words were unequivocal. Should anyone oppose him, he would take decisive action. Perhaps others could not achieve such feats, but he could, with the power of the Qinglong Association at his disposal. Eliminating certain elders from the mountain and river sect would be within his reach. Upon hearing his assertion, Morong Qingchen furrowed her brow slightly and shook her head. It appears that you have made up your mind regarding the personnel involved. It must be my injured master, correct? Su Chen observed. Indeed, junior brother. His qualifications are sufficient to make him the sect master, and he possesses the authority to keep the elders in check, Morong Qingchen confirmed. Is that so? Now I understand. I shall not linger here any longer. However, senior sister Morong, please consider my words. With that, Su Chen stood up. Having grasped Morong Qingchen's stance, he deemed it unnecessary to remain any longer. Instead, he preferred to explore various scriptures and delve into new knowledge, potentially triggering some reward cards in the process. In recent days, Su Chen had been diligently practicing. Between his training sessions, he frequented the main peak and the Tianluo Peak scripture building. While examining the techniques, he had triggered rewards, accumulating 25 white lottery cards and 15 blue lottery cards, which included the 11 blue cards he had previously obtained. Earlier, he had activated an orange lottery card, knowing that 10 blue cards could be exchanged for 1 orange card. In other words, if he acquires 3 more blue lottery cards, he will be able to exchange them for 2 orange lottery cards. He strives to gather the remaining 10 blue lottery cards within the next couple of days. Thus, he wishes not to delay matters with Morong Qingchen. Observing Su Chen's departure, Morong Qingchen furrowed her brow slightly. Miss, Su Chen harbors too many ambitions. Does he possess the capability to aspire to become the leader of the Shanhua sect? Kaowei spoke softly from the side. It is only human nature. The position of sect leader is akin to reaching for the heavens. It is quite normal for him to desire it. Morong Qingchen replied. Miss, I believe one's ambition should be commensurate with one's strength. Lacking the necessary ability, even if he becomes the sect leader, he would merely become a lifeless shell. Kaowei had previously held a favorable view of Su Chen, but his aspirations to become the sect leader rendered her skeptical of his potential. What has he been doing lately? Morong Qingchen then inquired. Primarily focusing on cultivation, managing affairs within the peak, and perusing texts in the martial arts building, Kaowei responded. Nothing else. The only other matter was a brief encounter with Li Tianqing once or twice. Miss, do you think Su Chen has garnered Li Tianqing's support, which fuels his ambition? Kaowei suggested. Li Tianqing possesses considerable strength, yet lacks real power within the Shanhua sect. What significance does his support hold for Su Chen? Morong Qingchen remarked. The Wujidan from the imperial city will soon arrive. Once you receive it, present it to Su Chen as a form of compensation. Morong Qingchen instructed. Miss, if Su Chen's strength increases, he will undoubtedly vie for the position of sect leader. Should we not wait until after this matter? Kaowei suggested. No need. Give it to him directly. If he can become the sect leader on his own merit, then so be it. Morong Qingchen declared. As night fell, Su Chen was filled with excitement. Through a day's effort, he had obtained 3 blue lottery cards and 6 white lottery cards, with a total of 20 blue lottery cards. He directly exchanged them for 2 orange lottery cards. Now he possessed 2 orange lottery cards, 1 blue lottery card, and 1 white lottery card. Swish, swish. He decided to use the blue and white lottery cards first. Gained 10 bottles of Qi blood pills, 100 pills per bottle. Acquired the character Shangguan Jinhong. The white lottery card yielded nothing remarkable. However, from the blue lottery card, he drew Shangguan Jinhong. Shangguan Jinhong, a character from the sentimental swordsman, Ruthless Sword, is arguably the top expert in the narrative. Although he ranks second on the Baixiaoxing weapon list, he ultimately fell to Li Xuanhuan's Little Li Flying Dagger. This demise was largely self-inflicted. He could have eliminated Li Xuanhuan before the dagger was thrown, but chose to test his own luck, resulting in his untimely demise. He was pierced through the throat and perished. Su Chen immediately assessed Shangguan Jinhong's strength. Shangguan Jinhong, strength, unity of spirit and form. Weapon, dragon and phoenix golden ring, not equipped. Upon seeing this information, Su Chen's expression initially brightened with joy, but soon his lips twitched as he realized that Shangguan Jinhong's weapon was not included. That was rather disappointing. Fortune smiled upon him as he promptly utilized one orange lottery card, leaving one in reserve. Congratulations on acquiring the character Guanxi. The mention of Guanxi elicited a gleam of joy in Su Chen's eyes. From his observations, the first draw of this lottery card predominantly yielded characters. Who is Guanxi? He is one of the 4 unparalleled masters depicted in the text. The 4 masters are generally recognized as Yin Quangtu from the pinnacle state of the Shenzhou Qixia series, Xiao Qiushui from Daxia Chuanqi, Wei Qingqing, who has yet to make a formal appearance in the 4 Great Detectives and Heroes' Tales series, and the leader of the Mitian Alliance, Lord Qi, Guanxi. Guanxi's martial arts are distinct and self-established. The text describes him as having not merely high martial skills, but extraordinary strength, transcending the bounds of humanity. Su Chen hastily examined Guanxi's realm. Guanxi is a character in Heroes' Tales, possessing the formidable power of the Celestial Realm, 3rd difficulty. This is undeniably a master. To speak candidly, the unification of spirit and soul has not, in strict terms, transcended the realm of soul refining. Only after achieving this unification and overcoming the first challenge can one step into the celestial realm. Such prowess, in Lingnan County, is likely found only within the Qinglong Temple. Su Chen mused. Now, 2 great masters had suddenly joined his ranks, Shangwan Jinhong and Guanxi. Reflecting on Shangwan Jinhong, Su Chen recalled the current predicament faced by the Jin Feng Shiyu Tower. Wasn't the underlying power behind the Blood Flag sect referred to as the Money Gang? Our Shangwan Jinhong is the true leader of the Money Gang. Let him resolve this matter. On the following morning, Su Chen exited his cave dwelling. In a secluded forest, he summoned Guanxi and Shangwan Jinhong. Shangwan Jinhong was not particularly tall, yet exuded an aura of a formidable leader. In contrast, Guanxi was tall, his muscles bulging like ancient roots of a tree. This was not the aged Guanxi, but rather his prime. His presence radiated a fierce energy, imposing an intangible pressure simply by standing there. I have seen the master. Both swiftly bowed to Su Chen. There is no need for excessive formalities. Proceed down the mountain. Conceal your identities, and meet with Bai Choufei of the Jin Feng Shiyu Tower, Su Chen instructed. He then retrieved 2 tokens from his storage ring and handed them to Shangwan Jinhong and Guanxi. These tokens, inscribed with the character Tian, were not from the Jin Feng Shiyu Tower, but were specifically designated by Su Chen for the members of Tianya Pavilion, to distinguish them from the Jin Feng Shiyu Tower. Understood. The 2 hastily departed. After a while, Su Chen returned to the Shana sect. With his strength having once again increased, he was resolute in claiming the position of sect leader. Who dared to obstruct him would meet their end. He would not cease until no one remained to contest him. Conveniently, Tianya Pavilion had yet to establish a base. By eliminating the Shana sect, he could temporarily transform it into a stronghold for Tianya Pavilion, allowing some personnel to cultivate in seclusion. Although the individuals he encountered were formidable, the path of martial arts is one where stagnation leads to regression. Continuous training is essential to avoid being surpassed by newcomers. In the county office, within the Jin Feng Shiyu Tower, Bai Choufei wore a grave expression. Have you made contact with anyone from the Blood Flag sect recently? Bai Choufei inquired. Casting a glance at Nalan Rongyan, several skilled individuals have infiltrated the Blood Flag sect. I am currently investigating their identities, Nalan Rongyan replied. Should we invite someone from Qingcheng to assist us in eliminating the Blood Flag sect? She suggested. Although Lung Huishan's strength is formidable, the adversary is undoubtedly aware and will be prepared, she added. At that moment, a disciple entered, reporting, Master, Deputy Master Nalan, the Blood Flag sect has sent an invitation, requesting your presence tomorrow to discuss matters concerning the Shishan mine. The disciple handed over the invitation. Nalan Rongyan, upon receiving it, wore a grim expression and gestured for the disciple to leave. This invitation from the Blood Flag sect is a provocation, she remarked. I shall discard it, Nalan Rongyan declared. How could you throw it away? They have summoned us to the Blood Flag sect. We must attend. Bai Choufei countered. But I fear what Shangwan Shui may do. Nalan Rongyan expressed her concerns. If he dares to harm me, he shall meet his demise, and the financial backing behind him will be obliterated. There is no need for worry, Bai Choufei replied coldly. At that moment, the departing disciple re-entered. What is it? Bai Choufei asked, noticing the disciple's return. Master, 2 emissaries have arrived, bearing the Tian token. I have brought them here, the disciple informed him. The disciples of Jin Feng Shiyu Tower were well aware of the significance of the Tian token. Thus they escorted the visitors directly inside. Bai Choufei. As the disciple finished speaking, two figures cloaked in black robes entered, their eyes the only visible feature. The one calling out to Bai Choufei was Guanxi. Bai Choufei was well acquainted with Guanxi, recalling their previous encounters in heroic tales alongside Su Mengjin, Wang Xiaoshi, Lei Sun, and Di Feijing, where they had faced the shackled and delirious Guanxi together. Upon hearing Guanxi's voice, Bai Choufei's expression shifted in surprise. "You may leave," he instructed, waving his hand. Nalan Rongyan and the disciple quickly exited, with Nalan Rongyan closing the door behind her, a smile of anticipation gracing her face. From the change in Bai Choufei's demeanor, it was evident that the newcomers were formidable. "Shangguan Shui and the Blood Flag sect, you may indeed face obliteration," Bai Choufei mused. Having paid little mind to the financial power behind Shangguan Shui, Bai Choufei possessed substantial information regarding the financial sect, yet his indifference suggested that the Tianya Pavilion, which he represented, held little regard for it. Chapter 167. A Sword to the Throat, the Assassin's Blade, Lingnan Prefecture. Within the Grand Hall of the Blood Flag sect, numerous individuals sat in 2 rows of chairs. "Third senior brother, I have sent a message to Bai Choufei. Do you think he will dare to come tomorrow?" Shangguan Shui inquired of the man beside him, cloaked in black. "They must be aware that we have some skilled individuals on our side. They will likely be cautious. However, should he choose not to attend, the earlier momentum of Jinfeng Shiyu Tower will dissipate, making his attendance imperative," the man referred to as third senior brother replied coldly. In the Grand Hall, a man clad in a blue robe spoke. "Brother Wenyu, if the other party fails to arrive, it would render this gathering meaningless. We have taken your possessions and shall not return them." The figure in black, the third disciple of Jin Feihong, the leader of the money gang, was Lu Wenyu. "Brother Situ, do not underestimate the Jin Feng Shiyu Lu. I have instructed Shangguan Shui to send an invitation, urging them to come forth for a discourse tomorrow." He wished to prevent Bai Choufei from summoning formidable allies. Although others might not attend, within the Jin Feng Shiyu Lu, there remained Bai Choufei and Lung Huishan, 2 individuals not to be taken lightly. The prowess of Lung Huishan merits our attention. While Bai Choufei still has much to prove, Lu Wenyu remarked. Beside the man in blue sat a woman. Her figure a perfect blend of voluptuous curves and delicate grace, her alluring legs partially exposed. "Sanyang, I leave Bai Choufei to you. I am confident he will soon be enchanted by your charms," Lu Wenyu declared, casting a glance at the woman. "I shall meet him tonight." The woman, referred to as Yin Yang, replied with a playful smile, a faint blush gracing her cheeks, rendering her all the more captivating. The onlookers hastily diverted their gazes, wary of attracting her attention, for it could spell their doom. "Sanyang, it is prudent to hold back for now, lest we draw forth any hidden masters from the Jin Feng Shiyu Lu," Lu Wenyu cautioned. "We must tread carefully, for the establishment harbors significant power." "Third brother, do you think the newly arrived Helian Xiaoyao has any connections with the Jin Feng Shiyu Lu? I have not yet ascertained her background. Has there been any word from Master?" Shangguan Shui inquired. "There has been no communication from that side yet. Regardless of any ties between the Jin Feng Shiyu Lu and Helian Xiaoyao, we must ensure they understand the consequences of spurning our goodwill," Lu Wenyu stated. Behind the Jin Feng Shiyu Lu lies the Tianya Pavilion, while the money gang stands in support of their endeavors. Meanwhile, at the Lingwesort sect, the leader Bai Xingchuan and the monk Kong Hai from the Qinglong Temple were enjoying tea in a private chamber. "What movements have transpired among other factions in Lingnan County?" Kong Hai asked. "Before your arrival, there were indications of a potential alliance among them, but with your presence at the Lingwesort sect, they seem to have fallen silent." Bai Xingchuan replied. "We must not be complacent. This situation involves too many threads, and it may merely be the calm before the storm," Kong Hai spoke solemnly. Having come from the Qinglong Temple, he was acutely aware of the origins of the unfolding events and could not afford to be careless. "I shall bolster our defenses, and should anything arise, we will sound the alarm," Bai Xingchuan declared, though internally, he felt a sense of helplessness and frustration. Yet, he maintained a facade of composure, for he still relied on the Qinglong Temple. Should they withdraw their support, the Lingwesort sect might indeed face annihilation. The two continued their conversation with caution. As the sky gradually dimmed, Bai Xingchuan rose to bid farewell to the monk Kong Hai. The monk resided in a secluded chamber belonging to the Lingwesort sect, which served as an independent retreat. Within this chamber, apart from Kong Hai, there were 4 eminent monks from the Qinglong Temple, with no other disciples of the Lingwesort sect present. Kong Hai preferred tranquility, Thus, Bai Choufei had not arranged for any attendance. Stepping out of the courtyard, a young man clad in the robes of a Lingyue sword sect disciple approached Bai Choufei immediately upon his exit. "Have there been any updates from your elder brother?" Bai Choufei inquired in a serious tone. "The elder brother has secretly arrived in the capital and has made contact with Chief Steward Mi of the Imperial Court. But an in-person meeting will take some time," the young man responded gravely. Bai Choufei's eldest disciple was none other than Li Mukun, the eldest son of the Li family who had previously evacuated from Lingnan Prefecture. In truth, the Li family's departure had ulterior motives, namely to provide Li Mukun an opportunity to venture to the capital. Relying solely on the Qinglong Temple felt precarious for the Lingyue sword sect, especially since the current crisis originated from the capital. Thus, Bai Choufei had sent Li Mukun to the capital, hoping he could find a means to secure their sect's safety. "Excellent. Mukun has never disappointed me. With the Qinglong Temple's presence here, our Lingyue sword sect should remain safe for the time being," Bai Choufei remarked with a note of relief on his face. As the two conversed, they soon arrived at a courtyard. "Please return for now. I have matters to attend to." Bai Choufei gestured for the disciple to leave and proceeded into the courtyard. The moment he stepped inside, an unexpected chill enveloped him. His gaze swept across the abode, and a faint scent of blood permeated the air. "This is bad." Bai Choufei's heart raced in alarm. At that instant, an astonishing sword intent surged forth, accompanied by a swift and formidable sword light that suddenly assailed him. In that moment, Bai Choufei felt a bone-chilling sensation, as if he were being targeted by the very sword itself, and he had the unsettling impression that his throat was pierced by it. Without a moment to ponder, Bai Choufei instinctively retreated, striving to evade the oncoming blade. However, its speed was unparalleled. In a desperate moment, he raised his hand, directing his fingertip as if it were a sword, and thrust forward. A torrent of sword energy erupted from his fingertip, colliding with the incoming sword strike. Bang! The clash of sword energies sent Bai Choufei staggering backward, his fingers trembling. In that instant of retreat, the assailant surged forth with alarming speed, launching another strike that surpassed the previous one in velocity. The swiftness of the attack completely exceeded Bai Choufei's expectations. He hastily withdrew, yearning for assistance. Yet the opponent's sword energy was relentlessly aimed at his throat, leaving him no chance to call for help. He had to concentrate entirely on evading this lethal blow. Bai Choufei understood the potency of this strike. Often, what instills the greatest fear in the realm of swordsmanship is not the renowned masters, but rather the assassins who wield a single, deadly stroke capable of taking a life. Retreat was not an option. He knew he could not escape. With a fierce glint in his eyes, he channeled all his internal energy into his palms, hoping to catch the incoming sword. In Chapter 168, a failed strike. Falling into a disadvantage, the surging energy swirled within his hands as he fixed his gaze on the thrusting longsword. In a fleeting moment, his palms came together, directly clamping down on the blade. However, the sharp sword energy pierced through the explosive force emanating from his hands, ultimately striking his palm. A look of agony crossed Bai Choufei's face as he violently twisted the captured sword aside and shifted his body to evade the attack. Yet, after his dodge, the thrusting sword was swiftly retracted and lunged forward again, akin to a venomous snake aiming for his throat, offering no respite. Bai Choufei's expression turned feral as he abruptly raised a hand, using his arm as a sword to slash outwards. The sword energy surged from his arm, colliding with the incoming blade, successfully blocking the strike. As the headmaster of the Lingyue sword sect, Bai's swordsmanship was indeed extraordinary, as suggested by the sect's name. However, as the sect's leader, he could not wield a sword at all times. Lacking a sword, he found himself at a disadvantage. With a swift motion, the incoming longsword pierced through the sword energy emanating from his arm, ultimately striking his wrist. A cry of anguish escaped Bai Choufei's lips. Following his cry, a blade of light pierced through his throat, a fatal strike. The sound of his scream abruptly ceased. A Fey emerged from the shadows, gazing at Bai Choufei, whose throat he had just pierced. Had you possessed a sword, victory would have been a challenge. Alas, you are unarmed and fell prey to my ambush. A Fey intoned solemnly. Unlike Xiao Qiushui, a Fey was a swordsman, a pursuer of the ultimate swift blade. His sword was a lethal weapon, designed for killing. With a swift motion, he withdrew his longsword, leaving Bai Choufei's lifeless body aside. He still had to head to the Tiancetang temple to meet Kong Hai, where the true battleground awaited. Both Jing Wuming and Xiao Qiushui had already departed for that location. At that moment, Kong Hai, who was seated on a meditation cushion reciting sutras, suddenly felt a disquieting haze cloud his mind. "Is something amiss?" he murmured. Rising, he stepped out of his chamber, eager to investigate. However, as he crossed the threshold, he sensed that he was being targeted by a swordsman, a menacing sword energy locking onto him. The instant he moved, a blade would inevitably strike. His eyes narrowed, and he tightened his grip on the prayer beads. At that very moment, a gray sword energy surged toward him with startling speed, catching him unprepared. He unleashed a punch, channeling his energy through his palm. But his blow failed to intercept the incoming sword energy, which deftly evaded his fist by a hair's breadth. At last, the long sword found its place at the throat of its wielder. However, at that moment, the monk Kong Hai's neck suddenly swelled, shimmering with a golden hue. Clang! The sword pierced the skin above his throat, producing a crisp sound. Though delicate, Kong Hai felt a sharp pain radiating from his neck, his gaze turning fierce. The prayer beads in his palm scattered instantaneously, shooting forth like arrows towards his opponent. The figure before him swiftly retrieved the sword, clashing against the oncoming beads with a series of ringing sounds. Yet, this defense momentarily stalled their offensive momentum. Qinglong Society, Jing Wuming. Kong Hai's eyes narrowed as he regarded the newcomer, disregarding the bloodstain that had surfaced on his neck as his complexion began to return to normal. The Qinglong Society holds the strongest influence in Lingnan County today. The deaths of Helian Chunshui and the leader of the Shanhua sect demand our utmost seriousness. To think Master Kong Hai is aware of our existence, Jing Wuming replied coolly, his expression devoid of warmth, yet his murderous intent remained undiminished, radiating a chilling aura. His stance suggested he was ready to strike at any moment. "Do you not fear that the Qinglong Temple will retaliate against your Qinglong Society?" Kong Hai inquired, his gaze steady. "We only recognize wealth, not individuals. The Qinglong Temple is no different from any other faction in our eyes. As long as someone can pay, we will act. Of course, should you eliminate me and evade this assassination attempt, it would signify our failure. Moreover, if you survive thrice, our Qinglong Society shall refrain from pursuing you further," Jing Wuming articulated. Upon hearing this, Kong Hai's expression sharpened. Jing Wuming exuded an aura of profound depth, devoid of exuberance, embodying a figure of absolute obedience. Such a presence was indeed intimidating. Had it not been for the cultivation of his Vajra unmoving technique to a certain level, his throat would have already been pierced by his adversary. Yet, his mind was now unsettled, for accompanying him were 4 eminent monks from the Qinglong Temple, who were likely aware of the unfolding situation but had not surfaced. Is the master seeking those 4? They should be in a state of unconsciousness now, without payment. "We will not resort to murder," Jing Wuming stated. "Murder is not merely a frontal confrontation. At times, auxiliary means are necessary. Those 4 monks have been rendered unconscious by my drug," he added, explaining their absence. Upon hearing Jing Wuming's words, Kong Hai's mind steadied. He trusted Jing Wuming, for there was no need for him to fabricate lies. As his thoughts aligned, Jing Wuming swiftly switched the sword from his right hand to his left and launched an attack towards Kong Hai. Kong Hai's eyes narrowed, his palm glowing golden as he formed a claw-like gesture, aiming to grasp Jing Wuming's sword. Yet, Jing Wuming's thrust redirected toward Kong Hai's wrist, prompting Kong Hai to pivot his hand, colliding with the opponent's blade. However, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his palm. At that moment, the sword of Jing Wuming swiftly turned once more, aimed at Kong Hai's throat. As the sword approached for another strike, Kong Hai opened his mouth wide and let out a roar akin to that of a lion. A tremendous wave of sound erupted from him, resembling a sonic cannon, which diminished the force of Jing Wuming's thrust and altered its trajectory. At that instant, a golden aura enveloped his body. The sword pierced his form without leaving a mark. With a powerful push against the ground, he struck down with great force. The great strength diamond palm. Kong Hai, having been dispatched to oversee the Lingyue sword sect, possessed strength at the pinnacle of the soul refinement realm. Jing Wuming's sword energy was fierce and swift. However, having failed to land his initial strike, it became increasingly difficult for him to attempt to eliminate his opponent. The low growl from Kong Hai generated a shockwave that slightly tilted Jing Wuming's body. As he regained his balance, Kong Hai's hand descended with a resounding force. Jing Wuming quickly retreated, but Kong Hai's palm slashed out once more. As the surging energy propelled Jing Wuming backward, the grip of his sword fractured, and a trickle of blood escaped.